Reporters surrounded June from all sides. He had just become a super high-rank hunter for the first time in history, and he had done it in a year. He was bombarded with questions, asked to give advice to beginners, as he entered one of the most dangerous gates with his team. June thought about it. There hadn't been any operations like this for a long time, and he didn't remember telling anyone about them. But listening to the hubbub of journalists, he understood that for them this was a chance they could not miss. So when he stopped and told them that he was now focused exclusively on his raid, the journalists tensed up in anticipation of his words. So June decided to please them a little and turned around, full of pathos, like in a movie about heroes. He loudly assured them that his team's first concern was the safety of the residents, and that this would never change. Having squeezed out only this, he turned back to the gate, to the disappointed cries of the media personnel who had hoped to hear more information. June already thought that this was enough to maintain his positive image. But then someone from the crowd asked him what he thought about the attack on the cleaners. Jun was taken aback by this statement and turned around to see the impudent person who dared to say such a thing. The impudent man repeated his statement and added that June had thrown a simple cleaner against the wall, which had injured him. But the stranger did not calm down at this. He assured everyone that it was true, especially since he knew the victim personally. The stranger taunted that the #1 ranked player in the world beat up a man old enough to be his father, and not a line was written about it. A whisper went through the ranks of journalists. Such accusations were a sensation in themselves, and everyone was waiting to see what the hero would say. But Jun simply waved it off, briefly replied that it was all rumors and headed towards the gate. The stranger wished Jun good luck, as if nothing had happened. As the best hunter in the world, Jun walked through the gate with his team, his face twisted in anger. After the world changed, an association appeared that protected citizens from terrible monsters. They also gathered all the people with unusual abilities and divided them into 4 departments. The task force was raiding. In other words, they were hunters and were considered elite, and Jun was the leader of this team. But now, he was haunted by the rumors of an attack that were quickly spreading on social media. His famous person was hit with a stream of speculation, anger, comments from sleepless slackers and haters. Jun was gritting his teeth and his manager asked what was wrong with him, since the raid had gone well. But the hunter reminded her that he didn't want publicity about the matter. But even though that was true, someone still leaked the information online, and Jun wanted to know his name. He went through several names in his mind, but the manager told him that the man who had told the story was the janitor's son, not the reporter. Jun grabbed his head from the nagging pain, but that wasn't the only problem. His manager warned him that other cases would also become public, and in the wake of the outrage, she suggested that he take a break and take a short vacation. But Jun was furious about this. Most of all, he hated people who stood in his way. Of course, his manager knew about this. Jun demanded that they find everyone and solve this problem, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. She answered briefly that she would try, and Jun sighed tiredly, as if he had spoken to a robot, and asked her what the association director thought. The manager said that the director was busy hiring foreign hunters and was just waiting for things to sort themselves out. But Jun felt like she was being ignored. Soon the director may simply forget about him, but he earned so much for him, and promised that he would not tolerate this. Manager Lee answered him with a blank face, and Jun was again annoyed that she spoke like a robot. She gave him the standard excuse that nothing would change because, despite public opinion, his rating was high, and he would keep his job. When Jun first read all these articles after the raid, he was so angry that he started shaking and started destroying everything, which alarmed his team. They barely calmed him down because Jun wanted to find the guy who spread the rumors. He had so many titles, the youngest and best hunter. In one moment, he achieved so much that would normally take years. It would be strange not to be angry about these rumors. While Jun was thinking about how to get rid of those who were bothering him, the manager asked him why he was behaving like this. But Jun replied that the guy was the first to step on his throat. Then Lee asked what the reason was. Jun had never liked cleaners, and this was the first time she had encountered them, she supposed. The hunter didn't answer and waved it off, saying that he simply didn't know and didn't remember. He asked the guy's name, his name was Gary, and Jun wanted to quickly calm down all the fuss as soon as he got back to the association. Jun sighed heavily. He was thoroughly fed up with everyone. There were only fools around, he told his manager. And at that moment, his face was illuminated by the headlights of a truck that was rushing towards them in the oncoming lane. Jun shouted at the manager, but she froze in fear, and then he used his time-exceeding skill. At the last second, he steered the car away from a heavy truck that was heading in the oncoming lane. Jun shuddered. Another second and he would have been painting the asphalt with his blood, and the truck didn't even think about stopping. The hunter didn't understand what was happening. Maybe the driver was drunk? Manager Lee grabbed the steering wheel with her hands so tightly that it was impossible to tear them away. Jun got out of the car. He was already in a bad mood, and now it got even worse. But as he took a step onto the highway, grabbers on long cables jumped out and grabbed his arms. Jun recognized the thing as a super powerful detention device. Now he couldn't move. The headlights of the truck illuminated him again, now approaching from behind. Jun was unable to use his skills and was rammed from behind by a truck, forcing him into its cab. To make matters worse, another truck was rushing towards him as if one wasn't enough. They collided and there was an explosion, as if the vehicle was packed with explosives, just like in the movies. But even these fire ships could not break the hunter. He laughed and said that today was definitely a hard day. Meanwhile, several lines of armed men in full gear were approaching him, covering themselves with heavy shields. It was a well-planned attack. A normal hunter would have died on the spot without even fighting back. But Jun had fought in battles like this thousands of times, and fought with more dangerous and numerous opponents. In the dungeons, he was often on the verge of life and death. He will not die from such injuries. That's what he thought. But there Jun was, kneeling in front of the people who had ambushed him. One of the militants pointed the barrel of a titan, the most powerful weapon for clearing dungeons, at him. Jun chuckled in confusion. It was a little dangerous, he said. A shot rang out and sent him into reboot, finishing what 2 reincarnation trucks had failed to do. When this happened, the system began sending him a lot of messages that he had died and was calculating the probability of his revival. Jun was drowning in deep water. His thoughts were somewhere else, and he just felt the water pressing on him more and more. Before he passed out, he saw a message that his hidden karma skill had taken him back 10 years. Jun looked around. He was in a dungeon. Again, after so many years, he knew well what they looked like and could not confuse them with anything. The cleaning crew dragged the monster carcasses, sorted them by type, hid them in bags. Someone called Jun to help carry the bodies to the furnace. The former hunter was breathing heavily. The job was not easy for him. Based on the karma of his past life, he became part of the cleaning team. All the events of the past flashed through his memory, his helplessness in front of the hired killers. Jun woke up as if from a disturbing nightmare and screamed. He had that stupid dream again, he thought, and got out of bed. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he looked around, he noticed that he was lying in the middle of a terribly dirty room, littered with things and trash. The pig pen was cleaner. Of course, it couldn't be his house, the hunter thought. It seemed to him that it was Manager Lee's apartment. But it simply couldn't happen that she would bring him to her home. What kind of place is this, thought Jun. He remembered the notification that the death had been confirmed and a hidden skill had been revealed. So the former hunter realized that he had become the main character of the story. And now, he had to figure out whether it was a comedy or a tragedy. His own face looked back at him from the reflection in the mirror. But much younger. This is how he looked before he became a hunter. Jun opened the system and it showed him the hidden karma skill. The conditions of the purchase were death, 10-year regression, and it was impossible to cancel, the system told him. And Jun realized that everything he had seen had not been a dream. He really was dead, it dawned on the hunter, and he laughed nervously. Jun became a hunter at 18. 10 years later, he reached the first rank. 10 years ago, he was a rising star. But now he has received from the system the profession of cleaner. The system has given him the task of becoming the head of the association and 5 years to fulfill it. If he fails, Jun will disappear forever, but if he succeeds, his skills will be unlocked, and the hunter will be frozen with a harsh choice. An international association that stands at the head of all associations, the Secretary General of which has more power than the president of the country. Even when he was a hunter above the highest rank, he could not even become a candidate for this position. But now he had to get it in 5 years. This was simply impossible, especially since Jun himself had no desire to do this. So he decided to simply ignore the system's task. On the other hand, if he becomes CEO, he will be able to survive, in which case it is more profitable to be a hunter. With his skills, he could quickly rise to the top. But here's the problem. They were all blocked by the system, Jun realized. The system informed him that one new skill was available to him. Then the hunter was happy. Even one would have been enough for him. It was a skill that was appropriate for the cleaning profession, mysophobia, an aversion to disorder. After cleaning, he sprawled out on the bed and thought about his fate. In one day, he had gone from being an elite hunter to a simple cleaner. All the skills were sealed. All the achievements were gone. And what to do now, Jun thought. Would he really have to do ordinary cleaning? Still, he had the pride of a hunter. First, he wanted to know who those scoundrels were who finished him off. They were not ordinary soldiers. This was something that could be done by a private guild, which met rarely. Or perhaps it was a conspiracy of hunters from the association. At that moment, while he was thinking, Someone called him from an unknown number and called himself Peter. Peter spoke in the voice of a grown man and wanted to know why June hadn't come to work, the hunter thought. He didn't know this man. Peter was worried that he might get sick, since the last time he encountered a difficult dungeon. It dawned on Juna that he was now a cleaning worker in the dungeons. Peter told him that, although last time was difficult, today would not be so difficult. The other workers were indignant that a newbie was complaining about difficulties. They said the newcomer was not the first to run away after a hard day, and they were outraged that they had not been warned. But then the hunter's pride stirred in him when June heard their offensive words that some cleaners dared to belittle him. Peter barked at his subordinates to be quiet. There could be different circumstances in life. He told Jun that if he was having trouble, he could rest today, but next time he would have to warn him. The hunter asked Peter's name again in order to write it down in his phone, which greatly surprised the foreman. The old man laughed. His name was not so easy to remember, and introduced himself again in full. He had already approved June's day off, but a familiar name stirred in the hunter's memory, and he declared that he would come now. He repeated that he would be there soon, and getting out of bed quickly got ready to leave. At first, he was surprised not to find suitable clothes, then not to find his usual transport. June didn't even have enough money in his pockets for a taxi, so the proud elite hunter had to take the bus like all mortals. Now he was living a dramatically different life, which meant that the past had to be left in the past. Now he had no connection with Peter. Their conflict remained in his past, now future. But if it was Peter who killed him in his past life, that would change everything. His death was very strange. Someone staged the accident to attract June's attention, knew his character well, and expected him to dodge. The Titan was an extremely powerful weapon for attacking monsters, but it was too expensive and difficult to use for a simple cleaner. But Peter could well have hired someone for revenge, especially since his son also disliked June. Jun was outraged. He only slightly pushed the cleaner, and this was already called a beating. He should have listened to him from the start, the hunter thought. Then Peter asked him to cancel. June was surprised that someone was addressing him and asked the man who he was, and he said that he was from the cleaning department. June had never heard this name before and asked the old man what his business was. Peter learned that June had suggested to his superiors that they cut his department, and the situation was already difficult. There weren't enough people. June nodded in understanding, but was surprised that the janitor was addressing him. He just made a proposal, but decisions are made by management departments and he doesn't have that authority. But Peter reminded him of his influence. One word from an elite hunter meant a lot, and bowing, Peter asked not to shorten them. Jun, of course, assumed that the rumors would reach the cleaners, but he didn't think that they would personally contact him. From Peter's firm gaze, he knew this nuisance wouldn't leave him alone. Jun suddenly remembered the words about how it was harmful for a lizard to shed its tail. But when danger overtakes her, she does it without the slightest hesitation, he told Peter. The whole point is that this way she can survive. No matter how harmful it is, it was her last resort. Of course, June understood that people would never think of themselves as tails. Everyone considered themselves useful. But he himself did not consider them as such, which he told Peter directly. At the moment, the association was experiencing difficulties and wanted to raise the hunters' rates, although the meager wages of the cleaners would hardly help. The association's primary mission is to protect citizens, June said, and that's what hunters do. And in his opinion, hunters will not work because of such conditions and salaries, so this is a last resort. When Peter objected, June said that cleaners didn't do anything special. They are just cleaning, June said. Workers can be hired later, and the situation must be accepted as is. Peter said they had pride too, but June was adamant. He said he wanted to do this many years ago, but he had been patient. But Peter got down on his knees and said that since the association protects citizens, they are citizens too, and again asked to reverse the decision. The hunter was angered by this annoying woman. He came closer and said that he had already chewed everything over enough. People like cleaners should be grateful to hunters because they risk their lives, and the rest benefit from it. We must be content with what we have. They are like parasites, June said rudely. Peter could not tolerate such an insult to his professional dignity and grabbed the hunter by the chest. But June brushed the annoying man out of his way, just like a bug. He realized that he had overdone it and scratched the back of his head. It was an unpleasant and annoying oversight. Although he only had a drop of his strength, the cleaner looked injured. He called his manager and asked her to deal with the parasite, and reminded her that he had asked her not to involve him in such matters. June saw a dungeon. The gate was yellow level. It was considered quite dangerous. The dungeon boss was a foxtrot centipede, the hunter immediately assumed. He had already participated in this raid. Without a doubt, he really did go back 10 years. When he arrived, someone called out to him from the side, noticing his arrival. Jun turned around and immediately recognized the parasite that had caused him to become like this. The cleaner. Peter smiled as he greeted the newcomer. He knew he would come. Peter caught the newcomer's heavy gaze and asked him why he was staring like that. He was an ordinary worker in his 50s and looked the same as he would 10 years in the future. It didn't seem like such a simpleton could kill a man, Jun thought. The foreman asked him if he had had breakfast. He patted the newcomer on the back and told his staff that he could immediately see the integrity in this guy. But others did not take to Jun so warmly. Alex stated that the newcomer simply came because he couldn't skip class. And John added that the last time the newbie gave up everything and saying that he was tired, did nothing more. 4 were enough. Why take another one? Asked Assel, the only girl in the team. Foreman Peter immediately changed the subject and said that since everyone was assembled, they needed to get to work. They still had 45 minutes. There was so little time left because they had been waiting for the newcomer for a whole hour. Then Peter said that they had to hurry since there was nothing they could do, otherwise they would get a reprimand. He gave the newcomer a uniform, overalls, and a gas mask, telling him to put them on. Seeing Jun's thoughtful face, Peter asked him what was wrong. There was no problem. Without any ulterior motive, Jun asked them what exactly the cleaning department did. The Association for Tracking Supernatural Phenomena was divided into 4 departments, with the management department handling analytics. The Hunter Support Department developed weapons and created all other useful items. Hunters from the Operations Department were directly involved in the destruction of monsters. As they walked along a deep adit supported by wooden beams, the foreman gave various instructions. Jun had no idea what the cleaning department was doing and was surprised by their businesslike manner. At one of the many forks, he turned in the wrong direction from the rest of the team. The foreman noticed this in time and warned that it was dangerous to walk alone in the circular dungeons. Jun was surprised because he was told that they were heading to the boss's room, and Peter replied that this was exactly it. He told the guy to follow him, but Jun pointed to the passage and said that the boss's room was right there. Alex grabbed his head and became indignant. The newcomer was talking nonsense again. Assel also grumbled that if Jun didn't want to work, then she should just say so. They were wasting time, which they didn't have much of anyway. Jun didn't know what to answer them and remained silent. Alex suggested not paying attention to the newcomer and moving on. He showed the map they were given in the management department and told Jun to check for himself where the boss's room was. After a raid, a map is made with the help of hunters who cleared the dungeon. Usually there were no errors in their marks. Jun insisted on his own and said that the carrot was wrong, and they really were in this turn. He was even indignant at the work of the management department. Alex was beside himself with anger and asked Peter what was wrong with this newbie who seemed to be out of his mind. Peter asked where he was so sure, and Jun almost said that he had cleared out the dungeon himself. Peter caught his slip of the tongue and demanded an explanation. Jun realized his mistake. Even if he told it like it was, no one would believe him. So he told them to forget about everything and go where they were going. Peter began to worry about the newcomer again, and the workers looked at him askance as if he were crazy. As they moved, Jun asked what the time limit was, and Peter explained that the gates would be closing soon. All dungeons disappear after clearing. This time is 2 hours after the end of the raid. Jun never thought about this before. He didn't understand why he needed to clean up since the dungeon would disappear anyway. Peter told him that a cleared dungeon does not disappear, but to stay in the restroom until the monster appears there again. And he suggested that Jun imagine what would happen when the dungeon appeared again with a mountain of corpses inside. Jun still didn't pay any attention to it, but Peter explained that it would make it more difficult for the hunters to find their way. The gas released during decomposition can be dangerous to people, and if there are a lot of bodies, they will interfere with the hunters moving and killing living monsters. Simply put, cleaners help hunters focus on the raid and clear dungeons in peace. Peter was proud of his calling. Without them, there would be no hunters, the foreman said, and Jun thought it was nonsense but said nothing out loud. Their main task was to clean up the corpses and debris inside the dungeon, and they also checked to see if there were any hunters left, although this never happened. Jun had never heard of the cleaners rescuing the hunters, but now he couldn't say they were just chilling. The cleaning team reached the huge doors. Judging by the map, it was the boss's room. But when they entered, it was not the place they needed. It was empty. And then Jun reminded them that he had told them where the boss's room actually was. They gathered around the foreman and asked what to do. Since it was necessary to leave, today was simply not their day. They had 20 minutes left before the dungeon closed. The foreman thought that would be enough. Still, it was better than nothing, and they unanimously decided to go back at once. Jun, who was standing to the side, did not understand anything from their conversations and asked about it. The foreman smiled and explained that they had enough time to do the job. They had to finish it. Jun was excited because the next opening of the dungeon was still a week away, or maybe even a year. Then the foreman laughed even louder and said that they would just sit there. Jun was horrified at the thought of being locked in here. He told them that they were out of their minds if they wanted to risk their lives for some job as cleaners. But that was their job. The foreman encouraged him and hurried him on. Alex added that if Jun doesn't like something, he can leave first, because no one really counted on him. The workers grumbled and moved forward. The last person he met with his gaze was Assel, and she was clearly not happy with his presence. Jun was furious. His pride was hurt. In 15 years of working as a hunter, he had never failed a raid, and so became the best. And now he was not taken seriously, and some cleaners were making fun of him. He shouted to them that there was a passage in the room. Alex snorted again, a newbie at his best. But Jun told him to shut up and listen carefully. From this place to the boss's room, it was 500 meters. If you walk, it will take about 8 minutes. If you run, 5. He said that this time he would go first, and if they didn't like something, they could leave the dungeon. After a short run, they came to the right exit. It was indeed the boss room. A huge centipede lay dead and pierced by many weapons. Alex couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when they actually made it to the boss's room. Jun realized that there had been a heated battle here after examining the bloodstains and spent cartridges. A team of 20 hunters, at least 5 to 6 dead, but they still found a weak spot on the bridge of the nose. Alex walked forward while Jun stood and said that there was no time, they had to get started. But Jun stopped him, and then the cleaner asked what he was doing because there was little time. But at that moment, the centipede's corpse seemed to come to life and rose to its full height in front of the defenseless cleaners. The team cowered in fear, not understanding how the monster could be alive when it was supposed to be killed. What a headache, Jun thought. It was hard to attack this monster without skills. But then the monster breathed its last and collapsed to the ground. Jun realized that it was just post-death convulsions, which meant that the fools in the operations department had not checked everything properly. John took out a carving knife and told Jun to step aside, since he was seeing the monster for the first time anyway. He decided that the newcomer was simply in a stupor and could not do anything. Jun instantly flushed from such words that deeply touched his pride. He took the carving knife for himself, snatching it from John's hands. Jun told them that the monster needed to be cut up, and if done incorrectly, they could end up with a dislocated wrist. He showed the areas where the cuts needed to be made, and they were easy, and warned that the monster's nerves were still alive afterwards. They could twitch. Turning to the cleaners, he asked them if they would stand like that, and the team recovered from their surprise and began cleaning. Then Jun literally showered them with advice not to step on the sticky blood and to be wary of the poisonous tail. Alex asked the foreman if he had shown the rookie the files from the operations department to help him, but Peter replied that he hadn't shown it. Alex was even more surprised that the newbie knew so much. But even so, there was no such data in the files. The cleaners had no idea how a newbie to the dungeons could know so much about monsters. While Jun was working, his passive skill of mysophobia was activated, so he didn't stop until he had butchered the entire huge carcass of the centipede. After such work, Jun felt a surge of satisfaction from the cleanliness and order that had been brought about. And then he immediately reproached himself for these feelings, unworthy of a hunter. Peter asked Jun if this was his first time doing this job. Alex grumbled that he had only done part of it, but Assel objected that the newbie had done a good job. Peter laughed and said that they had a rising star and a direct competitor of Alex. After that, they hurried to the exit because they only had 5 minutes left. It was all resolved quite easily thanks to Jun, Peter said on the way back. But then it turned out that there was a hole in the bag, and the centipede's blood began to flow. Jun stuck to the ground and could not move. He told them they were exaggerating and he was fine, so they could move on. This monster's blood was extremely sticky, and when he was a hunter, even he couldn't handle it. However, the blood lost its effect from the high temperature, and Jun was confident that he would easily get out and activated the skill. But its effect immediately stopped, reminding the former hunter that his cool and convenient skills were now blocked. Peter realized that he had to act, and asked John if he had taken the rope. He ordered him to tie it quickly, and the others to grab the other end. John tied the free end around Jun's waist, although the hunter himself could have simply taken off his boots. The team then decided to cosplay an old folktale about a turnip. They pulled with combined efforts, but they were unable to pull Jun's legs out of the bloody tar. He didn't even move from his place, and someone asked what was wrong with the restriction. With less than a minute left before the dungeon would seal, Peter suggested taking off their clothes, but the gas concentration was dangerously high. On the other hand, the short-term impact wasn't as bad as staying in that place indefinitely. Jun didn't understand what they were talking about, because he was the one who was at risk of getting stuck here because he couldn't move. The others didn't need to do that. The lizard tears off its tail to survive. He remembered his own words. and he didn't understand why they weren't abandoning him. Peter shouted at him, and even began to unbutton his jumpsuit. But the guy did it so slowly that Peter told everyone to go outside. They had to survive, the old man told them, but Alex objected that he was better suited for that role. But Peter only repeated his order louder for them to leave. 10 seconds left, Alex shouted to them, and the rest of the team left the dungeon. Alex helped June take off the rest of his clothes, which felt like they were made of cement, and they rushed towards the exit. The rest waited anxiously for them at the exit, which was soon to close. When Peter pulled out the paralyzed June, everyone ran to them. The team was glad that the boss survived. June did not understand what was happening because he almost died. Moreover, in a dungeon in which there was no monster, just doing cleaning. Peter told him it was good that everything worked out, there was little gas, it was a good workout. Jun was surprised because he almost died. What kind of training was this? And what did the first dungeon mean for today? The ever-cheerful old foreman showed him his palm. 5 more dungeons awaited them. June estimated that there were only a few thousand hunters in the country. And there are only 5 cleaning teams, a small staff of a ridiculous 25 people. Each team clears 3 or 5 dungeons a day if they're unlucky. And today was one of those unlucky days, June realized. Peter suggested throwing a corporate party to end the hard day, and the team asked him if he would pay for everyone. But Peter said that they would pay each other today, since the difference in their salaries was small anyway, and asked June if he would go. The others were deciding what they wanted for dinner and were rushing Jun to make a decision because they were tired of waiting. But the hunter firmly stated that he was not going with them, which greatly puzzled the team. There was no point in starting a conversation with these people, he thought. Peter immediately told him not to worry. Corporate events are optional, it's better for him. That was not the point, but Jun said nothing more and said goodbye to them with that. When he had already walked away, Peter shouted to him that he had done a good job today. Assel also smiled and said goodbye to June. Lying in his bed, the hunter thought that in his past life it was not the foreman Peter who killed him. He was not so cruel. But that only added to the questions of who wanted him dead enough to do it. The junior member of the team whom he scolded, the ex-girlfriend with whom he broke up in a fight, or the assistant whom he pestered with errands. There were too many names, June was surprised, so the list of suspects only grew. On the other hand, what difference does it make now? Because the one who did it doesn't even know them in this life, the hunter thought. If he wants revenge, he must return to his past life. And to do this, he must become the director of the World Association. If he had the skills, he could become a hunter or find a way to get into management. Jun opened the system. In the morning, he didn't check properly whether there were conditions for unlocking skills, otherwise he wouldn't have to work as a cleaner. But the system made unthinkable demands that the cleaner's annual salary be increased, or that more people apply for the job. All the conditions were connected to this department. In his anger, Jun threw the crushed bottle at the wall in front of him. The system wanted him to be buried alive here. He sighed heavily. He needed to calm down somehow. And when I looked at the scattered garbage, I immediately experienced an attack of mysophobia. He had to start cleaning immediately because the room was still dirty. Because of this, he couldn't rest properly. And it got on his nerves when the system reported that the first condition was met. For a week now, June had been riding the packed bus to work every morning like a mere mortal, and it was also a week since he worked as a dungeon cleaner. During this time, he has already cleared 25 objects, used multiple canisters of the treatment drug, butchered 30 monsters, and unlocked skills. Through the quests, he unlocked the first skill, a very effective acceleration skill. But it only worked during an attack and did not work with cleaning tools. Although it was better than nothing, June still felt annoyed. In reality, he could neither increase his salary nor make the profession of a cleaner popular. After all, this work was dangerous and low paid. There were also relatively simple goals, such as getting the association interested in the cleaning department, although they were quite abstract. Jun could use his accumulated information on the cleanup over 10 years to attract the attention of the management department. Of course, no one would immediately listen to a simple cleaner. First, he had to meet those who would be members of his team in the future and gain their trust. There were many hunters, and June did not know how exactly to meet the right people. With such advancement, he risked cleaning for the rest of his days. And then it dawned on him. He shouted at the whole bus, so much so that he woke up all the sleepy passengers. The thing is that while he was thinking, he passed his stop. But when he arrived at the place, he found only Assel and Alex there. They told him that Peter had gone to get some medications and John wouldn't be there today. June asked why Peter had come only now, after 10 minutes had passed, and Alex responded with a counter question about why he himself had come so late. Alex offered him a coffee since they were waiting anyway. During this week, Alex's attitude changed to almost angelic. He did not expect that June would not skip a single day for a week. Then the newbie suggested that the cleaners go ahead and start. But Alex answered him and said that the work inside was not finished yet. The dungeon was still being cleared, he explained, and June stared at the gate in surprise. He hadn't been here before, but it was a blue dungeon, mid-level at most. It wasn't a complex enough dungeon for the hunters to exceed the clearing time. He didn't understand what they were digging there for. June sat down on the ground and grumbled discontentedly, calling the hunters pathetic fools. But he couldn't go inside and help either, so he had to wait for the hunters to finish soon. However, this turned out to be a wrong assumption. Half an hour had already passed and they still had not arrived, and the schedule was hopelessly lost. He growled terribly, out of indignation at the delay, and despised these hunters when Assel said that they were leaving. The squad looked shabby, and June said without thinking that it was immediately obvious that they were of low rank. They were so weak from the easy dungeon. He wondered what they were even getting paid for, and Assel hissed at him to speak more quietly, or they would be heard. The last to emerge from the passage was the girl leader of the squad, her beautiful, silky dark hair fluttering in the wind. This face was familiar to June, the hunter Miranda, his former partner. At one time, she was a member of his elite team of hunters. He was so surprised that he didn't notice how he asked out loud what she was doing there. Miranda heard this exclamation and noticed his intense gaze, so she went up to June and asked if he had any business with her. June replied no, with an indifferent face, although he himself was angry that he met this girl here. Although he had recently been racking his brains over how he could meet his former team, Miranda was an exception. June thought that she hated him for no reason, but he himself was such a sweetheart. When she got injured, he asked her to quit, and Miranda cursed him out. As if she didn't understand that all this was for her own sake, the girl drove June crazy. Miranda was a proud girl with a high opinion of herself, although this did not affect her abilities in any way. Assel noticed his intent gaze at the huntress and turned to June. She wondered if he knew this girl because his gaze was intense. June replied indifferently that he didn't know her. She just looked like someone he knew. But his face was displeased, Assel noted, and she became embarrassed. She thought it was his ex-girlfriend, which made June snort involuntarily. He began to deny everything and say that it was not so, but only increased suspicions about himself when Peter returned. The foreman asked what had happened while he was gone, and June muttered, "Nothing like that." But Alex immediately gave up the new guy in the squad, saying that he had met his ex-girlfriend. To get them to leave him alone, June went to the entrance to the dungeon and hurried them. The blue dungeon occupied the building. It was the dungeon that was inside. They asked Jun when they were inside if he had read about this dungeon beforehand. But the guy only knew that the boss looked like a humanoid. Last week, the team kept asking June about the monsters because he really knew a lot about them, and so far no one suspected anything. The dungeon was located in a building, so it was possible to miss some corners, especially the stairs where blood accumulated. Peter took June with him to check out the boss's room. When they got there, the foreman was indignant, saying that this is why he doesn't like humanoid monsters, it's like cutting up people. The humanoid monster Vega looks like a short girl. She was 1.60 meters tall, so June suggested not to cut her up, but to take her whole. Her dimensions allowed it. Peter agreed that it would be better that way, and asked June why he was frozen. June looked closely at the body, and the thought crept into his mind that something was wrong here. In his memory, the ghoul wasn't that dangerous. If you were careful with her speed of movement, then destroying her wasn't that difficult. And it looks like Miranda had a tough fight. 10 years ago, that is now, she was a middle rank, but even so, she was quite strong. If not for the injury, Miranda could well have reached the highest or even super highest rank. Back then, she wielded a sword even better than he did, June recalled. The girl may have had a terrible character, but she was quite capable, and was definitely not the type to be embarrassed by the boss of the Blue Dungeon. Peter was already sweating while he was dragging the ghoul, and he shouted at Jun, because he was clearly waiting for the foreman to do everything himself. Jun returned to work, throwing away unnecessary thoughts. He would never meet her again anyway, but then he looked again at the cuts on the monster's body. They were unevenly distributed. And then an idea struck Juna, while Peter had been busy and puffing all this time. June yawned. It was 5 in the morning, and for the third day he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed after a couple of hours of light sleep. Even when he was not so busy as a hunter, they were again waiting at the gate for the hunters to finish clearing. Peter understood the newcomer's indignation and tried to smooth things over. They were just delayed, he said. A whole hour passed, which could have been spent at home and sleeping. It is understandable why everyone was on edge. June turned to Assel and asked if she was okay. The girl turned around and forced a smile to hide the pain, saying that everything was fine. But from her appearance, June realized that she was just pretending. He advised her to take occasional breaks when Peter finally noticed the group of hunters coming out. The hunters looked exhausted and tired. This hunt had been difficult for them too. But June did not hesitate to grumble at them for the delay. And then June saw Miranda. Among so many dungeons and teams of hunters, he ran into this girl again. There was a silence as they collided, both trying to step aside but stepping in the same direction. After a few funny steps, they still passed each other. Miranda asked him why he was hanging around in the way, and June grumbled about how disgusting she was, but then he noticed how the girl was rubbing her shoulder. He remembered the marks on the body of the previous monster and wondered whether he should tell her or not. But when he remembered that day in the past, everything inside him turned upside down. He then came to visit Miranda in the hospital, and he asked her how she was feeling, although he noted to himself that she had not gotten out of bed when the boss arrived. The operation was done recently, Miranda explained, catching his gaze, and June scolded her for not taking care of her condition as a swordswoman. She needed to train her left hand more, but she relied on her own strength. And here is the result, June told her. But Miranda answered him reproachfully. He could have said so immediately and not after everything had already happened, and June noticed her tone. He countered that he was saying this because he was sorry for her injury. In such a state, she could no longer be a hunter. He threw papers on her bed and told her to quit her job. Miranda was taken aback by such proposals. It was a statement of her resignation. The association thought so too, and the already broken girl felt empty inside, as if the whole world had betrayed her. If she continued, June insisted, she would have to give up not only her job but also her normal life, and that was wrong. Miranda trembled all over and said that it was a minor injury and he himself knew that she should work here. But in this state, she was just a burden to the team, June said. She had been in pain for too long. She should have said so right away, he objected. The girl turned sharply to her now former boss and repeated his words. June seemed not to understand what he was saying. He stated that he would have definitely noticed if she was feeling bad. Miranda told him angrily that she had spoken to him about her problems more than once and that she needed an examination. But then he brushed her off and said that everyone was in pain and needed to get to work. Because of his character, she has been enduring pain all this time and has reached this point, and now he is telling her to quit her job. But Jun instantly lost his temper and shouted at her. He couldn't stand it when people blamed him. Did he hurt her shoulder? She should have looked after her own health and not blamed others. Only a fool would work, he said. Miranda was too weak to argue with him and stand up for herself. She said she just needed to rest for a few days. Jun asked her who would work instead of her, and what she could do with such an arm. She is a swordswoman, and suggested that she stay in the cleaning department. Miranda asked him, her voice trembling, if he had ever seen her as a colleague, but June didn't even understand the question. The girl apologized for the stupid question. She realized that all this time it was a tool that could be thrown away after use. June approached her and angrily declared that since she had decided to speak out, he hadn't liked her from the start either, being too proud. Tears streamed down her cheeks. That's right, Miranda said. She hates him because he doesn't consider those below him in status as people. He always had this look in his eyes as if he was looking down on everyone. But she doesn't care anymore, Miranda slapped him on the cheek. And she wished the scoundrel to be born a normal person in the next life. Now June was able to admit that he had been wrong then. Miranda had really told him that her arm had hurt. Then he simply didn't pay attention to it, told her to keep working without thinking. If it weren't for the injury, this girl could have achieved a lot, and it looks like her illness has been developing for a long time. And yet now, it haunted him, June thought. So he turned around and addressed Miranda before she left. He gestured to her to exercise her left hand more and felt embarrassed. Miranda turned around and made a surprised face with a mixture of contempt. June showed her that when she wields a sword, she only strains her right hand. Her attack is faster, but her right hand takes on more strain. You need to use your left hand too. This will distribute the load on the body, he showed. The most important thing is balance. The huntress looked at him with distrust and simply agreed with the weirdo. June was angry with himself. He could tell from her face that she saw him as just a cleaner who couldn't know anything about this. He went into the dungeons, saying that since she was a hunter, she would figure it out herself, or let her undergo an examination. Miranda didn't understand what it was, but she went to the doctor anyway, and he told her that she had come in time. There was a small inflammation in her right shoulder. The condition was not critical, but if left unattended, it could cause big problems. He prescribed her anti-inflammatory drugs and said that the main thing was to change the position of her hands. Now the force is not transmitted evenly, and the left hand needs to be trained more. The doctor repeated the cleaner's words exactly. Miranda was surprised that the weirdo from the cleaning department knew about this. After a hard day, June was barely able to stand on his feet. Peter praised everyone for a job well done. Alex told him that he was overdoing it again, and June didn't understand what he was talking about. He was too tired for that. "How can you make your girlfriend wait for so long?" Alex asked. And June saw Miranda at the exit. He didn't understand what she was doing here and was surprised. Alex laughed and reminded them that he told them that this hunter was his ex. Peter suggested that everyone leave and leave the young ones. Alex just sighed. "Some people are lucky," he said. June asked Miranda what was the matter. He was in a hurry to catch the last bus and was too tired to talk. Miranda took the sword in her left hand and brought it straight to June's neck with a sharp movement. The girl wanted to know who he was and how he knew everything about her. June was angry that she dared to point her sword at him over such a trifle. He pretended not to understand what they were talking about. But Miranda didn't let up and repeated the question. Then June realized that she had gone for a checkup after all. He made up an excuse on the spot that he simply heard about it on the internet. But the girl didn't believe him. The sword technique she possessed was secret and could not be revealed to anyone, but he knew exactly which parts of her body worked and how. And then June realized that he had said too much in vain, because now he was suspected Miranda really did have a special sword technique. No matter how you look at it, such subtleties could not be known by an ordinary cleaner. It was suspicious. So Miranda even had the right to report him to the Association for Espionage. June told her that he saw marks on the monster's body after she was cleared. There was something that stood out among the cuts, it was true, because he had actually noticed them. The wounds on the monster's left side were deep, while those on the right were light. And so he realized that Miranda lacked strength in her left arm. Besides, he knew that Vega was a mid-boss who was distinguished by his speed, and he did not pose any other threat. There is a well-known attack using reverse speed, but there were no such marks on the monster's body. Miranda should know about such a technique. Therefore, he concluded that she was physically unable to react to Vega's speed, June stated, which surprised Miranda. She put away her sword and confirmed his suspicions, saying that at some point she felt a strain on her shoulder. In everyday life, this is almost unnoticeable, but in a situation where you need to act quickly, the difference is noticeable, June confirmed her conclusion. The reason he knew so much without being a swordsman was simple. When June was a hunter, he was the first to get all the classes. And then Miranda exclaimed, deciding that there was a free hunter in front of her, and her eyes sparkled strangely. June called these words nonsense, but the girl did not listen. She knew that there were several like that in their city. Free hunters of the highest rank. These are masters who do not reveal their identities. Or he is a hunter in a private guild, she assumed. But June quickly cut off her enthusiastic exclamations and declared that he was not a hunter at all. And to her question, he answered, obviously from his uniform, that he was a cleaner. He hoped that this answer would satisfy her and went home because tomorrow he had a hard day ahead of him. The guy immediately understood what she was trying to achieve. If he were a successful hunter, Miranda would have tried to use him. But now he is an ordinary cleaner, and it is unlikely that they will see each other again. The girl thanked him. It was so surprising that June even turned around. Miranda had never thanked him before, and the girl herself was embarrassed. The next day, Miranda asked her boss for leave. It was because of her examination. His name was Fox. He had gotten his position in the management department through his connections, and he was only a little older than Miranda. The girl explained that she wanted to improve her skills, and it wasn't just her injury, but the arrogant boss didn't believe her. He thought he wanted to go on a trip with his boyfriend, but Miranda said she would work on her sword technique. Fox assumed she had signed up for a course, but it was one-on-one lessons. He thought it might be a hidden master from the Murim, or her boyfriend, but Miranda admitted that it was just a regular cleaner. It sounded completely ridiculous. As a hunter, she should have found courses, Fox said. But Miranda said she would sort it out herself, so Fox suggested that it was the janitor who had advised her to check her shoulder. And Miranda thought that the support department might have told Fox about this, so she started going there often. It was definitely that nurse. Fox spoke angrily about this cleaner and suspected him of fraud. But Miranda said that June never gave his consent to her training. He directly refused her. Fox lost his temper. How was she going to study if he didn't agree? The boss was indignant. Miranda, barely containing her indignation, said that she would ask again and again until he agreed. It was a complete headache for Fox. He told her to sort it out herself and come back for the big raid in a few weeks. Miranda thanked him, and the boss motioned for her to get out of his sight. When she left, he snorted that it was simply ridiculous. What could one learn from a pathetic cleaner? Moreover, Fox was worried about what the other teams might think if they found out about it, especially if it reached the second team's manager. Fox decided to immediately contact the director of the second team. A few days later, they were still working. Alex noted that June was completely drawn into the work. A few days ago, he unlocked the counter skill, although Jun did nothing special for it. Peter approached him during work, although he felt awkward doing so and invading June's privacy. He pointed to Miranda, who was working with the cleaners, and asked him what she was doing there. June answered without a second thought that he had brought her himself. Peter shouted that this was obviously true. The newcomer said that since they didn't know when John would return, an extra hand wouldn't hurt, although Peter wasn't sure, since the girl was a hunter. He was afraid that the association might find out about it, but June had not brought Miranda here of his own free will. She came to him and knelt down to ask him to take her as his student, like in some manga. At first, June thought that she was out of her mind. What kind of cleaner could train a hunter? And he didn't know what to think of to make the girl leave him alone. Then he offered to help her with the cleaning, and then he would think about it, counting on the fact that a huntress of her rank would not want to get her hands dirty. But instead of the expected reaction, the girl only beamed. For her, these conditions were a mere trifle. Then June realized that he had underestimated her persistence and determination. The girl had thrown aside her pride too easily. Now he didn't know what to do with it, but there was another person watching them. In Assel's eyes, everything looked completely different from what it actually was. She made up the entire romantic story from start to finish out of thin air. June rubbed his face in exhaustion, the tedious work now being supplemented by the annoying Miranda. The girl called him teacher and said that she couldn't wash off the stain, which made June extremely angry. He suggested that she rub it with all her might. Perhaps that would wash it off. There were different liquids mixed in there. June suggested first removing one type and simply melting the other with fire, and he himself took out a carving knife. He showed Miranda how to scrape monster pieces off the floor and reminded her how important it was to wipe the knife after each use to prevent the steel from deteriorating. Seeing the confusion on Miranda's face, he said that if she didn't like something, maybe this job wasn't for a huntress, and then she'd better get out of here. But the girl replied that she saw the importance of this activity, and June did not understand what was wrong with her. Peter praised June for his increased knowledge. He had nothing more to teach the boy, and he was embarrassed by such praise. At that moment, his old pride stirred in him. How could this scoundrel praise a top-ranking hunter for his work as a cleaner? But that was in the past. Peter also praised Miranda for her first time she did a good job. Assel saw everything in her own light, as if she were watching a cute scene from a drama. When Miranda finished her section, she turned to June asking the teacher what to do next. But Assel intercepted her. Peter was worried whether they could handle it, but Assel insisted that she really wanted to work with the huntress. And without thinking twice, they retired to another area. Alex offered June a bet that Miranda would do everything herself, and he agreed. But when the girls were left alone, Assel did not know how to start the conversation, although she called Miranda herself. And yet I decided to just do it, not understanding why she was so worried. Miranda noticed these fluctuations and asked her partner if everything was okay, because she looked tired. And although Assel said that she could handle it, she herself did not look very cheerful. She admitted that she had not been sleeping very well in the last few days. Miranda immediately asked her what happened, but Assel quickly changed the subject and decided to talk about Miranda. It was the first time she had spoken to a hunter. The swordswoman said that she had nothing special to declare about herself. She became a huntress like her father. Assel thought that since her father was also a swordsman, they worked as a pair. But Miranda replied that he was suspended due to a shoulder injury. The management always told him not to meddle in other people's business and to do his job. The other hunters were constantly looking at him sideways, so he worked hard in fear of being kicked out and ended up getting injured. Assel couldn't believe this, because the hunters worked together. But Miranda said that everything was not so. There were no employees in the association, only those who were higher or lower in rank. Her father was of middle rank until he was fired. He was just a disposable weapon and no one cared about him anymore. That's the association, said Miranda. She had long since come to terms with the fact that hierarchy decides everything. All the hunters thought the same, realizing that they were in fierce competition with each other. But then Miranda realized what was going on and asked Assel if she was interested in June. The girl blushed and was surprised that everything was so visible on her. Miranda smiled too, and confirmed that everything was exactly like that. It was not difficult to notice this interest. The thing is that June did his job well and was quite responsible, although he was late in the first days, but now it was good to work with him. Assel wanted to quit before this, but changed her mind because of him. Besides this, June was good at dealing with monsters and knew a lot about dungeons. Miranda realized that she was right in thinking that the guy was not so simple. Based on several wounds, he could determine the cause of death and the killer. Besides, he knew more about dungeons than many hunters, and in that case, Miranda decided that she should hold on to him even tighter. But then she calmed Assel down and told her not to worry, because June didn't interest her as a member of the opposite sex. Miranda said that she wanted to become stronger because of the principles on which the association is based. And for this, she needed June's help. And then Assel was surprised to discover that Miranda was not his ex-girlfriend. Alex called the girls to come over when they returned. But Miranda began to grumble that they should have managed it themselves. Before the next room, Peter reminded them that there was a poisonous monster ahead. It was not dangerous if direct contact with the skin was avoided. Then he personally addressed Assel, noticing that the girl was especially absent-minded today. She replied that the protective clothing was quite uncomfortable and that it was difficult to breathe in the gas mask. But she told them not to worry, stating that it would not interfere with her work. Alex also said that it was time to change equipment. It was necessary to send a request to the association, but Peter said that they had no money and he was powerless to do anything about it. The foreman understood Alex's displeasure, but told them to stop talking and get down to business, but carefully. In the boss's room, a deflated jelly and many of his small minions were waiting for them. Peter reminded them again to avoid skin contact. June knew this monster that looked like a regular slime, but its deadly secretions could lead to suffocation and even death. And although time had passed, there was still a chance of poisoning. Looking at the monsters, he realized that he still needed to be careful. Peter kept a constant eye on everyone to ensure that the cutting and disposal work proceeded without incident. But when he turned to Assel, she did not answer and fell completely unconscious. Peter picked her up first and examined her. He tried to bring the girl to her senses. They determined that most likely the filter on her gas mask had failed, and the protective suit had been eaten away by mucus. Peter ordered the girl to be pulled out. Jun thought he didn't pay much attention to preparation, and this is what it led to. The situation was critical. She needed an antidote. They only had 5 minutes, and Assel was in incredible pain. But then June turned to Miranda and said that he needed her sword. She did not understand what he wanted to do. But the guy insisted. Time was running out. He didn't listen to the shouts of the others. He told her to make one cut and that was it. It wasn't difficult. Miranda thought that he wanted to cut Assel and asked him to change his mind. But June cut her off abruptly, asking what Assel had to do with it, since he was talking about himself. Peter asked him to stop again, because Assel was in critical condition. But the guy only insisted more strongly. Miranda had no idea why he wanted it, but she was used to such things on the hunt. With a gesture, she summoned her sword, and it magically appeared in her hand. She then activated the skill, and Jun belatedly shouted at her that he hadn't asked for it. But it was too late. Miranda dealt him a slashing blow to the chest. He gritted his teeth, thinking that this girl would do well to first learn to listen to what was said to her. The system recognized the attack and activated the combat stance skill, but it was terribly painful. June told the others that he would take Assel to the support department and wait for her there. Peter didn't understand anything either because June himself needed help because of his wound. Even by taxi, it would take at least half an hour to get to the department. But at that very second, Jun grabbed Assel and literally disappeared. He used the super acceleration skill and carried the girl on his back. Later, Peter was filled with gratitude and tears in the hospital, glad that everything had worked out. The injury was serious, but they made it in time, the doctor told them. And then he turned to the guy who brought the patient, and June introduced himself. He reminded him not to forget to pay for the cost of the stitches, which angered Jun. Then the team entered Assel's room and looked at her with concern. Peter asked her if she realized how much she had scared them all. You have to tell them right away if someone is feeling unwell, he reminded. Alex said that it was all because of their outdated equipment, which was breaking, and the filters didn't work either. And even though Peter told him not to swear while they were in the hospital, Alex couldn't help himself. Their gear needed to be changed every 6 months. Unlike the cleaners, the hunters had everything changed on demand, he said, and looked at Miranda. And although he was embarrassed by his own directness and added that it was not about the hunters, the girl agreed with him. Peter promised to give the girl a vacation since it was an industrial accident and told her to have a good rest. And then she saw that June was leaving and asked him where he was going. The guy answered that he wanted to get some air. Obviously, it was the old equipment that was causing this, June thought. He hoped that the system would give him more bonuses. It was high time to raise the budget for their cleaning department. If there was a risk of injury, the association had no choice but to provide funds to maintain its image, and then June would gain the skill. Assel was worried when she saw the expression on June's face, and Peter calmed her down, saying that the guy was just angry. The girl took it all personally and thought that he was angry with her. But the experienced foreman assured her that this was not the case at all. It's all because of her injury. Even though the guy looks hot-tempered, he cares about his colleagues. It's clear when you look at him, Peter told them. Miranda thought about it because June was really ready to risk his life to save his colleagues, and there was something to learn from him. But Alex added that the more he watched June, the stranger he seemed to him. Assel didn't remember this, but June saved her using his skills. Even though he hasn't been working as a cleaner for long, it's crazy that he can do this. Assel was embarrassed because she didn't even thank June who saved her. Peter decided to ask Miranda directly what she thought of June. The girl replied that although the guy was good at everything, he was not her type, and his character left much to be desired. But Peter corrected himself that he had not meant that at all, but wanted to know her opinion as a hunter. Miranda realized her mistake and was embarrassed. She was very ashamed. She barely kept an impartial face. With such abilities, June wasted himself as a cleaner, Peter said. And if you add his knowledge of monsters, then even more so. Miranda asked Peter if he thought it was possible to move employees, and he replied that although it would be difficult, it would be a good opportunity for June. Miranda agreed. The guy was definitely superior in experience and skills, but he was on the cleaning team. Alex exploded. If she said that, it meant that the reason was precisely their status. But the girl objected that everything was just the opposite. Even Miranda as a mid-rank hunter couldn't figure out his skills. The teacher was the only one who knew what his strength was, and yet he became a cleaner. Peter came to the only logical conclusion. The guy just liked cleaning. Miranda agreed with him. She too could not think of anything else now, although they did not understand why June needed this dirty work. Miranda decided that June simply wanted to feel like a team, not compete for the top spot in the hunter division. Everyone was touched by this suggestion and decided not to bring up the subject again so as not to embarrass June. But since the guy had such a high opinion of the cleaning team, he could join the association now, Alex suggested. And he hit the nail on the head, because June hadn't changed his habits of solving everything directly when he was still a top-ranking hunter. The director of the support department of something or other stared at the dirty guy in bandages and asked him who he was. June immediately declared that he was from the cleaning team and behaved insolently. After Jun explained why he came, he asked him what it meant to just raise everyone's salaries. He thought for a long time, frowned, pretended to be the center of the galaxy, and waited for the humble slave to realize this. He was one of the directors who came in at the same time and put a lot of pressure on the association. Wolf advised to contact the support department and not the management. It was their job to supply other departments. June replied that there was no point in wasting time on mobs if you had to go straight to the boss anyway. It would be Wolf who would approve everything. The director asked June if he was a former hunter, but he replied that he was just a cleaner. A simple cleaner came to the director to ask for money. Not even a foreman, but an ordinary employee, Wolf said with emphasis. He sighed and said that he was no longer at the age to swear, and asked what they had a budget for, since they didn't have an expensive expenditure section. June confidently replied that they needed to buy a couple of things that they couldn't afford. The director even laughed at such impudence. Although the guy was a naive fool, he suggested ending it there. But June stood his ground and told everything that happened to Assel, and that poor equipment was to blame for everything. The director was surprised, since he had not read about this in the reports, and June explained that he had come as soon as it happened. He looked at Wolf with disdain. They couldn't take his word for it without bureaucratic red tape. June understood that they were simply cutting corners in the cleaning department, but he said that it was unacceptable for something like this to happen again. Wolf responded with the signature, "No money, but hang in there." But June countered that the association's income this year was enormous. He knew who and how distributed the funds, and that the operational department took most of it. Luckily, they haven't spent the entire budget yet, and they'll have to organize a raid at the end of the year and return what they took, June said. June demanded money for the most necessary things, and Wolf was completely taken aback by his insolence and again asked who he was. June stated that Wolf had only been in the position for a couple of months and had waited so long to get it, having worked so hard to get it. But rumors could have spread about neglect of people from the cleansing department. His boyfriend began to blackmail him. Wolf was indignant and asked directly if this puppy was threatening him, and the guy replied that he was just thinking out loud. The director got angry and said that he understood everything. He didn't want to blow the conflict out of proportion, and he asked the guy how much he wanted their department's budget to be increased, but June left that up to him. Jun didn't care how much the budget would be increased under the unblocking conditions. There was no word about it, so he wanted to leave, but Wolf stopped him. He asked the guy if he happened to know the hunter Miranda, and June asked what was the matter. Wolf smiled, realizing that he had hit the nail on the head, since that was how he agreed to all the guy's demands, promising to pass them on to the support department. June didn't understand why they were even talking about Miranda, but decided to ignore it. Later, Wolf contacted someone and said that a boy had come to him, from whom Miranda wanted to study. And although the guy told them that he was one of the cleaners, this was definitely not true. He was clearly not an ordinary employee and had secret information. Fox also understood that this was clearly not June's main goal, He wanted to teach him a lesson, and he grinned maliciously. The boy needs to understand how to talk to his superiors correctly. The next day, Peter was surprised to read the piece of paper he received from his superiors. Not only were they not given compensation, but they were also given a fine. Alex was the first to be outraged louder than anyone else by this news. A telegram was sent to Assel. She was accused of overwork due to her second job, and they believed that she herself was to blame for everything. Alex screamed again. They were getting pennies for their work. The accident report and the request for compensation were also rejected. But June was the most angry of all. He realized that Wolf had simply abandoned him, like the last scoundrel. Assel asked the guy not to worry so much and said that everything was fine. It wasn't a fine, but rather a warning. She herself didn't think that she could get anything from the association. It's always like that with cleaners. Jun was angry because now his skill unlock was delayed. Alex said he had an idea. Of the entire team, only Jun could go to the authorities. Of course, they knew that he was eccentric, but they did not blame him for trying. Jun's brain failed at that moment. These people were so used to enduring humiliation that they forgot about pride. The team decided to go to work. They thanked Jun for his efforts and told Assel not to strain herself today. Jun thought that it was strange. He didn't make any exaggerated demands, and he didn't understand what reasons a high-ranking boss had for behaving like that. But then Miranda thought that all this could be because of her. She said she spoke to her boss about the cleaning team last month. He was a man of old views, so it never occurred to her that it could come back to haunt her in the future. And perhaps Fox decided to teach them a lesson. June asked the scumbag's name, and Miranda said his name and asked if they knew each other. Fox's sly face immediately came to mind. A slug who got promoted without merit, but actively took advantage of his status. Who else if not this scoundrel, said to June, and turned to Peter. He stunned him by asking to take the day off. The streets of the city, right in its center, were bustling with life and the usual bustle of a metropolis. The couple were chatting pleasantly, wondering what they would have for lunch today, when a shadow passed over them. A gate appeared from the ground, and there was a terrible roar and earthquake. It was a high-level dungeon. People panicked and started running. But one man did not run away, but on the contrary walked towards the gates. He expected to show what he was capable of. The monsters jumped on Jun, who was armed with only a pickaxe, but he could activate the skill he had recently discovered. Using his hyper-acceleration, he dealt with all the monsters in a flash. What he was doing was called interception, where a hunter takes a dungeon before the association does. Usually freelancers are guilty of this. Jun hadn't done this for so long that he couldn't really control his powers now. He had about 15 minutes before the task force arrived, which meant he had to finish early, even though it was a risky business. As a top-level master, he could do it quickly, but his enemy inside the gate had skills that Jun didn't. Without defense skills, the guy could be killed with one blow. There was a fourth boss in front of him. However, Jun's main advantage was that he had already completed these dungeons and had tremendous experience. He deftly dodged slow attacks and struck at vulnerable spots. Because of this, he drove his pickaxe into a critical point and was able to inflict enormous damage on the robot. Thus, Jun had already cleared 4 dungeons in one day. This was the weekly result of the association hunter, although his locations were not of a high level. When Jun came out of the dungeon, he saw several association machines there, which seemed to have an emergency. It's not surprising because it was his job. The workers were angry because they had to go to work on the day off because of this confusion. If he is caught, he will be fired and may even be forced to pay a fine. Although it is unlikely that anyone will suspect a simple cleaner. Jun pulled his cap on. The hunters would be coming soon, so he decided to finish here and go. He wanted to see the faces of those blockheads. But after 2 days off, he himself had to stand there with a stupid face. Fox himself arrived at their site and stated that he just wanted to look around. Jun thought that he had already been exposed. Fox feigned cordiality and said that sometimes you need to cooperate to raise the team's morale, which of course was false. Fox smirked again and told the cleaners to ignore him and go about their business as usual. Jun thought that the moment was too good, and perhaps the director already suspected him of interceptions. Peter stepped between them to keep Jun from exploding and said he would give the director protective gear. But he said that he would watch from afar. The work went quickly. They did better than usual. They chatted in the usual cleaning routine. Jun was surprised that Miranda was still with the squad. Peter constantly checked the concentration of the gas. Asking Assel, so far everything was fine. The secretions quickly disintegrated. Jun asked Alex to help him once he was done, but his partner refused. He had a very problematic area. Fox was unhappy. He thought the workers were only trying because he was there, and he decided to throw them bait by turning to Miranda. He asked her about the dungeon takeover that happened 2 days ago. June thought that Fox was suspicious of Miranda, who had recently been on vacation. But it was obvious that everything happened when June took the day off. All the team members except Miranda would have definitely noticed the traitor. Jun tensed up. He already thought that he needed to be honest because everything happened because of him. Miranda turned to the chief and asked if the hunter's objections meant anything to him. Fox said he searched everywhere but could not find the interceptor. This time, whoever catches the offender will receive a reward, the cunning villain declared. He told Miranda that if he caught the interceptor, he would add extra points to that employee's rank. The one who finds the interceptor will be promoted, he said, so that the others could hear too. In other words, if someone from the cleaning team catches a traitor, he will be able to move to another team or department. Fox then addressed them directly and said that if anyone other than Miranda was interested in this, to let him know, or the guy who took the day off. June realized that this was the end for him. Since Fox was offering a promotion, of course the cleaners would agree. The real fight will begin. Fox was certainly not a fool, and he understood the desires of the people well. Peter approached June and asked how he was feeling since he had gotten hurt a couple of days ago. He grumbled that he had warned her to be careful, Assel agreed, but said that it was good that it happened yesterday and not today, in front of the director. Alex also echoed their little lie and remembered how Jun was removed and how much he screamed then. Peter told Fox directly that his offer was tempting, but there was no traitor among them. Together with Alex, they spoke in a conspiratorial tone that they regretted that there was no such person among them, and asked Fox to point him out. June felt embarrassed by the behavior of his colleagues. He did not understand why they were going so far, but Fox was stunned. Miranda was also glad that everything worked out and June was not exposed. Although he did not tell them anything, the team understood everything. Fox was nevertheless sure that June was the interceptor, because as soon as he came on shift, everything became quiet. And although Wolf had already agreed to a settlement, Fox wanted to punish June to the fullest extent, since he had exposed him. But Wolf countered that this guy was not so simple, and they were dealing with the wrong guy. And when he voiced his guess about June's true identity, Fox's eyes widened. June stood on the street covered in bodily fluids, everyone paying attention to him because he looked scary. June decided to take over the dungeons. Since the management doesn't want to increase their budget, he will do it himself. Fox did not relent. He demanded punishment for the cleaners, one of whom was an interceptor. Wolf replied that some sponsor had just transferred money for the cleaning squad, exactly the amount they had lost from the interceptions. Fox was indignant. He believed that everything needed to be checked, because it was strange that the money appeared immediately after the interceptions. If they caught him, there would be even more problems, Wolf replied, because then everyone would know that the cleaners were taking over the dungeons from the hunters, especially considering that there was a janitor who could take out an entire dungeon on his own. And Fox realized what kind of shadow this would cast on them. In this man's place, no one would have stayed in the cleaning department with such abilities. But that's not all. Even when June came to ask for a budget increase, he demonstrated excellent awareness of the association's affairs. Things are getting hot, Wolf concluded his arguments, recalling that conversation with the cleaner. He was firmly convinced that there was someone on the cleaning team who didn't belong there. This person has already worked in the association, and there may be an influential person behind him. Even the chairman of the organization himself, stunned Fox, was his colleague. Then Fox realized why the whole team had lied to his face. They felt the chairman's support. He was horrified. It was a warning to them, Wolf's voice said on the phone, that if he got fired, Fox would be in trouble too. Now Jun didn't have to deal with interceptions. He just waited for them to send him the budget that he himself donated. At the exit from the dungeon after clearing, boxes were waiting for them. A whole mountain. And everyone was puzzled about what it was. Upon opening the contents, they found new chemical protection suits and breathing filters. And also cleaning products, medicines. The management decided to give them everything they needed, as if their conscience had awakened. Peter was surprised. June thought that the ghouls from the administration had given them the funds after all, until Peter got the official notice. June was sure that he had done everything anonymously, but the amount of goods clearly exceeded the budget he had left. In fact, the amount was 10 times greater, and June almost lost his eyes in surprise. It was an incredible success that he could not even imagine. Alex read out an official letter. These were the results of a re-inspection. The association fully sided with the cleaners. They increased the budget of their department and also added compensation for the accident. A whole 100 million, half of their new budget, which brought tears to Assel's eyes. She thanked Jun and said that it was all thanks to him, but the guy was doubtful. Peter also praised him for his efforts. Patience and hard work will overcome everything, but June denied everything. June asked Peter if he thought it was suspicious that management had suddenly changed its attitude and paid out a huge compensation. Peter was completely satisfied with the official paper. They wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. So that was enough for him. But now they had another problem. How to transport all this cargo? Assel suggested bringing everything into the office. June was surprised that they had an office, and Peter laughed and replied that they did. But there was nothing to do there. Miranda was also surprised and asked the foreman where he was. She offered to take everything there with June, and they could rest. Peter was surprised, but Miranda insisted that the two of them were enough and looked at June. While he was carrying boxes, he received a notification that his fire skill was unlocked because he fulfilled the condition and increased the budget for the cleaners. He was happy, and a malicious grin blossomed on his face. A couple more skills, and goodbye to the job of a cleaner. Miranda, who was left alone with him for this question, said that it was he who intercepted the dungeons. June didn't deny it. Even if it was so what? He answered her. The girl calmed him down and told him not to worry. She promised not to rat him out for the sake of a promotion. She wanted to know if the compensation was money from the interception. June realized that she knew everything. The girl said that the whole department knew about it, which stunned the naive June, who thought that he had hidden everything. Miranda decided to speak frankly and reminded him of the saying, "You can't hide an awl in a sack." His skills are at such a level that it would be impossible to hide them even if he wanted to. Even if he won this time, the association will definitely be on guard. If he was caught, he wouldn't be allowed to stay on the cleaning team, Miranda said. But June only cheered up. He thought that if Miranda was asking him to move to the operations department, then for once she would be useful, and soon he would leave the cleaning staff. But Miranda got it completely wrong. She thought June wanted to stay in the cleaning department, which caused him extreme bewilderment and complete cognitive dissonance. The stupid girl blurted out that she would help him and do everything possible to ensure that he continued working with them. Of course, she was a mid-ranking hunter, but she promised to rise to the top and help him stay on the cleanup team. June gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand why life was mocking him like that. Although the dungeon takeover situation was over, another incident occurred almost immediately. Their team was subjected to harassment, and curses and insults began to appear in the dungeon addressed to them. Inside the dungeon, the situation was no better. All the walls were stained with the blood of monsters. The monsters were deliberately dragged into the farthest room to make it more difficult to remove them. Assel was upset about this. She did not understand the motives of the offenders, and Alex demanded retribution. June said that even if they find the culprits, they will simply deny it, so they won't be pinned down. Alex screamed. He didn't think June would want to leave it like this, but the guy thought that if he didn't react, it would end soon. June knew who did it, but he decided to avoid clashes with the operations department. He still wanted to unlock his skills. He thought that it would end in a couple of days, but even after 3 days, the bullying did not stop, which added to their troubles. Assel felt depressed, and Alex asked Peter to contact the operations department. But the foreman had already tried to do this, and as expected, the hunters claimed that it wasn't them and weren't the least bit embarrassed. But Alex didn't want to leave it like that and decided to call the hunter Miranda. Then June told him to forget it. Alex thought that the guy would start persuading them to leave everything again, but it turned out that the newbie was furious. June told them not to touch anything and promised to sort everything out himself. He was furious that the operatives were doing such childish things, but he had something to surprise them with. And in addition, he was terribly tormented by an attack of mysophobia. The cleaners sometimes worked 15 hours a day, while the hunters allowed themselves to commit such nasty acts. Jun burst into the administration building and immediately scattered everyone who was in his way. One hunter yelled at him to stop, outraged by such rudeness. But June was determined to put an end to the bullying today. It all came to this because of what happened 3 days ago. When they came out of the gate, there was a couple of hunters standing there, insulting the cleaners, calling them stinkers. They behaved rudely and pushed the cleaners, using their strength. But there was a logic to their insults. The hunters didn't like the fact that the cleaners had knocked out a budget for themselves. They insisted that cleaners should just clean and not meddle where they shouldn't. Alex couldn't stand it and became indignant. But then Miranda entered their conversation. She asked her colleagues in the department which group they were from. The blockheads immediately began to press the girl, asking why she didn't address them as you, and promised to teach her some manners. But then Miranda looked at them as if they were trash, and repeated her question with emphasis. One of the dummies still didn't get the situation and was rude to the girl, but the second one shouted at his friend to cool down. The first idiot already recognized Miranda from their department, and her rank was higher than theirs. When they realized their mistake, they quickly bowed, knowing full well how a quarrel with a hunter of a higher rank would end. The girl asked what they were apologizing for because she also didn't know that they were from the same team. But what was worth asking forgiveness for was the rude behavior, Miranda told them. Having scolded the blockheads, she asked Alex and Assel how they were. Miranda apologized for her colleagues. They were new, and it is no wonder that they began to boast about their position as soon as they received it. But those two did not understand anything and did not give up their grievances and anger. Peter came up and said hello. He was glad that Miranda was with them today. But the girl said that she just came to thank him. She bowed politely and said that she had learned a lot here. Peter politely replied that they should thank her. June thought that a week had passed since they started working together. Miranda quickly learned everything, and now that time was over, the girl was glad that she met them. Assel was touched by this moment and suggested meeting sometime. In 1 week, they became closer. Everyone except June was sad about Miranda leaving, because he was the one who asked her to leave the cleaning crew. Then, without further ado, he told her not to come to their shifts anymore. These words shocked the girl, but she quickly understood what it meant. This way, she would have more time for training. After that, he helped her create a study schedule, and Miranda wrote it all down. If she kept to this schedule, she could reach the highest rank in half a year. Jun couldn't be a hunter now, like in his past life, but he planned to make the girl a link between himself and the association and make her the best huntress. Jun used it in both his past life and this one, but he only had a year left. When Miranda noticed how distracted he was, she called him. The girl smiled and sincerely thanked her teacher. She was happy. She told him that although he was unlikely to turn to her, he could always ask her for help. On this note, Miranda left the group, and the next day they began to be hunted by hunters. Now the blockheads sat in their office and made fun of their antics in front of each other. They asked the guy if he thought they were wasting his money, and he wanted to add that they weren't needed as cleaners, but he didn't have time because June immediately shut him up. The second blockhead jumped up from his seat and, instead of giving a selection, began to shout at Jun. But the guy, without thinking, swung at him, and the idiot screamed in horror. The hunter activated his skill and laughed confidently. He was a necromancer, and a skeleton with a scythe appeared behind him. The skeleton swung and Jun managed to dodge at the last moment. The necromancer then charged up a deadly attack and told Jun not to touch him. He said that he had done a good job today and was not going to push himself any further. But Jun told him to shut up and slapped both of them in the face for using skills against him. He asked the blockheads how they like to laugh at the cleaners and write nasty things about them. It was fun. Jun told the blockhead that skills cannot be used outside the dungeons, especially against people, and he began to justify himself by saying that he was simply defending himself. The former hunter swung again. As soon as the blockhead got a lower rank, he started doing such things, he told him. Many things can pose a threat to a hunter, so is he like one of them? Jun asked. Putting his hand on the idiot's shoulder, he warned him that from that day on, they would not clean the dungeons after them, and would tell the journalists everything. The blockhead shouted that the association would not support the cleaner, because the management was always on the side of the hunters. June replied in a contemptuous tone that the association would not save fools at the cost of its reputation, especially for the sake of the lower ranks. And if he doesn't want to lose his job, he should apologize on his knees to the cleaners, Jun warned. And when the hunter began to grumble that he had pride, Jun suggested that they fight once inside the dungeon. At that moment, Fox entered the room. He heard shouts and noise and came from his office. He saw a rather eloquent scene. 2 beaten hunters and 1 whole cleaner. June remembered that last time Peter was told that Fox was on vacation. Usually this Fox cannot be caught. But then Fox respectfully asked him what brought Mr. Janitor here. June was surprised why they were speaking to him so politely. This Fox is broken. Bring a new one, he thought. Fox asked what the noise was about. He thought the cleaner had come to ask for more money, but June explained that it was all because of jokes and told everything. Of course, the idiot jumped up from his seat and accused Jun of lying and claimed that it was the janitor who suddenly attacked him. But at that very second, he got it from Director Fox for his disrespectful attitude towards June. Fox did not hesitate to fawn over June and ask for forgiveness for his subordinate. But such flattery had an effect. The proud man said that in future Fox should be more attentive to his people. Apologizing for the disturbance, he walked out the door, and Fox wished him a good journey. Before leaving, June clearly warned him not to see those two again. So it all ended in one day. But now June wanted to find out why Fox changed his attitude so easily. He met with Miranda. So she decided to rest for another week. She didn't want to think about those two. They were just pathetic losers. June replied that they had at least apologized properly, although he himself felt that he had gone a bit overboard. Miranda said that now those two won't be able to do anything even if they wanted to, because they were kicked off the team. Here Jun himself was amazed. He didn't think that things would go so far that the association would kick out the hunters because of a complaint from the cleaners. And Fox's compliance that day was also too suspicious, as if Fox had something in mind. But Jun was even more shocked, along with everyone else, when he came to the next gate. This time, they were met by hunters who bowed low to them and greeted them as people of higher status. They thanked them for cleaning, which was very embarrassing because this had never happened before. This continued after each cleanup, moreover. Inside, the hunters put all the monsters neatly in a pile. Assel said that it was impossible to get used to this. This was the first time something like this had happened in 10 years of their service. Alex noted that it would be like they were holding the hunters hostage. Peter countered that it was all thanks to June. They were truly grateful to him. Everyone in the team understood that without the guy these changes would not have happened. But Assel was still worried about this, although June thought to accept everything as it should be. She was afraid that this situation could harm the guy. Many were watching them closely, and the hunters could take revenge on him. June answered calmly that it must be a very fearless person. And for now, the hunters will remain quiet as a mouse. Assel sighed with relief, glad that June had not done anything bad. But this did not calm Alex's suspicions, so he approached June. Although June said he didn't ask for a budget increase or for hunters to be fired, his department kept an eye on them, he said. And Alex suspected that June was a big shot, since even connections with the bosses weren't important to him. June just laughed and told Alex not to talk nonsense and to get to work, which angered his partner. Fox was already in a bad mood, and it got even worse when his colleague got wind of him spying on the cleaning crew. Hamster knew that Fox's men were doing this, and noted that Fox himself was doing well. Fox replied with annoyance that he knew nothing about the kind of guy who worked in the cleaning team. But Hamster had already heard the rumors. It was all anyone talked about. He knew about the suspicions that this was the chairman's man. Hamster laughed and said that was why Fox hadn't gotten a promotion. You didn't have to run after your boss to get one. Fox got angry and told his senior colleague that if that was all he came for, he had better leave. And despite his irritation, Hamster declared that he would sort it out completely, without stopping munching on chips. As a senior colleague, he promised to help anyone who believed the story about the cleaner. Fox froze in surprise with chips in his teeth and asked how exactly they could help him. Hamster replied that it was just a service. Even if the cleaner was the chairman's man, he could not help but make mistakes. Fox was shocked that the cleanup crew had made a mistake, but Hamster corrected him that it was bound to happen. The cunning Fox didn't know what his crazy elder had decided to do this time. Hamster told him to think carefully, or he would have to spend the rest of his days on surveillance, and his squad was considered elite. Fox asked him what in return, and Hamster praised him for his intelligence, replied that he would, and spoke of a dungeon that would go to the younger one. It was a special multi-hall dungeon that opened up the next zone after clearing the previous one. It was quite difficult and required preparation, and Hamster demanded it for himself, although Fox had been preparing for it for a month. It was too much for him, so Fox even jumped up from his seat, but Hamster did not insist. After all, he had already gotten permission and thought they could work it out between themselves, Hamster said. Hamster has stolen loot from other teams this way before, but without his help, Fox won't be able to get close to the cleaning crew. It was the only major cleanup, but if the cleaner's problem was solved, it was a good deal for Fox. He agreed, hoping it wouldn't come back to haunt him in the future, and Hamster was pleased. He grinned insolently, and as if by chance remembered that there was a girl named Miranda in Fox's squad, and asked to borrow her. Fox was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how he could do this, but he didn't say anything out loud. In the end, he had to endure everything, because he had already agreed. June studied his status. So far, everything was going smoothly and according to plan, so he was satisfied with it. The skills became easier to unlock. The system offered him different ways to unlock skills, and now they no longer seemed so unattainable. He was thinking about how he could bring publicity to the cleanup crew when the phone rang. Miranda was on the line, and June asked her what was wrong. She said that she was assigned to a multiplex dungeon as a squad leader. For the girl, this was her first major assignment. He praised her for her success. Her life was now incredibly valuable, but Miranda said that was not the point. She gave him some unexpected news that made June scream. The cleanup team would also be taking part in the raid. The hunters looked at them with disdain. They accused the cleaners of taking away part of their budget, status, and now their jobs. They cast evil glances at June, calling him a doormat for the upper crust, and were also afraid that he would want to become a hunter himself. Under such pressure, Peter, like all the other members of the team, became nervous. One of the hunters told them that the meeting was about to start and everyone needed to take their places. June noticed that they were all low rank. Something was wrong. The dungeon was assigned to the first team, but Fox handed the project over to the second team, Miranda explained. June was surprised that such a large project was simply taken and given away. Having spent so much effort on preparation, But the girl did not know the details. Hamster appeared, opening the doors sharply on both sides, apparently to go through them. He greeted everyone and said that he would lead the cleanup. As soon as June saw him, he immediately recognized the fat man. He would have recognized that round face anywhere, and he remembered Hamster well. When Jun was a new hunter, this jerk stole his raid. He was well known for taking everyone's orders. And now Hamster became the captain of the second group. June trembled so much that the others noticed it. He warned Miranda to stay away from this scoundrel and not to get involved with him. Hamster announced from the podium that the raid would last for 24 hours, and that it was impossible to leave the dungeon without completing it to the end. He gave a chance to those who didn't want it to refuse. They could say so now, but no one refused, and Hamster began a briefing on this dungeon. The hunters are divided into 3 groups. The cleanup will last for 24 hours because the monsters will decompose. This cannot be allowed to happen because the deadly gases will spread and poison everyone. And the cleanup team will be working on that, Hamster told them. The operation would be large-scale, so bonuses would be waiting for everyone upon completion, and he asked them if the cleaners could handle it. Peter answered in the affirmative. They had no reason to refuse a dangerous raid. It was a great opportunity to work together. If not now, then when else? June could get bonuses in the form of unlocking his skills. And yet he spoke up for himself and said that he could not do it. This was a surprise, including for Hamster, who was clearly up to something. The fat man even dropped his candy. After the briefing, the cleaning team discussed their decision. Miranda was also with them. Alex thought it was a good opportunity. Peter spoke up. He understood that June was worried about them. Miranda, as a hunter, shared this concern. The briefing was short, the dungeon was dangerous, the work was long, and there would be plenty of monsters there. Peter decided that June understood all the risks. He was afraid that the team would agree to buy into the reward, and he was the first to refuse, in order to set an example for them. Alex grumbled that June was always misleading them, because it seemed like he just didn't want to work. Peter realized that June had a premonition of this too, and made his decision that, unfortunately, the team would not participate in the raid. But then Miranda stunned everyone even more when she also refused to participate. Even though she was leading the raid, she didn't like the idea from the start. But more importantly, the teacher told her not to mess with Hamster, and he was worth listening to. Fox, meanwhile, was pleased with this outcome. His impudent and self-confident elder was simply laughed at. Now he could make fun of him, because nothing had come of his daring plan. And Fox had warned him that the guy was not so simple. Hamster glared and warned the younger man that if he was going to make fun of him, he'd better leave. Moreover, Miranda had abandoned the second group, so the chances of success were now slim, Fox said, and Hamster trembled. But Fox didn't calm down and asked if his friend was going to contact a private company, since they had recently spent a huge amount on cleaners. Hamster couldn't take it anymore and said he could handle anyone the chairman had. He said he would just use the mandatory list. This meant that those teams that got into it would not be able to refuse the raid under threat of punishment or even dismissal. Hamster did not forgive insults. He remembered how June spoke to him and wanted to take revenge on him. A few days later, they learned that Hamster had used a mandatory list, and now their group was forced to participate in the raid. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance, and everyone was surprised by such attention. The cleaners didn't expect reporters to be there, and an operation of such a scale attracted a lot of attention. June noticed that Miranda was too nervous, and the girl replied that it was her first time. June patted her on the back and told her to pull herself together. People get nervous when they see how nervous hunters are, and encouraged her. The girl smiled and said that she was sure she could handle it. June had no doubt, but reminded her that once she was inside, she should forget about their group and focus on destroying the monsters. Miranda said that they should stay in touch. June immediately asked if she was going to ask for help in that case. Peter wished everyone a good job today and asked about their readiness. June and Assel checked the contents of their boxes. Everything was in order and in place. Alex checked the food and water supplies. There was enough of that too. Peter told them fine. The raid would be difficult anyway, but they would do the same as always, and told them to move out. Seeing their preparation, the other hunters simply laughed, their opinion of the cleaning team remaining just as disgusting. Hamster also looked at them with disdain, while he showed off his body in front of the cameras and put on airs. He told Miranda that he was counting on her, and she promised to do her best. Assel was surprised that the management was also going into the dungeon, and June said that this happens. Usually the leader of the raid is the best hunter, and now it should be Miranda. June acknowledged that the girl did indeed have leadership qualities, but Hamster did it for a different reason. This parasite has no idea how to behave on the battlefield and does not want to take responsibility. He always stays behind. Hamster told Miranda not to worry, and promised that he would fight too if there was trouble. Miranda agreed, but her answers were dry and monosyllabic, and Hamster didn't miss it. The important bird reminded the cleaners to keep everything clean. June sighed heavily. Hamster instantly lost his temper at such impudent behavior. Everything was ready, so the impudent leader told Miranda to begin. Miranda repeated to them, even though they knew it, that they would now split into 3 teams. All 3 will enter the dungeon in turn, one after another, and so on in a circle until they clear the entire dungeon. This time they will have a cleaning team with them, but they know their business, the girl said. She confidently stated that if the situation became dangerous, they could turn to them for help, which stunned and even angered all the experienced hunters. Miranda, in her holy simplicity, did not understand what she had just said. Hamster said that Miranda must have been nervous and misspoke. She meant to say, "Ask the task force for help." Miranda told everyone to repeat the basic information about the dungeon and to enter as soon as they were ready. Once everyone had disappeared inside, June told his colleagues that it was time for them to come in too. Inside, they were already met by the sweet and friendly inhabitants of the dungeons, who loved to receive guests. There was a lot of work. The corpses of monsters and their bones covered the entire dungeon like a carpet. Asol said that although she was afraid to go, it was quite calm inside. Jun replied that although it was a major operation, perhaps they would continue to work like this. Alex grumbled that he would never see the hunters in action and didn't understand why they were going on a joint raid. But Peter asked him to get back to work. He repeated all the instructions for treating the bodies of the monsters with drugs, which Alex had already dreamed about, so often he heard them. Usually such a pile of corpses would simply be burned on the spot. But now the cleanup and cleaning were going on simultaneously, so this was impossible. To prevent the flesh from decomposing, they poured preparations over it and placed the pieces in sealed bags. However, this added significantly to their troubles, and June understood this. They had to work in a hurry without breaks to keep up with the hunters, Peter constantly telling Alex to stop complaining. Asol took out a few bars and offered to have a quick snack, and Alex exclaimed happily. She offered one to Juna, and Asol immediately stopped short because he didn't like being distracted while working. But the former hunter turned to her and asked for one with strawberries. Peter called a sweet break and then ordered them to get back to work. For their group, this was the first mission of this level. Everything went smoothly, but that was only for the first 8 hours. While the hunter squads were killing monsters, the situation in the cleaning squad changed. After 10 hours of continuous work, they were simply exhausted. 5 hours later, Alex received a slight wound from the monster's bones, but unfortunately it was not critical. In addition, the vacuum bags kept bursting, and Jun was tired of fixing and replacing them. Now they were far behind the task force. The gas level began to rise, and the hunters called Peter on the radio, but he reported that they had a blockage in the 5th zone. The hunters were indignant. They were already in the 10th zone. Peter apologized and said that they needed an hour to rest and promised to speed up after. But the hunters were indignant. The poison was increasing, and the cleaners decided to take a rest. June took the radio and stated that everyone was tired and could no longer work. He told them to ask Hamster to stop the raid. It was impossible, the hunter declared, and June asked him if he wanted the cleaners to simply die on the spot from exhaustion. Despite this, the hunter said that it was not his problem and they were free to do as they wished. June demanded that the hunters who were resting be sent to them. With them, the cleaning would go faster. But when he balked that this was not a matter for hunters, June demanded that he call the head of the raid. Hamster asked him what they should do and whether he was doing the right thing, since the gas was already visible to the naked eye. Instead of dragging themselves to the 10th precinct, they should have been cleaning up, he told June, who was furious. But the guy ignored the fat man and asked him where Miranda was. He became indignant and sarcastically replied that she was working. June recalled that they worked 18 hours without a break, although they are not robots. But the fat man didn't care that they had no strength left. He shouted that everyone would have problems, all because the cleaners were tired. The raid was no joke. The hunters had been working like horses preparing for this raid, and it was stated that the cleaners had already lost their bonuses. June told him to think again, but the fat man stood his ground. They had failed in their duties and had not followed orders. Even if this is their first experience with such operations, it does not mean that they can do anything, Hamster said. Now he will have to take responsibility for the actions of their squad. But June just laughed. He realized that Hamster had planned this from the very beginning, and that was why he included them on the mandatory list. He wanted to catch them doing something and punish them. That was his wonderful plan. The hunters could not watch the squad any longer. No matter what his plan, the boss shouldn't have done that, June said, prompting a stream of curses and drool from Hamster's mouth. June chuckled and stated that if the cleaners simply refused to continue, what would the hunters do? The fat man grabbed the radio and turned to Miranda, who was now busy fighting the monster. He told her that they had a problem now because the cleaners were refusing to work. Hamster told Miranda that at this rate they would suffocate before they completed the raid, and removed her from her position as commander, taking over the operation himself. When the girl asked what this meant, he called her a brainless chicken and said that she would not be able to handle the controls anyway. June chuckled. He called Hamster a fool because his decision didn't change anything. Miranda turned to June on the radio after hearing his voice and asked if he really refused to continue. But Jun replied that the cleaners did not want this at all, because then everyone would suffer from the poison. Miranda was breathing heavily. She had just dealt with another bunch of monsters. The fat man kept pressuring her to let the little upstart hand over command to him and threatened to throw her out of the department. He shouted that just because she was given command once, it didn't make her a big shot. Miranda grimaced in disgust and handed over the authority to him. Hamster smiled contentedly. But unexpectedly, she announced that as the head of the raid, she was handing over her powers to Jun and the cleanup team. And now it was time for the former hunter to feel vengeful and touched. He immediately remembered that he had not led the cleanup for a long time. In his new status, Jun felt much better. He declared to everyone categorically that from that moment on, he was in charge of the raid. Naturally, Hamster started laughing and spitting in his face. It was unthinkable that a cleaner would be in charge of the operation. Hamster told him that he was still in charge here, even though Jun had been given the authority. Jun asked if the fat man had done anything useful in this raid, and reminded him that he knew who was responsible for everything. Hamster was surprised and asked Jun where he was from, assuming that he was a hunter. Jun didn't understand why everyone he met wanted to know if he was a hunter. But Hamster replied that the fate of the raid was at stake. Hamster expected Jun to hand over the raid to him, since he was an experienced manager and not some janitor, and even promised not to punish him. Jun chuckled and said that Hamster knew better whether to punish them or not. But when he looked at him, he immediately remembered a past that never happened, Jun said, calling Hamster a mangy dog. And he asked him to raise his rating well day by day. But the fat man did not understand at all what he was talking about. Jun told the fat man not to interfere because he was suspended. Removal is a status that deprives the manager of all powers. He grabbed Hamster's slack jaw and told him to close his mouth before the fly got in. Then, over the radio, Jun announced his decision to everyone else as the fat man sat down heavily in the mud. He ordered the rest to continue the operation. He told them to follow his instructions, since Miranda had delegated authority to him. First of all, he sent the resting teams of hunters to help with cleaning. Of course, they began to object that they were hunters and would not scratch the floors. But Jun calmly announced that the two groups would be suspended for failing to follow instructions, without any ceremony. Jun was still waiting for a response from Team A, led by Miranda. She replied that she was ready to carry out the task. Everyone would have to work more, since most of the team was now suspended. She was currently working in Zone 11, but the monsters here were resistant to physical damage. Jun told them to wear down Winnie the Pooh with tanks supported by healers, and then deal maximum damage to him. Miranda will need to use the counterattack skill, which is why she trained her left hand. Having received the order, the hunters rushed into the attack. Their actions were coordinated. They reinforced each other and used their strength efficiently because they now had a plan. The bear struck with its paw at the hunter, who was acting as a tank. After he recoiled, Miranda entered the battle, charged up for an attack. She activated the counterattack skill and her eyes filled with power. With a powerful stroke of her sword, Miranda sent the clubfoot to rest. Afterwards, she sent him a message that Zone 11 was free. The other detached hunters did not believe that this was possible. Jun told her that was great because they still had 50 minutes to clear the rest of the areas. In the 12th zone, a ghost immune to physical attacks awaited them. The swordsman went to the rear, the magicians came forward. Then they could start hallucinating. And the healer needed to apply a purification in time, Jun said, to attack the boss and retreat. His skillful leadership caused a lot of bewilderment among the hunters. Jun told Miranda to back off, but the girl said she wasn't coming out. The problem was that they were simply exhausted and lacking skills, and Jun was indignant that they were such weaklings. He walked towards Miranda and told her to hold on a little longer. The swordswoman had not faced the most successful opponent. The monster was too strong for her sword. She herself noticed that this boss defended himself well. He was completely different. Strong armor and good mobility made him practically invulnerable, and in addition, he was not small. While she was jumping back and forth, the boss grabbed her leg as if he was in a vice, after which he hit the floor like a frog, giving no chance to escape. Miranda was hit hard and couldn't get up, a trickle of blood dripping down her cheek. But then she saw Jun's face, holding out his hand to her. The girl asked for forgiveness for letting him down, although she thought she could handle it. But June told her to hand over the sword, and it turned out that was exactly what he needed. He took her thin blade and checked the balance. The sword sat well in his hand. The Stone Ogre was an unusual opponent for this place, especially since he was of quite a high rank. But June got unlocked skills thanks to this raid. Now he could destroy the giant's armor in one fell swoop using special skills. June hit the weak spots, so the battle was not a problem for him. The monster swung its fists furiously to hit him, but Jun was too fast. He instantly attacked and retreated, and when the monster froze in place, he used his fire skill. The combination of different skills created a special penetrating effect, and the monster was destroyed. The hunters of the first group surrounded Miranda and asked her who he was, but she replied that he was just a cleaner. With skills like that, he should work in the operations department, but Miranda said it was better if no one knew about it. Jun experienced a bout of mysophobia because he got a lot of dirt on him during the battle. After the raid, the media was in full swing. Hamster's reputation was in tatters. His shameful suspension and past misdeeds all became public knowledge. Wolf yelled at Hamster when he read the news that the leader could be removed from the raid. But the fat man could only apologize, although there was no point in it. He said it was likely that Miranda and the cleaners were working together. Wolf snapped again. Even the kids knew now that Hamster was trying to use Miranda. The fat man shrank and almost cried, asking why everyone was blaming him, since they had drawn up the plan of demands together. But Wolf grabbed him by the head and said that they were not friends, and Wolf was superior in rank. He couldn't just forget that everyone in the department was discussing the fat man's behavior. Before anyone could press charges, he told Hamster to go to the police station himself. Fox entered the office and asked to tell the cleaner that it was he who helped him. Wolf asked Fox what he thought about appointing Miranda as squad leader. Hamster was ultimately demoted and punished, and was removed from his leadership, which is tantamount to being fired. His place was taken by Miranda, who was congratulated by the entire cleaning team. The girl was glad to accept their congratulations and that everything worked out well. The girl even burst into tears from the excess of her emotions, so Assel began to console her. Miranda said she just got something in her eye, and June thought it was wrong. Miranda is still not used to these changes and new responsibilities. She was now a leader on par with Fox, although Miranda herself did not think so. Her office was a bit empty. But there was nothing to be done about it, since many hunters had already walked out the door. Half of the staff remained loyal to Miranda during the raid, although she still did not understand why she was given such an honor. June told her not to underestimate herself, but also not to think that anyone could fill the position. Otherwise, she would do poorly. Although June himself was overcome with envy, since in the past he had only become a leader at the age of 30, Miranda was overflowing with gratitude. But June immediately told her to watch her words and not say anything like that here. June explained that no hunter wanted a cleaner in their group, much less as their leader. But then the hunters entered the room. They were delayed because they took a long time to take over the shift. Their attitude towards the cleaners changed dramatically, and they expressed their respect. For some reason, they now greeted them warmly and were eager to meet the cleaners. Some kid warmly praised June's efforts on the last raid. They asked to be considered part of the team and promised to always come to the rescue, for some reason striking picturesque poses. June didn't understand who brainwashed the hunters, but Miranda liked their attitude. She told him that now even the association headquarters would not be able to harm the cleaning department, and June could enjoy her job. But Miranda was waiting for someone else. She was told that an assistant would come. Personal assistants are only given to group leaders. June also had one at one time. And then he remembered that he had been assigned Shirley. She was his manager. They were together on the day of his murder, and she was the closest to him after leaving the association. June anxiously asked the name of Miranda's new assistant, but the huntress didn't know it. June reassured himself that even if he ran into Shirley, she wouldn't recognize him. Afterwards, Peter reminded them that it was time to get to work, and June, gritting his teeth, headed for the exit. Miranda wished them a good day, but as June was leaving, he collided with someone in the aisle. It was a bespectacled girl. She introduced herself as Sally and mistook June for Miranda. He angrily corrected her, saying that Miranda was a girl. This greatly embarrassed her, and Sally began to apologize, saying that she had only recently been accepted into the association. June was lost in thought, so Peter called him again, but he knew one thing for sure. It wasn't her. They left and Miranda wished him a good shift. He scared Sally. By the end of her shift, she was so exhausted she could barely move. She had only been working there for 2 months, and it wasn't that easy. Someone asked Sally what was going on. It was Shirley's manager, telling Sally that Miranda's recent raid had almost gone wrong. Sally replied that Miranda was a good person, but was worried that she had been appointed without the CEO's knowledge. Shirley has heard rumors that Miranda is on good terms with the cleaning crew, which is under the patronage of the CEO. Sally said that she ran into June today and she didn't like him at all because he was arrogant. Sally launched into a torrent of speculation about June and his behavior that made Shirley's ears bleed. But she didn't respond in kind, but noted that June was doing well. He was able to increase the budget for his department, which was rare. She also heard rumors that June had given the hunters a dressing down for insulting the cleaners. Sally agreed. She was confident that if such a situation arose in the future, she would quickly resolve it. Shirley agreed with her, but she wanted to know what kind of person June was. The guy felt his ears burning and thought that someone was remembering him with a quiet, not evil word. June hummed the song from the commercial to somehow dilute the cleaning routine. Miranda, who was working next to him, informed him that rain was expected after lunch. He asked the girl if she had too much free time, and Miranda replied that she was at work. Jun was skeptical about this statement. For the team leader to have fun with a mop in the cleaning squad, not many people would like that. But when he looked behind her, he saw her team of hunters there, diligently scrubbing the floor and walls. Peter rushed to their aid to show them how to work, and June stopped understanding what was happening in this world. Assel asked cheerfully who could help her with disinfection. And then the hunters struck a dramatic pose and said that they would cope completely. June simply settled as a solid precipitate at the bottom of the test tube. After work, he asked Miranda why she had come, clearly not for a date with a wimp, and she said that she had some tough raids coming up this month. June understood why she had come and hurried her, and the satisfied girl took out a pencil and a notebook. She had about 50 dungeons to clear, but there weren't enough people. Jun agreed with this. Plus, she had to work with high and mid-level dungeons, and Jun told her to listen and remember. The level of the dungeons is determined by the headquarters. The association had nothing to do with it. Even if the gate is green, there may be strong monsters in it. Jun said that at their level, they needed to do sweeps twice a day, splitting into 2 teams. Miranda was surprised by his plan, but many even experienced managers did not know the subtleties that June possessed. The girl was extremely grateful to him for such valuable information. June told her to stop and just leave. They could handle the cleaning themselves. Miranda thought she was bothering him, but June pointed her in the direction of the one who was causing real pain with her gloomy appearance. Miranda came closer to him and whispered to him if he knew Sally. Miranda smiled. She also met her yesterday, like June, and suggested that he take a closer look at her. Maybe she would become his girlfriend. Although June did not appreciate the joke, Sally approached Miranda with an important air and said that they had to go to an important meeting, but the huntress wanted to have lunch first. Miranda asked to reserve a table for her in the dining room, since it was not possible to use the telephone in the dungeon. June was surprised, and Miranda explained that she lied because she wanted to discuss something. Miranda wanted to ask if he knew anyone from the support department. She was told that someone from that department wanted to see him and asked to keep it a secret. June had no idea what the support wanted from him. Maybe it was related to that fat guy. June told Miranda to tell her he would stop by as soon as he had time. Miranda told everyone that she was responsible for lunch, and everyone was incredibly happy about it. The next day, they arrived at the gate where there was a little boy calling for help. Someone called him, and the boy thought it was his brother and answered. But it was the monster that called him and approached him. The walking screamer smiled affably, but the boy did not appreciate it. It turned out that he entered the dungeon by mistake, and there he was attacked by a monster. Fortunately, the wounds were not fatal. The victim said that the dungeon had no fence, and that is why he went in there. Miranda, after hearing this news, said that civilians by definition are not allowed to enter the dungeons. Director Wolf yelled at them for not putting up barriers. June found the boy when he was returning home. A little more, and everything would have ended badly. The director demanded that the culprits be handed over, the one who forgot to put up the fence, before this news spread. Jun replied that it was his doing, he should have done it, but he forgot. Miranda was indignant because she saw how June put it. But the cleaner told her to shut up, because he was talking to the director now. Wolf realized that it was the cleaning department's mistake, but June corrected him that it was his own. Wolf asked with what part of his body he thought it didn't matter who was to blame, June personally or the whole team. He was simply stating what had already happened. June suggested that he be suspended from work so that he could speak to management and explain his mistake. Wolf was pleased with this decision. He announced that he would hold a meeting tomorrow at 9. Nothing would prevent June from escaping punishment. At this point, he announced that the conversation was over and they should leave his office. Miranda was shaking with anger and indignation. Her assistant was crushed by such a reprimand. The girl asked Jun what he was doing, and the guy didn't understand what she was talking about. She screamed that she had seen with her own eyes how he put up the fence, even though he was protecting the others. But Miranda didn't understand why he was lying. Even if the boy got into the dungeon, where did the monster come from if they cleared everything? The huntress asked. It was pointless. Someone clearly set this up, and Jun was setting himself up. Jun told her that even if it was someone's setup, they had no way to expose that person. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary employee who is behind this, and they will not find out anything by the morning, so he will be held responsible. Of course, it was all set up. The Vega monster does not live in dungeons of this level. He was let in there on purpose, but who is unknown. Jun didn't care, because one of the conditions for unlocking the skills was increasing the citizens' attention to the cleaning department. Even if someone removed the barrier by mistake, how could a child get into the dungeon half an hour before closing time? And how could there be a monster there if the task force completed its work? So Miranda came to the conclusion that this was all arranged to frame her teacher. Given his level of relationship with the association, this is the work of someone from the management. But now there was nothing she could do. She could only watch the events. Miranda covered her face with her hands. Her mood was gloomy. Her team came up to support the girl. They heard everything, but didn't believe it. They asked her why Jun took all the blame. They wanted to pay him back for the last raid. Miranda decided to stop work on all projects and begin to catch the criminal with the whole team. And although this risked disrupting the month-long plan for cleansing, there were no objections. But when she opened the doors, a man was waiting for her in the corridor. It was Shirley, introducing herself as the deputy head of support. 3 hours ago, Sally's assistant was shedding crocodile tears. She had only been on the job for 3 days, and so much had already happened. Shirley asked her colleague what she was going to do and learned that Miranda was going to go to the media the next day. Shirley was surprised that Jun, being the chairman's man, made such a stupid mistake. But when she realized that he was deliberately setting himself up, she was even more surprised that there were responsible people in their swamp. Despite his high connections, he retained his humanity. Shirley was amazed. If so, then perhaps something can be changed in this system. Shirley asked Sally to keep everything a secret and said that their help would not hurt Jun. That's why she came to Miranda now and said that she wants to help them. It was all because Sally told her what happened, Shirley explained. She asked about their progress, and Miranda stated that they were just getting started and she wanted to check the security cameras in the area. But Shirley said it was a waste of time. Without the police or the chairman, they simply wouldn't be allowed access to them. The dungeon was in the Tal area. There were no cameras working that day, and there was little time to waste, Shirley said. But they were lucky that at that moment, there was a car there with a dash cam turned on. Right now, Sally was trying to find that car, the number of which she had memorized when they went out for lunch. And when that car is found, they can check everything against one document from the report. Miranda wanted to take the papers and thanked her for her help, but Shirley took the piece of paper. She said that she was working for a reason. Miranda replied that she had been in the position for 3 days and simply had nothing to offer. But Shirley wanted to know what kind of person Jun was because Miranda knew him well and worked with him. There were many rumors about him: an independent hunter, a spy for a private company, a protege of the chairman. Shirley wanted to know how much of it was true. But Miranda objected that this was the first time she had heard about all this. Shirley was amazed that the huntress didn't know anything about what the entire headquarters was talking about, and the girl justified herself by saying that she didn't have many friends. And then Shirley realized that the hunter knew Jun only as an employee of the cleaning service. Miranda's colleagues sympathized with her loneliness and decided that they would communicate with her more. But Shirley only laughed under the hunter's intense, disapproving gazes. She was amused by the situation in which the cleaner took all the blame on himself and the head of the department, who rushed to defend him. She didn't understand how these people ended up in this rotten place. Shirley promised to help, but asked in return to introduce her to Jun. Now all that was left was to find a car. Everyone in the group rejoiced at this success. Meanwhile, Jun bought clothes for the press conference. On the way to his destination, Assel called him and asked if he had contacted Miranda. Assel tried to call her but couldn't. Jun said not to worry. This happened often with managers. But the thing is that Miranda sent her a message that she would help Jun, and if she didn't make it in time, Assel should dissuade him. Jun hung up. He realized he had to hurry before silly Miranda ruined all his plans. So he immediately called the distressed student and asked what she was doing. The girl picked up the phone and said that she was going to an area where she didn't even work. She was going to find evidence of his innocence and told him about the dash cam. Jun croaked into the phone that he asked her not to interfere. He thought that it would be better if the girl did nothing, and then Jun would get a new skill, but now she definitely won't listen to him. He asked her for the license plate number and decided that he would never let her get the evidence. Jun hung up the phone and banged his head on the ground in despair, which really scared the people who saw the blood on his face. But thanks to this, he was able to activate his skill, which was tied to the combat situation. Using hyper-acceleration, he shot into the sky like a rocket. June raced along the highway at the speed of a bullet to get there before his lazy student. Shirley came to the hospital in the meantime and said that she was a representative of the association. She asked the person next to the boy if he was his relative, but the man refused to talk to her. Shirley said that there would be a conference on the matter tomorrow. The investigation was not yet complete, but it was already clear that the cleaner was not guilty. But the man turned to her and said that she was healthy, and if June were to suffer, he would only be glad about it. The young man was sitting in his car in the parking lot. He was thinking about what he would have for dinner today. Nothing foreshadowed it. But then a bloody zombie knocked on his window and the guy screamed. The zombie said that he was from the association and asked for help. The young man was surprised because he was an ordinary citizen and did not know what they might need. But June simply crushed his recorder, no questions asked. When he jumped out of the car and screamed, Jun told him that the association would come soon and pay him for the damages. And then he hit his head on the concrete floor again, so the system recognized combat readiness and activated the acceleration skill. June took off again like a hypersonic missile. While the guy was recovering from the sight of flying zombies, hunters ran up to him. They turned to him for help, but he was already beside himself with anger. First one thing, then another, he began to threaten the hunters with legal action. The hunter looked at the car and told Miranda, who was taken aback by such aggression, that someone had already taken the recorder. The girl was shocked by this. Their opponent had gone too far. Shirley, meanwhile, was interrogating the boy's so-called relative. He immediately stated that he was fired because of June, so he won't listen to anything that the people of the association tell him. The former hunter said that no one had apologized to him or his younger brother, and now they were telling him about orders. And although Shirley said she was trying to figure it out, he told her it was all just a show and there was nothing more for them to talk about. There was a whisper among the sick. They were attracted by the noise that arose. Shirley did not need witnesses. The older brother closed the doors. He grumbled at Shirley and at the association. The boy asked to stop everything already. He didn't like sitting in the hospital all day and getting injections. But the brother reminded him that they had agreed on this, that it would all end tomorrow, and he had to endure it. But then someone broke into their room, and the brothers turned around, alarmed. It was June himself, telling them that if the boy had just walked by, there wouldn't have been a problem. An ordinary person, especially a child, would not be able to lift the barrier, and even more so to plant a monster in an empty dungeon. But for a former hunter, it was within his power. June realized that they just wanted to take revenge on him using his brother. The younger one did not understand why his elder one was taking revenge on the one who saved him from the dungeon. The elder shouted that June was to blame for everything himself. He asked him if he was familiar with the feeling of losing his job, and because of the cleaner. Jun swung at him and asked who started it all, and the former hunter became scared. But then June suddenly changed his anger to mercy and said that he forgave the guy. He was counting on the fact that he would receive his skill tomorrow, which meant there was no point in messing around with this scum, since it was thanks to him that everything had worked out so well. June said that it was time for him to go and warned the bully not to do anything until tomorrow. He reminded him not to even try to take revenge, otherwise he would end badly, and also to take care of his younger brother. The younger one approached the older one, and he said that June had forgiven them. The next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, June had to speak at a conference in front of everyone. He introduced himself and said that he apologized to the boy who had been hurt yesterday. He made no excuses and took full responsibility for the lack of barriers. Jun felt like a winner, and neither the bully nor the management could stop him. He kept waiting for the ability to unlock the skill, but then he was interrupted. Peter stood up from his seat, his bald head flashing, and said that it was his fault. He came out to June right in his work uniform. They found out that there would be a conference and came here. June had already said everything, but Peter still moved him closer to the seat on the podium. He did a lot for their cleaning department, so Shirley asked him to cover for him, although June refused such charity. But Peter did not listen, and as a foreman, he took full responsibility for his subordinate. But then Alex intervened and said that they were all to blame, and as colleagues, they also took responsibility. Together with Assel, they got into the frame and blew Juna's mind. Each of them tried to shut him down, although he stubbornly removed them from the scene, fighting for his fame and skills. This irritated him terribly because they climbed without understanding why. One reporter concluded that they were claiming that the cleaning department was responsible for this. The team, like crazy, vied with each other in blaming themselves. In the comments, everyone just laughed at such a chaotic reaction. But then Jun pushed his colleagues aside and told them to shut up already. He demanded that he be blamed for everything and that it be recorded. But then Miranda came out in front of the cameras with the injured boy and said that he had something to say. The boy admitted that he himself moved the barrier and climbed into the dungeon because it was interesting there. And now, he took all the blame on himself, although by and large it was the association that was to blame, since it did not watch the entrance. Miranda reiterated to everyone that the third cleanup squad was not to blame for this situation. They had set up a barrier, as always. The older brother didn't understand why the younger brother said this, because no one would believe him anyway. But children really are bad at lying. But the boy was able to hide the fact that his brother was guilty of everything, and this touched the older bully. He repented for his disgusting behavior, because even so, the younger one still covered for him. So he decided he had to tell the truth and went with Shirley. When the father passed away, the older brother consoled the younger one and promised to take care of him. The younger one was worried that his only guardian would go to prison, but he believed that he had to answer for everything. The younger one started crying, because he thought it was all because of him, like in a sappy drama. They said goodbye tearfully, promising to behave well and see each other soon. The story was sweet to the point of tears, but too correct to the point of nausea. June finally got the skill unlocked and breathed a sigh of relief in the midst of all the madness. Now June had hyper-acceleration, fire, discipline, and polymorph. He could use them in different combinations, but of course it was still far from his former strength. As many as 4 of the previous skills he had unlocked were now available. During the cleaning crew's revolt, he was worried that nothing would work out. However, the disorder attracted even more attention, and thanks to this, everything worked out. Many people liked Assel's appearance, and it became a hotly discussed topic. People showed interest in their unit only because they saw one video. Life was unfair, June thought. He walked into Miranda's office and asked what she wanted, since he had a lot to do. It turned out that she called him in order to introduce him to Shirley. She had wanted this for a long time and introduced herself to Jun, who was a little taken aback. In front of him was his manager from his past life, who stayed with him until the very end. Smiling awkwardly, Shirley asked if he was going to shake her hand, as she was tired of holding it. June wondered if this was really the same Shirley from his past life. She was acting like a completely different person. He decided to act as usual, even though she was one of the suspects in the conspiracy against him. They shook hands, and Shirley praised him for his performance at the conference. After all the rumors about him, she imagined someone more charismatic. June was surprised and asked if it mattered, but Shirley replied that she had just come to talk. She asked him point-blank how far he decided to go and smiled. She was interested in how high he would rise in the career ladder, the leader of the squad, or maybe higher. If he had ambition, she promised to help him remove Director Wolf. She wanted to change the association from within. It was a necessity and not a simple whim. Before his appearance, the cleaning department did not even use the canteen. The support department wasn't treated much better. They were looked upon as a lower caste. Everyone at headquarters thought so. But then June came along and turned everything upside down, and Shirley couldn't believe it was an accident. June realized that she wanted to fire all the bosses with his help. But the manager quickly corrected herself that she simply wanted to change everything. But June insisted, in his opinion, this is exactly what she wanted. Shirley did not deny it. There was a tension between them that made Miranda feel uneasy. Shirley said that she doesn't know yet how they will act in the future, but she suggested using hunters. It is more profitable to work together. Miranda immediately doubted that Shirley, as deputy head, could handle such issues. But the manager assured that she could do more than that, and that there were a lot of June's fans in her department. The first thing she could do was help them with the equipment, which was what her department was dealing with. Operations would hardly have suggested that either, she said. And June knew why the manager sounded so confident about it. Because her father is the CEO of the association, one of the giants of bear management. She got her position at such a young age thanks to her father. The two of them were the main pillars of the association. But unfortunately for Shirley herself, that period did not last long. 5 years later, Bear was dismissed from his post. After the reforms, it fell in the eyes of the general staff. So she lost her power and became his manager. Maybe that's why she became so cold. June wondered how her suggestion might relate to Bear getting fired in a future that could happen again. Then their cleaning squad and the group of hunters led by Miranda will disappear from the association. June stood up from his seat, thanked her for the offer, and then refused, unexpectedly for the girls. Shirley didn't understand the refusal and thought it was a matter of conditions, although he just needed to keep doing what he was doing. June agreed, but decided to do without her help. Shirley did not understand what happened. He still suspected Shirley of his future murder, although he did not want to believe it. He stated that he did not want any of this, neither to change the association nor to take up the position. At this point, he left the bewildered manager and went to work. His crew was happy to be back at work, along with June. Peter told them to start, but June asked where Alex was. Peter explained that the boy was on vacation from that day on because his sister had come to visit him. She was a hunter from an international organization, came for work. But Peter didn't know the details. He gave Alex a day off because their meetings were rare. The guy himself is a cleaner, and his sister is a hunter. Now June understood why Alex was so upset by this. He realized that it would be just the three of them working together, but Peter only added courage to his voice. They plunged into a routine, under the constant supervision of an unknown person. Peter, as usual, led the team and checked all their actions. Finally, June couldn't take it anymore and shouted at his pursuer who he was and why he was hanging around with them all day. It turned out that this was a journalist who was supposed to cover their activities. The headquarters gave permission, although they were not told anything. Getting permission was difficult, and June didn't understand why they had an observer assigned to them. After the conference, many people showed interest in June, but they were most interested in Assel. There was a lot of talk about them, about how they were beneficial to the association, but people didn't really understand what the cleaners were doing. So the journalist decided to go with them and write an article, and he realized that he shouldn't have told them about it. Assel, to his delight, said that it would be good if people knew more about their work so that newcomers could come to them. But Peter expressed concerns that the reality could seem repulsive to people, which could actually make things worse. But then June decided to seize on this idea that after the article newcomers would come to them. The journalist could not guarantee this, or call for anyone to become a cleaner, but he promised a good article. But June insisted that they be written about in as much detail as possible so that everyone would want to become cleaners. The journalist was also filled with enthusiasm and promised to write something that would make even children want to join their squad. The headquarters were just discussing the publication of this article, which could lead to an increase in those applying for this position. But Wolf was not afraid of this. Because the cleaner's work was dirty and hard, Fox habitually nodded in agreement with his superiors. Wolf said it's a chance for cleaners to feel important. But then it dawned on the director that he had forgotten to warn the team that a journalist would come to see them. The journalist bombarded them with a stream of questions, which drove June crazy. He thought he was eating batteries for breakfast. June tolerated the chatterbox only because of the article. A good article was supposed to attract recruits. When they entered the boss's room, there lay a huge monster, which the journalist had seen up close for the first time. June pulled out a knife and the journalist asked him what he was going to do. June made a crazy face and said it was time to cut up the body. It was his favorite part of the job. June showed the journalist how fun it was to do this and suggested he try it. For censorship purposes, the picture was replaced with a teddy bear, which was cut up. And then the journalist realized what all sorts of things there are in the world, which left him dumbfounded. He fell on his butt and crawled towards the wall, horrified by the sight. The others asked if he was okay and told him to be careful, but in his mind it looked scary. In the end, the journalist lost consciousness from the horror he experienced. June hoped that all these horrible pictures would not appear in the article. Then they told him about the terrible working conditions, because they had to finish cleaning in 2 hours and do this 5 times per shift. He also learned that they had not been able to use the canteen before, and after gathering the information, the journalist said that he had enough. June was thinking about what else he could tell about the benefits his job could provide. Peter asked if he had received his first salary, which was just in time. June had no other arguments. Even if the work was difficult, money could interest people. But when he saw the mere pennies for 300 hours of work and the bonus for the joint raid, his jaw dropped. The hunters received much more. Peter was happy because this month they received more than usual. Then the journalist again realized that there is everything in the world, just like June. No one will work for that kind of money, even at gunpoint, and even the article won't help them. And then June said that this was only half, because the salary comes twice a month. The journalist sighed with relief and said that with such hard work there simply could not be such a meager salary. This meant that they were receiving 7 million credits a month, the journalist calculated. But then the team pounced on June, asking why he was lying. If this became known, they would never get new recruits. And although they begged him to say it was a joke, June stood his ground. Wolf still didn't understand June's logic. Even if he was the chairman's man, why was he bothering for the sake of the cleaners? He decided it was best to keep this freak away and ordered Fox to avoid unnecessary meetings. But as luck would have it, June showed up at their door himself and entered the door without knocking. Wolf made an important face and asked the hero what brought him here. The guy didn't beat around the bush and said that he wanted money and for their salaries to be increased. Wolf objected that he had only been working for a month and was already asking for a raise, and besides, they had a contract that had not expired. The director asked how much June wanted, and he replied that exactly twice as much. Although this angered Wolf, he still decided to understand what was behind this demand, since they were already being paid well. June added that although the pay was good, it did not correspond to the output, and it needed to be raised for all cleaning staff. Wolf's patience was at its limit. Even in ordinary companies, it was unacceptable to ask for everyone. Besides, they were not qualified specialists. June appreciated Wolf's endurance. He himself would have exploded long ago. The director said that this was a question for headquarters. He did not understand why June was making fun of him like that. Then he realized that he was rushing things a little, because he thought that he could unlock 2 skills at once. When someone entered the office and asked if the first squad should be given an assignment, Director Bear noticed that Wolf had a guest and laughed. June said that he was just about to leave. Wolf was angry that the janitor didn't even greet the CEO properly. But when June had already left, Bear called out to him in the corridor. He walked up to the guy and took a selfie without even asking. It turned out that Bear is his fan and knows Jun by sight. The director could be removed soon, but now he is the most influential figure in the association, and June tries not to cross paths with him. Moreover, from his words, he learned that Shirley ran after idols when she was younger. June asked the director how he knew about him. It turned out that the entire headquarters knew this guy, who was ready to do anything for the sake of the squad. He had beaten Hamster and was also secretly leading a hunting party, and there were rumors that he was targeting headquarters. Bear laughed and said he was a council member so June could address him directly. He knew the cleaners were underpaid. Of course, he could not guarantee success because he did not make decisions on his own. June realized that Bear wanted something, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. Bear knew from the reports that the operations department had been given 100 dungeons, and most likely Wolf would hand them over to Fox. But June works with Miranda's group, even though he was just a cleaner. Bear didn't care at all. He asked to show good results with the squad, and then this would be a good reason for raising his salary. It was a sort of competition between groups within the same department. They had to show a better result than Fox's team. June had already led a joint raid, and to handle it this time too, then it would be a good opportunity to raise the issue with the directors. He asked Jun to show what he was capable of, and then the guy realized that he had sown the wind and would now reap the whirlwind. A couple of days later, they had a meeting. Peter and Assel were the cleaners. The hunters also did not understand why June had gathered everyone in their office, and the guy noted that everyone had a lot of work. He suggested that they join forces and show the best result. The hunters have had more work lately. They were barely able to meet this month's plan, all because they had no support. Jun said that he wanted them to defeat everyone and promised to help, because he had a plan. If they agree, it's worth at least trying, because then they will stop being treated with disdain. June asked them if they were ready to show who was the main herring in the lake. Miranda immediately replied that if the teacher was calling, then how could she think otherwise? She was still playing this game. The hunters also agreed in unison, as they had long ago decided to support their boss in everything. The cleaners also have to fulfill their plan, because no one has relieved them of their duties, and there is a lot of work. June said they had to create the perfect tandem, with the right balance for each member. The cleaner also added that there was one thing he wanted to ask for and looked at Shirley. The manager was outraged that he had first refused her help with such arrogance, and now he himself was asking for it. She said she was very upset, and if it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have even batted an eyelid. Shirley reminded him that he was trying to catch a bus that had left, and June listened calmly to the well-deserved grumbling. They definitely wouldn't be able to complete the task if they only had the efforts of 2 groups. So June stepped on the tail of his pride. After that, Shirley smiled with satisfaction and left the retribution for later, asking what kind of help he needed. He needed first-tier equipment, a change of hunter's robes every 2 days, and a logistics plan for the dungeons. The cleaning crew needed drones, and Shirley, unable to withstand the stream of demands, asked why so much equipment. June asked her if she thought he was asking for so much because he had a low-status job. The whole point is that he wanted to destroy the leader of Fox, and did not want to lose to those who relied on the number of the hunting party. Raising his finger up, June confidently promised them that they would definitely be the first. Shirley noted that the other teams had received all the important information about the objects from management, so their group was lagging far behind. But for Jun, this was not a problem. He said that his intuition told him where the dungeon would soon open. But then a journalist spy guy appeared, who was noticed only when he spoke up. He was surprised that the cleaners would lead such a large and important raid. And then everyone started to think that from the outside everything should look like this. After the meeting, there was a noise. It was the dungeon that Jun was talking about, and he ordered everyone who agreed to follow him and act according to the plan, and threw a stunning Shirley who relies on the support department. And so it happened. She headed the operational information headquarters and took control of the surveillance cameras. They had serious problems with the schedule. No matter how they made up the time, they might not make it on time. Shirley told me to spit on everything and get more weapons and equipment, and if they don't give it to me, to steal it. Sally asked her if everything would be okay. The first group of hunters could find out about it. Shirley replied that it didn't matter what headquarters said, they had to follow her orders because she was responsible. A branch of the cemetery opened up in front of Miranda, and many skeletons stood before her. The skeletons were made of metal, as durable as ogres, June noted, and ordered them to use their skills. The cervical vertebrae were their weak point. It was necessary to attack the monsters from behind, he ordered, taking on the larger ones himself. Miranda repeated the order to attack when ready. Now the hunters could break through the line of small skeletons in a coordinated manner. One of them knelt down to become a springboard for Miranda. They tossed her up, while the others covered her with ranged attacks. The archer struck the large skeleton in the eye, blinding the monster. Jun used another skill that had been revealed again. Miranda used her ultimate attack and her sword glowed like a torch. The girl swung her sword and let out a cry of victory. The skeleton liked her fighting spirit and smiled welcomingly. But her sharp, ordinary swing of the sword had already cut off the monster's head. June noted her skills. For a young leader, she was doing an excellent job. He looked to the side and saw a bony hand descending on him. But June didn't even move and slipped through the monster's fingers. He picked up the sword lying on the ground and kicked it. The discipline skill enhanced all other skills. Simple as that. June balanced the sword on the tip of his foot and then used hyper-acceleration. The sword turned into a deadly weapon with enormous energy and destroyed the giant skeleton. Then he turned to Peter. The monsters were dealt with. It was time for the cleaners. Peter appeared by flying to the battlefield with the help of a drone. After all, men are more like children. In his hands, the foreman held a new cutter that easily crushed the bones of skeletons as if they were plastic. These were excellent nippers, but also expensive. Shirley reported the next dungeon as soon as they finished this one. People and equipment were sent there in advance. Peter dreamed of keeping these nippers for himself. They were too good. June was pleased. At this rate, they were guaranteed first place. It is not surprising that we came in second place based on the intermediate results. The secretary reported to Fox that the second team was closing the gap. Wolf couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the table. He didn't understand what the hell was going on, and it was all because of the refusal to raise his salary. After cleaning up, Shirley had to rip the wire cutters out of Peter's hands because he had glued himself to them. The first task force also worked under intense pressure. Fox was in charge of their work on site, but all he could do was shout and swear. His cleanup team was exhausted and working at full capacity. The second task force was doing better, since they were led by the all-knowing Jun. He stood in the rear and gave valuable advice while the others worked. They did a quick cleanup so the cleaners had enough time to finish the job on time. The third group had a freelance hunter, helping them with the cleanup. And so on the third day, Team June beat Team Fox, and Wolf was furious. The secretary reported to them that the groups of hunters and cleaners had united, and the rear was covered by the support department. Wolf understood who was behind this. The CEO himself and Shirley, although they were not happy with the first group, would not have done this to the face of the association. But even if he was involved, this kind of interdepartmental cooperation was extremely effective. The secretary feared that in the overall standings, the second group would take the lead. Wolf demanded that the oxygen supply to competitors be cut off by any means necessary. The head of the department for control of the work of the squads, Chuck, had no choice but to agree. Wolf ordered that no further permission be given to clear the dungeons. They must stop giving jobs to the freaks from the second group and others. The cleanup was complete, and Miranda suggested taking another dungeon, but June said 5 a day was enough. They had to save their strength for the final push, June said, turning to the reporter and asking if it was a good job. Cutters can easily cut up monsters and drones do disinfection. Such work is feasible for everyone, but the journalist looked skeptically. After all, the equipment would have to be returned, and then June grabbed him by the shoulders. The cleaning department needed new people, and June asked for a little help. They've gone this far because of this guy anyway, June thought. Shirley got in touch and said she had some urgent and important news. They just received word that the first task force had been granted a license for the entire remaining dungeon. The second problem was that there were 3 times more hunters in the first group than in the second. The rest of the cleaners can't cope, but they just follow orders. As always, they saved on them and carried out this work on a residual basis. With this scenario, June's team was losing. They simply had no chance to overtake the first group. Those at the top understood that the time for cleaning was limited, and they might simply not have time. But they didn't care, and besides, June's group also had to clean. Shirley asked what they should do. Everyone looked puzzled. If they didn't take first place this time, they wouldn't get a raise or a good article. They couldn't fail this thing, thought June. He understood that the first group would soon reach its limit, and then they would have a chance. However, the problem now was that some dungeons might remain uncleaned, and even a mask wouldn't protect you from poisons there. The cleaning schedule could go in one place, and you will also have to clean the dungeons where monsters may remain. This wasn't scary for June, but the same can't be said for the others. After discovering 3 uncleaned dungeons, Bear began yelling at Wolf for this miscalculation. He ordered the secretary to contact Chuck, who was in charge of controlling the squads. But then Shirley came through the door and told them to wait. Bear reminded her that he had asked her not to come here after hours. But she replied that she came on business and he need not worry. Then her father reminded her about manners when talking to her boss. But Shirley just laughed. This man didn't even wash his own dishes. She suggested that he not make a fuss about the unexplored dungeons, although they posed a serious danger. Shirley said that her group would deal with the uncleaned dungeons, although she didn't like the idea. But that was the order of their leader. And June also asked her to tell him that even though they had lost the battle, they had not yet lost the war. She grumbled that the men should meet themselves, otherwise she was tired of working as a postman. Holding a toilet brush, Shirley said that she had a lot of work. Bear thought it was all a funny joke and laughed loudly like a bear as usual. He realized that June was going to beat everyone next time. He was the unofficial leader, and he also made Shirley do the cleaning. Bear then demanded that his secretary convene a disciplinary committee. He left work satisfied because the cleaners would definitely deal with Wolf this time. Wolf gritted his teeth, realizing that he would be skinned for this mistake. He asked the secretary what would happen if he stopped the operation now. He replied that this would cause a storm of indignation, not only among the hunters but also among the directors, who were now enemies of everyone after their antics. It was too late to fix anything now, and Chuck thought that he had been wrong to follow Wolf. But then another bespectacled man burst into the room and said that they wouldn't have to stop the raids because June's group was busy cleaning up. If so, then there was nothing stopping them from cleaning anymore. Chuck was surprised by such a change because they were competitors. This was lucky because the second group could not participate in raids, which meant that the first one would win, and there was no need to worry about cleaning. But only Chuck realized that they had been robbed of their chance to make amends. Wolf realized they had screwed up big time and was in shock. Shirley asked Miranda why she could cut the monster, and she explained that brute force wouldn't help. You had to cut in the right place. Now Miranda had to wash the blood off the knife, but she promised to help do it right. She placed the monster sashimi in front of Shirley and said that for a first-timer she was doing well. Shirley was surprised where the head of the hunters got such knowledge, and Miranda told how she helped them at one time. And then Shirley was upset that it was without her, and now everyone was doing a good job except her. But then she smiled and said it was just a joke. Miranda thought this girl was weird. June came up and said that it was time for them to wrap up, because the dungeon would soon close. Miranda praised him for his excellent work. Everyone did a good job. She noticed the worry on his face and asked what was wrong. June felt guilty because he had promised everyone first place, and now they had to back down after putting in so much effort. Miranda was surprised that he was so worried about them, realizing that June was not as insensitive as he sometimes seemed. Peter told him not to worry because without him, everything was exactly the same, only worse. Any squad that wanted to take first place would go first to the cleaning squad. Miranda said they still had a lot to do. June agreed. They now had 4 times more work. They had 3 weeks and they couldn't stop. Shirley was also working the night shift. Jun listened to their cheerful speeches and felt encouraged himself. Everything wasn't so bad. Bear was waiting for them at the exit. He laughed as if there was something funny. The association already knew what had happened and that their team would not get first place. The control room has lifted all bans on the cleanup, the CEO reported, and June perked up. Now they were in second place. The first group was more than twice as ahead of them in terms of the number of dungeons they had completed. Even 2 days without work and they still remained in second place. The group was happy, but June understood that he would not open a new skill if it continued like this. The journalist said that he would not lie to the readers, that although they had lost, they had won in their own way. And June became even more angry. Bear noted that if it weren't for them, something irreparable would have happened. And now he planned to bring Wolf to justice to the fullest extent. And he suggested that June run into the office when he had a free minute. June understood, since it was obvious, that a reform of the headquarters was planned, and it was better for him not to go there. Peter praised everyone again, and they wished each other a good journey. But Shirley stopped them and said that after something like this they needed to have a party. Assel and Peter pounced on Jun to go with them, and hoped that he would not abandon them again. Jun sighed heavily. It was not easy with such a clingy crew, and he agreed. After this, everyone drank tea and began to behave in a relaxed manner. After the last incident, a disciplinary committee was assembled. Even the name sounded boring. Fox justified himself by saying that he did not force the first group to push so hard that they volunteered themselves, and he received a warning. But Wolf had to justify himself by saying that he wanted to make the first group an elite squad. But he couldn't even imagine that things would go so far. Chuck, who had been reprimanded by Wolf, contacted June and said that he would like to apologize to him personally. That's where it all ended. He came to the meeting and asked why he was called. Shirley called him shameless because June never gave her the award for their work together. June stated that he thought she was sincerely helping him and not out of self-interest, which immediately infuriated the girl. Then he asked her if she had helped him at her father's request. But Shirley replied that she had her reasons, and June said that was good. But here he screwed up because Shirley told few people in the association that the CEO was her father. She assured him that after what happened, the employees would definitely not be left without attention. June replied that he had gotten involved in the hunters' squabbles without asking and helped Miranda, but in the end it was worth it. But then Shirley explained to him that the object of envy was not the second group, but his cleaning squad. She told him that second place was a great result. If it weren't for the ban, they would have taken first place. But what is more important is that they managed to unite their ranks and throw all their efforts into cleaning. And everyone in the association was amazed by this, because usually no one thinks about cleaning. Shirley also contributed to maintaining the association's image, but June still didn't understand how this related to their agreement. And Shirley said the association would hire another cleanup crew, a sixth cleanup team. This incident has made it clear how important the cleaners are, and preparations for the formation of a squad are already in full swing. And then Shirley went back to her reward. She wanted June to select people for this squad. He was surprised because he was an ordinary cleaner and had no authority, but Shirley objected that the group leader could make the selection. Now she told him the most important thing that she had saved for the end. He had been promoted. June didn't understand how a person who had only worked there for 2 months could rise in rank, and what would happen to Foreman Pack. Shirley said they had a new position, a cleaning manager. And Peter would take this new step in the hierarchy of cleaners. June was surprised, because even the hunters did not have a manager. Shirley initially wanted to promote Jun to manager, but she knew he would refuse, just like now. June thought that becoming a foreman wasn't that bad. He just needed the status to unlock the skills. However, being a squad leader is an extremely boring position for Jun. But he changed the subject and asked Shirley what she had to do with hiring employees. But she replied that she had nothing to do with it. But the girl reminded Jun that he himself wanted new employees to join them. He should take a closer look at his surroundings, she added. He could choose employees from private firms or hire them from an advertisement. June replied that there was no need for that, because the newcomers would soon ask to join them. June asked the journalist to write a decent article to present their cleaning department in the best light, and hoped for it. Shirley knew the article had already been published, but June knew nothing about it, even though he had asked the journalist to contact him. However, when he read the contents, he became furious at this nonsense. The article talked about the daily life of cleaners, cutting up monsters and working with poisons. The work is exhausting and high intensity. You might think it's a virtual game, but it turned out that dismembering corpses and cleaning everything is not all the cleaners' work. Due to the hunters' heavy workload, Jun led the teamwork with other departments. The cleaning team is not just a cleaning team, it is the backbone of the entire organization, ensuring the efficiency and quality of work in the dungeons. The association's hope is the planning team, which is why they need the most talented workers. And although their salaries are low, they have no shortcomings, despite the fact that they are considered reserves in the organization. Jun was described as an excellent leader and the soul of the company, a man who looks to the future and a leader of this era. When asked what nonsense he had written, the journalist sent him a heart. Shirley asked him how he liked the article, as it was better than expected, causing June to clutch the phone tightly. People's reaction was also good. They thought that the cleaners were also an operational team, and people gradually began to sympathize with them. She told him that no one had applied yet because the article said the skills required were outstanding but the salary was low. It was enough to keep everyone from rushing to work, and June screamed. Fox was surprised to learn that June had been promoted to manager. Wolf added that a new position had also been created for a cleaning manager, and it was obvious that the only one who could do it was Director Bear. Wolf said it gave them a headache. No matter who took over the new position, the real power would be with June. In addition, a sixth cleaning group was created, which increased the proportion of cleaners. Wolf decided to have the new squad displace June's group. Then they will put in place their own person, more suitable than June, as the leader. After all, he even influenced Miranda, and she now helps him. So now they wanted to create their own cleaning team and increase their influence. Fox recalled that they had been told not to contact the cleaners again, but Wolf said that if they brought new people into the association, all was well. Moreover, some were also targeting leadership positions and were on their side, and were looking for people in private organizations. A month ago, a vacancy in the cleaning squad would have been of no use to anyone, Fox thought. But this made sense. Now the people responsible for monitoring the squads, and not just the support group, wanted to unite with the cleaners. It all depends on who will be put in charge of the cleaning squad, and then their opposition will be able to gain the upper hand. Wolf clapped Fox on the shoulder and asked her to find someone among the hunters, and he himself would do the same. He insisted that it was just cleaning. It was important that the person had experience working in dungeons. Wolf hoped to find a young, strong guy who would be stronger than Junu, and then see who would be better. He reminded Fox that they couldn't lose this time, even if they had to fight. Jun drank coffee and thought that a lot of time had passed since the last raid, and he had had a lot of fun then. Miranda didn't understand whether June had friends to say that, but she kept silent. June became the leader of the squad after 2 months of work. Others might not understand him and not accept him. Miranda also insisted that he shouldn't have remained a rank-and-file cleaner and asked him what about the newbies. But Jun smirked and said he wouldn't do it. He couldn't find any workers, although he justified himself by saying that he had someone in mind. And Miranda realized that June had no friends. June just didn't want to work. After the last marathon, the skill unlock conditions would still be met, so why bother? Miranda asked him if he were to hire a worker, which one would it be? June replied that it should be a docile, good-natured guy and imagined a kind of butler. Miranda was surprised, and June asked her who she would choose. And the girl said that she would like a fair employee who would take care of his people like June. While they were talking about all sorts of nonsense, someone came to June. It was Chan from the control group, another of Wolf's mutts, June thought, and even felt sorry for the guy who had been reprimanded for nothing. June asked him what brought him here, and the boy cleared his throat before answering. He grabbed June by the shoulders and said that he absolutely had to recruit people for the 6th cleaning group. He warned him that Wolf and Fox wanted to assemble the 6th cleaning team from their own fighters. June told the persistent Chuck to back off because he was pushing him and shouting that he came to help. Chuck explained that now all eyes were on a new squad that didn't exist yet, but everyone wanted to grab a piece of the influence. June realized that now everyone was ready to tear each other's throats out for their squad, and Chuck added that they were looking for another guy to take his place. June wondered why a man with such skills would join the cleaning squad and realized that they were trying to corner him. So he had to train people himself, and Chuck gave him a list of the best employees for this role. Jun didn't understand what the rush was about and asked if he just needed to choose from the list. Chuck warned that even though he had been promoted, the new squad could become a threat to June. But even so, June still didn't want to do it, and he didn't understand why Chuck cared so much about the fate of the cleaners. June brushed aside all the warnings. He didn't want to do anything. Chuck was surprised, because the other team members would be happy if June himself took care of their selection. He still thought that it had nothing to do with it. But then it dawned on him and June slapped himself on the forehead. In an instant, he rethought Chuck's words and said that it was a tempting offer. He immediately beamed with joy because the matter had moved forward. The whole point is that the system lured him with another skill unlock if the workers are satisfied with their work. Some boy held his nose from the stench in the room, but even that didn't help. When the body in the pile of rubbish made a sound, he exclaimed, because he did not immediately notice that there was a person on the sofa. He screamed at the body of indeterminate gender, saying that just because he was fired was no reason to live in a garbage dump. But then the girl said that she came across an interesting article about how a squad of cleaners led a joint raid. The boy was taken aback and asked his sister with concern if he was going to join the cleaning squad. Her name was Chloe. She was a former employee of an international organization and had been looking for an interesting job for a long time. Now Jun was puzzled about how to increase job satisfaction among his employees. Their motivation to work is directly proportional to their salary. But they will never see good working conditions, nor will they be treated with respect for their participation. Working as a cleaner didn't seem like a positive thing to do, and June didn't know how to do it. But if you form a new team, the work will go better. The main problem is the mood. A person who sets the tone for the entire team understands its needs well, and the new team needed such a person. The cheerful Peter always came to mind, but instead I came across some gloomy guy. He said he had a rough idea of what they were trying to do and said it might be worth considering. He was no longer a member of the guild and currently had no job, but Jones said he wasn't asking to join them. He just wanted some advice over a cup of coffee. He stunned the gloomy guy. Jun wanted to know which guild was best for finding people, whether rank and experience were important for hunters, and he offered the man a job as a hunter. But then the man couldn't stand it and shouted at Jun, because he was some great someone. He wanted to promote the association and said that June would regret it, but he muttered that he already regretted coming here. The former hunter muttered that they would meet soon, and Jun didn't understand who he was pretending to be, having only the highest rank. Past candidates were divided into two types. The first were excellent hunters. The second ones are complete idiots who thought they were cool enough to get into the cleaning squad. June didn't understand why everyone was rushing to them and why they gave him this list. Then Shirley called him and congratulated him on his success. She was happy to dump the job on him. She told June that there was an interesting lady waiting for him. Her name was Chloe, and she suggested returning to the office. June even asked again when he heard this name. A pocket girl stood in front of him and introduced herself as Chloe. She had not known what a comb was since birth. Jun looked critically at this walking misunderstanding that wanted to be a cleaning worker. Shirley asked June how he found this young lady and persuaded her to come to them, but the guy had nothing to do with it. Melkea recognized June and said that the rumors were true, but in real life he looked even cooler, and he suggested they start. June didn't understand why she should go into cleaning if she was a hunter for an international organization. She should go into the operations department. But the girl directly admitted that she had been deprived of her hunting license. She didn't know how to do anything else, and she couldn't work as a hunter. And she came to them because they were doing something similar. June agreed. Of course they were looking for people, but he wasn't sure Chloe understood what the cleaning department was doing. June didn't care about the reasons why Chloe's license was revoked. She replied that in her country, cleaners scrub floors until they shine. A very dull job. June realized that she understood, but Chloe interrupted him with an excited cry. After all, in this country, cleaners are involved in coordinating special tasks and participating in large raids. At first, June thought she was crazy, but then he realized she was just reading an article about them. And he was quick to disappoint her, because they were exactly the same cleaners as in her home country. Chloe said that she had heard these words before in her home country. Contrary to rumors, the operational department is busy with trivial things and the salary is low. She was sure that this was all just a ploy to weed out the fools and it wouldn't work on her. June realized that the girl was a bit of a wimp, but she had colossal experience. She worked for the association and had the highest rank in the world ranking, the ideal hunter. But there was a nuance that her skills had nothing to do with the work of cleaners, so there was zero use from them. Chloe was just like the rest, good skills and self-esteem that could prop up the sky. Besides, she never understood what the cleaning department was doing. She was talented, but didn't fit in with them. June studied Chloe for a long time while she just sat there with a stupid face. And then he remembered that Alex's sister from the international organization had come to see him. And then he decided to test his guess and asked if she had a brother named Alex, which stunned the girl. Chloe perked up and asked him not to tell her brother that she was there, and June realized that it was definitely her. Since her brother worked on the crew, Chloe would not be prejudiced against the cleaners, and she had the skills. But then Alex burst into the office and called his sister crazy. She couldn't even clean up her own dishes, and she came to work as a cleaner. Chloe grabbed her brother and yelled at him too, because he told her to find a job. But Alex didn't understand why she came to him. The next day, June sat on the hiring committee with other HR managers. Director Wolf also looked menacingly at the future employees. June didn't belong here, but Shirley insisted that without a rank-and-file cleaner, no one could be accepted into the new team. June didn't understand why it was so difficult to hire someone to work as a cleaner. In addition, you need to choose between high-class specialists, first-rank hunters, former group leaders. A former member of the international organization. He looked at Chloe. Shirley insisted that they didn't have much time, and Chloe seemed like an interesting person to her. June really wanted to choose a man. Even though he looked strange, it depends on how you look at it. Then the HR manager declared the interview open. She gave them the task of imagining that during a raid, they encountered a monster that they could not defeat or pacify, and to name their actions. The blondie said that if this is a multi-zone dungeon, we need to reconsider the strategy and break contact to avoid casualties. But the second candidate objected that abandoning the strategy would mean financial losses, and that it was necessary to request assistance and continue working. Director Wolf's third protege stated that it was possible to cooperate with another team and reduce losses. June thought that the last one gave the most correct, almost perfect answer. The last to speak was Chloe, the shaggy monkey who shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Everyone was waiting attentively for her answer, since she is a member of an international organization, albeit a former one. She said that the cleaners are the last to go underground, and if there are any monsters left there, that means the task force was wrong, Chloe said. But in any case, she will simply kill the freak, the madwoman declared boldly. There was an awkward silence during which everyone realized what kind of fruit she was. June smiled. What a quirky lady. Where did she come from, he thought. Asshole, who came to visit Miranda, asked if it was true that all the candidates for cleaners were former hunters. Shirley said that was true, but it didn't mean anything, because they were aiming to be cleaners, and added that everyone wanted to find the second June. Miranda remarked to this that June was unique, and it was impossible to find a second one. Shirley replied that it was all management's fun. They always copy something popular, the cleaners didn't care about it. Judging by the candidates for the squad, they are all nothing more than toys in the hands of the managers, Shirley said. Miranda was surprised that the cleaning squad had so many opportunities. That was why Shirley sincerely wanted June to win this fight. His candidate was trustworthy. Both girls wanted to know who June had brought, whether they were talented, and Assel was concerned about the gender of the new employee. Shirley was surprised by this reaction and replied that she herself knew little. And she added that candidate Juna is an extremely strange girl. Chloe said that she doesn't need rules. If she sees a target, then the target is finished. She didn't need equipment. Chloe was dismissive of all the made-up rules. She didn't need permission if someone's life was at risk. June grabbed her head. All her answers were in this spirit. One could only be amazed how she was accepted into an international organization at all. In principle, June didn't care whether the girl would pass or not. There was a more important problem. Now, in the eyes of the commission, Wolf's protege was the most desirable candidate. He wouldn't bring any benefit to the cleaning team, and they wouldn't work any better. For Jun, this was the worst option. And then he wondered if they could take no one. The HR woman turned to June and said that if he had no questions, they could finish, but the guy did. He asked them how many pieces a centipede could be cut into. After all, they weren't recruiting dancers. He needed employees who understood the process and could ask them directly about future work. And from the deafening silence, he realized that no one among the hunters knew this. He moved on to the next question. If the blood of a monster and a human were to mix, what was the best way to wash them off? Not receiving an answer, June stood up and said that if they didn't know the basics, then they weren't interested. He told them straight to their faces that none of the candidates were suitable for the position. A dummy of Wolf approached him and asked if it was worth making such harsh statements. June replied that even if he made a rash decision, there was a reason for it, and he voiced it. The dummy said that June had turned everything upside down and grinned cheekily. He laughed and told the cleaner not to forget his status because his voice meant nothing. June wondered if he really sounded that radical and didn't notice Chloe was there next to him. She crept up so quietly that he was frightened when he saw her nearby and asked him what it was. He could have warned her that there would be such questions. They praised this organization to her. That's why she came here. June answered directly that, although he was not sure, in her home country they hardly hired incompetent employees. If she wants to become part of the squad, let her prepare. But if she came to the interview just for the sake of it, be prepared to be smeared. He asked her if she thought the cleaners were just lazing around. June told her that if he had his way, he would have thrown everyone out. They were lucky that the interview was rescheduled, and he told the girl to prepare at least a little, otherwise it would be better not to come. In the evening, Chloe was angry because of the insult inflicted on her and her hurt pride. For the first time in her life, she experienced such humiliation. The unfeeling Mop King made her very angry. Alex yelled at his sister who was destroying his pillow to calm her down, but Chloe called him the King of Rags. Alex shamed her because these were words addressed to someone who cared about her, and added that she should be grateful that she was not humiliated in public. Alex explained that the thing is that when it comes to work, June becomes a completely different person. He called his sister a fool for thinking she would get away with it. But Chloe muttered that it didn't matter anymore, because they hated her. And Alex asked what about the next interview, and the girl replied that she didn't care. Alex told her to think about it because if she passed, she would have to do cleaning, which is incompatible with her. But then there was a knock on the door. Alex hadn't ordered anything and wasn't expecting guests. But it turned out that Assel came to see him, accompanied by Miranda. Alex was surprised that two girls showed up at his house at once. They said that they wanted to help him, or rather to help Chloe, which greatly surprised the girl. She looked at them in surprise and asked why they needed to help her. Miranda replied that it was because of the practical part of the interview. The whole team showed up with them to instruct Chloe. Alex grumbled that there wasn't enough tea for everyone, and the kitchen wasn't big enough. Chuck stepped forward and decided to explain what was going on. In his usual manner, he rushed at his interlocutor again and shouted that she should join the ranks of the cleaners. Shirley barely held him back. Peter promised to tell her about the cleaning process. Shirley kept trying to calm Chuck, who promised to commit suicide if Chloe did not join them. But then she felt pressure. People with high status came to support her, and she told them that she was not going to go. These words immediately left everyone dumbfounded and stunned. Then the day of the practical task arrived, and a group of people gathered at the gate for it. June muttered to Chloe that she had come after all when he noticed her. although he had his doubts. Chloe was indignant that it was possible to support her with a kind word. She was not here of her own free will. June didn't understand why she was so confident, because it was obvious that the girl hadn't slept all night. Chloe stated that she came to apologize, and Chuck gave her a robe. June told her that she would manage. Although in some ways he was right, Chloe grumbled as she got into the not very comfortable jumpsuit. But I was sure that she would take her words back. June was outraged that she addressed him informally since he was her boss, and asked whether in her country a boss was a friend or something. Chloe said she had been studying for a week thanks to some wonderful people. They asked her to keep it a secret from June. But June didn't immediately understand what the girl was talking about when the manager called her. Wolf said the practical training would take place in a real dungeon and would be supervised by judges. When they go inside, they will be given several tasks, and their grade will depend on how they complete them. He warned everyone to be careful and not to break the rules. One of the hunters asked if the dungeon was cleared, but Wolf replied that it was not yet. Since they were hunters, they should not have any problems with this. And then, with an air of importance, he ordered them to begin, as if this were the test of the century. All the cleaners took turns heading towards the open gates. They walked in single file, both candidates and judges, without any fear of monsters. Fox stepped forward and said they were having problems. There was a call for help from Task Force 4, but there were no available teams. What should they do? He asked. The first to speak was Wolf's protege. With a serious look, he said that he would finish the task in 20 minutes and go to help. There were no objections. June noted their completely expected answers. Each of the participants was at the level of the group leader and did not want to give in on this task. June had already given everyone a minus because it was the wrong answer, and he was looking forward to rejecting all the candidates. But then Chloe objected. She said that 20 minutes would not be enough. Everything would need to be double-checked after completing the task. Wolf's protege stated that if they couldn't even handle that, there was no point in becoming a janitor, and the others agreed with him. Fox turned to June and said that the majority agreed to carry out a purge. Chloe even cursed under her breath, but she had to follow the will of the majority. But June was surprised that the former hunter understood the essence of their work. The rest made a big mistake. The practical test consisted not only in clearing, but also in the ability to work as a team, to assess strength. It was impossible to finish the cleaning in 20 minutes. The best solution would be not to rush headlong to help. June realized that in just a week the girl's answer had changed to the opposite. A huge monster suddenly jumped out at them from nowhere in the smooth corridor. The hunters immediately used their skills, calling upon abilities or weapons. The first was Wolf's candidate. He activated the ability of Rage. The blonde boy set his magic snake on the ogre and it bit him. Chloe jumped on top with her cleaver and activated the skill as well. But it was a simple blow to the monster's head. She didn't attack him with a weapon. The judges were amazed by her abilities because she destroyed a strong monster so easily. But Wolf immediately declared that the attack was weak for an international-level hunter, and the personnel officer echoed him. However, June noted to himself that her attack made sense and turned to the cleaning squad. Last night, a former hunter received a stipend for the head of the recruiting team. Wolf told him that some of the tasks for the newbies were prepared by June himself, and because he was a janitor, they could not know the correct answer in advance. Scarface asked what that meant. He thought his cleanup crew would be busy with more important things. Wolf said that this was indeed the case, but that it would only be possible after the interview and practical assignment were completed, which could not be cancelled. Wolf told Scar not to worry, because he called him for a reason, and suggested looking at it from the other side. These were the tasks prepared by Jun from the cleaning squad. The goal of the practical task was also indicated there. Wolf told him not to worry. This time, the Scar would cope. He smiled and said that it would be easy as pie, since he had such a trump card in his hands. June reported that due to the busy schedule of other squads, they had to clean up this dungeon themselves, and he warned that their time was limited. Scar grinned contentedly. He also warned them to think that all their allies were dead, which meant they were alone here. They clear out and clean the dungeon alone, June repeated, and the hunters shuddered. Scar lost his confident look, because this part was not in the mission. June told them to get started and to hurry, because they only had 20 minutes. The hunters were once again taken aback by the complexity of the task they had just received. Except for Chloe, of course. June smirked. Did they really think he would just leave the assignment sheet out in plain sight? Naive fools, he thought. June kept a countdown of the set time. The hunters worked until the very end with their work. The blonde boy was the first to give up and threw down the rag he didn't know how to work with. He failed the task. Scar was next, still looking confused. In the past, he was a guild leader, a first-rank hunter. He was number 1 once, and now he has to scrub floors. They gave him 20 minutes and no help, he thought, looking at the available equipment. Turning to June, he shouted that this was a circus. The task was obviously impossible. Scar screamed in anger that he had not been warned and looked at Wolf and almost exposed their entire conspiracy. The other judges looked askance at Wolf, who looked away. Scar stated that this was not a beginner's task, and he would not do anything. And Chloe was outraged that he was grumbling even though this task was easier than hunting. June accepted his refusal, and Chloe stuck her tongue out at the indignant hunter. June approached her and asked if she would begin the task, but she did not answer. Since even Scar refused this task, June realized that she would also refuse and decided to cross her out. But Chloe rushed forward accepting the task. She still wanted to hear an apology from him. Running up to the monster's carcass, she threw a bag of the remedy at it. Then she cut him with multiple blows of her cleaver right in the air. Then she began to cut up the carcass itself without slowing down. In this way, she simultaneously sprayed chemicals on the corpse and cut it up. June was amazed at how she simultaneously blocked the poison and blood from the corpse and did it efficiently and quickly. It was a professional level. Now he understood whose hand was behind all this and who trained her. Chloe, meanwhile, threw ropes with hooks on the end. They sank into the pieces of meat, and she pulled them towards herself in one fell swoop. June was again amazed that a task that should have flunked everyone could be completed when the little girl was so serious about cleaning. At this rate, she would complete the task. He was indignant because he thought of rejecting everyone. However, Scar literally beamed as he watched Chloe work, as if he had experienced enlightenment. Looking at Jun, he accused him that since he was the only one who knew about this task, he had warned Chloe. June, of course, began to deny everything, and Scar stood his ground, but then Chloe, who had finished her work, came up. She stood against the backdrop of a freshly butchered carcass collected in bags. The girl turned to Scar, and he told the brat to be more polite. Chloe told him to just admit that cleaning was beyond him, since it only took her a week to learn how to do it. Scar immediately lost his temper. Chloe continued to mock him and said that he is not as smart as he thinks he is. She thought he knew something because he had made fun of her so much before, but he turned out to be a dud. But after what she saw, she was sure that he had been fired from his post as manager for incompetence. But then Scar finally lost his temper. He was the #1 berserker in the country and immediately used his skills, unable to tolerate the insult. But Chloe was also a world-ranked berserker. He didn't know why she was kicked out of the association. Things smelled like trouble, and everyone tensed up, looking at the two hunters who could start a massacre here. Both did not want to retreat and attacked simultaneously, although Scar understood that he had underestimated his opponent. But their movements were intercepted. Jun activated his acceleration skill. He tripped Scar, and he ended up at his feet, and he simply asked Chloe what she was doing. Jun told them to calm down before they got into trouble. Scar told Jun to move his leg. He was surprised because a simple cleaner could not move at such a speed. Jun responded sharply that Mr. Cool Hunter had started it all and that he was simply defending himself. And he pressed harder on Scar and then again ordered Chloe to lower the weapon. After thinking for a bit and looking at her hand, the girl nevertheless put her sword aside. Jun announced to everyone that the test was over and there was no point in continuing any further. In the end, he did apologize to Chloe. He was rude to her during the interview. Even though she didn't show herself last time, today she showed her best. A great result, except for the outburst of anger. Chloe admitted that his colleagues helped her. It was a kind of cheating. Jun replied that it didn't matter who helped her, because in the dungeon she did everything herself, so everyone could be proud of her. Chloe sheepishly stated that she accepted his apology and that they would never see each other again. June was surprised that she didn't want a job, and Chloe said she only came to apologize. She said that it's always like this. You take a test and lose interest, and the work is dirty and difficult. With that, she said goodbye and hoped never to see him again. Jun gritted his teeth, not understanding what was going on in the little girl's head. The next day, Alex grabbed him by the throat and asked if he was crazy. What was he thinking when he took Chloe to them? She shouted while the girl read the association's invitation. The day after the exam, something unexpected happened. Chloe was glad she had gotten an apology, but now she was tormented by the question of who June was. He managed to block her berserker skill and do it in one move. She was amazed that some cleaner was capable of this, and she didn't understand why a person with such skills was sitting and cleaning. Chloe fidgeted with her pendant and thought that they would never see each other again. But then her phone rang, and the message said that she had been hired. The girl was alarmed. This was a completely unexpected turn of events for her. Some mustachioed guy at the association's headquarters was indignant that someone had not deleted some file even though he had ordered it. He didn't care about his assistant's excuses. If the file fell into the hands of journalists, there would be a scandal. said Jason, the manager. He shouted to his assistant, tormented by doubts, because if they already had the file, it was strange that there was no reaction. A couple of months ago, there was a small incident in which Chloe played the main role. When the monster attacked her, she fell into a stupor, but at the last second her partner managed to save her. However, now her hands were hurt, and Chloe noticed it. The evil monster again pressed on the two hunters, not giving them a moment's rest. Chloe said she would detain him and pulled out her cleaver. But her partner threw something into her hand, and Chloe barely caught it. It was a gold pendant. The girl told her partner that she had to survive and pushed her. She did this with a special skill, so Chloe flew away. All she could do was watch as her friend was left alone. Chloe screamed at her not to dare die and promised to return with help. She just smiled and said goodbye. The monster was already reaching out his greedy paws to her. Chloe got to the radio and called for help. She called the third group. But she was told that all the troops were busy and there would be no support, Chloe screamed at them, because they should have had people in reserve. Not even one person was there, and Chloe was furious at such negligence. Because of one person, they had to send people to a loss-making dungeon and spend the entire budget on this madness. Just one huntress cost them hundreds of thousands of credits, and as someone who profited from it, the boss thought she wasn't worth it. After the huntress died, so the money was a waste of resources, the management didn't care, and they falsified the report. But then Chloe went off the rails, and the boss took advantage of this and kicked her out. Then Jason thought that everything had worked out for the best possible reason. But then he found out that Chloe had taken with her a particularly important flash drive with documents that her dead partner had. If the facts come to light, the world will learn about the corruption and dirty dealings of the World Association. Because Jason had to return the flash drive by any means necessary, his assistant Eva suggested starting with negotiations. But Jason knew Chloe's character too well. She wouldn't say anything, and asked where she was. Eva reported that, according to the information, the hunter is working for the association again. Even though her hunting license was taken away, she joined the cleaners. And Jason was surprised that the crazy woman became a cleaning lady. And then he remembered that they were planning a joint operation with the regional department. It was in the Loop Dungeon. Jason told Eve to contact the locals and make sure the operation took place. He was sure that he would get Chloe everywhere and laughed evilly. Everything went according to plan. Chloe had already been working in the department for a week, and June had received a new skill and could soon receive another one. Even though he became the leader of the group, no one cared about this position. Assel called him for help. Alex was outraged that after June's promotion he stopped working. Assel said that the monster had turned to stone and could not be cut. Alex kept teasing June by calling him a big boss, and he didn't understand why they were treating him like that even though he was the boss here. June thought that with the new position it would be easier to unlock skills. He was still a cleaner and had no influence on the decisions of the headquarters. Chuck called him and said that a new dungeon had appeared, which meant that the hunters and cleaners needed to team up. June wasn't free, and Chuck realized he needed to send 2 task forces, but that would throw off the schedule. June called Chloe and asked how she was doing. She had just finished and was on her way to lunch. June was happy about this and reported that there was a new dungeon that needed to be cleared as quickly as possible. Chloe was outraged that she was being harnessed like a horse again. But June replied that this was the way. There were no other groups for this. He added that if she couldn't, he would find someone else and realized that he had simply overestimated her. The girl could not withstand such a blow to her pride and immediately agreed. June assigned all the difficult dungeons to Chloe, thanks to which his squad no longer experienced overtime. By giving Chloe double the workload, June increased the job satisfaction of the rest of the staff, which was a plus for his new position. Peter's son brought him washed clothes when he was getting ready for work. The cleaner looked at his robe. It was very worn from many years of hard work and said that it was not worth it. He told his son that he was no longer needed. The boy was surprised and thought that his father had been fired. But everything was the other way around. Peter was promoted to a new position as cleaning manager. Now he has become an important bird for ordinary workers and an ordinary office worm for the corporation. The huntress read the leaf and wondered what to do with it. There was a meeting in the operations department recently and they made a decision. The hunters argued and said that everything was on schedule and their priority was to destroy the monsters. One of them hit June, who took days off whenever he wanted, and because of him, surgeries had to be postponed. They also heard rumors that Chuck had defected to June's side, although his job was still to keep an eye on the hunters, and he agreed. The hunters didn't understand why they had to adjust their schedule to fit the cleaners. Their schedule should come first, they thought. They blamed Jun for everything and were outraged that they now had to coordinate their schedule with the cleaners, and he was just a newbie. One hunter stated that all this chaos was due to the fact that some fool was put in charge. Miranda was indignant that this was going beyond all bounds and dismissed their claims, saying to look at the effectiveness. Someone shouted to her that she was in the same boat with the hunters and should be on her side, but Miranda put 2 thick volumes on the table. The girl said that the number of cleanups had increased by 1/3 this month. It was an incredible result. Their accusations were baseless lies. Fox spoke up for everyone and told Miranda that the month was not over yet, but that was not all. She asked them how many incidents there had been in the dungeons. Out of 100 pieces, not one. They not only began to work better, but also without force majeure. Miranda shamed them for calling the man who had organized everything so stupid. It was sheer stupidity. Even though many people didn't like Jun as a person, he was appointed by the management department, and they didn't dare question their decisions. Miranda didn't understand why the hunters refused to adjust their schedules to Jun's, even though they all worked in the same office. They started to put pressure on Miranda that she could do everything herself if that was the case, and they actually started a boycott. Since she was on the side of the cleaners, then let her adapt to them. But the proud hunters will not tolerate this, they sarcastically said. A new dungeon was discovered and they offered Miranda to clear it out alone. The meeting ended with the smug hunters dropping everything and leaving. But then a bespectacled man entered, an assistant from the control detachment, and he told everyone that they had received a call from the international department. Chad picked up the phone and said that the CEO was not in and had no right to change the schedule without his knowledge. He promised to send them the contacts when the director returned. The daring hunters were shocked. Chad told everyone that the internationals wanted to organize a joint cleanup and asked for permission. But since the dummies had just abandoned the joint raid, boycotting the cleaners, the task automatically went to Miranda. Chuck smirked and asked the proud and short-sighted if they wanted to fit in with the cleaners now. Fox answered for them and said that the second squad should go on the raid, but warned that the dungeon was not an easy one. He hinted that a separate person would be needed there to plan the cleanup. And Miranda realized that he had changed his tune as he went along. Chuck readily agreed with Fox and suggested appointing June to the position. This news doused all the proud and stupid like a bucket of cold water. And at this point, Chuck declared the meeting over. June looked at Chloe and asked if she had just finished. Chloe replied that he had no conscience. She was breathing heavily sitting on a pile of corpses. He asked her if she should use all her skills. She was obviously a berserker and could turn the monster into mincemeat with her powers, but Chloe countered that it would make it harder for her to clean up. Jun replied that it was an appropriate answer for the exam, but not for real work. June told her that cleaning always came first and cleaning came second, and Chloe was surprised that he wasn't on the side of the cleaners. But June was just doing his job. Chloe was surprised again. She thought he only supported his department. June asked them whether they had had lunch or not, and then told them to finish cleaning up here before going to eat. Chloe's good opinion of him evaporated like dew in the sun. But then a leader from an international association contacted him. June told Chloe that he had an urgent call and would not be able to help with the cleaning, even though he had promised to do so. And he ran away before the berserker started to rage. When he was alone, he asked them what they wanted to talk about, and the voice on the phone said that they knew about a new dungeon. They were a rare occurrence, and the internationals had little experience with them, so they proposed a joint raid. The loop dungeon was different in that if the monsters were not defeated properly, the entire dungeon would revert to its original state. The number of returns was infinite. If you didn't meet the time limit and fulfill the conditions, it might never end. Even in his past life, in order to conquer it, June had to go through this dungeon at least 100 times. It was pure hell. It was understandable why they were offered to clean it up together, and Jun should have been grateful for it. But these foreigners always meddle in other people's business. June was indignant. Under the pretext of gaining experience last time, they asked to go on a joint raid in exactly the same way. And then they secretly stole the time stone. Of course, this became known. And there was a scandal. The director took it out on June. And although the headquarters and the planning department were to blame for everything, all the dogs were hung on the hunters. He had been deceived that time, but now he knew their motives and had no reason to accept the offer. So June politely declined. Director James was surprised that he was refused. He said that he understood. The offer was sudden. He then added that he was ready to support this operation financially and promised to transfer the money to his personal account, effectively bribing him. June was about to refuse because he considered himself proud and incorruptible, but then he was promised 1,000,000 credits. The amount was so huge that he lost his breath and thought of agreeing. Then he read Miranda's message. She wrote that the hunters had boycotted and he had been appointed raid planner. June didn't understand what happened at the meeting, but eventually agreed to participate. James told him that the mission was difficult and that they needed to take a cleanup squad with them, one that could help them clean up. June replied that they had just such a one, and so that James wouldn't worry, he grinned conspiratorially. June realized he would have to change his schedule and take Chloe with him, and then he remembered that her former colleagues were coming. A week later, everyone lined up in front of the gates, and it was pouring rain, drowning out Miranda's words. She met a delegation of foreigners, and James answered something to her. The noise of the thunderstorm was echoed by sparks that shot out from the spatial rift. Assel was surprised that they had been standing there and solemnly enduring it for an hour already. June replied that this did not happen often and that there was much to discuss. Moreover, such a dungeon requires a special kind of preparation, because if you make a mistake, you can get stuck in it forever. June added that they had no guarantees that this would definitely not happen, and Assel was horrified. Alex asked why he was escalating the situation from the very beginning. After this, Assel would definitely have a hard time working. The problem was that international players could play a double game and were difficult to rely on. There was one hunter who went through this dungeon 1,500 times and eventually went crazy. It was a very dangerous task. No one had detailed information except June himself, who had already conquered him in the past. Of course, he could arouse suspicion if he knew something that foreigners did not, and Miranda needed to gain more experience. His main goal was to quietly obtain the Infinity Stone before a Titan could get his hands on it. But then a furious Chloe approached him and asked why he didn't tell her that they would be working with her former colleagues. But then Chloe would have refused the task, June thought. Alex and Assel were already making bets on who would win their duel. June said he understood her feelings but asked her to treat it professionally, although Chloe herself suspected her former colleagues. But even so, June told her that they should not cause any trouble during the raid. Chloe made him uneasy because he couldn't understand what she was thinking, and their temporary allies also clearly had their own plan for this game. If the operation went badly, Jun knew it would have repercussions for the entire cleaning department. The stakes were high, hard to find, easy to lose like a second sock. He could lose everything he had worked on for a long time. James approached them and greeted the cleaners formally. They formally introduced themselves to each other and stated their names. James had heard of June's talents. Although he modestly brushed off the praise, Chloe looked at him with suspicion. The foreigner noticed Chloe and greeted her, who responded to his greeting gloomily. James said he was glad to see her on the team, but she didn't look happy herself. Chloe replied that there was nothing she could do about it. James wasn't particularly pleasant to her. He said that it is necessary to separate personal and work and expressed regret about his deceased friend. And then he angrily asked if she had taken anything with her when she left. Chloe responded coldly, "No," and James left empty-handed, saying they would talk about it later. He told Eve that the Infinity Stone was on her, and she had to get it by any means necessary. And he should deal with the data that the little shrimp stole, James said. Miranda announced to her hunters the start of the pre-clearance briefing. Today they had to enter the zonal, loop dungeon, even though there were not many of them. But working together, they should cope. Considering that the dungeon could return to its original position, they did not know how long they would be there, and Miranda told them to conserve their strength. They also had to keep in mind the demands of the international group. When everyone reported that they were ready, Miranda said to begin the operation. 3 hours later, she was fighting hard on the front lines, cutting down monsters. Miranda also gained new skills and was now doing better. She reported to him on the radio that she had destroyed the first boss. June praised her and told her to help the second group, ignoring the small monsters. Then June asked Alex how the cleaning was going, and he said that everything was fine. June reminded them to remember to write down the exact time and number of stitches. He instructed Assel to check the number of people and their status in each loop. He ordered that the corpses of small monsters not be cut up, but burned whole. And Chloe was tasked with making a map of the entire dungeon. With her skills, she should be able to handle it easily. The girl objected that this was usually the manager's job. June replied that it didn't matter and insisted on instructions. Chloe realized that she was being used and decided to take revenge when the opportunity arose. And June thought how he couldn't stand such smart people. The second group, led by Miranda, was engaged in cleanup. The foreigners were in the rear, and the cleaners were at the very end. At first, it seemed like the raid was going without a hitch. But June was very worried about the mustachioed and red-haired James. Some time ago, June noticed that his every move was being watched. If the goal was only the stone, there wouldn't be so much attention to him. But in any case, while he was here, the foreigners would not receive the stone, June was sure. Miranda stopped in front of the last room where the boss was. She checked the readiness of each hunter and gave the command to enter inside. But when they got to the big arena, the boss was nowhere to be seen. Miranda looked around. They were maintaining a battle formation of readiness. She told everyone to stay alert when she noticed something. Heavy steel spears of enormous size were flying at them from above. Miranda shouted for everyone to take cover, but the squad had already been scattered by debris. And then an armored monster of enormous size attacked the hunter, who was left alone. It was a sudden and deadly attack, and Miranda was left dumbfounded by the monster's strength. The huge giant grinned at her, holding 2 spears in his hands. James didn't understand why June was watching him all the time, so he couldn't do anything. He saw how this strange guy couldn't take his eyes off him. June was thinking about the same thing, that they were not taking their eyes off him, as if they were devouring him. James didn't know how to get rid of the vigilant cleaner when June tried to contact Miranda. But then some suspicious noise was heard from the other side of the door. He was told by radio that the cleanup was complete, and June didn't understand what was going on. The hunters were badly mauled although they defeated the monster. June saw that they had their first victims, which shocked many. Miranda was crying when she turned to June. She just couldn't contain her feelings. It all happened too quickly and she simply didn't have time to react. June realized that it was his mistake. He thought that 2 groups could easily deal with a strong monster, but he did not take into account the skills of foreigners. Moreover, a notification appeared that the conquest did not go according to the conditions, and the system declared a failure. Failure to comply with the terms meant that they would all now be returned. After that, they carried the fallen into a distant room and closed it. Everyone's mood became depressed. Foreigners also did not expect this, and even announced an emergency meeting. Since this was not a simple dungeon, the cleaners were covered and accompanied by foreigners. The second group of hunters was physically fine, but mentally crushed. Besides, Miranda had really aged, and that was really bad, because she was the leader of the squad. But the death of her subordinate hit her hard. June didn't want to approach her, but then Miranda herself approached him. The girl asked what the Atlantean golem's weakness was. June saw that she was furious and looking for a way to best get rid of this monster. It was good that they were in the ring dungeon. She would be able to destroy it sooner or later. But June gave her a painful flick and asked what was wrong with her. He reminded her that now she should think about the cleanup, not about revenge. As a leader, she cannot endanger the others. He told her to come to her senses and analyze the situation. It was her responsibility as a leader. Miranda laid out the information. There were 2 bosses, red and blue, without any special features. After they were defeated, they only lit up with bright colors, and that was it. June asked why the monsters were emitting color. Miranda thought that the system window was also blue. June told her that since there was no red light anywhere, it could be a clue, and Miranda realized that the golems needed to be taken out at the same time. When she realized what to do, she gathered everyone again for some quick instructions. This time they split into 2 teams and attacked simultaneously. After the bosses appeared, the connection would be lost, and so they had to finish within 20 minutes. Although they were all exhausted, but the foreigners could help them. Miranda was confident that no one would get hurt this time, and both groups lined up at the boss's door. Miranda asked him how Chloe was, and June wondered what to tell her. Then, James asked to send Chloe with them. Because they were short of melee fighters, and she was already working with them, everything should go smoothly. But Miranda refused, because Chloe's license was revoked, and besides, she didn't want to let her go to her former colleagues, but the girl herself didn't care. June said that there was no need to worry about it because Chloe was much stronger than Miranda herself, although the girl was still worried. June told her to focus on the cleanup. They had no choice. They couldn't allow more casualties. The red golem attacked as they entered. As usual, it did so decisively and quickly. Miranda stepped forward and June ordered them to cover her. It's good that the team had archers, who were reinforced by priests. Now Miranda could not be afraid of sudden attacks because the monster was distracted. She struck at the very tip of his spear, making it more beautiful than useful and existing only in the movies. But then she froze, and everyone realized that due to fatigue, she lacked fighting power. The girl was wounded in the right arm, unable to withstand the giant's blow, which she could not have been exposed to at all. She hung in the air, completely defenseless, and didn't know what to do. The monster immediately reached out its greedy hands towards Miranda. But then a hero appeared and saved the beauty by making the monster burst into flames. Miranda thanked the hero for saving her. The teacher had never let her down before. June told her to take the sword, because the girl had to defeat the monster herself, and he added that she would let everyone down if she did not defeat him, although Miranda's right hand could no longer strike. June reminded her that she had been training her left hand all this time. June remembered that if this had been the Miranda he knew in his past life, they would not have had a chance of salvation. However, now he was a completely different person. She became his student in this reality. Miranda applied the skill. She became a true master of the sword, who fights equally well with both hands. A shadow loomed over Chloe as she fought alongside a team of foreigners. She had a hard time because she dodged the monster's blows in close combat, distracting him onto herself. Chloe yelled at Jason to work harder, or she would kill him after the fight. He stated that they were all tired and in a hopeless situation. Eva reminded the girl that there were only 5 minutes left, but Chloe already knew that. She knew that the mustachioed cockroach was lying. All this time his team was saving their strength. But the girl could not give up so easily. She activated her unique skill and decided to push harder to finish what she started. Jason smirked as Chloe played her trump card. June thought that this fight was a great opportunity for hunters to level up their skills and become unique. Despite this unique skill being able to be activated only once, June told Miranda to trust him and attack. Miranda did just that and boldly threw herself straight into the lion's mouth. She used her new sword mastery skill, which strengthened her many times over. A falling rain of many spears formed in her path. But Jun broke them all by dispelling the attack with his fire skill. Now the way was clear and he shouted to Miranda ahead. The girl did just that, bravely rushing at the monster. With one blow she cut off his head, once again strengthening herself with the extermination skill, and knocked out a critical strike. The system reported that this time the conditions were met, and the cleanup was complete. Chloe on her side also completed the task in time. June asked Miranda how she was, and the girl smiled happily and replied that she would live. Then her restless team ran up to her with the same question. Jun received a message from the foreigners that they had completed their work and could move on. This is exactly what he was waiting for, and he shouted to the others that he would go and see for himself how things were going with the foreigners, using acceleration. Chloe asked what was going on. They definitely won't get away with this, even if they are international, she said. Jason threw Alex and Assel to the ground, and Chloe was too tired to fight. The sneaky cockroach replied that he didn't care, because dead men tell no tales, and no one would care about a couple of murdered cleaners. He grabbed Chloe by the throat and decided to ask her one last time, holding a knife to her throat, where she put the files she stole from them. Chloe replied in a choked voice that she had no idea what he was talking about. She realized that Jason was waiting for her to use up her skills. But Jason didn't even hope that Chloe would answer him, and promised to send him to his friends because they were colleagues. But then Jun appeared and used his skill to knock the knife out of the villain's hands. Jason turned to him, not knowing what to do because he was caught off guard. Jun knew they were on bad terms, but asked why they would attack allies during a fight. First, he had to get out of here, and they would answer for what they did later. He held Chloe under his arm. But then a ghost armed with a Gatling gun appeared in front of him because, why not? June sighed heavily. He just wanted to talk. Chloe screamed that they were in danger. Jason ordered to destroy the runts and open fire. The magicians who summoned a dead skeleton with a machine gun pointed the barrel at Jun. They began to pour fire on him as if from a shower. At such a short distance, accuracy no longer mattered. Someone asked Jason if it was worth doing, and he explained to the boy who had been dropped as a child that witnesses could not be left. But then they heard June's voice, wondering how much noise there would be if a couple of foreigners were gone. He stood in the middle of an ocean of flames and was not harmed in the least. Hunters, mages, and even a necromancer, there were about 36 of them, all of medium rank. But they kept their distance. June couldn't get his head around it, as if they were saving money. And Chloe asked why he was provoking them when he would have to fight alone. June replied that she was already boring him and that it would be better for her to keep quiet. But then Jason's assistant appeared. She grabbed Alex and Assel, who were unconscious, and said that first they needed to leave. Chloe didn't know whose side she was on and looked at Jun, who was preparing for battle. Juna told his opponents that keeping only long-range fighters on their side was suicide. One wrong move, and they were finished. The Berserker class would be perfect for taking them down. Jason shouted that there was no point in believing in these little things, because after activating the skill, Chloe couldn't come to her senses for hours. And Jun said that she could rest for now, and he grabbed a mop. Chloe didn't understand how he could think she could fight after resting, although he was not a fool. Thanks to the replica skill, Jun could copy others' skills for 1 minute, and he took her skill for himself. Now Jun himself turned into an enraged berserker with a mop, and asked if they were ready to pay for everything. Jason told his men not to be afraid because they were only up against a janitor. He finally stopped understanding what was going on and how a cleaner could use such high-class skills. Jun somehow took away the golem's skill, polymorph, which allowed him to change the shape of his weapon. He applied it to his mop and duplicated it several times. Since he's a cleaner, it is time to remove all the trash from here, said Chistaman, and directed the mops at his enemies. They hit the orderly ranks of the archers and instantly scattered them. Jason shouted for his men to gather, but it was useless. Cleanman was already flying towards him on a huge mop like a snitch catcher. June hit the stupid Jason on the head with a mop as hard as he could. after which he landed between a group of hunters, none of whom had even a melee weapon for self-defense. Jun switched back to Berserker Rage, a skill that allowed him to deal blows by spending stamina. He then combined 3 skills at once, a retort, a boost, and a counterattack to give each villain a facial massage. And while they were falling like a sudden rain, he jumped up to the main bad guy, who had not received a spanking for bad behavior since childhood. Jun suggested that he clench his teeth harder, and the mustachioed man suddenly felt a desire to talk. Jun agreed, and they talked in the most intelligible way for bad guys, face down on the asphalt. On the ground there remained a flat, single-color carpet which, unfortunately, lacked a red tint. Jun rubbed his hand and grumbled that the bad guy liked to chat, but he got tired too quickly. Chloe couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't enough to just copy a skill, you also had to know how to use it. Every move Jun made was perfect. Jun was so strong that he could easily stand at the head of the association. If he had been with her then, they would have saved everyone, Chloe thought. Jun pulled out another argument for important negotiations, in the form of a sharp piece of a mop, and Jason immediately capitulated. And although the scoundrel threatened that the association would definitely not leave it, Jun replied that they simply would not find out how exactly he died. But Chloe told him to stop and not to get involved with internationals because he could get hurt. But Jun just stepped on Jason's foot. It was a free boot massage. Chloe called Jun crazy because Jason was the head of an international organization. But the cleaner replied that cleaning was more important because he needed to be sure that he would not be disturbed again. And if this is how it needs to be finished, he added. Chloe was surprised because everything had already been done. Jun turned to Jason's assistant and told her to give back the Infinity Stone she stole and not lie anymore. The girl did not understand what it meant to lie again, and Jun realized that he had let it slip. He repeated his demands. He told Jason that he would try to discuss the fate of that file with Chloe, and then he asked the scoundrel what he thought about it, but he was already mad with pain. Jason's assistant gave the stone to Jun. There was nothing else she could do, and now they were done. When they left the dungeon, Chloe explained what happened to her friend and what files she had. But Jun found the evidence on the file less than convincing, and Chloe asked him how he knew about her friend. Jun brushed it off as Miranda telling him, and Chloe saying she was a good person who cared about the whole team. Then, the former hunter gave Jun the flash drive and handed it to him. He asked if she was sure that she wanted this. Chloe replied that it was a drop in the ocean. As soon as she arrived in this country, she contacted the media, and everything went wrong. The file contained a lot of data on corruption in an international organization, and no one wanted to get involved in such a scandal. One could even die for that. It was stupid of Jason to go to her personally for the flash drive. Jun said that he would sort it out completely. He said that he knows one skilled journalist. Once they got a knife in the back from foreigners, it still hurts. As expected, the journalist was happy to earn money and took the file for publication. This one file set off a chain of events that resulted in the raid that Chloe led being reconsidered. Jason's side confirmed corruption schemes in the organization, and he was sentenced to prison. His task force received the same charges and their licenses were revoked. Governments around the world took notice of the misconduct and decided to get their act together. Jun was satisfied. Now there would be one less problem, he said. This was the second time he came to visit Miranda in the hospital. He remembered his past life. This time the huntress smiled, called him teacher, and was glad to see him. Jun asked her how she was doing, and Miranda replied that the surgery had gone well. At the hearing that Jun attended, his behavior was assessed as self-defense. He could have killed them. But fortunately, it did not come to that, he told the student. Given the circumstances, he realized that the support department had made every effort to ensure that Jun was released quickly. But they were unable to get rid of the internationalists. In the morning, they held a conference and apologized, trying to avoid consequences. Leading a large-scale operation, an accident, and with the leaders of other hunter squads constantly interfering, he and Miranda now need to be on guard. Jun expressed hope that she would not have to work while she recovered. He handed her the papers and said that she needed to rest for a while. As if repeating a scene from a past life, Jun ordered the envelope to be opened. It was her compensation for the accident, and he took care of her vacation so she could focus on her health. At the same time, he applied for a review of her rank, and Miranda, flushed with excitement, asked if she could do such a thing. Her comrades would not have died if she had lived up to her rank, Miranda said. But Jun asked her why she blamed herself when she had done her best. This time he praised his student from the bottom of his heart and said that she had done a good job. Miranda froze after receiving praise from the usually stingy and reserved teacher. To hide her embarrassment, she turned away. Someone called Jun and asked for a meeting, and he said that he had to go. Miranda told him to be careful in a polite way, and Jun didn't understand what it meant because they were alone, and she was in a hospital bed. But he didn't know that at that moment the girl's heart was pounding wildly in her chest. Shirley said that the popularity of the cleaning department among the people had increased incredibly after all the events, although June thought that this was abnormal. Shirley added that this is all that is being talked about online, and everyone was shocked by the intensity of the emotions. Of course, thanks to this hype, June enriched himself with new unlocked skills, such as fencing, summoning from another world, and Uriel's skill. In passing, he asked Shirley if she had done what he had asked her to do. She asked whether he was asking about compensation for the families of the dead hunters. The organization provided the funeral and paid compensation, so he didn't have to worry about it. She was glad that Jun restrained himself. Otherwise, there would have been more victims. No one would have dared to fight alone against an international organization. But they are lucky to have brave souls like June, Shirley added. She asked him to be more careful in the future since the public was watching him. June agreed. He didn't like fighting. Bear grabbed his head. There were more problems than he thought. June asked him if the international organization had started reporting on him, but that had not happened yet. But it could start soon. The board of directors took different positions. Some of them wanted to kick Jun out before anyone took action. Bear hushed up the matter, but it was too early to thank him because the issue could be raised again at any moment. Also on the agenda was something they had discussed a month ago, related to the international organization. A situation in which the entire board of directors was engaged in intensive negotiations with internationals, and June complicated everything. He said everyone was just waiting for him to slip up, and Bear added that they were in the same boat now. Since Bear closed the matter, he is now looked at askance, and June needs to be more careful in his decisions in the future. An inspection was scheduled for next month, Bear said, and although June promised there would be no problems, it was hard to believe. June thought that there were many people and problems that he had not known before. The previous him would not have been able to cope with this, but now he was confident in himself. Bear warned that all this time June was focused on personal growth, but now his strength alone is not enough, and they need to move together to survive. That's why the director directly asked June if he could help him. Bear promised that if June cooperated with him, he would be guaranteed not to lose his job, and might even get a promotion. Although June would rather be demoted, he now had many enemies and could no longer be a loner, the director warned. He reminded the cleanman not to let his guard down until the final decision of the board of directors, because he was their main target. But first, June wanted to hear the request itself, and the director said that it was not a difficult quest. June must convince the association's chairman to return to management, as he has been in hiding for over 3 years. Bear thought that Jun knew where he was, and he asked him to convince the chairman to return. The guy asked why he was assigned this. Who else should he have entrusted this task to? After all, June is close to the chairman, Bear said, and the boy felt dizzy. He had heard these rumors, but he didn't believe that there were people who believed them. But now it was clear why Wolf and Fox behaved this way. June decided to directly report that there was a misunderstanding, since he had no relation to the chairman, and it was Bear's turn to fall into a stupor. The director looked disappointed and couldn't hide it. He realized that this task was impossible for June. Bear then asked how many people knew about this, and June explained that the director was the first and offered to explain himself to everyone. The next operation will be assigned to June, Chuck said, after reading from the sheet of paper. This time the meeting of hunters had no objections, and the decision was taken unanimously, and the meeting ended. The attitude towards June changed because, after all the showdowns, he was simply feared because of his unpredictability. The board of directors was unhappy with the situation, and Juna would be discussed for a long time, although there were hopes that everything would soon be forgotten. But Chuck asked the bespectacled man if he thought they were safe. They could also become June's accomplices. And the bespectacled man asked what could happen since Jun was connected with the chairman, and no one would touch him. But Chuck doubted that this was true, and the bespectacled man was taken aback. He didn't even imagine that this could be a lie. Chuck whispered in his ear that it wasn't worth discussing here, and so loudly. During the last operation, Chuck spoke to some of the board of directors and no one knew about June and his connections. But since they were the second most influential directors after Bear, it was doubtful that they knew nothing about June. It's strange that they hadn't crossed paths before, or heard of him, and there was no record of June before he became a janitor. It was just a guess, Chuck said meaningfully, and he didn't notice how his story had gained another listener. It was Fox, who pretended that he had not been eavesdropping at all, but had simply forgotten his documents, and he jumped out faster before Chuck and the bespectacled man could catch him. They were horrified, having no idea how long Fox had been standing there and how much he had heard. Of course, Wolf soon learned the news that June was not connected with the chairman. He suddenly felt taller, as if his shoulders had straightened, and asked what they were going to do with this little rat. Wolf calmed down a little and asked to repeat this information to him, because he could not immediately believe it. He asked Fox if he was absolutely sure that this information was authentic. Fox placed copies of his personal file, certificates of family ties, a certificate from kindergarten, and a vaccination card in front of Wolf. Fox said he checked everything, even did a DNA paternity test. Now he was sure that June was not related to the chairman in any way. It was worth admitting that June was a talented cleaner, but it was unlikely that he was acting on the chairman's orders. And despite the major incident with the internationalists, the chairman still hasn't shown up. Wolf sighed heavily and agreed. It all made sense, but now he didn't understand why Jun was so self-confident. This cleaner was just playing with them like kittens, Wolf realized, and became angry. Wolf recalled what was said a month ago at the General Assembly. The point is that their local branch was planned to be bought out by international players. Fox was surprised because this meant they could transfer the rights to an international organization. Their local association was independent, and one of the largest, Wolf, was engaged in negotiations with other countries. Fox was amazed again. Those who are already close to retirement would simply take their shares and leave, but young managers and hunters would fall under the control of internationalists. The problem was the old chairman, who handed over control to Bear, who would never sign those papers. That's why Wolf did everything behind his back together with other directors and subsequently just wanted to put pressure on Bear. But that scoundrel June ruined everything by causing a scandal with Jason's branch, and now everything was not going according to plan. And this really angered one of the directors because if Wolf doesn't calm down June, he'll be left with nothing. Fox said he had no idea what to do or whether it was possible to pull something like this off without a chairman. Wolf said it would be easy as long as Bear had all the power. They had to try, although there was a chance he would be removed if the chairman returned. Wolf dismissed this. Why would they need someone who has done nothing for 3 years? Even the top management didn't know where this old man was. But since he had found out that June was not connected with the one-eyed old man, it was time to teach him a lesson, Wolf said. He called Director Rock, who was splashing around in the pool, and asked him to move up the audit schedule, which was scheduled for next month. Wolf gleefully explained that he had come up with a way to eliminate Jun and promised to send all the details in the form of a report. Rock was pleased to hear this and said that the entire board of directors was counting on Wolf. The villainous villain, holding a glass of wine in his hands, maliciously promised to do everything possible and for success to reward Wolf with the director's chair. Miranda and her hunters were surprised by the rudeness of those who turned their office upside down. The inspectors filled her office and poked into every piece of paper. The cheeky woman asked Miranda if she was sure that all her reports for the last month were accurate. Miranda did not understand what they wanted from her and replied that everything was so. Then the auditor asked her who instructed her during the raids. The huntress replied that she was simply receiving advice, nothing more, and that this was before she was promoted to the position of leader. But the auditor said that everything was too suspicious and there were too many coincidences. The bespectacled woman asked Miranda meaningfully if she knew what would happen to her if she deceived them. The auditor asked how it happened that Miranda was entrusted with the last raid, although she can hardly be called a veteran. The huntress explained that everyone else had simply refused to participate, declaring a boycott. Miranda answered hesitantly that the others simply didn't dare participate, and if she spoke about June's role in this now, it would increase suspicions. The bespectacled one said that she had already heard about this from the other hunters. According to their statements, they were boycotting June, who changed his schedule. The auditor then suggested that Miranda was close to June, and the girl had no answer. During the raid, an accident occurred, and it was also the result of the instructions of the cleaner June. The red-haired beast continued to speak tricks. At this point, the audit ended. Having said some nasty things, the auditor left. Miranda couldn't do anything about this abomination. It was as if someone had put a knife to her throat. Shirley was also questioned. The auditors were concerned about why she had transferred so many resources to the second squad of hunters. She replied that it was just a competition and the support department was just doing their job. She was accused of choosing sides and disrupting the competition between the squads, although she should have remained neutral. The auditor asked her if the second group's result remained the same without her support. He, with a straight face, accused her of disrupting the work of the detachments. The cleanup department also gave Peter a hard time, revealing that he wasn't the one who drew up the cleaning schedule. Chuck also got it. He was asked what he was thinking, entrusting responsibility to the cleaners, and it is suspicious that all the raids were carried out by the second group. Chuck didn't say anything to avoid making things worse. It was obvious that the audit was biased and one-sided. Given the circumstances, they were working against the rules, the auditor said, and it all had to do with the cleaner, Jun. June just came out of the dungeon after cleaning and received a message. Shirley warned him that they were all getting chewed out by the auditors. An inspector with a stony face also came for June and ordered him to follow him. Almost nothing had happened in 2 hours, but to make such a fuss over one cleaner, June realized that they had prepared well. They checked everyone except him. It was a very dirty trick. June's phone was confiscated so that he could not contact the others. They decided to simply put pressure on his psyche so that he would begin to doubt others. Before him, they simply read documents for 2 hours. Anyone would have become nervous and thought about what awaited others and who would say how much. The longer a person thinks, the more he doubts that this was the auditor's calculation, and eventually the person breaks down. And when the broken man can no longer think clearly, he begins to say what the auditors want to hear and takes the blame on himself. But June just chuckled. He had dealt with people this way himself and asked the auditor why he was so confused. The inspection was scheduled later, but they showed up much earlier, and June said there was only one explanation. He asked casually how Director Rock was doing. His wife's birthday was coming up, and he had to decide what to give her. She loves champagne, and June might even be able to recommend a couple of varieties. The warden spoke up and said that June should be careful with his words. And now the more June remains silent, the more the auditor will think. Who is he? How much does he know? Or maybe he is just a cleaner. These are the questions that will be spinning in the auditor's head. Shirley asked June how. She was all worn out waiting for him to get in touch and was afraid that he would take all the blame on himself. June told her to take a breath and said that nothing had happened. Things weren't going well for the others, if not terribly, but Jun wasn't fired. That's the only good news so far. Chistaman agreed. Because the inspectors wouldn't leave them alone so easily, Shirley asked him why they were doing this. And June said it was pretty obvious, although he wanted to end it as quickly as possible because all the people associated with him were suffering. He added that he should just leave the association, and Shirley screamed at him. It was quite easy for Jun to get a job in any guild, just like Miranda. But Shirley reminded him that the cleanup squad would remain in the association, and it was unknown what would happen to them. Jun agreed. He was also worried about these people and the consequences. Jun realized he needed to take action and looked at his phone. He called Bear, who was equally concerned about the situation. Jun asked him what would happen if he gave the director a weapon. Would he use it? And then Bear replied that of course he would do it, and at that point Jun ended the call. Then he turned back to Shirley and asked if she was free, because they needed to go for a walk. The check was now over, and Jun told her to follow him. Considering what his past life was like, Jun was terribly angry at the current attitude towards him. They would have to pay for what they did. Shirley put on her suit and got behind the wheel, but grumbled that she was uncomfortable. Jun wondered why she dressed up like that. But the manager said that he himself asked her to do so, and did not understand why she was driving him around as a secretary. She brought him to the mountains because Jun didn't have a license and all he had with him was instant noodles. Shirley didn't know who the meeting was planned with, and she doubted that giving him noodles was a good idea. Having climbed the mountains, they found some kind of hut of an unsightly appearance. Shirley was quite tired on her way up and thought about doing some exercise. Jun knocked on the paper door and entered, but immediately stopped as a sword was held to his throat, and the old man asked who he was. Jun said he worked in the cleaning department and he had something to say, so he took the risk of coming to this place. Shirley was the most surprised of all, because it was the chairman of the entire association himself. Half a century ago, when dungeons appeared, there were no guilds or associations. Everything was started by 5 people who became legends in the world. At the cost of enormous efforts and a sea of blood, the association was created, and since then, it has been headed by the chairman. He warned Jun that although he didn't know how he found him, he told him not to say anything unnecessary. Jun replied that he had bought the old man some noodles, and Shirley stared at him nervously. The chairman did not answer, and then Jun added that he was sharp. And then the old man asked how much time he needed. Jun replied that half an hour would be enough. Shirley tortured Jun. She did not understand who he was, since he was able to find the chairman, but was not one of his people. The chairman placed a bowl of noodles in front of them and invited them to the table. He said that in the old days when he went on raids, he ate only noodles for months. Now he moved to this wilderness. No one knew about this place, and the chairman asked how Jun knew about it. Jun introduced himself again, stating his position, and replied that even if he told everyone, they still wouldn't believe him. The chairman laughed that a simple cleaner could find him. Looking at Shirley and hearing her name, he realized that she was the CEO's daughter. And then they got to the main issue. Jun told how the directors are preparing the merger of the association with the internationalists, and he said he wanted to stop it, that's why he came here. Then the chairman asked him what he had to do with it, since he was no longer interested in the affairs of the association. Although he founded it, half a century has passed, and at that time no operational departments existed. The association has long been living its own life. It used to be better. Either you would come out of the dungeon alive, or they would carry you out in their arms. The chairman fought for humanity, but now everyone is concerned about money. In any case, he no longer cared about the matter and told June to leave, at which point June asked if the chairman was ready to resign. Since he didn't care about the association, it was strange that he hadn't stepped down as head yet, Jun noted. He could just hand over the post and sit back in the wilderness, June said, and Shirley grabbed him by the hair to shut him up. The chairman got angry and replied that June was talking nonsense. It was surprising that he could become the leader of the squad at all. But June responded sharply, saying that nonsense is what happens in the association. Its primary goal is the safety of citizens, but those who work there are simply throwing dust in the eyes. They get what they want by any means necessary and stop at nothing. June asked if he still thought he was crazy. June told the chairman to stop saying such heartless things. No matter what the association is like now, if he doesn't care, he should just give up. If not, then June would leave. But he knew that the chairman cared. He did not leave his post because he still hoped to return. The chairman replied that he was still too old and the board of directors was just waiting for the moment to get rid of him. He didn't trust anyone. June reminded that Director Bear could be trusted. He could even hand over the chairman's position to him. But the old man said that Bear wasn't ready yet, and that teaming up with him was the only way to get things back to normal, June said. The chairman agreed that he believed Bear, but asked why he should believe June himself. June replied that he had received similar offers but refused, especially since he was planning to leave the association soon. The chairman suggested that it was due to pressure from the directors. June replied that it was, although it was not the only reason. At this point, he decided to leave, because he knew that the chairman was not one to hesitate with decisions, although he had not yet said anything. The chairman was surprised that June knew him so well, as if they were old acquaintances. Shirley asked him on the way back if he really wanted to quit his job. June didn't care about the latest events. He replied that even if he stayed, it would do no good, and he didn't have much time. But what would the others do? Shirley asked him. Jun waved it off because it wasn't his problem. He wasn't a mommy to interfere in everyone's lives. Shirley couldn't think of anything to say to this and looked at the cleanman's back. If he leaves, she will be lonely, the girl thought regretfully. The chairman read the latest news about June. He understood that the guy was crazy, but he didn't think that he was crazy enough to quarrel with internationalists. The boy was very strong. The chairman had never met anyone like him before. It is possible that even in the whole world one cannot find such a person. If he had met him earlier, he would have kept him close to him. The chairman looked at the framed photograph that stood in the closet. The associations were created to protect people from monsters, but ended up becoming a threat themselves. Power is in the hands of the operational department, the internal politics of the managers. He got tired of looking at all this, and the chairman withdrew. However, he still did not dare to leave his post. The rest was over, the old man thought. The hunters were meeting again, planning a joint raid. Chuck asked who wanted to participate, and was noticeably nervous this time. One by one, the squad leaders began to refuse this, citing a tight schedule. Everyone was busy and they turned the blame to Miranda, asking her to sort it out. The second squad was always ready to work. The hunter commanders looked at Miranda with malicious glee. June had not been in touch, and there were already whispers that the second squad was in trouble. The hunters laughed at who could trust the schedule to the cleaner and were endlessly clever. The rock director received information that June was alive and wanted to find out the details, interrupting his lunch. Wolf responded that June had most likely gone into hiding due to the inspections, and it was unlikely that anyone would support him again. Now all they had to do was resume the merger process, and Rock praised Wolf. The last problem was Bear, who might not sign the contract. But even if not, Rock had a plan, because Bear hadn't come to the meeting yet, and he was planning to bring up the issue of the CEO's resignation. Wolf asked what would be the reason for removal from office and learned that the term of office was about to expire. When the chairman is absent, his powers are transferred to the board of directors until his return. However, at the moment, the chairman has been absent for 36 years in self-isolation. Now the board of directors could decide that Bear had failed in his duties and vote to remove him from office. Wolf asked if they could do the same with the chairman, and Rock replied that he could also be put on indefinite leave. But there were doubts that other directors would vote for this, because they do not want others in the role of chairman and CEO. Rock claimed to have already taken care of that and told Wolf to continue working, flatteringly calling him director. Wolf asked who would become CEO. Rock said that he hadn't thought about it yet and was open to suggestions. Then, Wolf suggested Fox, who had good experience running an operations department and a track record, essentially the perfect puppet. Rock appreciated the joke and laughed sarcastically, not hiding his mockery. June would soon leave the association, and even if she stayed, she would still lose her support group. They were all on the verge of being fired. This is the end for them, and Rock will take the place of the leader of the entire association, and Wolf will be number 2. As June walked down the corridor, indignant cries were heard in his direction. The rats had become bolder these days. Along the way, he was stopped by hunters from Miranda's party, who were still loyal. But even among them, there was an opinion that it was better to stay away from him and not talk to him. Jun expected to be boycotted, but even the friendliest ones were now avoiding him. Miranda greeted him with a smile and dark bags under her eyes, evidence of lack of sleep due to nerves. June looked around at the mess in her office and realized that inspectors had been in the office again. June asked Miranda if she was mad at him, and she said she was a little. But the girl replied that it was not his fault because there were so many bad people around. June said that others didn't think so, and that was also the reason for her anger. While he was helping everyone, actually managing the raids, everyone almost prayed to him, but it was worth it to have an inspection. June was surprised that Miranda was saying this. He didn't understand when he became the boss. He told her that this was natural behavior for people, and besides, she had enough of her own problems. Miranda blamed herself for everything. June said that if she had time for self-flagellation, she would be better off sleeping or reading, and handed her a folder. This was a brief information about the future dungeons, and recommendations for clearing them for the year ahead. She could have managed without it, and June told her to think of it as a parting gift. Miranda thought something terrible, and June added that she should have felt it by now. The wind of change. Everything would change soon, and then everything will get even worse. So instead of waiting for someone to come to the rescue, focus on work. But then Shirley burst into the office, outraged that June was ignoring her calls. She informed him that the board of directors wanted to fire the chairman. June realized that their enemies had already begun their attack, and quite quickly. If this is true, then Bear will also be removed from his post. It's a matter of time. Rock has gone too far. At the meeting, they decided not only to remove the chairman, but also to immediately resolve the issue with the general director. The board of directors believed that the chairman was not fulfilling his duties, since he had not been in touch for 3 years. Then everyone voted without much discussion, and the mustachioed walrus announced the results. Rock was already winking cheerfully at his hangers-on, celebrating his victory. Bear understood that if the chairman was removed, he would be next, which meant that Rock would be the next chairman. The entire top management will change. Someone thanked Bear for his good work. Wolf told him not to be upset, because he would still remain with the association in the position of head of the cleanup squad. Bear looked sullenly at the blockhead, who did not hide his malice. All this time, the mustachioed man was dragging out a dramatic pause and heating up the situation. The majority of votes supported the resignation, and Bear, without waiting for the announcement, decided to ask what would happen if the chairman refused to leave his post. In this case, according to the regulations, his removal is impossible, the mustachioed man said, but added that it was too late. The votes had been counted. The rest of the littermates laughed because, in their opinion, even suggesting such a thing was stupid. And then the old chairman entered the conference room and asked if they missed him. The heating in the room could have been left unturned for another year, due to the heat emitted by the bottoms of the conspirators who had flown past. The chairman said that one cleaner whispered to him about dirty and very interesting deeds that were being carried out without him. And at that moment, everyone realized how badly they had miscalculated, but it was too late. The lie became the truth. The cleaners said that they wanted to distance themselves from the leader June, because all the problems of the other squads were connected with him. Chloe realized that while everything was fine, they doted on him. And now they decided to distance themselves. She added that it was their decision, but warned them to be mindful of the consequences. The workers did not agree with her position. They did not consider themselves selfish. They needed to hold on to their jobs. Chloe stated that as long as they hid their heads in the bushes, she had pride and told them not to worry. She had a debt that she had to repay to June, so she did not leave his side for a single step. Meanwhile, the group of losers tried to collect their sagging jaws. The chairman looked at them with disdain. They were as vile as when he left, and he greeted Bear, noting that he had lost weight since their last meeting. And although he found out that June was not related to the chairman, there was no other way to explain this situation. The chairman grumbled that while he was away, they had done a lot of damage here, imagined themselves to be the bosses and appointed blockheads to key positions. Someone jumped up from their seat and asked them not to react so emotionally because they were acting according to the rules. The chairman told him that the rules were nonsense. They should have sent him a notice of suspension, but they did not do so. Rock recovered from the shock and objected that the chairman had been in hiding for 3 years and they simply did not know where to send the notice. But then the chairman noted that it was a simple cleaner who found him, which again threw the conspirators off track. Rock glanced sideways at Wolf. It became clear who would be blamed for all the blame. Here, Bear stood up from his seat and became indignant when he realized that the question of resignation had been raised without notifying the chairman. Then Rock, mad with fear, shouted that they even had the results of the vote and demanded that they be announced. But the mustachioed manager froze in place. Voting lost its meaning, since the chairman himself was already here. No one expected the head to show up, so now all the other directors got scared and blamed Rock for setting them up. Taking advantage of the notice excuse, the other directors immediately relinquished their voting positions. They immediately sat down next to General Director Bear and began to fawn on him, pretending that nothing had happened. It was clear that the board of directors' consensus had disappeared, and they began to argue and grumble like a flock of squabbling hens. Rock shouted again to the chairman that if he had any conscience he should retreat. Because he had been hiding for 3 years and now he had appeared, it was somehow offensive. The chairman looked at the mustachioed man and asked him what they were going to do. Usatii, of course, was not ready to sacrifice his career in a futile adventure and declared the matter closed. The chairman slammed his cane on the floor and declared that he would no longer tolerate any rat who was only interested in profit. From that day on, he introduces a planning headquarters and carries out a complete reorganization, personnel purges, and Friday shootings. Turning to the CEO, he asked him if he could handle it. Bear wanted to jump off, but the chairman insisted that everything be done for the good of the association. Then Bear remembered Jun's strange question. If he gave him a weapon, would he use it? And then it finally dawned on Bear that the chairman was that weapon. It's no wonder they wanted to remove him from office. Loudly slamming the table, he announced that he would undertake reorganization and finally introduce executions. Assel couldn't believe her ears and asked to repeat it. She was again denied the right to use the canteen. Someone said that an order had come from above not to let the cleaners in, but it was not specified from whom. The team immediately began to drag June to another place. The food here was lousy anyway. But then Fox stepped forward, playing the mother of mercy, and asked to let them in, since they worked together. He smiled warmly and said that there was nowhere to eat at this time anyway. June asked him whose order it was, but Fox pretended not to know the details or names. He told them that other departments had complained about the cleaners smelling, which he thought was pretty accurate considering the work they did. June objected that the hunters were doing the same thing. But then Fox added that he was now in command of the second group. June didn't care, and Fox was surprised by his calm, because it meant that June and Miranda would be accused of abuse of power and suspended. June explained that Miranda had come up with the whole plan for that operation, and when everyone else had left, she turned to him. Fox was quite pleased to point out that June should worry about himself rather than others, as the cleaning staff would soon be cut and his chances would be poor. Fox contemptuously threw a radish at June and said that everything had gone according to his plan for too long, and now their time was up. The team was outraged that he, a grown man, was allowing himself to do this and was throwing food around. But then Fox turned the entire tray of food onto the table and called Assel a scrubber, and also declared that he would not grovel before the cleaners. He promised to throw them to the bottom if they said another word, and ordered them to attend to their direct duties. Fox maliciously ordered them to lick everything here, but he himself did not notice how a white fluffy animal crept up to him. When Fox saw the chairman, he was stunned. June muttered that the old man had arrived just in time. June noted that the old man must be tired, since the journey to the capital was not short. And the chairman said that he wanted to see him, and he added that he did the right thing by coming here, after which he issued Fox a severe reprimand. He reminded Fox that he should watch his language if he wanted to work for the association. Turning to Jun, he was surprised that he had let himself be offended so easily, but the boy said that the chairman was exaggerating. Then the chairman asked to inform him that if something like this happens again, it won't be difficult for him to throw out a couple of scoundrels. At this, the old man took his leave, expressing the hope of having dinner together sometime, and June wished him a good journey. The old man ordered his men to wipe Fox's face and put him away somewhere when he woke up. Alex grabbed Jun and started shaking him by the collar, asking who he was. And the chairman didn't understand why the guy was so friendly. Wolf managed to squeeze out a stingy, "sorry," and bowed his head. He began to justify himself by saying that Rock had pressured him and left him no choice. And June answered meaningfully that he knew everything. Then the scoundrel was glad that they believed him, and thought that June would talk to the chairman. But June scratched his chin and was surprised, because it was not in his power. He was a simple cleaner. And then Wolf realized that his happy life had come to an end. But then the two-faced scoundrel fell to his knees, casting aside his pride, and asked him to understand and forgive him, only this time, promising to hand over his accomplices. June also knelt down to see those eyes, which were still insolent to the last. And he asked him why he needed information about Director Rocca if he already knew everything. "He's just a janitor," June said again. And then Wolf sank to open flattery and said that June could handle dirt as well as monsters. The guy laughed. All this time he was considered a nobody, and now he was listed as an expert. June said that he still had much to do and would go, and Wolf asked him what he should do in a pitiful voice. June said he had no idea, but he whispered, "Seppuku." Wolf threw a pile of papers in Fox's face, angry that he couldn't get through to the chairman. Fox made excuses that he was told that these were the chairman's contacts, and then Wolf asked how he knew about this. "Even the board of directors didn't know," Wolf shouted, not understanding how Fox had gotten the number. According to Jun, he was in no position to ask the chairman for anything, but in the dining room it seemed like they were old acquaintances. Fox tried to calm Wolf down, but he was indignant. How could he be calm if they were about to get hit? He was so angry that when the phone rang, he involuntarily lost his temper and shouted into the receiver, calling the caller a freak. It turned out it was Rock calling. He was angry at Wolf because he promised to take care of June. And how can he now explain what happened? Wolf blamed it all on Fox, saying he trusted him, but Rock didn't care. The entire board of directors of idiots was furious and demanded blood. Wolf asked why he was being made to feel guilty, since he was not the only one who wanted to remove the chairman. They shouted at each other in unison because everyone was looking for someone to blame. Rock was the first to threaten Wolf to expose his schemes for illegal enrichment and raids. He promised to scalp Wolf with his own hands if he continued to behave like this. Wolf told Fox everything as it was, and he didn't understand why they were again to blame for everything. Wolf turned away and said in an offended tone that it was all because of Fox's stupidity and told him to go. And then he cursed filthily and ordered them to get out as quickly as possible. Fox was extremely indignant that in the ladder of fools he was the last one to get all the blame. He had known for a long time that Wolf was a piece of trash, but now he wasn't ready to just let it go. But before he bit, he had to think everything through carefully. At the same time, news reports began to appear about corruption in the Hunters Association, with 14 directors being accused. The chairman took this opportunity to announce large-scale organizations. It is known that Director Rock spent huge amounts of money on bribery and lobbying. This news caused a great resonance in society. Wolf was also accused of dungeon buying and selling schemes, and all because the investigation had a talkative informant in the person of Fox. Everyone watched this report from the Hunter's office and was outraged by the chaos in the management. Mustachioed Bear said that he would take full responsibility and create a new association. In his past life, he was the main corrupt official, but now everything was different. All the criminals were exposed, which meant that Bear couldn't be accused and fired. In his past life, Jun himself eliminated Bear, and now this man succeeds in reforming the association. Then Jun did everything to become the first and reach the highest rank. He walked over people's heads. But now these people surrounded him and supported him with all their might. Bear entered the office with Shirley and said that while he was working, Jun was lounging around here. Bear laughed and suggested having dinner with the chairman. Now Jun understood why people said about the director that he was like a high school student. Dinner with the boss of bosses, this is a great opportunity, the CEO said, and Jun asked him why. Bear replied that he didn't know. It was an invitation from the chairman himself, and Jun agreed, since he was going to meet him anyway. At dinner, the chairman told them to choose, since he had already made his choice, and Jun wanted spicy beef soup. The chairman was surprised that Jun chose so quickly, as if he had already been to this place, and the guy realized that he had been caught. In his past life, he was always next to the nasty old man, and they ate together, although now he realized that even the smell irritated him. Then Jun got straight to the point and asked why he had been called. The chairman said he wanted to talk because Jun must have heard about all this squabbling between the directors, and the chairman thought that he didn't want to deal with them, so as not to destroy himself. Director Rock was fired. Wolf was sent to the logging site, but the chairman didn't know what to do with Fox. Of course, he was canceling the merger with the International Association, and Jun asked what they had said about that. Jun realized that Bear must be swamped with work now, and he agreed, since he hadn't seen his wife for a long time. But it was better than sitting and doing nothing, Jun noted, and Bear laughed. He said that he would owe the guy for such a relief. Now the chairman asked what he should do next since he was back in the association, and Jun again did not understand why they were asking him about this. But the chairman replied that everything rested only on him. Jun recommended not to carry out reforms too quickly, so as not to cause a rebellion. Hunters are the most important. It is better not to disturb them. They need to show that they want change, and not just act rashly, the chairman realized. The chairman agreed and suggested continuing the conversation in a less crowded place where June would tell him what she wanted. June said he didn't need anything, just that they raised the salaries of the cleaners, which surprised the chairman. The old man grabbed his bald head and agreed with Bear. The guy really was a very interesting person and regretted that he had not returned earlier. The chairman then suggested that Jun try himself as a manager. He was ideal for the position. Jun immediately refused, although he understood that it was impolite. But he knew that he would not have another chance to do it. He handed the old man a prepared envelope with a resignation letter. The chairman looked at the paper as if it were a piece of trash. Bear worriedly asked Jun what he was not happy with and promised to fix everything. Jun replied that it was for personal reasons. The merger issue was closed, and the internationalists would have a hard time if he stayed here and couldn't advance. Now Jun must seriously work on getting into the International Association. The chairman accepted his envelope, albeit with regret, but there was nothing he could do about it. But he asked to work hard for another month, and Jun agreed. But then it dawned on him that he had fallen for the old man's trick, because he had not planned to stay. The chairman reminded him that according to the labor code, Jun was obliged to work. Bear had a request too, and Jun asked him what else. But the cunning Bear did not specify. He only said that he had some business to do in the evening. Mark and the international organization's leader received information that the merger had failed. Raid leader Kane angrily declared that they had lost a lot because of one scoundrel, and he asked Jason if he would continue to make excuses. But Jason had just been fired and had nothing more to say in his defense. Mark turned to Jason's assistant and asked why she was unable to obtain the Eternity Stone during their joint raid. She replied that one of the employees had become suspicious of them. She had to deviate from the plan, otherwise they would have been easily discovered. Mark asked if they had exposed it or were simply trying to interfere. Assistant Eva didn't know, and then he wanted to know who had stood in their way. And then Eva said that it was just a cleaner from headquarters. Mark chuckled. It was the most ridiculous explanation he had ever heard, and Kane asked why the merger had failed. Eva reported that the missing chairman had suddenly reappeared, and according to their report, it was the janitor who found him. Then Mark asked who he was. They had been preparing for many years for this stone, and now they would not see it. And then Eva reported to them that the cleaner had been appointed head of the operational headquarters after the announced reforms. Mark didn't understand how a cleaner could get such a position. Eva didn't know anything. There was nothing special about a cleaner. Apart from one oddity, he had incredible combat power, his skills surpassing most hunters. Mark asked who this cleaner with combat skills was, and if he was on the hunter registry. But he wasn't there either, and this confused the bad guys even more. Then some woman said that the cleaner was just a deviant. He took the stone from them and asked them how they would deal with it. Eva said that they would come up with something, because there was no longer any legal way to resolve this. The moment for negotiations had already been lost. Eva added that they planned to use the space stone. If they knew about the time stone, they would have already taken action, the strange woman realized, and asked if it was possible to get information after the reforms. But the old woman snapped her finger and told Johan to take Eva and return the time stone. And then he entered, with 2 lamps in the form of skulls on the sides and full of pathos. Freelance Hunter number 1 said he accepted the assignment. He was asked to remove the skull, and Johan agreed. He wanted to update it anyway. He placed his hand over the dead Jason's head and used the skill. His head was stripped of skin and flesh and torn away from the dead body. The strange woman said that she would report to the secretary, and the meeting was over for today. They all grinned evilly, and she told them to keep in mind that the janitor was their main enemy. June sat at a corporate party, not knowing what he was doing while everyone else was just celebrating his success. The journalist played the saxophone, or rather thought he played it while he was blowing into a fire extinguisher. In the meantime, June poured himself some rice tea and thought that he didn't have much time. His karma skill was only revealed after his sudden death. Now June is set to become the Secretary General of an international organization in 5 years. The most obvious suspect was his foreman, Peter, but he turned out to be nothing like that. During his time as a janitor, he tried to find other suspects, but they had neither the skills nor the motive. There is only one conclusion. It was someone very influential. If nothing is done, June will simply disappear. Fortunately, he has already unlocked many skills. All that remains is to find a way to get into the International Association. But then, Shirley interrupted him from his thoughts and asked why the hero of the occasion was sitting alone. She said her father just wanted to have fun, and everyone was celebrating the fact that June was finally safe. Although the guy didn't really appreciate such gatherings, where everyone respected each other. However, this is exactly what life looked like. Routine and momentary joys full of courage. The chairman was also present at the party and ate only instant noodles. Jun looked at everyone skeptically but realized that everyone was having fun. Before his regression, everyone present looked at him with anger and hatred. Now they gathered here for him and raised the temperature of the party. Jun was persistently called, and in the end he agreed to go to everyone. Life is not so bad, he thought. In the port city, not far from the pier, a dungeon appeared. The hunters were stuck in the dungeon, the water rose, and they could no longer carry out the cleanup, and then they contacted headquarters. Shirley said she would look into it and find out the reason. She asked where Miranda was now. She responded and said that she would not let them down and would deal with the boss herself. The huge snake hit Miranda with its tail and she flew away. Then the cobra hit them with magic from its open mouth. But when everyone had already given up and fallen, only Miranda remained on her feet and she was able to stop the monster. Although she did everything as June told her, that was all, the girl thought. A hunter from her team reported that Miranda was not responding, and they were ordered to wait for the exit, so they could not even go to her aid. But then June got in touch, and Shirley told him that the first task force was in critical condition. In half an hour, the dungeon was supposed to collapse, and June said that he was rushing to the place. He was tense because this raid could not fail. It was all the fault of the international organization that told them, let's try. But then, out of nowhere, a truck appeared in the middle of the highway at an intersection, and he rammed June's car, which flew towards the port containers. 2 weeks before, June had been busy with pettifogging and cursing his new position as chief of staff. Much had changed. His main enemies had been fired, and others were also facing repression and logging. Miranda became the leader of the first task force that was reassembled, now leading the elite. 10 cleaning teams were created. Alex and Assel refused leadership positions. All that could be said about little Chloe was that she dyed her hair. In the support department, Shirley took all the power into her hands. The more June thought about it, the more absurd it seemed to him. He didn't understand why he was appointed head if he would soon be fired. June asked the chairman if he would really leave in 30 days, and he slyly replied, if nothing happens. June hoped that there would be no incidents and that he would quietly get out of this swamp. This month was supposed to pass calmly. On the other hand, his position had an advantage. He unlocked a ton of skills in one fell swoop, fixing the janitor's situation. But even so, there was something that remained hidden. It was one of the most powerful skills in his past life. But the conditions were too difficult, Demon Lord. It looks like he will have to give up this skill. June had advanced in the unofficial rankings and could now easily qualify for the top rank. And he thought about registering. After all, he had planned to become a hunter again from the very beginning. But even without that, he had risen quite a bit. There was a knock on his office door and June said they could come in. June got a secretary, the beautiful Shirley, who brought him plans for raids for the next month. And she placed in front of him an impressive stack of sheets of paper that needed to be approved by the end of the day. June took up the matter with fervor without even reading it, and approved everything at once to the horror of his assistant. There was a request from the support department to do more research. They wanted to study the time stone and needed equipment. The amount was impressive. They were demanding 50 million credits, and June asked how much was left in their budget. Shirley said it was only 80, and then June ordered it to be approved, even though they might be left with almost no funds. June said he didn't care. He demanded an increase in the budget for the cleanup department for the next quarter, and to provide them with the latest equipment. It was also necessary to completely replace the equipment of the control department. The connection was interrupted. There were errors on the dungeon map every now and then. June was taking revenge. He said he would inform the chairman himself and left the confused Shirley to continue her business. But then Chuck walked in. He looked exhausted as always and said that they had problems. As usual, Chuck cleared his throat to get it all out, and June winced. As a result of the reorganization, too many hunters left their association, and they soon faced the problem of dungeon raids. Chuck has done his research and needs 30 more people as he is currently understaffed. They won't be able to handle the underwater dungeon at this rate, Chuck said. June said he would sort things out with the help of the hired hunters as Shirley helped him wipe his face. Shirley was amazed that her request for a larger portion of the budget was approved. She deliberately asked for more than necessary in order to haggle, and was amazed that they approved everything. Shirley was also confused. June was definitely different from the others, Shirley agreed. Her research was always rejected because it was considered useless. Shirley added that June wanted to support other departments as well, and Shirley laughed, remembering herself. Before, she thought he was acting unreasonably, difficult to understand, but that didn't mean he was frivolous. Shirley asked if her new boss was a genius, and Shirley agreed. He was on a whole other level, always one step ahead, unpredictable, and a quick learner. When he was a simple cleaner, he took care of his colleagues because he understood that they could easily get hurt in the dungeon. He would never tolerate injustice, an incredible man, Shirley admired. And then Shirley asked, apologizing for her directness, if she liked June. And Shirley, smiling, replied that it was true, she liked him as a person. In any case, she was glad to hear that she would be given money. Because I wanted to study the stone as quickly as possible. The underwater dungeon was literally a prison. There weren't many hunters with the water-breathing skill, so raids there were difficult. In addition, it is difficult to clean such a place, and to figure out where everything is, everything needs to be carefully thought out. This dungeon had only recently been discovered, June thought, and that was very strange. June came to the Free Guild to meet and hire hunters. Frank was the first to say hello. He was the deputy of the Ares Guild, with the class of mechanic beekeeper. The leader's name was David from the support class. He had heard a lot about June, and that in the past he was a cleaner. He was curious how June managed to do this, and he replied that there was nothing special about it. David asked not to be modest. June's position spoke for itself, and the hunter already knew why they came to him. June replied that it was true. Because of the reorganization, they were short of people, but David did not understand why they were in such a hurry. June said that information had been received that an underwater dungeon would soon appear in the port. Dave asked why they chose their guild then, and June replied that they were the best. Dave said he thought they were out of their sights, plus they had conflicts with the former deputy squad leader from the association. June said he kept personal and work separate, and Dave called that commendable. June handed him the contract and offered to read it, because it was profitable, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. Dave stated firmly that they were not interested and rejected all agreements. He rudely tore up the contract without reading it and said that he would not work with the association. June thought it was strange, since it wasn't every day that the guild received such offers. Dave said it wasn't about the money, so June asked what the problem was. Dave said he thought they had found a backup guild to recruit hunters. June replied that things had not gone according to plan, and Dave said that in that case, accepting their offer would be even more difficult. The relationship between the guilds and associations was not very good, and Ares was not in the best opinion either. And lately, things have gotten even worse. And if June thinks about how the association treated them, she will understand their choice. Private guilds are not part of the association, but it cannot be said that they are completely independent. If after distributing the dungeons within the associations, only then do the guilds sort out the remaining ones. The association takes all the items, but the guild gets the raid income without the commission. And at first glance it seems like a good deal. If the guilds had not been given this, they would have been left with nothing at all. And in the end, they would have to submit to the association in order not to be left without work. So the association constantly takes advantage of this to exploit the guilds, and that is how their boss-subordinate relationship began. June had no doubt that the scoundrel Wolf personally led to this situation. Even after his dismissal, he made his presence known. Dave said that if you agree to cooperate with the association, you will become an enemy of society. They do not want to feud with other guilds. Still, it was business, June said. He didn't think they would give up the reward easily, but Dave replied that was the wrong word. Without thinking twice, June stood up, accepting their decision. There was nothing he could do about it. Dave warned him that other guilds were of the same mind, so he shouldn't expect any hospitality. June thanked him for the advice and left empty-handed. He didn't understand what was going on. Johan appeared behind Dave, looking through his eyes, and now knew what June looked like in real life. Johan asked Dave if he had tried to join the association without his knowledge and said that it upset him. Frank was indignant and asked why on earth he should care. Johan told him that the association's lifespan was short, considering that their leader was a cleaner. What's wrong with them not working with the association? Johan asked, and told them to sit quietly and then everything would be fine. He told Dave that he couldn't give him much time to think about it because his plan was already being implemented. Dave knew what the plan was, to pit everyone against everyone and cause a huge massacre. He didn't understand what Johan would get out of this, since he wasn't even a member of the association, and Johan told him that he simply didn't like to wait. The association was about to fall apart, and Johan was upset that his proposal was being ignored. But he reminded them that the most important thing is that they not tell anyone about this. Frank whispered under his breath that Johan was a crazy bastard, but they were afraid of him. Frank asked the boss what they were going to do, and Dave said they would have to choose a side soon. If they take Johan's side, not only them, but also other guilds will be able to make good money. But being under the patronage of an association is more profitable, but it is also worth considering the opinions of other guilds. One thing is for sure, Jun was very different from Johan. He could be reasoned with, and he was clearly not rotten. Dave insulted the association and rejected their offer, But June didn't even bat an eyelid. Wolf wouldn't mince words. He used to think that Jun was a dumb guy since he started out as a cleaner. But now his opinion had changed. The guy looked like he didn't care. There were only two types of people who radiated such calm: those who were about to die, or those who live on such a grand scale that they simply don't notice these little things. Frank still had no idea who was drawing what when someone came into the room and told them they had a problem. All the guilds in the capital are conducting large-scale dungeon interceptions, the girl guild leader said ahead. And Frank and Dave were amazed, but they realized that all this was the work of Johan. Jun was angry, as Dave had warned him. He visited other guilds without much results. They didn't even let him into the registration desk and said that the leader was not there. In other cases, they simply refused to deal with him. In the past, June would have simply given up. But now I couldn't do something like that because I wanted to leave this office in a month. A big conflict was brewing, and he also didn't understand why he had to pay for Wolf's sins. Chuck contacted June and told him that recruitment was not going well, but he interrupted him and shouted that it did not matter. There was something so specific, Chuck yelled, that June almost dropped the wheel. Right now, 24 dungeons are being intercepted at once. And all this in 2 hours, Chuck shouted. According to available information, it was the guilds of free hunters who were behind this, and not just one or two. Almost all the guilds in the capital participated in this large-scale attack. This aggression most resembled the beginning of a war for the redistribution of spheres of influence. While Jun was driving in the middle of the city, a loud explosion was heard. The private guilds had declared war on the association, and June didn't understand what they had done wrong. But more importantly, why now? The guilds finished intercepting and contacted each other. So far, there has been silence and the association has not responded to their actions. There were still doubts among the captains that this operation would work out, since the association could sue them. But Johan, villainously sipping grape juice from a glass, reminded the dummy how he had groveled before the association. Johan asked if he thought the association had only approached them because of a shortage of hunters. Their new leader is a janitor who knows and understands little. Now was the best time to attack, the villain convinced. If all the guilds rebel, an inexperienced leader will try to negotiate and make a deal. And then they can bargain and get dungeons for themselves, so they can take care of themselves, said Johan. If they miss this opportunity, they will have to pay reparations for the rest of their lives. The leader of the fools agreed with this and told his men to continue with the plan. When someone approached them, they recognized their Big Dipper Guild uniform. It was Miranda. She introduced herself and looked at them menacingly, and she told them to stop this circus, or she would have to use force. And everyone knew that she was the 5th hunter in the country's ranking. In fact, a war for spheres of influence had already been unleashed between the association and the free guilds. Chuck demanded that June not show weakness at a time when fate was challenging them, and one had to make their move. Chuck also warned that armed conflict should be considered, which was not at all in June's favor. Chuck added that they would begin the trial immediately, and he would report to the chairman. But June refused him, because the old man could already be up to his ears in business. Of course, he just didn't want bad news to reach the top. Chuck started yelling into the phone, in his usual manner, that they couldn't report what had happened. If it continued, the damage would be enormous. June understood that after wide publicity, everything would definitely reach the chairman, and then he would hardly get his dismissal, so he told him that he would sort it out. Chuck could only hope that June knew what he was doing, but warned that they couldn't lose any more dungeons. June understood this and told them not to worry, promising to contact them later. He then contacted Chloe and asked her where she was. The girl had just finished cleaning the dungeon. She had already heard about the interceptions. June confirmed these rumors and ordered her to stay a little longer. The former hunter was indignant, because she was already going to go home, but the call was cut off. June understood all the hostility towards the association from other hunters. It was also understandable why he was ignored, since he used to be a simple cleaner. But was all this a reason for such a risky operation on their part? What benefit there was for the guilds from participating in this? He did not understand. The Free Guild dummy dropped his bag and repeated Miranda's words that the association would use force against them. The huntress replied that only if it was necessary, all their actions were illegal, and took out her sword. The teacher did not give her precise instructions, but she could not remain idle. She had to personally stop all the violators. And then she asked if they would be able to pay compensation, but the idiots brazenly declared that they were not going to. They themselves justified their robbery by saying that the association treated them badly. Miranda stood her ground. This did not give them the right to seize the dungeons. Dissatisfaction had to be addressed in official letters. The dummy, who got involved in an adventure that he himself did not plan, was indignant because they wrote letters but answered them only now. Miranda coldly replied that she understood but demanded that they come with her. In the end, might is right. The blockhead thought the same and refused her. He used his unique skill of turning into a beast and became a freak. The other slow-witted ones also drew their swords, making it clear that the negotiations were over. But Miranda had skills too. She increased her strength and gave them a final warning. The freak growled his no and rushed at Miranda, hoping to knock her down. But she stood her ground and easily knocked off his claws, while other blockheads were already approaching her. Scarface explained that he knew nothing about current events. Of course, they had suspicions that something was going on, but they didn't even imagine mass interceptions. Only their guild and one other were unaware of the upcoming plan, because they did not bend. Jun was surprised. The interceptors could definitely use the help of two of the strongest guilds. They had a variety of skills. He asked them why this happened, and if they had any problems with other guilds. But Scar countered that they had good relationships with their colleagues, and if it had been a planned attack, they would have known about it. Then it looked even stranger, Jun noticed, because in the capital there are 20 guilds and about 1,000 hunters. To manage such a number of people, you need a leader who can unite them. Scar asked if Jun doubted them, and his face darkened. Jun replied that it was just the opposite. He trusted them 100% now. He didn't think that anyone who valued commerce would act in such a way, especially at the risk of losing his reputation. Given the circumstances, the leader was not from the association, Jun said, and Scar remembered Johan's warnings. He asked Jun what he planned to do next. Call lawyers? Jun agreed that the association wanted to do something like that. But Jun did not agree with this decision. He wanted to sort things out personally, and he confidently stated that he wanted to resolve the issue through dialogue. Someone still had to clear the dungeons, and it wasn't such a problem if others did it. Moreover, clashes between the guild and the association caused concern among citizens, so it is better to resolve everything peacefully, he said. Scar was struck by such a character, but he understood that Johan was unlikely to agree to the deal, although there were still some people in the association who were not rotten. But then the secretary reported the situation to them, that the Free Guild and the association's task force had clashed with each other. Jun was horrified. He had to stop them right now. That's why he immediately jumped out of the office and asked for forgiveness for this. Scar was amazed that even though Jun was the chief of staff, he still went out to sites. And he added, telling Frank that he had decided which side he would take in this conflict. Jun was running as fast as he could using hyper-acceleration, while Scar was thinking about how this guy could give them everything they were looking for. Miranda dodged the beast claws and swung again to strike. But then the crushing heel of the chief of staff flashed above them. He struck hard between the fighters, so hard that the ground exploded under their feet and cracked. Jun immediately attracted everyone's attention and scolded the dummies for what they had done here. Although they were adults. Having assumed a pompous pose, he introduced himself to everyone as the chief of staff and offered to talk. Looking back at the beaten head of the Guild of Fools, he realized that Miranda had not wasted her time. Jun praised her for her good work and said that it was up to him from now on. Miranda immediately blushed and became embarrassed. The leader of the blockheads approached Jun and asked if he had come here to shut them up. He looked at Jun angrily, as if he didn't understand his strength, and said that he wouldn't sit idly by in front of the scoundrels from the association. Jun was surprised at this behavior. He just wanted to talk, but warned that he would not remain inactive. The blockhead fell to the ground and offered to show him his face and kill him if they refused to negotiate. Jun looked at these antics and thought that he could just beat the idiot up for real. But then Miranda was contacted again, because problems had been discovered due to interception. The hunters there asked for help, because they cannot cope with the monsters inside. And then it turned out that in that dungeon there was the Guild of the Fool's Wife. Miranda demanded more explanation from the dispatcher, but Jun took the radio from her. He ordered that all operational teams be immediately assembled and prepared for a rescue operation. There was smoke over the city, and the glow of the fire could be seen from afar. People ran away from the monster that had burst to the surface from the dungeon. But his raking limbs were quickly cut off by Chloe, who arrived in time. At this time, Jun asked the hunters what was going on. There was an orange dungeon in front of them, very dangerous, so the hunters planned the raid for a long time, but the dummies burst in and chaos began. They had walked in about an hour ago and hadn't heard from them since. Jun gritted his teeth. This is what happens when you burst in unprepared, he thought. A lion from another raider guild was rushing towards the dungeon with all his might, and his minions were having a hard time holding him back. They shouted at him to calm down, because he wouldn't be able to do anything in this dungeon anyway, because they would simply eat him there. Jun quickly calmed down the troublemaker, who decided to create chaos here too. He told the idiot to be as quiet as a mouse, because if he thoughtlessly broke into the dungeon, there would only be more victims. The blockhead was indignant and accused June of asking him to stand and watch while he wanted to take all the credit for himself. June didn't even deny it and asked if the fool had any more questions. He did not listen to his indignation, but turned to face the entrance to the dungeon. And he added that he himself would go to this hole because he ordered everyone to stop crying. Chuck, who worked as a part-time coat-check attendant, appeared nearby. He said that June didn't have to do it. Even a trained task force might not be able to handle it. Moreover, this operation will not bring much income, even if successful. The priority map was uneven in June's head. The association's budget was last in his mind. What concerned him most was a quiet dismissal, so he ordered the first squad with Miranda to follow him. There was no time for chatter. He ordered them to be vigilant and follow him. Eva watched June's performance from spy video cameras. She noticed that the guild had entered the wrong dungeon by mistake, as if someone had deliberately leaked them the wrong information. And so she quickly realized that this was Johan's plan as he sat there drinking his zucchini smoothie. He replied that there was nothing better to stir up conflict than mass murder, and that disputes with the guilds would weaken the association. Eva grabbed her head and said that it would have been better not to start this. At this rate, he could get caught. But then they learned from the news that June had started a rescue operation and was leading it. Johan chuckled and said that the new manager was concerned about his image, but he thought he had overestimated himself because the cleaner couldn't do anything. It was a dungeon where a newbie couldn't cope. The association always pursues its own interests, so they hardly went just to save people. But Eva told him that Johan doesn't know that June is not an ordinary person. She will have to use the stone because everything didn't go according to plan. She reminded Johan that the plan was not meant to entertain him. Johan was so indignant that the smoothie glass in his hands even evaporated. Then he began to think hard about who June was instead of just finding out. June used the destruction skill on his fist, causing it to become covered in sparks. After which, he knocked out the monster with one blow of his left hand. They quickly went through the entire dungeon and found themselves at the boss room. The dispatcher reported to them that the name of the monster was Tigracon, and June assumed that the creature was flying. But it didn't matter. He told everyone to gather because they were going inside. The room was dark and dirty. June ordered to inspect everything. Miranda found the weapon that the previous group used. There was no monster blood on it, only dirty slime. Miranda showed miracles of deduction and assumed that the slime belonged to a monster. But then June noticed the threat and shouted for Miranda to leave, then immediately used the fire skill. When they thought to look up, they saw a huge spider above their heads and a bunch of dummies that had allowed themselves to be caught. At least they are alive, thought June, looking at the people. He instructed Miranda that saving people was a priority and that cleanup could come later. Miranda used a skill called Iron Meteorite, and a magic sword appeared in her hand. With this blade, she was able to attack at long range and cut through the sticky web. And June, meanwhile, using acceleration, was able to catch all the captives. He deftly dodged the spider's paws, which were left without dinner. Miranda, who was watching from the side, noticed another spider from above and shouted to June. He found himself between two fires, and the attacking spider was vomiting green mucus on him. June was doused with a foul-smelling muck and fell to the ground, but he was able to get up. Uriel's skill helped him recover. He soared into the air like an angel and hung there, blinding the spiders with a bright light. The passive skill Mysophobia instantly brought out the previously cold-blooded June. Chloe sat and remembered June when Alex told her to watch her language and asked how much longer she would behave like this. But the former huntress did not listen to him and continued to show her character. Then June ordered the dungeon to be isolated and ordered the first squad to follow him. Chloe was overjoyed. She hadn't had a raid like this for a long time. She wanted to stretch her legs. But June ordered the little one to stay outside, which stunned the berserker. This was a rescue mission, and they were only taken along for routine cleanups. Alex reminded Chloe of the difference, though that didn't reassure her. She thought it was unfair because she couldn't enter the dungeon and she couldn't go home, and she wished June had quit yet. Chuck reminded them of the situation, that it could only be called a rescue operation if everything turned out to be a success, and besides, they had spent a lot of money. All the blame will fly at June. But despite this, he still decided to lead the operation and save people. So Chuck told them to stop bad-mouthing the boss behind his back and promised to always follow June. Chloe almost threw up from this outburst of strange feelings from Chuck. With shining eyes, he waited and hoped that June would return unharmed. Meanwhile, he was going crazy with anger that his clothes were stained with slime. Turning to the monsters, he told them that he would finish them all off. June told Miranda to take away all the hunters and the rescued ones, and he himself decided to deal with the monsters. She objected to him that now saving people was more important than cleaning up. June shouted at her that plans had changed and again told her to get out as quickly as possible. The huntress told her subordinates that June would buy them time, though he simply couldn't contain his mysophobia urge. The teacher changed his strategy to give them time to get out. Miranda misunderstood. Jun once again activated the destroyer skill he had acquired recently, and he rushed towards the spiders to hit them with all his might. A flash flashed. The spider fell to the ground with its legs up. Its chitinous shell could not withstand the impact and cracked. June took one down, but there was still one left watching him from behind. But this spider, instead of attacking Jun, aimed at a more vulnerable target and shot acid at the hunters. June realized that this pack had intelligence and used the fire skill. But when he was about to shoot, his hand was entangled in many threads, and a movement was heard from the body of the defeated spider. Miranda noticed a cloud of green slime approaching them. But then Jun jerked his hand, and the spiderlings that were holding him flew into the air. Then June activated the divine protection. Like a true hero, he had skills for all occasions and very successfully unlocked them. The hunters were now protected by a golden shield, and green slime spread across it. Then he flew on his fairy wings towards the monster, who was frozen in surprise. The spider tried to escape, but June told him it was useless. With a wave of one finger, he used the hand gesture of a great magician and split the spider in half. However, because of this, he was again covered in disgusting sticky slime. The hunters quickly reached the exit, Miranda walking in front. Chuck praised them for their work, and the dummy from another guild recognized his wife among those saved. Miranda told them that June would be coming out soon, and he appeared behind her, complaining that there were too many people there, like at a show. And then he demanded that Chuck give him something to wipe his face with, help the victims, and take them to the hospital. He didn't forget about his head cleaner and turned to her. June told her to stop shirking her work and to clean everything up properly. Then he looked at the troublemaker who had caused chaos in their areas. The blockhead said that Jun saved everyone out of fear of punishment, and they would not forgive the association so easily. He knew his words sounded stupid, but their tiny guild couldn't afford to pay compensation, so he accused them of fraud. But at that very moment, he received a slap on the head from the Scar that had arrived in that place. On behalf of all the guilds, he asked June for forgiveness. And he added that they had no right to judge a man who risked his life to save one of them. Scar was impressed that Jun would put his life at risk in such a situation, and even worried about the citizens. Jun didn't know what to say to this after all. He just ran away from the Ares Guild office. Scar expressed confidence that they would be able to coexist with such a person in the association. For all free guilds, his actions should serve as an example. The dummies began to praise and honor June. Shouting flattery as if on command, they instantly changed their shoes. The hunters asked June to stay and lead the association for life. The guy's head was spinning from the circus they all created here. Scar bowed low and thanked Jun for saving his dummies. Without him, they would have died. But he added that he could not help but agree that their intentions were obvious to him. He hoped that June understood what the association had done, and the cleanman sighed heavily. Looking straight at Scar, he asked who he thought he was in an angry voice. June knew what was going on, but was that a reason to just take away the dungeons? Moreover, when the amount of damage reached such a level, Scar asks him to simply understand and forgive, and asked if they understand who they are dealing with. Here one idiot screamed again, unable to bear the pressure, and justified his actions by the cruelty of the association. June wondered why he should forgive them. Just because they were having a hard time, it was capitalism. It was hard for everyone. June didn't care why the free hunters decided to intercept him if he was going to quit anyway. Future relationships were more important. There was no guarantee that such an attack would not happen again. If they officially declare compensation for damages, the free guilds will go bankrupt and declare bankruptcy. And since they don't have money, they must pay with services. And he said to join the association for a while and handed them the agreements to sign. The hunters were outraged that they were being offered to work for free and under June's command. Jun replied that the contract guaranteed them permanent employment if they paid a percentage. This meant that they were guaranteed dungeons. Scar couldn't believe his ears. Jun said he wanted to make a mutually beneficial deal for both sides because it was unreasonable to leave so many hunters without work. Scar was surprised because the association had never met them halfway before, and asked what the others would say about this. But Jun replied that it didn't matter because he was now in charge of the operational headquarters, and they shouldn't worry about anything else. Scar realized that this man was completely different, and the hunters were already overjoyed. Even after massive interceptions and losses, June carried out a rescue operation, and even offered them a profitable deal, instead of going to court and bankruptcy. Scar realized that he could trust Jun and said that he had a private conversation. June left everything else to Miranda, and the cleaning to Chloe and hurried her. She was indignant that she was not a slave, and Miranda replied that the teacher need not worry. Scar said he knew who was behind the interceptions, and Jun asked who. And then he heard Johan's name and shuddered as he was plunged into a flashback. In his past life, Johan was number 2 in the country, right after Jun, and he was a man who resolved all issues with violence. Then he got the nickname Cleaner, because he was a scoundrel who did not shy away from dirty work. He was originally a mage, but then he unlocked forbidden skills and sacrificed many people. The magician turned into a warlock, someone who shouldn't exist. After that, Jun forgot about him, because he didn't see him in the ranking of world hunters. In his past life, Johan was weaker than him, but in this one, everything is different. Scar admitted that it was Johan who was giving everyone tips on the dungeons because he wanted to increase the conflict between the association and the guilds. Jun gritted his teeth. The villain had really bothered him, and asked Scar where he was. Scar replied that Johan changes locations, but there is one place where he visits regularly. Jun was shown on TV and his latest accomplishments were reported. Their association's rating in society has increased significantly as a result. Many thought it would be great if his leadership remained in the association. Johan was angry. His whole plan went down the drain. Jun easily got out of the crisis and even got the guilds. Now he needed a new plan. But then someone asked him where he was going. In the rays of the lamppost, there was a man standing on the stairs. Johan asked in surprise if they knew each other and couldn't help but smile. Jun said he didn't care about his existence, but Johan crossed the line. It's not okay to take human lives. He poked the scoundrel in the chest and for some reason warned him for the first and last time, although he could have slapped him on the spot. Jun threatened Johan that if he stood in his way again, he would skin him alive. He just grinned and asked why on earth he should listen to him, even though he was the head of staff, for Johan Jun was still a dummy. Where does the cleaner get so much confidence? He can't even imagine what he's capable of, said Johan, and glared angrily. Jun agreed. How can you imagine something if Johan only trembled with his tongue and moved sharply? But when he was about to make a cutlet, he heard shouts that there was a fight and that the police needed to be called. And he stopped, as if it was a huge problem for him. At the top of the stairs stood 2 frightened girls who appeared out of nowhere. And Jun warned the scoundrel to be careful and promised to kill him. The girl daughter was talking on the phone with the father of the family, who was driving home late in the evening and promised to buy her some treats. The father promised to be more careful and wished her good night. But then he saw a man on the road in the light of his car's headlights. The hunter slammed on the brakes and, losing control, sent the car into a skid. The car flew off the road, hit, caught fire, and next to it on the ground lay the body he had seen on the road. Scar didn't understand how this was possible and approached the girl to check on her. But when she turned around, he saw only a skull glowing with green fire. Johan appeared and reminded him that he had told Scar to keep quiet, but he still chose Jun's side. Scar chuckled. Jun offered them an option that suited everyone. Johan chuckled and said that this decision cost Scar's life and snapped his finger and destroyed one of his skulls. Scar tried to use his divine light skill and turned around abruptly. When Johan waved his hand, a wave of green light covered Scar. His body dissolved into it. His skull lost its flesh and began to obey Johan's will. Chuck held a meeting. He told everyone that although the losses from the interceptions were huge, now everything was fine. Now they were helped by free mercenaries. The association's profits have grown along with the number of possible cleanups, and they will soon be able to compensate for the damage caused. Moreover, the association's reputation grew, and many hunters joined it, solving the problem of personnel shortage. Jun praised Chuck. Shirley said that she would show him the research materials of the Infinity Stone personally. But Jun didn't care. He was going to quit soon. All his assigned goals had already been achieved. From that day on, he heard nothing from Johan and naively believed that he was finished. Now he has one more thing left to do, and once he does it, his resignation is assured. Jun moved on to the matter of the underwater dungeon appearing in the port and hoped that nothing would prevent his departure. Later, Shirley made an appointment with him at the shooting range, and Jun asked her why she was there since it was just a research report. Shirley pulled out her gun and held it in a gangster grip that would miss even the sky. Then she closed her eyes and began firing randomly. Naturally, having not gotten anywhere, Jun asked her why she was doing this, because it was quite dangerous. Shirley was surprised that the techniques from the movie did not work. She looked at Jun and offered to teach him because she was sure he knew how to shoot. She explained that they were exploring the stone with weapons, as it contained an unusual power. In a looped dungeon, time continues to spin in a loop until all of its conditions are met, thanks to the stone. Shirley believed that this power could be applied not only to space, but also to objects, or even living objects. They had not yet discovered the potential of the stone. Time travel was possible if the power was used correctly, and Jun immediately thought of the weapon that had shot him. If he had particles of the Eternity Stone in him, that would explain why he could travel back in time. And while he was thinking about why the International Association might use this technology on him, he was told urgent news. The leader of the group of free dummies, Ares, died suddenly. Jun looked at his framed photo. The regular guys with their families were always the first to die in these types of stories. The girl still didn't understand what was happening and why her dad didn't come back. Jun asked Chuck what happened, and he replied that Scar had crashed his car on the way home. The bespectacled assistant told Chuck that on the way home, Scar was talking on the phone with his daughter, and that's why everyone thought it was an accident. It is clear that hunters never know when death will overtake them, but it was hard to believe that the leader of a large guild, the best support class hunter, simply died in an accident on the road. Jun looked at his crying family. He had been to so many funerals in his life that he had long since become accustomed to them. His thoughts were already occupied with this strange matter, and not with emotions. He had little contact with Scar, either before or after his regression, but he didn't believe that he could die just like that. Frank approached Jun and wanted to talk face to face. The guy didn't miss the fact that this hunter was behaving more calmly than all of them, and Frank replied that he had lost many of his comrades. Frank saw the association's request for help in the underwater dungeon, but he had one condition. He wanted Jun to catch and kill the villain who took his friend and boss. Frank had no doubt that this was Johan's doing and wanted to catch him as soon as possible and find evidence. Jun agreed unexpectedly, quickly, and easily, promising that he would do it because the guild better prepare for the raid. Now he realized how naive he had been in thinking that Johan had simply gone into hiding, but the criminal had easily crossed the line. Before his death, Scar managed to tell Jun that someone must be covering for Johan. He wanted to weaken the association. Even if he was considered the strongest hunter in the country, there was an entire organization against him. From the very first day they met, Johan received direct instructions from someone. That's why Scar had no doubt that there was someone more powerful than the association behind the magician. The underwater dungeon appeared earlier than in Jun's past life. This meant that his opponents had used the Change Stone and forcibly summoned the dungeon with it. It was possible if they had a key to access the storage of magical items, and a team of specialists. It was definitely an international association. And there is one reason: they have long wanted to subjugate their branch. In the past, they received the Time Stone, but not this time. So, to achieve what they wanted, they hired the best hunter in the country. Jun looked at Shirley and the others and knew he needed to get ready. He ordered them to begin preparing for the raid immediately. At the port, workers noticed something strange that appeared right at the pier. The sea began to boil, and then, as if it exploded, a large wave rolled across the bay. Then a gate appeared from there, and the earth trembled under the feet of Eve and her people. The creation of the dungeon was successful. She had not used the stone for a long time. Everything was normal so far, and the dungeon should last a week. The boss found out that it was a red dungeon, but she didn't understand why Eva created it. Eva explained that this is how the association and guilds will start the raid. The boss thought that they would then take advantage of the association's confusion and steal the stone from them. But Eva thought that was risky. She suggested doing everything legally and using the dungeon as bait for the merger. The boss was surprised by Eva's terrible mood when she realized that she wanted to do this. But there was still the problem of Jun. Mark advised to watch, because the guy was seen in public too often. The guy was too unpredictable, the old woman decided, and ordered to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The guild was preparing for the raid. The hunters were loading equipment into the cars. 2 large guilds immediately took 10 of their best people for this raid. Miranda led the first detachment of the elite from the association. A second operational detachment, led by a minor talent, was also going with her. Jun warned everyone that the operation was quite risky. Then he began the actual briefing. He was serious. An underwater dungeon awaited them, so it was not easy to clear it the first time. And he told them not to overexert themselves, and if necessary, to retreat. Miranda led the raid. The rest followed her. The second squad was at the forefront. The guild squads would cover the rear. Jun advised them to split the attack into several stages, and to report if even the slightest change occurred during the raid. The boss of the dungeon is a python with viper fangs. The map is still being compiled, so you need to determine its exact location yourself. It was a one-way dungeon from which you could not exit until you passed through it. At this point, the briefing ended and Jun told them to wait for the equipment to arrive. Frank wanted to clarify something with Jun, and he agreed. He wanted to know if Jun was a hunter, and the boy didn't know what to answer. When he first heard about Jun, he was told that he was a simple man, a cleaner. But now Frank doubted it. Just his animalistic look was worth something. Besides, June personally commanded the rescue operation. Who else but the hunter could enter the orange dungeon? June agreed he really wasn't that simple, and said that he was an unregistered hunter, so he didn't have a rating. There was no need for that. He replied to Frank's cry that he was being too curious, and said he could always register. Frank laughed. He really didn't care about ratings because he saw with his own eyes what June was capable of. But then Shirley came up and said that unfortunately June would not be able to participate in this matter. She waved to the side and said that containers with new clothes and equipment had arrived. It was special equipment for underwater raid. It reduced water resistance. Miranda was slightly embarrassed because the new form did not hide her shape. Shirley said that there were only enough suits for the number of raid participants, and there were no spares, so she told June not to even think about it, so that he wouldn't even hope to take part in the operation, because he would have rushed to help them anyway. That's the kind of female logic you have, guys. She said that it was better for him to avoid dangerous situations. June had had a hard time during this time, and no one would criticize him. Shirley quickly turned away and commanded everyone to hurry, get dressed, and get going. This maneuver of hers left everyone a little shocked, even Shirley herself. Miranda said goodbye to him and smiled at June. He didn't understand why she was saying goodbye as if she was going to her death. June told her that he would watch over them from this place and would not let them die just like that. Therefore, they can continue to fight with full confidence. Chloe hurried them. There hadn't been such operations for a long time, and June was surprised that she was here because no one invited her. And that's why he said that there would be no cleaners on this raid. There was no guarantee that they would get through everything the first time. June told everyone to be ready. He would give them valuable instructions from headquarters and took the little one by the arm. The whole team loaded into the transport and they drove to their destination. But he had questions about the red flea, he told Chloe, holding her like a naughty kitten. Meanwhile, Eva watched through secret cameras as a squad of hunters arrived at the dungeon. She asked Johan, who was drinking a tomato smoothie, if he had read the surgical plan, and he answered in the affirmative. He called her plan boring, but Eva told him to shut up and follow it. He was now in charge of coordinating the country, and she demanded that Johan take this responsibility seriously. The CEO was also expecting good news from them about June's elimination. They were all members of a secret organization within the International Association, and Mark was their leader. Evil cardboard scum from around the world who were abused as children. People with superpowers began to appear simultaneously with the dungeons. Controlling abilities whose source is still unknown, in the name of order in the world, the organization ensured that everything remained that way. They monitored the balance of the superhumans so that those who went beyond what was permitted would not appear among them. For Johan, this order is simply an excuse to kill countless times in order to unlock skills. Johan had never gotten along with Eva, but now her words made sense. There was one skull missing from his shelf. That spot was reserved for June. The bespectacled man frowned and said that they were there, and Eve ordered to stop the work of the dimension as soon as the hunters entered the dungeon. They were approaching a point near the pier in motorboats. Miranda radioed that they had arrived, and June told them to contact him once they entered the dungeon. Everyone put on their scuba masks, checked the mixture, and prepared to dive. Then the group entered the water in an organized manner and began to quickly sink to the bottom, causing everyone's ears to pop. The rift was right in front of them, beckoning them with its failure. Miranda reported that they were inside, and June told her to stay in touch and let them know if anything happened. At first, Miranda wanted to make a map, but then there was interference on the connection. June shouted to her that the connection was bad and that she should check the equipment. But if they had taken a reel of wire, there would have been no problems. As soon as the squad fully entered the dungeon, the connection with them was broken. The positioning sensors also stopped working. The dungeon disappeared. Miranda tried to get in touch several times but heard only static. Miranda thought it was because they were underwater. She turned the receiver a few times, but it didn't get any better. And then they saw the entrance to the dungeon close, and Miranda ordered everyone to move away from it. They watched as the entrance collapsed right before their eyes. The girl was confused, not understanding what was happening because they had not yet defeated the boss, and the exit had already disappeared. No one could contact headquarters, and the water in the dungeon began to rise. On top of everything else, the monsters came out to them themselves, and it all looked like a disaster. Frank said that we need to take care of the monsters first. He called upon his robot dog assistant, nicknamed Bucket of Bolts. However, Miranda liked this robot parody of a pug. Frank ordered the robot to attack, and it jumped straight at the monster, after which it exploded like a self-propelled mine. To Miranda's horror, she was not mentally prepared for this type of fighting, and Frank summoned another robot dog, a copy of the previous one. Panic began at headquarters. They did not see the dungeon on cameras. Contact with the squad was also lost, although technicians were still trying to restore it. Even in his past life, Jun had never seen a dungeon close immediately. If you are locked in one of these, there is no way out until the exit opens itself, and this could take weeks or months. There's a year until the next underwater dungeon. It's absolutely impossible for 50 people to last that long there. Jun thought hard. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the dungeon was not accidental. Someone was in control of the process, and there was only one place where this was possible: internationalists. Jun asked how much time they had. The squad suits contained enough oxygen for 4 hours, but with active movement, the time was reduced. Jun understood everything and left control to Shirley and Chuck. If he activates the Dimension Stone, he will be able to save his people, which means he must first contact an international organization. Jun asked the chairman to gather the board of directors because they might have to fight with the internationals. While he was driving, he thought about why they would do something like this, because of a failed merger, an investigation into corruption. But then a truck crashed into his car, and Jun was pressed against the airbags. Killer Trucks Attack, that's what this story should be called. And at the wheel was Johan, who appeared out of nowhere and so conveniently. He mentally replayed Jun's threats in his head and thought that his self-confidence had not saved the guy. He was so hoping that they would fight, and he knew that Jun was talented, but superpowers do not make a person immortal. His body remains the same. The Awakened have an arsenal of skills, but they still need time to use them, and they are just people. Even a hunter can be caught off guard by a truck for the second time in his life, because they are arrogant and do not allow the thought that they can be attacked. A hunter who knew no defeat would not use his skills actively outside the dungeon. In everyday life, Johan was confident that he had done the job. He snapped his fingers and a wall of green flame engulfed Jun's car. He turned his back to the explosion, thinking that he was a cool guy and didn't have to look at it. But then he heard a lot of flattering statements about himself. Jun got out of the fire completely unharmed and thought about how much he hated trucks. Johan was surprised to see Jun use the skill, rather activate it in advance. It's all because he died once, and you can't touch him like that a second time. Jun reminded the scoundrel that he had promised to skin him alive the next time they met, but he could have done it right away, and there would have been no problems. A former cleaner with combat and now passive skills, who is he? Johan wondered. Jun answered categorically that he was the one who would take his life. It sounded pathetic, but he really was going to do it. Johan activated his corrosion skill and rushed towards Jun. He covered himself with some kind of shield made from debris, but Johan's hand pierced through it. The hand corroded everything it touched. A rather annoying ability, Jun thought. Then Johan used the weaken skill, and the skulls that were flying near him opened their mouths. They fired blue beams like an ion cannon, and Jun had to dodge. Johan reached out for him again with raking hands, but Jun dodged, kicking the mage in the jaw. Johan rubbed his chin in displeasure and told Jun that he was running like a rat. Jun noticed that one of the skulls looked familiar and asked who it was. Then Johan smirked and said it was Scar. Jun continued to dodge the constant barrage of beams from the skulls. He used his acceleration, tore the wiper off the truck, and rushed behind his opponent. Then he activated the sword mastery skill because he didn't even need a sword for this. But Johan easily defended himself with a water barrier. He didn't even have to move, but Jun quickly retreated. Looking towards the sea, he realized that he had to spend too much time messing around with this scoundrel. Jun told him that Johan had a holiday today and he would let him stay because he was busy. But Johan replied that then they had a problem because he was also working. Jun showed miracles of deduction and realized that someone had placed an order on him. Johan suggested asking someone else about it since he had come here to kill. Jun used the polymorph skill and said that as a cleaner, he was already used to cleaning up trash. Johan joined in the wave of pompous phrases and replied that he too was a kind of cleaner. Several containers, of which the port was full, rose into the air. Meanwhile, Miranda was fighting a horde of monsters in the dungeon. She was pretty tired because she had given it her all. And besides, they were fighting in ankle-deep water. Miranda herself understood that she should have saved her strength for the battle with the boss. And there was no end to the small fry. They kept coming. The skills of the Awakened required a lot of physical effort and concentration, and she planned to not waste them until the main battle. But the fight was not easy. A narrow space, an endless stream of monsters. The operations department was exhausted, and the water continued to rise. Since it was an underwater dungeon, there wasn't much oxygen. Miranda knew that everyone would die within an hour if nothing changed. She was not happy with this at all, and she decided that she needed to give it a try. Miranda said that she would go to the boss herself to kill him. The others objected that it was reckless. There was no connection. The exits were blocked. Miranda understood this and told the hunters to stay put, and as soon as a passage appeared, they should run. But she was again told that this was a red-level dungeon, and fighting its boss alone was pure suicide. Everyone needed to go together. Miranda responded to this by saying that if nothing was done, everyone could die here. She didn't want to take any risks. But the hunters from other guilds also objected to having all the fun taken away from them. They understood that they could die in any case, but at least they would try to do something. Miranda could tell from the team's mood that she was unlikely to be able to convince them otherwise. She told the rest of the team that they would have to fight without their leaders. Frank summoned a larger robot dog and they went into battle. Miranda reminded them, as they rode on the dog, that their target was a huge snake, or serpentine dragon, and judging by his type, he is much stronger than others of his kind. The snake was indeed impressive in size and opened its poisonous mouth when they entered the boss's room. Meanwhile, Jun threw several iron containers at Johan, but he covered himself with a shield. Now he realized that his opponent was not as simple as he thought. Jun continued to throw the heavy equipment, but to no avail. He thought that Johan's skills could deal fatal damage at any range, and therefore he needed to be weakened. Johan heard some movement to the side and thought that Jun wanted to go behind him, and immediately fired there from the skull. But his shot missed the target, and Johan could not pursue him because he had to block the impact of the containers. But suddenly Jun jumped right in front of him, as if nothing had happened. Jun grinned and told the scoundrel that he should be more careful and not count crows. And then Johan realized that Jun had hidden in the container to get to him. Jun delivered a direct hit to his stomach using the destruction skill, with such force that he pressed Johan into the container, and his pants became wet and unpleasant. The mercenary didn't understand how some cleaner could harm him, the first hunter in the country. He screamed at the top of his lungs for Jun not to get cocky and jerked sharply towards him. But Jun again pressed him down with heavy iron, immobilizing his arms. Jun knew all the weaknesses of the arrogant bastard, even though they had never met before. He knew that people like Johan, although they had deadly skills, were unable to fight for long, so they always made surprise attacks. Johan originally belonged to the magician class, and Jun knew this well. Johan should have avoided Jun's attacks from the start, but mages weren't good at that. Jun told him that he had done well and could even have finished second in the country. The proud scoundrel could not tolerate such an insult. He still considered himself number one. But Jun told him that no longer because he was now on the list, and swung his fist. Peter sat in the cafe and was glad that they could finally relax like this. He wished Jun was with them too, but he was busy with the raid. Alex noted that the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed to him that Jun, who had been working as a cleaner, had now become the chief of staff. Peter looked at Chloe and asked what was wrong with her face. Alex answered for her, saying that Jun simply didn't take her on the raid. Peter, as usual, was optimistic that everything would end well and without problems. Chloe was still remembering how Jun had grabbed her like a small dog. Then Jun had a question for her, and she was very surprised. He told her that he thought an international organization was involved in Scar's death, and asked how often people died there. Chloe didn't know what happened, but she agreed that deaths were common, and that hunters even came up with conspiracy theories. Therefore, there were rumors within the organization that hunters without registration and those who posed a threat were eliminated without mercy. And so Jun understood where this was coming from and that he needed to be on his guard. Although it was just his guess, he suspected that the internationals were targeting him and told Chloe about it. Chloe now informed everyone that they needed to be on guard, as the organization might be keeping an eye on Jun and his entourage. Peter immediately wanted to know how he could help Jun, and Alex immediately answered very simply, he just needed to stay out of his way. Assel also said that she was worried about Jun, and her voice sounded worried. Peter, as usual, confidently said that there was no need to worry about Jun. He was not one of those who could be easily defeated. Rather, the chief of staff would finish someone off. Overall, they weren't far from the truth, which is exactly what Jun was planning to do. The scoundrel received his appointment with a dentist and a traumatologist. But one blow was not enough. Jun wanted to add more, and Johan was already asking him to stop. Naturally, Jun didn't stop, since Johan was the first to attack him, and now he was also asking him to stop. The beaten hunter did not understand how the great and best of him was taken apart for spare parts. Jun shook his hand. Even if the opponent refused to admit defeat, he was still number one. He just didn't register. Jun understood that the car could no longer be restored, and he had lost a lot of time, but that no longer mattered. On the contrary, everything was great. The answer to his question found him. Jun ordered Johan to call the customer, and he could barely raise his eyes because of his swollen eyelids. When Johan turned on the fool, Jun immediately brought him to his senses. It is obvious that the moment of the attack was not a coincidence. Jun wanted to hear the voice of the one who staged this circus. Johan grinned with a bloody mouth and said that it was pointless. But this was empty talk, because June stepped on his head with his foot and again demanded that he call. The phone rang, and Eva looked up from her screens. She immediately realized who was calling. Everything should have already ended. When she asked Johan if everything was ready, she was very surprised to hear June's voice. June started with negotiations. He asked Eva what they were trying to achieve since they had started all this. But when Eva didn't say anything, he used blood screw, a skill that sucks the blood out of the opponent, on Johan. He didn't care who spoke first, but Eva still remained silent. June himself started with the assumption that someone, under the direction of an international organization, had set a trap for them in the dungeon. He thought for a long time about what they wanted from their association, and only one thing came to mind. The Time Stone, June said. And then Eva told him that he had a rich imagination. But that was not all. Items from the storage cannot be transferred between branches. They can only be taken by force or through absorption. Jun realized that they were the ones who opened the dungeon to kill as many hunters as possible. That was their plan, he said, and Eva wanted to object. But their conversation was interrupted by the screams of Johan, whom he was torturing. Jun demanded to open the dungeon in a good way. Eva denied it. Then he asked her if she really thought that Johan would not betray them under torture. Jun ordered the dungeon to be opened, and then he would not do anything and gave her 10 minutes, otherwise he would look for her himself. Eva put the phone down and slammed her hand on the table. Her whole cunning plan had gone down the drain, and only weaklings come up with a backup plan. And then Eva realized that if Johan spilled the beans about their secret department, the CEO would rip their heads off. So she told the bespectacled servant to open the gate. When the bespectacled man froze, she yelled at him to activate the spatial stone. She also conveyed to everyone that their main target was June and all those close to him. Then she ordered to start the jammer and throw out all the SIM cards and destroy all the data. June saw a red beam above the horizon, coming from the water. June contacted his men and ordered them to send a group of mid-ranking hunters to the location he had marked. Johan spoke up and said that now not only Juna but also his entire entourage would be eliminated. But all these were empty threats. Johan himself admitted that he killed Scar, so June simply has to finish what he started. But when he raised his head, he saw instead a skull, which already had its mouth open. There was a powerful explosion, but fortunately June was not hurt. At this time, Miranda was fighting in close combat with the boss. It turned out that one of the skulls used a defensive circle skill on June. Even after death, Scar was able to provide protection to an ally, once. He sacrificed his soul to use this skill. For a second, June thought the skull was smiling at him. Now June realized that he was indebted to this hunter. Unfortunately, the rat Johan had already managed to escape, June noticed. Let him think so. That next time he would definitely take revenge on him. Miranda used her skills with complex names, although in essence they were all the same sword swings. But the huge viper didn't care about all these blows. It was protected by strong scales. She still didn't have the strength to deal with him. She had exhausted herself too much in the previous fights. And at that moment she ran into a counterattack with a tail to the face. This sent the huntress flying to the side, and she even lost her sword. But then it miraculously reappeared in her hand when Miranda was on the ground. Frank realized that the three of them would not be able to defeat such a strong boss. Although he tried to maintain his fighting spirit, his strength was insufficient and the fighting place was also bad. Each of them was exhausted, and they knew nothing about the boss's weaknesses. But then Miranda stood up and asked them to immobilize the snake for 5 seconds. She decided to use the rest of her strength to launch a decisive attack. But she would miss if the monster moved even a little. Frank shouted that the teacher and student were two of a kind, both madmen, and summoned a steam golem. His robot was able to grab the snake, and it wrapped its long tail around him. Miranda even held the sword with difficulty but still had to finish this fight. The viper easily bit through the iron robot with its strong fangs. The Free Guild hunter shot the snake in the eye with her rifle, causing the snake's head to rise up. It was the only chance, and Frank shouted at Miranda to act. But it turned out that the snake blinked at the moment of the shot and opened its mouth to spit a red ray of death at the hunters. Frank was also out of the fight. His robot was destroyed. He could not do anything else. Miranda found herself above the snake and again used her skill with a difficult-to-pronounce and equally useless name. She held on with all her might because this was the most powerful skill in her arsenal. But in the end, she simply dropped the sword from her hands and flew straight into the snake's mouth. Miranda was plunged into flashbacks, her whole life flashing before her eyes. And when she thought it was all over, a huge ghostly sword pierced the boss's head. All of this was the superiority skill that June used when he arrived in time. He cut the viper in half with his giant weapon, and then he picked Miranda up in his arms, as befits a true hero. Meanwhile, the directors were in chaos at the meeting because June had not responded for 2 hours. They pretended to be important and busy hens, and were indignant that June was behaving this way. The chairman silently tolerated their antics. June walked into the meeting and apologized for being late, but Bear immediately began to scold him and said that he would not tolerate excuses. But then he saw that he was all wet, although it was not raining outside, and Jun replied that he had just gone swimming a little. He reported to the chairman that the raid was complete and only 3 people had dealt with the boss. Only Miranda was hurt, but her wounds were not serious. It was shocking news for everyone. The chairman, who for some reason had put on an eye patch, asked to get down to business and say why they had been gathered. Jun said that during the operation, his people were attacked by the organization. In his opinion, they were being targeted for a hostile takeover. There is another secret organization that is connected to the international organization, Jun told them, but he refrained from giving details. In any case, this attack failed, but the enemies will definitely make a second attempt. The chairman asked if there was any evidence, but Jun replied that there was none yet. Despite this, he was sure that they should prepare properly. The chairman replied that for now, they could do nothing for the international community. Even if they had the support of the free guilds, they would hardly be able to do anything, and as long as they had the time stone, they would always be a target. Jun knew there was little he could do, but he didn't want people to suffer because of him. Since he knew the goal of his enemies, he was ready. He decided to gather forces to respond to future attacks, and for this, he needed new faces. The chairman agreed. Their association was the largest of the independents, and asked what Jun proposed. He told them that they would go outside the country, buy another independent association, and make it their subsidiary. One of the directors objected that these actions would serve as a clear provocation for internationalists, as they would certainly make them enemies. He was against it, and others spoke out with him. They were confident that internationalists would not remain inactive. Moreover, they had no evidence that it was the organization that had attacked them, and the directors felt that there was no risk to be taken. The chairman also took their side. Guesswork alone was not enough. The organization's response could simply destroy them. Jun, of course, understood all this himself, which means he had good reasons to suggest such a thing. And then the chairman told him to act and take full responsibility. The chairman interrupted all objections. He did not like internationalists from the very beginning, which is why he created the association independently. He told Jun to do as he knew, and no matter what he did, he had to show everyone what would happen if he threatened them. But then Jun grimaced. He would like to continue and all that, but the day of his dismissal was coming soon. So they'll have to hand it over to someone else, Jun said, shocking everyone. The chairman calmly stated that he knew this was how it would end, so he prepared. He showed Jun his phone and said that although it was unacceptable, for Jun's sake, he made an exception. So he's with them for another 30 days, the chairman said, and Jun almost bit his lips off in anger. The hunters walked down the corridor and discussed the last raid, which almost became their last. They thanked Jun and Miranda for saving them. Rumors that Jun was leaving his post had already started to spread, and then they saw him and said hello. But Jun answered them, gritting his teeth, that there is no such thing as a good morning. And just as blazing with anger, he went on, leaving the bewildered hunters behind. The damn old man delayed his dismissal for a whole month so naturally, Jun felt like he was being held hostage. On the other hand, he could hardly entrust the matter of expansion to anyone else, so everything went as it should. Jun wanted to take revenge on the internationalists. Not only did he suspect them of his death before his rebirth, but now they had angered him. It will be difficult to reach those who sit in high chairs, but this time their plan failed again, and the Infinity Stone remained with the association. But soon they will come for him again, and then Jun might be able to find the one who gave him a bullet in the forehead. But there was no guarantee that he would remain the only target. Last time, 50 hunters could have suffered at once. The worst outcome is that someone around him might just die. But then he remembered his old self. Now he was worried about people who had not bothered him before. Getting up from his seat, he decided to finish this matter, leave the association, and continue working alone. The chairman also understood this. Jun was grumbling about a business trip he had to take at the end of the year when someone came to him. It was his secretary who brought him documents about an independent association in a neighboring country. Jun was flying out this week and she offered to book him a ticket, asking if he would be flying alone. But Jun was still thinking about it and said he would let her know later. The secretary also told him that Miranda had regained consciousness in the hospital and asked if he was sure he did not want to visit her. He had no intention of doing so, and brushed off his assistant's words, earning her a withering look. Jun told me not to look at him like that. He had already been to Miranda's. And he left her a note that she was getting too many injuries, and if it happened again, he would fire her. But then a whole camp of visitors came to see her. Miranda was worried that everyone was busy because of the dungeon, and Chloe replied that it didn't matter because she personally had a vacation coming up. She told Miranda to rest because June was raging all the time and would bother them even on vacation. Assel was worried that Miranda had also had a hard time these days. Alex wished her a good recovery after the massacre. Frank asked Miranda if she was definitely a first rank, since she was clearly closer to a higher rank and would have handled the boss herself if she hadn't been tired. June appeared so suddenly and ended the fight, although Miranda could have handled it herself. Frank told her that when the passage opened, the support squad informed them that June had joined the battle. After that, June asked him whose decision it was to fight the boss, and learned that it was Miranda's. And then he said just one word, "Well done," and Miranda's imagination went wild at that. She blushed all over and turned red from head to toe. Alex noticed this and asked why all of a sudden, and Assel looked intently at her friend. Then, June's assistant entered the room and asked how Miranda was feeling. Then she said that June was going on a business trip soon and asked her to give her a message. The mission was important, so he takes Miranda with him. And Chloe, the secretary added, looking at the monkey with the banana, and reminded them that the flight was the day after tomorrow, and the luggage had to be checked in advance. 2 days later, they arrived at the international airport. June said they had to go, he and Miranda looking formal in their black suits and stylish glasses. June put glasses on Chloe too, asking her to make her face simpler. Opening a branch was a good decision. They needed allies in the battle with the international organization. That's why they needed to go to their neighbors, but there was one flaw in the plan, and Shirley immediately pointed it out to him. He was not going to conclude an alliance treaty, but wanted to manage a previously independent organization. Of course, in the best case, they will become too big for internationalists to touch them. They themselves can become an international organization. But if June failed, everyone would be fired, although that was his style. And he suggested that Shirley look for a position on the side, just in case. Shirley smiled and said, why would she need it? If she got fired, he would have to take responsibility. But June looked at the girl in such a way that she had to quickly justify herself by saying that it was all a joke. She asked him where their first branch would be, and June pointed to a random spot on the map. This was a great option in Shirley's opinion, since the local organization had not been around for very long and had not yet gotten its act together. The main problem was that their budget was low, due to the last raid, the rescue operation, and Shirley's research. Shirley jumped up as if scalded. June was talking about such important things only now. First, he had to at least try in any case. This was his last task. No matter what happened, he would do everything possible. And the budget wasn't his concern, June thought as he looked at the plane. He had other things to worry about. June noticed that Chloe was yawning and said that she should have slept since she was so tired. She noticed that he also continued to look at the materials, although nothing new would appear there, but June believed that it was important to take into account every detail. Their budget was limited, so he didn't want to miss out on anything and go home empty-handed. He himself didn't know what he was looking for. Small investments would help them. Each side should come out on top. Chloe believed that the neighboring association had enough of their support with hunters and resources. Miranda listened to their next argument, and June replied that the problem was that the neighbors didn't have a support department. They had no conditions for creating such a detachment. Each country had its own priorities, but if you give them this, the costs of the native association will increase. June stared at Chloe. He had forgotten that she was the leader of the squad. The organization of the neighbors was much poorer than he thought, although a couple of ideas came to his mind, but he could only solve everything on the spot. The guy with a boxing bandage on his head introduced himself as Khan. He was the head of the coordination squad. Khan knew the language, so there were no problems with communication. June introduced himself and offered to talk at headquarters. Han said that their flight was not short, and since they were tired, he promised to wake them up when they arrived at their destination. But June wanted to look around. But there was nothing to look at. The country lay in ruins, as if a war had swept through it. Entire villages were devastated, and while the central cities were put in order, the outskirts were not even cleaned up, which is why Khan wanted the guests to sleep. June asked him what happened, although it was strange that he didn't know anything. Half a century ago, holes began to appear, which were later called dungeons. That day, a comet collided with the Earth. A new dimension opened up to them. Chaos reigned in the world. No one knew anything about abilities. While other countries were smashing monsters, their first local organization fell behind. Jun was surprised that they didn't have people with skills. Han countered that they did, but the difficulty was finding the dungeons in the mountains. Jun expressed understanding. In his homeland, conditions were similar, and it was difficult to solve problems quickly. Han countered that Jun's country was smaller and had a better information department. That was also true. They set up the work quickly because they could determine the location of the dungeons instantly. The association was able to solve two important issues of reconnaissance and arrival at the right place at the early stages, and this saved the country. Khan added that nothing much had changed now. They still hadn't recovered from the damage, and the dungeons continued to appear. If access to the dungeon was limited, and it was located in the mountains, you had to wait until the path was cleared, and during this time the monsters would scatter around. Jun was surprised that they didn't sell their organization to internationalists or ask their neighbors for support. And Khan told how about a year ago a red dungeon appeared on the slope of a mountain. 36 of the task force's hunters were trapped in the boss's room, unable to carry out the operation on their own. The Khan then asked for support from all his neighbors and international partners, but no one helped, and all the hunters died. Jun's home country also did not respond to their call, Khan said angrily. Jun knew about this from his past life. Then the chairman asked him to organize a rescue operation, but he refused. There was no benefit in this, so Wolf and Fox also refused. But Khan said that he was still glad, because someone had appeared who would lead their organization. Without noticing it, Jun became a pillow and also decided to take a nap. But when he woke up, he found it was night outside and he and his company were tied up. They were surrounded by armed men, and Chloe couldn't believe her eyes that someone had dared to kidnap them. Miranda asked what to do, and Chloe said she would break free and break their arms. But Jun told them to stop being cruel and settle things with words. Miranda agreed. In the car, it didn't seem to her that the locals were bad people. She hoped they could come to an agreement. Jun asked them what they wanted, if they were going to take revenge for what happened a year ago. But Han replied that they just needed money. Jun said they had nothing, and Han replied that that was true. But the association definitely had it, although that was already an international crime. Khan replied that everything was simple and brilliant, that in order to continue the raids they needed money. Jun agreed, and it was true that the dungeons needed to be cleared. So Khan and his team decided to kidnap people and get funds that way instead of cooperating. Jun understood their situation and made an offer to join, for which he came, promising to provide them with all the necessary assistance. But Han refused. The association wanted to capture them, and that's why Jun came. Jun was surprised to learn that the local organization had already been disbanded, and Han said that it had long since become a fiction and existed on paper to take money. A year ago that incident ended their organization, Khan said, and they wanted to sell their branch to internationals. But they were not allowed to do this because then the officials would have lost the subsidies that were allocated for this, after which many hunters simply quit. The entire association now existed as a money laundering facility, but Khan still tried to clear out the dungeons. Jun knew the deal would be tough, but he never thought he'd see the organization as a ghost. Chloe was outraged that it was a complete failure, but Jun replied that it was even better this way. It's easier to start from scratch than to arrange complex negotiations, and there is no need to spend a lot of money because there is nothing to buy. Jun suggested recreating the local chapter, on condition that it be re-established as a branch of their association, and warned that there would be no other chance. Khan pointed a gun at his face and told him to stop messing around and calling his bosses. Bear was worried whether everything would be okay with this deal. He was aware of what happened a year ago. The chairman replied that he understood everything. He also did not want to become unemployed after returning to work only a month ago. But then he was contacted from an unknown number, and he picked up the phone. But when he heard what they told him, he was dumbfounded with horror. And he yelled into the phone about what they had done there and even jumped up from his seat. Bear asked in surprise what happened when the old man almost broke his table. But Khan only heard on the phone that the chairman mistook them for swindlers. The chairman told Bear that he was demanding money from them and that they had taken Jun and the others hostage, and he also agreed that they were scammers. The internationalists were holding a meeting, and the old lady chairwoman of the secret department listened to Eva's report. She apologized for the fact that the operation had completely failed, and they had been exposed. Eva immediately received a severe reprimand and was sent out by laser beam. Eva fell to her knees, clutching her hand and barely holding back a scream. The evil old woman asked her how she would deal with such a failure. She angrily stated that she hates people most of all who undermine her trust. But no matter how angry they were, it was obvious that the time stone had once again eluded them. Their secret organization became known. Johan was defeated and things looked bad. What's especially bad is that this could have reached the chairman. The old woman asked Mark, who held the position of CEO, how they would proceed. The first thing they need to do is deal with whoever is stopping them, he said. The old woman added that those who failed should not go unpunished, and her eyes flashed. Mark said that he himself regretted that she trusted this to Eva. Status is not an indicator of professionalism. And then the old woman entrusted this matter to Mark, and he grinned contentedly and accepted the task. But then the old woman said that now was not the time, and if they started to act, they would attract a lot of attention. They are lucky that June has no reliable information about them, and it is advantageous to lie low. She said that they could return to the stone later, but now the main thing was to keep a low profile. The old woman ordered to put the plan regarding the storage facility on hold. The plans with the stone will also have to be postponed, but for now it's worth taking care of independent organizations, which is where they ended. It was all because of one mop man. The old woman was indignant when they all disappeared, and she decided to destroy all the cleaners for this, which was very logical. Meanwhile, the chairman was arguing with Khan, thinking that he was a swindler. Han kept trying to prove that they really did have June as a prisoner, but they didn't listen to him. In the end, the crazy old man hung up the phone, which discouraged Khan. Their group was filled with doubts that maybe they had hired the wrong person, but Jun himself told them his position. The hunters looked at Khan and asked what to do next. They did not understand how neighbors could so easily forget about their own people. Khan did not understand why his hostages were so calm, since so many guns were pointed at them. And the chairman was not at all worried either. A strange thought came to Khan, and he said that he would kill all the newcomers. The association ignored their demands, but they couldn't send weaklings to an important deal. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. The captives are too young to understand the situation. Khan thought that these people were simply not important to the chairman, although in reality the captives did not look pitiful at all. But if the chairman does not react in any way, then the kidnapping will be understood as meaningless by Khan's people. The Khan ordered the captives to be taken to the lair, while he himself had to report to his master. When the prisoners were dragged away, he picked up the phone and said hello. The bald old man, a lover of women's swimsuits, said that a yellow dungeon had appeared in the south and ordered Khan to clear it out, since it promised a generous reward. Khan tried to object that they already had an unfinished dungeon, a green level, and it was unwise to start a new business. But the bald man interrupted Khan and said that his task was to earn money, and if they did not have enough strength, then let them sacrifice their lives. At this point, he cut off the connection, saying in parting that Khan should get to work, and if he died, then Baldy would sort it out himself. At present, there were only 2 operational detachments in service, and they had few hunters. 3 cleaners and 1 manager. With such a number of people, even the green-level dungeon cannot be dismantled. Raiding the yellow dungeon would be like repeating last year's tragedy. Khan informed his comrades that plans had changed and they needed to go to the yellow dungeon. They were outraged that with their budget, they would not be able to afford even protective equipment. They had already abandoned more than 100 dungeons. The bald one cared only about himself. The hunters were indignant. The Khan agreed. But if not them, then who else will deal with these? If they refuse, their country is finished. Chloe suggested looking for other people. They had no reason to put up with all this, but June said they couldn't back out. He chose the country for a reason. This country was the only one that had not yet been absorbed by the International Association, although they could hardly be called an organization. Some items are given to the head office by the branches, but they cannot be transported by plane due to possible interference. The only delivery route was overland, through the north of the country, June said, but the locals were never able to use this corridor. June wanted to solve this problem and open a branch here. So all the treasures of this region will be collected in this country, and it will become the largest center on the continent. Chloe said it was too ambitious and the internationals wouldn't allow it. Jun replied that this was his first goal. He wanted to create means of control over the international organization. But then Khan grabbed him again and told him to call the bosses and get money, or he would kill everyone. Khan grabbed Jun and said that he would finish him off if he didn't do it. Miranda looked at Jun with concern. Han told them that they did not fully understand the situation. Jun was terribly angry and could barely contain himself. She read his emotions well. Miranda, anticipating the worst, agreed to the demands and asked to let them go, promising to contact her superiors. But then other hunters approached Khan and told him that there were problems in the dungeon they had left. Problems had appeared. Monsters burst out from there, half an hour ago. They burst out of the dungeon and headed towards residential buildings. The Khan was horrified. What he had feared so much had happened. Now it was definitely the end for them. Jun smirked and asked if they needed help, and Han froze. Jun knew that they didn't have enough hunters in the operations department, and they wouldn't be able to handle the escaped monsters or even save people. Khan still didn't believe Jun. He was clearly planning to do something. The Khan told him to sit still, and after he dealt with the monsters, he would return for the ransom. Jun asked his team what they thought. Chloe thought that catching the monsters was impossible. Miranda agreed. This task was difficult. Jun told them that the difficulty was that if the hunters were killed, he would have to reassemble the department. That's why the team quickly got up and freed themselves, without putting things off for too long. The villages were engulfed in fire and smoke, and chaos reigned everywhere. People were running everywhere looking for their relatives and friends. One boy was crushed by the rubble of a burning house and was found by his faithful dog. Khan told the second squad to help the people. They were short of people, so they needed to ask the locals for help. He heard some sound and thought that monsters were approaching them. But the monster detector didn't react. Khan was surprised. He still had a strange feeling. A huge scorpion appeared from the ground in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. The Khan ordered everyone to scatter, surround, and attack the monster with full force. His men doubted that they would be able to cope with the old weapon against the scorpion. But then the scorpion went underground again, and this was dangerous because it could hide there for a very long time. Khan was advised to retreat to the second detachment, but he refused because they would lose a lot of time. But his people didn't want to just die in this place. They believed that they had to survive because otherwise there would be no one to occupy the dungeons. The Khan hesitated. He understood that if he left, the lives of civilians would be in danger, and this would only prove their weakness. He imagined everyone who depended on him, whom he had helped at one time, and his tyrant boss. The Khan realized that if he retreated now, it would be the end of everything, so he told his men that he would fight to the last. They had no other choice, and the hunters accepted it. They stood back to back, because they did not know where the enemy would come from. When the scorpion appeared, he again told everyone to be ready, and that they absolutely had to stop this creature. But then they felt as if they were falling into the ground. The hunters caught on a rock and almost fell into the abyss that formed beneath them. Two people shouted at Khan to help them, and below them the scorpion's jaws were already waiting for them. He turned to the remaining hunters and said that they must help the fallen. But they reported that a scorpion had also appeared in the rear, and they needed to leave. Khan realized that the worst had happened. They could do nothing, and would simply die here. And when he was already begging for help, the cavalry appeared and saved them. Jun activated the skill on the go. Han was stunned to see them here. Chloe grabbed the poor guys, who were about to fall, into the monster's mouth. Jun used omnipotence and struck the monster with a huge halberd. Jun gathered the feeble-minded and the brave, and asked why they decided to become heroes posthumously. They understood that they wouldn't be able to cope and would simply die without any meaning. Khan justified himself by saying that if they didn't take risks, no one else would. Jun called it stupidity and naivety to go into battle relying only on luck. Human lives must come first. If they all die, there will be no one to clean out the dungeons. Khan understood everything. They didn't even have the ability, to which Jun again replied that this was no reason to take risks. Jun added that the biggest incompetent is their boss, who can't handle even the weakest monster. They have everything they need to fight, but because of the stupid orders of their superior, everything turned out for the worst. Now Jun understood why Han didn't accept his help. It wasn't about trust, but about what their association had become. The monster appeared again, and Han told his men to run, but Jun replied that they had to fight. He added that if you attack the ground, the monster will crawl out completely. He took charge, and would not tolerate any objection, ordering the hunters to do as he said. The Khan shouted to his men to open fire, and they began to shoot at the ground. It worked, and the monster really did appear in full. Jun told everyone that such monsters have high defense. Thanks to their hard shell, they cannot be penetrated by simple blows. But if you strike the ground, it crawls out of the hole completely, exposing its vulnerable spots. If you think through the strategy well, you can defeat the monster. Even with small forces and outdated weapons, when the movements become sluggish, hit it in the head. The monster moved towards Khan and hit him, but he did not retreat. Then, gathering his courage, Khan jumped on the monster and dealt him many blows. And so he defeated one whole scorpion, although he could hardly stand on his feet after that. He shouted to the team, asking them if there were any casualties. They answered in unison that there were no losses and let out a joyful cry of victory. Jun was surprised that they were so happy to defeat the strongest monster and realized that they had a long way to go. But since these blockheads were so happy about their victory, they could have come to some good. Jun suggested that they celebrate later and first think about his proposal. Han asked him if he was sure it was like creating a guild from scratch. Jun replied that he was ready from the very beginning. He warned them that they would have to go against their tyrant boss, and perhaps he would even declare war on them. So Jun looked at him with complete seriousness and asked if he was ready for this. If there was any doubt, it was better to retreat, because there would be no way back, Jun warned, and Han looked at the monster he had defeated. Then he looked at his comrades, and then he resolutely accepted Jun's proposal. But then Jun objected that this wouldn't do. A person asking for help should speak more politely. especially when he is offered a lucrative offer. Khan blushed and politely asked for help. He had to moderate his pride. Jun said he would start by meeting with their boss. He thought this situation needed to be sorted out quickly. A couple of days later, they were sitting in a restaurant where they had an appointment. Chloe was indignant that they were being made to wait, Miranda agreed. The boss was a tyrant who was violating basic etiquette. The tyrant chief was a big shot. Moreover, he could soon become the Minister of Defense. The bald man's influence was very great, and June understood that this man would live well even if he gave them the hunters. Finally, this miserable man showed up, but he didn't even think of apologizing. He justified himself by saying that he was all business, busy with construction cutting, and hoped that he had not caused them any inconvenience. June said straight out that he delivered it. They waited too long for it. The bald man raised his thick sausage-like fingers and pointed at June, saying that he was too young. June agreed that he had not been in the state for long, and then Baldy recalled that he had once asked the association for help, and they had been refused. After exchanging pleasantries, June said that he had come here to obtain a local association and carry out a merger. But then Baldy grinned and said that June did not quite understand the complexity of the situation. June told him not to continue. He understood that there was no organization. It existed only on paper. He also knew that the bald man was taking all the sponsorship fees for himself, and he immediately glared angrily at Khan. The impudent tyrant asked what the point. Was June really thinking of using this against him and taking away the association? June replied that the bald man just needed to sign, they would do his work for him, and he would also get 10 times more money. Lisik, hearing about the money, perked up and asked if it would be a one-time payment. June said in a calm voice that the deductions would be made every month. He will pay him every month just for signing the papers, this amount, but even more. He is ready to pay half of the future revenue. June also handed him the project materials and suggested that he read them slowly. Lisik shook with greed. He didn't even count on something like this. Neighboring associations that could transport items through his country. He understood June's plan and declared that he could now take on the matter himself, since all the details had been revealed to him. June stated that it was not that simple and that there was no one in the entire country who could pull it off. Baldy realized that this is precisely why June was going to take the hunters under his control and pay him money. The conditions were not bad, the bald geezer admitted, his mouth already watering. All that was required of him was a signature, and in order for him to allow the project to be realized, Baldy agreed that it was only better for him. But June added that he would keep the income from clearing the dungeons for himself, and the bald man was surprised how this was possible. He knew no bounds. June agreed with his claim, but the question was who makes the biggest contribution to the cleanup? The reward goes to the one who takes the risk. That's why Jun told him that he wouldn't even be able to touch that income, which caused Bald's extreme indignation, so much so that he even jumped up from his seat. June firmly stated that he was not making this offer to please. It was a deal. Everyone would get something for themselves. And if they want to maintain friendly relations, they had better agree to the terms and take what they are given. Otherwise, they will lose both money and allies. But then the bald tyrant declared that they were not at home. Jun asked the bald man who would lose more if he refused the deal. They were in the same position. The bald man grinned. He admitted that the guy had some sense and agreed to the deal. The profit from the dungeons was his. June assured him that there would be no deception and that the deal was fair. The bald man put his cross on all the papers and wanted to know the plan of what June would start with. The guy replied that he would first start with reconnaissance and infrastructure in order to quickly locate the dungeon and get to it. Next, he creates a cleaning squad. June answered simply. Chloe asked him how they would build the road since they were expensive, and the boss replied that they had saved money on the deal. Approximately the entire amount. This is still not enough because sponsors will be needed. This is what he entrusts to them. If they do as he does, they will attract many investors. He looked at Khan and asked if he was unsure of himself, but the hunter said that he would do his best. June assigned Miranda to take over the operations department and begin clearing out the dungeons, and told Chloe to take care of the cleaning squad. Han would take on the investors and Jun would handle the road, and that was it. The subordinates asked Bald if they could trust foreigners. After all, before they ignored their calls for help, and now it's not clear what they have in mind. And the bald man said to just wait. If the case succeeds, he will get the money, and if not, he will force them to pay compensation. But then someone rushed towards him with a request, so quickly that he frightened the bald man and his guards. He was a farmer who lived on the income from his land, but his land was taken away from him, and now his family was in danger of starving to death. The bald man replied that if there was no money for bread, one could buy cakes, and ordered the farmer to be taken to prison. Despite his cries and pleas, the farmer was taken away to prison. The bald man snorted contemptuously. The rabble does not understand that if he decides to get something, then he will get it. A week later, work was in full swing all over the country, with June initially aiming to restore roads, first where dungeons most often appear. After the restoration of important roads, landing pads for helicopters were installed. Then they set up a network that allows you to report new dungeons anytime and anywhere through the app. Miranda took over all the raids and training of new hunters. To make the work more efficient, June appointed Chloe as the head of the cleaning squad. Most of the profits they received came from selling items and artifacts. As the budget increased, the project began to grow faster and investors appeared. When they made their first profit, June spent it on creating a full-fledged support department. They requested staff and equipment from the parent company. Thanks to this, the number of operatives increased, making it possible to carry out operations more effectively than before. Each department had a positive impact on the overall process, and synergy emerged. As this growth and development occurred, the local branch of the association became increasingly self-sufficient. So about a month passed, and they built a headquarters in the capital. Starting this month, they will work throughout the country. Chloe was glad that the hell with work was over. She slept 3 hours a day, and now everything worked without them. Miranda was also glad that everything turned out this way and praised June for his work. He asked her how things were going. They were building a logistics center. Khan was negotiating with nearby associations. Before this, they had used free options, but now they were able to pay for the services so that no one would think they could control them. This branch was their weapon against the international organization. The goal was to keep them under control and not let them touch me. All the goals of this project were achieved. June said it was time to go back. Shirley had already returned home, Miranda added. She was so busy that she didn't even call them, and she was also angry that June didn't even pay attention to her. Shirley wanted to have dinner with him at a restaurant before leaving, but the workaholic who dreamed of quitting simply ignored her. So she told him that she was very offended. What kind of kindergarten is this? June wondered. In any case, it was time for them to set sail too, and for that they needed to contact Baldy. At this point, their work was finished, they managed to get what they deserved and return their due, and they could return home. Khan now coordinated all the units and agreed on their schedules, making changes if necessary. He kept a close eye on each squad of hunters to make sure they didn't wear themselves out on operations, and asked how the cleaners were doing. This was also all in order, however Khan asked to keep him informed. Leaning back in his chair, he couldn't believe that they had restored the association in just a month. When he first received this offer, he thought it was a waste of time and money. But June solved all the problems step by step, starting from the main ones. The work efficiency increased thanks to the cleaning team. They not only gave weapons to local hunters but also taught them how to use them. Khan, who watched from the side, felt a sense of awe. He thought that a simple employee had arrived to see them, but it turned out that he was their savior. Now Han felt regret that they were leaving, but their relationship had begun with him wanting to demand a ransom for June. Han's assistant was surprised that Jun would not stay to lead the branch. Han thought so too, but received a categorical refusal from June. The assistant asked who would be in charge then, and Khan bashfully pointed to himself. It was a success, and the assistant congratulated him, while Khan modestly noted that he had simply come to a ready-made situation. But then Lysak came to them and in a nasty voice noted that Khan was doing well. Then Khan unfriendly asked him why the former boss had come here. The bald man beckoned with a sausage instead of a finger and said that since there were no more foreigners, it was time to talk. He sat down opposite Khan, although no one had offered him a seat, and coughed. Then the bald man put an envelope on the table in front of him and grinned. This was what he stole from June's office, and Han was angry that greed had completely blinded the bald man. Baldy said that he had not expected the venture to be profitable, and angrily added that if Khan refused, it would not be worse. Khan doubted it. He felt how disgusting a deal Baldy wanted to offer him. The bald tyrant declared that this was his country, and no one could go against his will. After Jun returns home, the big question is who will be closer to Han. Nothing has changed from the fact that he took a new position. Baldy declared that no matter how high Khan rose, as long as he lived in this country, he would be his faithful dog. And no matter what heights the association reaches, he will always go hand in hand with it. Therefore, he must do as the tyrant tells him, and then he will leave Khan his place. Bald's assistants doubted whether he was doing the right thing, since it would have been better to have foreigners as allies. Baldy somehow found out that the association's profit would amount to 100 million credits a year. June promised half the profits, 4 million a month, a huge sum. But Lysak believed that why have half if you can get everything, because no one threatened him. But there were doubts that Khan would take Baldy's side, because he sympathized with June. He needed to be kicked out, the assistant believed. But Baldy actually liked Khan. He was a competent guy who was easy to intimidate, and it was easier to raise loyal dogs from them. The assistant objected that Khan had become a loyal dog to another master. That's why Baldy entrusted this work to Khan. It's easier to return the frightened dog. Khan should have understood everything after seeing the documents. If he didn't do it right, he would have a hard time. That document talks about betrayal of the country. No matter whose side Han is on, when his own life is at stake, he cannot help but understand what will happen to him after he leaves. He simply had no choice, the bald man thought, and Khan was indeed terribly tense. He was forced to deal with June with his own hands, or die in his place, and if he is in his right mind, he will never choose the second option, Baldy knew. Before leaving, June went to see Han to find out how the construction was progressing. But before his eyes, Khan tore up a pile of papers and threw them in front of him. All his life he lived like a devoted dog. If asked to bark, he barked. If asked to lie down, he lay down. He never dared to disobey his master. But now I did it to protect something bigger. Any owner can be replaced. His life was on the line, but he was willing to take the risk to be just his dog, Khan said. June was taken aback by such livestock metaphors. Khan read out a plan for restoring the country's infrastructure, and it even had June's signature on it, meaning he approved everything. The document shows that Jun plans to take over the entire stake, but then he will be accused of espionage, and the merger deal will be cancelled. June was surprised and asked Han where he got this document, or rather, who made it. Khan confessed to everything and said that it was the bald man who brought him and told him to leave him in the office. The police will come tomorrow, and if they find the document, then June will be arrested for treason, and all work will stop. June grabbed his head. He had warned the greedy bastard, but he still struck at the most inopportune moment. June asked Han why the bald man entrusted this task to him. He could easily blame everything on him. The Khan replied, his face darkening, that he had not even thought of doing such a thing. Baldy told him that if Khan was not on his side, he would destroy him next. He knows that even at gunpoint, Khan will not dare to disobey him. He thought about this a lot. The bald man scared him a lot, and then June asked why Han came to him. Khan replied that it was because they needed a reliable leader. Han admitted he was a little emotional, but it was okay, Jun reassured him. He leaned back in his chair, almost reaching his goal, the bald man trying to survive them. The eternal problems dragging him to the bottom. The Khan was indignant. He realized that he had not warned the greedy bastard enough. He wanted to drop everything now, but he was not at home. Since everything turned out this way, negotiations became useless. The bald man really had influence in the country. A war could even start. June exhaled heavily and called Han. He didn't have many options left. He reminded Khan that he might have to rebel against his former boss. At first, June wanted to look at the torn documents and their contents, but first asked to glue them together. The next day, the Glasses cabinet revealed a document on camera that showed signs of attempts to hide evidence. They arrested June and his team and demanded that he voluntarily go with them. June told his assistants to follow his instructions. And then he held out his hands, saying that he didn't have much time, so they should finish this quickly. He was taken to the Ministry of Security and taken to an interrogation room in a deep basement. It's surprising that they didn't even put a bag over his head. The guards informed the bald man that the target was in place. He thanked them for their work, without even turning around, and said that they could leave. The bald man turned to June and showed the piece of paper, declaring that it was his without flinching. Of course, June denied everything. It was the first time he had seen this nasty thing, he said, although the bald man said that he had found it on him. The tyrant grinned and replied that it would not be difficult for him to make a copy of the document, and that June would not escape punishment. But June bowed down with a fit of laughter and said that Baldy was mistaken. He didn't think to ignore this incident. The bald guy will get what he wanted. From this moment, his association refuses local control. And of course, they won't demand any compensation, he surprised the bald man. He couldn't believe his ears and asked what June was planning. But he only repeated his words, "They are giving up control." The tyrant believed that they should also beg him for forgiveness. June agreed. In any case, asking to let them go after the branch was handed over. June promised to give Baldy what he wanted so much without any obstacles, and he said that he loved bald dogs. June signed everything, and now Baldy headed the entire local association. Now, as they agreed, June and his colleagues must be released. But the bald degenerate pointed a gun at June and said that he didn't have a chance. June knew that, as he had thought, this man could not be trusted. Having said goodbye, the bald man pressed the trigger, and at that moment a cabinet with glasses burst into the room, saying that they had problems. The bald man said that he was kind of busy, but the assistant insisted that it was an important matter. They were contacted by an international association, the cabinet reported. Lisek was shocked and opened his mouth like an idiot. The case concerned a unilateral price increase by their country, and neighboring associations also joined in the measures against them. The bald man didn't understand what kind of demon had confused everyone, just like his assistants. And only June smiled so kindly, without a shadow of malice. And then it dawned on the greedy sausage that all this was his doing, so he even turned the table over. And June was still smiling contentedly and sweetly, because now these were not his problems. Last night he told everyone that they would hand over the association and ask to be released. There was no other way. No one had any ideas. Chloe's proposal to kill everyone was not taken seriously. June asked his subordinates to go to the southeastern branches and demand a threefold increase in prices for services. In addition, 5% of the sale of artifacts, and if they refuse, it will be tantamount to a declaration of war. Miranda was surprised, because it would cause an international backlash if she did this. Chloe thought June was crazy. June simply decided to fatten up the bald pig until he simply burst. And now he pointed the gun at June and demanded to know what was going on. But he stood up and said that he didn't understand what he had to do with it, since the only one responsible for everything was bald. That's why they must solve their own problems, said the cleanman, and took the pistol from the bald man. Members of international associations were outraged. They realized that they were trying to declare war on them. They didn't understand where the bald guy disappeared to after he raised prices. The bespectacled chief sighed and agreed with everyone. The greedy boar dug his own grave. The international organization's headquarters were like a palace. They were the first to introduce a system of hunter ratings, and they spread to 52 countries. Wesley was informed of what was happening in the southern countries, and he said he already knew about it. He held the post of head of the Hunters Association, was their general secretary, and understood that when a normal organization appeared, it would raise prices. But now he was greatly worried that in this southern country the income from the cleanup had grown greatly. The bald idiot would hardly have thought of this. So he had an assistant, and the secretary explained who had a hand in it. In this case, the name of June, who had stood in their way more than once, a very calculating and interesting person, came up again. The organization did everything it could to ensure that countries honored the treaties and prices. But Wesley didn't think anyone would cross the line. Wesley mistakenly thought that this was not June's idea, but Baldy decided to set them up. The secretary agreed with him. This means that the problematic politician needs to be eliminated, but then the entire association will fall out of their hands and will roll down to their neighbors. But they could not let the situation slide, otherwise all the countries of the southern region would become embittered. But they didn't really have a choice. Even if they eliminated June, they still wouldn't get the Southern Association, so Wesley said to back off. But at the same time, a warning must be issued to June's association, he said. If prices cannot be agreed upon, neighboring countries will take draconian measures. The bald man understood everything and continued to demand that June return everything to the way it was. But when he realized that he could be killed with one blow, he fell to the floor and began to threaten June with violence. But he dropped the gun. June reminded that he had warned that greed would destroy the bald man, and he would lose not only money but also friends. And a wardrobe had already attacked him from behind. But Jun easily put him down without even breaking a sweat, and warned Baldy that he would also lose his position as head. Another man burst into the room and said that they had big problems. He reported that all neighboring branches in other countries had contacted them. They said that if their country did not reduce the cost of services, they would be subject to a blockade or even military invasion. And although they tried to explain that June was the one who started this whole mess, no one would listen. June said it was all because the bald guy was acting as if the internationals were just an ATM with money. He had made so many enemies that if he died, no one would even cry, June said, and the bald man thought he was being threatened. But the guy just chuckled and said that death was a common occurrence in their world, but a greedy person could just disappear. Khan and someone else appeared from behind and screamed. Khan put his sword to the guard's throat. It was the party secretary. He accused Lacey of pretending all this time that he was not there. The bald man said that he would sort everything out, go to the neighbors and beg them on his knees. But the party secretary slapped him in the face and called him a fool, because that wouldn't change anything. The secretary then turned to June and asked if he was the one pushing this project. The secretary said that they wouldn't be able to handle everything, and since this was June's doing, he had to figure it out himself. That would have happened, but there was one problem, said June, and looked at the documents. The secretary simply tore them up and said that there was no problem. He ordered that the association be taken away and that he not be touched again. Jun must figure everything out himself, the party secretary explained his words. They wanted to know nothing more about his affairs, thus giving him complete carte blanche. The bald man took out his pistol and shouted that this was all a setup, and they were mean. He wouldn't play like that. Baldy shouted at Han to go to the secretary and blame everything on Jun. Khan drew his sword again, although he had already held it in his hand before. Maybe he just liked doing it. Having applied the skill, he rushed towards the impudent former boss, and he slashed his sword in front of him, and the bald man immediately repented and admitted his guilt. The flag he was wearing was cut and fell off his chest. Khan said that the bald man was not worthy of wearing this sign. And he himself is no longer the regime's watchdog, Khan said, looking contemptuously at his former boss. After this, Bald was fired in disgrace and accused of corruption, and June set about compensating everyone for the damage. Immediately after his dismissal, the bald man was taken to the courtroom. For a whole year, he had been embezzling money from a non-existent organization. An angry crowd of people almost tore the bald man to pieces right there on the square. Immediately after this, June held meetings with the heads of neighboring associations about changing tariffs. It's strange that Bald couldn't do this. Baldy received the maximum punishment, and everyone was happy with it. As an apology, June extended the contracts, making them even more profitable. June thought that the tariff briefing had already ended, and everyone should have been satisfied, but someone refused. He demanded a 1-year exemption from duties and another 10-year freeze, or all branches of the Southeast would refuse to cooperate. Jun realized that they were refusing to cooperate with the International Association and said that the head office would not allow them to do so. But he was told that this was the office's requirement, either that or they would stop supplying equipment and personnel here. Jun was surprised that internationalists got involved in something like this. Such conditions greatly slowed down the development of the local organization. So he realized that he would have to turn to the old chairman for help. But then Jun was sent a video where Khan and his men were tied up. Ironically, someone was demanding a huge ransom for them. The assistant, breaking all the rules of conspiracy, addressed Mark by name and asked what to do with the prisoners afterwards. He angrily responded by killing all the witnesses and feeding them to the dogs. Representatives of neighboring associations in the Southeast doubted that they had done the right thing, even though they had followed the instructions of the main office. Besides, they couldn't risk their cooperation with the one-eyed chairman. The conditions that Jun had put forward were favorable, but the bespectacled man told them that today the secret department would eliminate Jun and his people. If the venture succeeds, they will get the branch for free, but if not, they will have to think about the future. The bespectacled man replied that if they didn't take over this branch, they wouldn't be able to afford such tariffs and would be destroyed by debts. Mark looked gloomily at his prisoners and waited for his main target to appear before him. They led the local branch's hunters out of the dungeon. The kidnappers were hunters from a nearby association, and the captives said they wouldn't get away with it. Miranda and Chloe watched this scene from the bushes. Miranda had previously thought it was Baldy's revenge, but they realized it was other people. Perhaps a cartel, Chloe suggested. Chloe said they needed to go and free their comrades, but Miranda objected that June had not given the order yet. An argument ensued between them, Chloe insisting on immediate surgery, while Miranda said that they needed to find out everything first. If we delayed, there was a risk that the hunters would be killed, but it was still necessary to conduct reconnaissance. The situation became tense because the hunters did not agree on their working style. But then June got in touch just in time, Miranda said, and looked at the phone. He asked them to report the situation and say where they were, and found out their exact location. Miranda said they saw 2 squads of hunters who took the hostages out of the dungeon. She assumed that the cartel was from a neighboring country, and its fighters were an operational department, and was just deciding how to save the hostages. June said it was too early, they still had an hour to negotiate. However, he was confident that the girls would cope together. June was at the point where he was invited, but he arrived earlier and dealt with the mercenaries, and he assumed that they wanted more than just money. He told the girls that it would take him some time to get to them, so he trusted them to rescue the hostages. The girls stood up and were determined to do it. Chloe was glad to finally get some exercise. They needed to get into the building, Miranda thought, but she didn't know how many guards there might be. They saw a guard lagging behind walking along the road, leading a prisoner. Chloe smiled and said she had a great idea. They staged a masquerade parade in front of the militants. Chloe said she had brought back a straggler captive. Of course, security informed the center that there were suspicious individuals at the entrance. That's why Miranda knocked them out faster than they could finish speaking. Chloe was genuinely surprised that those guys were able to figure her out. Miranda decided it was best to act alone, split up and find out where the hostages were being held. Mark was informed that uninvited guests had entered the base. He realized that the local dummies had brought a tail with them and said that he was leaving, and the detachment commander should deal with the problem. The hunters used their skills. Someone became a lizard, someone became Robin Hood. The lizard said that she was bored, but it was much better this way, and went off to deal with the offenders. Khan hoped everyone would be careful because it was not ordinary hunters who tied him up. Miranda, meanwhile, dealt with everyone in a flash, but I was surprised why the operatives were so poorly trained. The lizard that crept up on her thought that Miranda looked more like a hired killer than a hunter. The monster attacked suddenly, turning all the walls into ruins in one fell swoop. The monster called Miranda's name. He knew that she was the commander of the first operational department. He said with his stinking mouth that he was bored waiting, so he would finish her off quickly instead of just doing it. Miranda thought that Chloe spoke in much the same way. This hunter was different from the idiots before. Miranda immediately used the skill. She couldn't afford to lose. She decided to destroy the monster with one blow and suddenly moved behind him. The lizard laughed at her, but at the same time Miranda dealt many blows. The monster screamed in pain and realized that he could die like this. But the girl swung her sword again and ended his short-lived torment. However, she had put too much strain on her shoulder. It was not a skill she would use often. But when Miranda let her guard down, she was hit on the back by a lizard's tail. The monster used its awakening skill and became a chimera. He stated that he would add some spice to their fight. Miranda was stunned that the forbidden skill really did exist. Each such skill took away a part of humanity. June had already encountered a hunter who used forbidden techniques, and Miranda suspected their connection with internationalists. Their opponents are not ordinary killers, they are more like monsters. Miranda calmed down and remembered June's instructions to relax her shoulders and use her hands. She was surprised when she heard these words behind her back and saw Jun there, who had just arrived. June admitted that she has certainly become stronger, but to move forward she needs to use her body better. He took out his sword and told her to look more carefully, because he would only show her once. The lizard hissed that he was a fool and had fallen into his trap. But the voice suddenly cut off as June decapitated the chimera in one fell swoop. The chimera managed to swear even with its head cut off, without the help of its lungs. June crushed the head before she could do anything else and told Miranda to always do that and not to blab. Several armed militants held June at bay, opening fire with automatic weapons. He contacted Chloe and asked if she had found Han and the others, but the building was large, but she should soon reach the top floor. June told her that he would free her as a cleaner and help her. There might be people like the lizard. The militants shouted at Jun to come out, "You vile coward." Mark ordered his men to get rid of everyone, both the target and the hostages. As soon as the commander accepted the assignment, June appeared next to him, and he cleared the sinful earth of 3 idiots at once, after which he tore the bonds off the captives and ordered them to escape through the back door. The hostages told him that the others were in another part of the building. June realized that they had been deliberately separated so far from each other so that they would waste time. The enemies fired a salvo of 4 rocket launchers and broke through the wall. June activated the defense and covered his cleaners. The problem, however, was that his enemies were further away than he thought. Chloe was glad that she had finally found her target. She stood in front of a bunch of armed men, complaining about how tired she was from running all over the building. The Khan recognized her voice and thought that there was no place for a fragile girl here. He shouted at her to run because it was too dangerous here. But when the bandage was removed, he realized that Chloe was completely fine. Chloe, who had scattered all the cartel fighters, told him not to count the crows, but to quickly leave the building. Han was surprised, since she was the leader of the cleaning team, but Chloe asked him not to ask questions. However, at that very moment she felt like she had missed a blow. Sir Robin Hood said he would kill her if she continued to bother him. One shot told Chloe that this guy was on another level. She yelled that he was on her, and everyone else ran. The archer chuckled. It was still a big question who would deal with whom, he said, chewing grass. He used the forbidden skill of the centaur and crushed Chloe with his hooves. In one fell swoop, he gained incredible strength. Khan jumped on the freak, shouting that he would cover her, but in doing so he gave away his intentions. And as expected, he caught a shot from a bow at close range. Half a second was enough for the centaur. The Khan fell to the ground, wounded and bleeding to the unanimous shouts of his comrades. Chloe also activated her ultimate skill, Berserk, and immediately attacked. But the enemy slipped away. His strength and agility were no longer like a human's. Chloe was amazed at how much forbidden skills could give. The centaur turned his back to her, and now he could kick Chloe with his hooves. At the last second, Miranda saved her again, pulling her out of the line of attack. Miranda told her that these creatures were nothing like the normal hunters they had encountered before. Chloe had never heard of such monsters, and this led her to think that they really were somehow connected to the International Association. Chloe suggested not to drag out the fight and work together before it got worse, but Miranda suddenly told her to wait. Han was on the brink of life and death, and Chloe's skill had a limited time. and if they didn't finish it quickly, they would be in trouble. There were two of them, one enemy, Chloe insisted, but Miranda said they needed a little more. She remembered the wisdom of calming down and analyzing the enemy. After Miranda lost people in the raid, she became more reserved. Then the teacher told her not to give in to emotions, and to think for everyone and not about revenge. Calm down and soberly assess the enemy, this was the only way. When she opened her eyes, she told Chloe that she would tie the horse's legs and she was to strike. Miranda shouted at Chloe to prepare her most powerful blow and rushed forward. The centaur used his wooden spear skill, moving into close combat as Miranda approached. He launched a powerful blow, but Miranda dodged it, sending up a rain of debris. A quick change of positions, and Miranda was approaching from behind the self-confident monster. He dodged it, saying it was too predictable an attack, and mocked Miranda. But then he realized that all this time he had been driven into a trap, and he was acting according to the enemy's plan. Then the centaur simply flew up into the sky and told them that he was about to finish everything. A creature on 4 legs is most vulnerable when jumping, said June, who suddenly appeared and protected Miranda from a quick lunge. And when the enemy lost his balance, it was Chloe's turn to hit. She used a powerful cutting skill which, although it was called a guillotine, did not cut off heads, but cut the centaur in half. The reception was so strong that even June and Miranda were surprised by the power that was hidden in little Chloe. True, now she couldn't move. June said that Han was wounded and they needed to get out. He carried the wounded man out like a princess in his arms and left the building with everyone else. Khan decided to play out the scene of a dying comrade and moaned that his time was up. June recognized the falsehood and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. But Khan still smiled stupidly and continued to make a scene. The sky he saw last was clear and quiet. He hadn't enjoyed such a landscape for a long time. His idiot hunters were crying next to him. He told Jun that only thanks to him he was able to get rid of the shackles and become free. Now he was happy and did not regret anything. And finally, Han thanked June for accepting them as they were. Of course, a few days later, Han saw June and company off at the airport, although he promised to die. This time he really was leaving, and Han asked June to visit them at least sometimes. The chief of staff was indignant that he did not have time for this. Then he should come for work. Keep an eye on them, Han said. But for June, this was an even more meaningless occupation. They shook hands and June praised Han for his good work. The bespectacled chief was informed that he had been contacted from June's homeland, and they said that they would not get away with their behavior and demanded compensation for all expenses and losses. They also stated that there would be no support from their branch. All responsibility lies with the organizations of the southeastern region. Several members of these organizations have already appeared in court, and international organizations have announced that they will not get involved in this conflict. Mark promised to protect the bespectacled man because he was the only one who maintained direct contact with the secret headquarters. The bespectacled man screamed. He did not understand how he was supposed to deal with everything alone, because it was on Mark's orders that he had dragged so many people into this matter. In the end, they signed a ridiculous contract with those they attacked. He kept shouting, but Mark just hung up. He came to report to General Secretary Wesley, who said that he had already received a report on the operation. The elite squad was routed by 3 people, and all those involved were exposed, and negotiations failed. He trusted the manager Mark with this operation, and he failed, Wesley said sternly, who said he had no excuse. But Wesley replied that it was no big deal, as long as they got his message. The cleaner must understand that if he acts against them, then everyone around him may suffer. Even though he is strong, he is not omnipotent. And Wesley said it was time to start a plan to consolidate the powers of the operational departments. He ordered Mark to get rid of everything unnecessary and build up what he could work with. There must be nothing left that he does not like, the secretary said, and Mark felt his greedy hands on him. In about a month, the project in the neighboring country was completed and June was returning home. But then a strange pain pierced him, so that he cried out. He reassured the girls by saying that he just had a headache. The system issued a message that the hostility status of the World Organization has now exceeded the acceptable level. The current probability of achieving the goal was only 1%, despite June having already unlocked most of the skills. A huge tiger jumped on the one-eyed chairman, but he stood motionless. Because it was a tiger of power, a creature he summoned with a skill, and the tiger immediately offered its back to be scratched. June returned and greeted the chairman, who asked him what he had been doing on his business trip, and he asked if he had seen a tiger. June looked at the surprised face of the big cat. They had never met in this life. The chairman was surprised to learn that organizations around the world had united to seize the dungeons. Of course, there was no evidence. The chairman said that everything was calm, and the head office of the Internationalists did nothing against them. June was worried that their opponents were getting stronger, and their actions could certainly put everyone nearby at risk. It would be nice if all this was directed only at him, June thought. But everyone who was somehow connected to him was in danger. Judging from the kidnapping incident, the international fighters are very strong, so we can pretend that this is a surprise for June. But these were the people who killed him in his past life. Even though he was above the highest rank, he wouldn't be able to do anything if he was constantly being targeted. The chairman understood him. As soon as one problem was dealt with, another one arose. June apologized. He thought he could slow down the internationals if he absorbed a branch in a neighboring country, but everything turned out like this. The chairman recalled that although the proposal belonged to June, he himself made the final decision. The chairman asked him what to do next. If they responded more harshly, they could be in more danger. June agreed that this would be the case if they acted openly on behalf of the association, which meant they had to work in the shadows. To cover their tracks, they must create a subsidiary proxy company that will operate underground. The old man realized that June wanted to follow the example of their own enemies and attack secretly. June grinned. It was precisely because they were taking an example that he wanted to absorb them. The old man and the tiger stared at the ambitious dreamer. Even if the company operates covertly, it can always be discovered. June said that they will register it as an organization with a different specialization. The old man realized that June was talking about a fictitious business. Of course, the final decision is up to the chairman. If they start acting, there will be no turning back, June warned. In the future, he planned to confront the internationalists, and this could lead to a full-fledged war between the organizations. The chairman asked if they were trying to intimidate him, but June replied that he was simply listing the facts. They discussed this in private so that no one outside would know about these plans. Even CEO Bear was not supposed to know. The old man agreed. He understood that June would leave anyway, although he wanted to keep him by his side. If he had known in advance, he would have made the guy sign a lifetime contract. June thanked him for everything and said that they were in the same boat anyway. It was a temporary separation. The chairman replied that he understood everything. The organization was lucky to have June, but the chairman asked what the boy would do first. June declined the position of chairman, but was forced to become chief of staff. Neither fame nor money clearly mattered to him. He started working as a cleaner and did not grasp at promotion, the chairman noted. June didn't know yet what exactly he would do, but now he had a goal: to rise as high as possible. The question of dismissal was practically resolved, but the probability of success of his karmic quest was still 1%, like Kafir. June originally planned to remove the skill block, become a hunter, and join the global organization, but now he is their target. Thus, he won't even be able to become a hunter, let alone a big shot. And to achieve this, he would have to change his plan, and for now, he could only do one thing: to create his own international organization with tea and dancers, and to lead it. June did not know if karma would allow him to do this, but there was no choice. June met with manager Peter, who, as usual, was flashing his bald spot. Peter found out that June was leaving after all and asked him what he was going to do, and the guy replied that he was going to open his own bio-waste cleaning company. During his trip, June learned that many countries needed help, and they did not have cleaning departments. June said there was always a demand for such services and believed that additional units could take on the task. Peter agreed with June. He had always taken their cleaning business seriously and remembered the boy's first day on the job. Peter thought June would quit in a couple of days, but he had his own reason, mysophobia, for cleaning. There were a few times when things were very dangerous and they almost died, but there were a lot of good moments, Peter recalled. Thanks to June, Peter was able to become a department head and a good father because he now comes home on time, and he thanked him again. Peter asked to come to him for help if needed, and they said goodbye. Finally, June asked for forgiveness for that incident from his past life. Of course, Peter did not understand what he was talking about. Afterwards, everyone congratulated him and gave him flowers, praising him for his good work. Miranda said she knew he wanted to leave, but it only really hit her now that Chloe had given him 2 good luck credits. June turned to Shirley and asked where her gift was, but she muttered in response that she didn't know what he liked anyway, especially since he was already an adult. Chuck poured a bucket of flattery into his ears and did not know whether the association could cope without June, and suggested that he announce a recruitment for a cleaning team. June replied that he would first lay the foundation, and then things would get to that. He would start from scratch. Few people would want to work in such conditions. Chuck slyly stated that if someone was needed for a management position, he knew one, and glanced sideways at Shirley. She immediately grabbed Chuck by the throat and told him to bite his tongue. At that moment, the cleaning squad approached them. They also wanted to say goodbye to him. Friends wished him success and thanked him for his cooperation. Assel gave him a bag of his favorite strawberry bars. Alex asked if he would pretend they didn't know each other if they met on the street, and June replied that the cleaner had done the same thing before. June thought that, in this life, he would part with the association in which he had spent so much time in a completely different way. He said goodbye and wished them good luck, saying that they would see each other again. Bear looked after him with regret. The chairman agreed, but reminded him that they had no time to mourn the departed worker. Bear was surprised that the old man was not worried. They needed a new chief of staff, and he replied that he was not worried. Bear proposed Miranda, but the chairman said she turned him down just like everyone else. Bear was surprised that they did not want to go the same way as June. The chairman replied that he himself was surprised that a janitor could change the association so much. The chairman said there would be stagnation now, but he hoped that June would get his way. Bear smirked and said that he sent Jun a gift and hoped that everything would be okay with him. He added that it was a secret, because he heard that the chairman and Jun also discussed something without him. Bear hoped that June would like the gift, and the old man sighed heavily. Immediately after the news of June's dismissal, many discussions appeared online. Wolf grumbled as he read the paper. He knew June was just putting on another show. The heads of all the guilds across the country tried to lure June over to their side. The youngest employee with the greatest achievements simply disappeared, and it left everyone worried. Mark laughed. His followers thought that since June had quit, their message had reached him, and now he would stop being an eyesore. But Mark grabbed the talkative idiot's face with lightning speed. He slammed him into the wall so hard that it cracked and called him a donkey. Some little man, a cleaner, was getting in their way. Mark was shouting at them, and they couldn't even kill him. And now they feel relieved that June just quit. Mark shouted at them with contempt and anger. He let the blockhead go and asked the second one if they had found Johan, and he replied that they had found the trail, but that was all for now. Mark told them to get to work or their office would be painted red. The main office was merging with the raid control squad leader, so Mark demanded that everything be done perfectly and that the Eternity Stone be obtained. Jun cleaned his room, surprised that no matter how much he did it, it was still dirty afterwards. Someone knocked on his door and he was surprised because he was not expecting guests, Shirley muttered, seeing his surprised face, so he wouldn't stare like that. Big deal. She just came to visit, said the girl with a huge suitcase on her back. June asked her why she had come, and she asked if he was so busy setting up a new company that he couldn't spare her a minute of his attention. Shirley looked into his house and was surprised that the bachelor apartment was so clean. June asked her why she was not at work. Shirley said she was fired after she said she wanted to quit, and June promised to take care of her if she became unemployed. June thought, even if she wanted to quit, she still couldn't be fired so easily, as if something happened between a father and daughter. He told her to go back because he couldn't help her, but the girl had already entered his home. She brought him a gift, all the information about the cleaning departments in the country, including budget, workload, and so on. June was so surprised that he asked her if it was legal, and Shirley realized that her gift was appreciated. Later, he studied the documents, but kept getting distracted by the girl eating chips and scattering crumbs in the apartment he had just cleaned. Shirley told him that if he wanted to work abroad, he needed to improve his reputation at home. Since June had started working as a cleaner, the number of cleaning departments had increased, but Shirley knew he wouldn't compete with them. Most of these departments were in poor financial condition. Due to a shortage of hunters, they rely on free private owners. And because of the shortage of cleaners, firms can only carry out a limited number of raids per day, but they do not have the funds to expand their staff. This is a great opportunity for June to fill this niche. There will be a lot of work, hiring employees, negotiations, concluding contracts, contacts with suppliers, equipment. Peter had some examples. June suddenly became puzzled by the question of why Shirley was so energetic and joyful and suspected a setup. It was hard to believe that this was the same Shirley from his past life. She was more like a robot. If he had known about this earlier, he would have communicated with her differently. Shirley noticed that he was not listening to her and was distracted, and asked what was wrong. She asked him if he had already thought of a name for his company, and June said that he had an option. Karma. He spelled it out. An association with work and management, and with the astral world. Seeing her look, June became embarrassed and changed the subject, asking how things were with the Infinity Stone. Shirley responded evasively that the lab was not ready yet, and not all the equipment had arrived, and June realized that she had quit without achieving anything. But she brought a prototype of a weapon that used the power of the stone. June was indignant and shouted for her to return it immediately. Shirley countered by saying that she could one day save his life with the weapon. June grabbed his head and asked if she knew how to shoot a gun. On the other hand, he understood that the internationalists would not leave him alone, even after his dismissal, and could contact Shirley. So he stood up and said that he would teach her. June showed her how to hold the weapon. He was too close, so the girl blushed but listened carefully. He told her to focus and hold her breath when she was ready to shoot. His breath brushed against her ears and she blushed. Shirley ended up jerking her head back and hitting Jun in the jaw. He even bit his cheek and lay on the floor, not understanding what had just happened. Shirley asked him, confused, why he was breathing in her ear. And then June picked her up in his arms, like in a romantic movie. She had already imagined all sorts of things and covered herself with her hands, saying that she was not mentally ready. But June was thinking about something completely different. It was time to put things in order. So he threw Shirley onto the bed and was completely overcome with an attack of mysophobia. The girl screamed at him, asking why he suddenly started cleaning, but June had no other choice. The next day they arrived somewhere and Shirley said that the place wasn't so bad. A week passed and they registered their business and found an old office. All that remains for June is to hire cleaners and visit local guilds to sign contracts with them. At the time, he thought everything would go smoothly until they were faced with reality. No matter how much June sighed and believed in a miracle, the resumes did not appear on their own. Shirley consoled him that it is difficult for everyone at the beginning. The vacancy was posted for a week, but no one responded. They had a line lined up if June would agree to publish an article about himself. Shirley suggested asking the association for help, but June imagined how indignant the chairman would be and refused. He could have personally called people, and many former comrades would have come running after receiving an invitation from him. But June refused again. Shirley was outraged that he rejected every idea, and June was about to give her a good thrashing and throw her out. June created this company to avoid international attention, so he could not advertise that it belonged to him. In front of him were leaflets advertising their new department. Shirley put a pile of papers in front of him and said that they would be handing out the leaflets personally. She was annoyed that he didn't have the entrepreneurial streak, and Jun thought that it was a mistake to quit at all. Everything was too much of a hassle. Meanwhile, some guy took the empty seat of chief of staff in the association. This man was the head of the branch in the capital for several years, at which time Wolf had a lot of influence. And then an unknown janitor took over the job and Bill was so sick he thought he was going to die. But heaven took pity on Bill, and 2 months later the cleaner disappeared. The chairman himself offered this position. Bull pretended not to be very happy, but he himself was overjoyed. Now it was his time, and he couldn't stop giggling maliciously. But then he saw that June had already spent the entire budget for 2 years in advance. His secretary said June wanted to support every department. Bull was surprised that the entire budget for the next year was spent on this support, and that his superiors allowed him to spend such money. Although profits were guaranteed through contracts with free guilds and foreign branches, they would pay for themselves in a few months. As a result, they were faced with a hole in their budget for several months. And if the hole was not plugged, the association would be finished. Bull didn't understand why they gave such a job to some cleaning person, and he was the one who had to clean everything up. And he wondered what if June had arranged everything this way on purpose. But the secretary objected that this was unlikely, since June was not that kind of person. But Bull did not believe him and demanded a copy of the budget documents. The more advertising a product receives, the louder it is, the more likely it is to be a dud, Bull thought. But no matter how much June was praised in society, he gave everything away as bonuses and awards to the cleaning department, as if he was obsessed with cleaning. Even if he was from the cleaning department, how could he spend the entire quarterly budget on equipment? Bull was amazed. He spent huge sums on researchers, suits for underwater missions, a foreign branch at least he didn't steal. Bull could only start with salaries. The association's hunters were a priority and needed better support and equipment, but now they were being delayed in their payments. If he couldn't handle this, Bull realized he would quickly be fired from his position, and he turned to the secretary. The first thing to do was to reduce the number of cleaning staff and order preparations for restructuring. A lizard sheds its tail in emergency situations. The chairman listened to the purpose of the meeting, to reduce the number of cleaning staff. The first suggestion Bull made was a restructuring, and the old man asked if he knew who had held his position before. Bull replied that he knew, and the old man called the proposal strange and demanded an explanation for the decision. He showed on the graph that the budget was spent due to June's actions. This month, there is nothing left to pay the hunters' salaries. To this, the directors proposed to temporarily cut the hunters' salaries. If they suddenly cut so many people for 6 months, their reputation would suffer. But Bull objected that the directors' salaries would have to be cut further, and they squirmed in their chairs, saying that this was too much. Bull added that now is the time to come together and get through this difficult time together, and the best solution is to cut back on cleaners who are not essential. But Bear loudly objected that this was not true. It was thanks to the cleaning department that they improved their performance. But still, A lot of money was invested in the department. The operations department always occupied the main place in the association. The chairman agreed with Bill. Everything he said sounded reasonable. He then informed Bull that if anything went wrong, he would be held responsible with his head. Restructuring, a scary official word behind which hides the unsightliness of dismissal, poverty, and a humiliating labor exchange. Peter was taken aback by this and asked the chief of staff if this was too radical a decision, as he had only just taken up the post and was already leading in a tough way. Bull looked at him with disdain, saying that the cleaning crew had a good life and that the idea had been approved by management itself. He told Peter to interview those employees who were ready to leave and make a list. The staff was cut in half. Peter understood that no one would want to quit, so he would have to make a list himself and fire any of them. But then Peter saw that the chairman was calling him, just when he was in complete despair. Soon, news of the changes in the association leaked to the media. Everyone became aware of the company's dire financial situation, and the chairman promised to help all those laid off. Shirley worked for 3 without raising her head from her desk. At this time, June was calmly drinking his coffee and lounging in his chair like a king. Shirley pounced on him, saying that the applicants he had been waiting for so long would soon arrive here and they had no time to relax. But June brushed her aside like an annoying fly. He had seen those faces 100 times. Someone entered their office and demanded to see the director. June saw his old company. Alex grumbled that the office was small. Assel dressed up. Chloe demanded that she return 2 loans. June grinned, glad to see those old bandits under his wing again. They were not new to the group. As soon as the onion-headed one introduced himself, June said that he was accepted. The next guy was also an old acquaintance, so June quickly accepted him. A former prisoner, who had just been released from a place not so distant, came to them and was also accepted. The next candidate didn't even have time to open his mouth before the impatient June accepted him. Shirley asked him if it was worth hiring everyone, even though they really were short of workers. He replied that he worked with them in the association. She then wondered why this interview was necessary at all, and June agreed that it was just a formality. She looked at him suspiciously and decided that he had planned everything in advance. And June grinned and said that they were just lucky that the association was undergoing a restructuring. A few days earlier, he had met with the chairman, who said he would send June the employees' resumes. The chairman immediately realized that this was all June's plan and said that it would be hard to find workers since he had arranged all this. And although it all happened because of him, in the end everything ended well. The association saved the budget. June got workers. The chairman thought the guy was just crazy and told him never to do that again or Bear would eat him alive. The chairman asked how June knew that Bull would fire the cleaners first. June just knew that Bull was the type to drop his tail in a difficult situation. For him, he was something like a teacher before the regression. June learned a lot from him about throwing tails, intimidating people. Bull showed himself excellently in this position. He loved to fire people, and in the past he had cut the cleaners' wages in half, something June had no doubt Bull would do when he saw the budget. Besides, Bull considered the cleaners to be the most useless staff, which is why June recommended him to the chairman as a candidate. Bull can bring the budget back to normal, and the laid-off workers will flock to June without any unnecessary noise. The chairman warned that if June continued to treat his employees badly after this, he would not let it go. And the chairman also asked what Bull would do next, since it was obvious that he would do everything to stay in office. June chuckled. Bull was the perfect candidate for the role of scapegoat. Shirley sighed heavily and said that one more interview and she would go to the grave. June said that they needed to go, and they would take the documents with them on the road. Jun told her that they would go to the branch that Bull used to head, and while he was away, they would sign a contract with that branch. Shirley was dejected when she learned that he was going to go there today, because she still had so much paperwork to prepare. And then he promised to feed her at a restaurant. The secretary fawned over Bill and asked him how he managed to persuade the chairman. Bull would soon surpass June's influence, he urged, but the chief of staff said there was still a long way to go. Besides, there were many other people on June's side, Chuck and Miranda. The secretary was surprised how these people could be on the side of the one who quit. He asked Bull how he could now pull off what June had planned without the cleaners, and the boss replied that he would work as he did at home. The association should focus on hunters, and then everything would go as it should. A start had been made, Bull believed. They arrived at what they thought was Bull's department, but it looked small, so June was no longer sure he had come to the right place. The guy who came out to meet Jun recognized him and said that he would have taken him to a restaurant if he had known in advance that he would be coming to them. Jun replied that a month had passed since he quit, and that he was a simple director, so he asked to do without formalities. But the boy insisted that they couldn't afford that, and for now, they gave June some coffee. June conducted a study. The number of workers in this department was constantly decreasing. He thought that the low efficiency was due to the small number of cleaners. There were only 3 teams of 3 people in the branch. The number of hunter raids directly depended on the number of cleaners, and the blonde agreed the efficiency was falling. He agreed that there were a lot of dungeons to clear, but they were short on people and had a modest budget. The blonde man didn't know if cleaning companies would help them, but if they had a bigger budget, he would have handled the task. The guy looked at his confused boss, who had recently taken over the position, and didn't know what to say. Jun was surprised if the head of the department brings them coffee. Then who is the blonde guy in front of them? He called himself Tom, and he was the representative and leader of the free guild that was under the command of this branch. All the work was done by hired workers like Tom, because the main office did not allocate money to the branches. With such an expansion of the cleaning staff, Tom said, but June asked him to leave. He sternly said that he came here to negotiate with the manager, and he had no reason to talk to him. The blonde guy muttered that he would find out everything later anyway and left. He slammed the door so loudly that Shirley couldn't help but scream, calling him a boor. The head of the department apologized for what they saw, but said that this is indeed how things are. He changed the subject and offered to immediately sign a contract with their company for cleaning. June said that, although he was not in a position to teach him, it was not possible to do so. The branch could not be in debt to the mercenaries. The association must protect citizens, no matter whether it is the main office or a branch. The boss must be confident that his subordinates can trust him. The department head agreed. He was too soft, but their department couldn't do without the services of the mercenary guild. Of course, they should have separated from the mercenaries, but they couldn't do it. June told Shirley that Alex and Assel's squads would start working tomorrow, as they were veterans and would quickly get up to speed. At the exit, he was met by blockheads from the mercenary guild, who crowded with insolent faces near June's car. The impudent fellow wanted to be invited to the restaurant, but June refused. And then Tom declared that they had more influence here. He also asked June if he had heard of the guild support fund. This fund lives on donations, and if they are interested, then a small amount will be enough. This is necessary to maintain good relations with them. June covered for Shirley and said that they were a private firm and were not obligated to maintain good relations with them. The impudent man stated that he was well acquainted with the previous head of the branch, who had recently left for the capital, and if Tom called him and said he could help with anything, his words sounded like a threat and a warning. June understood that he couldn't stop working because of these idiots extorting money. So upon returning, he told Alex and Assel everything. As expected, thanks to the leadership of his assistants, the efficiency of the branch increased dramatically. The first cleanup was successful, but a week later difficulties arose. Assel froze in her tracks, more from humiliation and resentment than from pain. The dummies asked Tom if they could act so cool, but he believed that he had to help June get rid of his excess savings. Plus, June was kicked out of the association, so he's no longer the boss. They mocked the janitor, who quickly ran away from his job and believed that he was fired for embezzling the budget. The branch manager didn't understand why Tom and his gang were hanging around his office again, and he issued an ultimatum, raising the price of his services. The director said they were already in a difficult situation, but Tom objected that money had been found to contract the cleaners, and he noted that if the boss did not agree, he could deal with the dungeon himself. In the meantime, Tom demanded that the new company's workers be called in to clean their dungeon. A week later, Tom was working with his dummies on site. They barely managed to kick the weak monster with the whole crowd. Tom cut off its head while the others held it. They needed more hunters, Tom said. He was getting tired. I almost died, complained the weakling who made a couple of swings. They left behind a pile of trash, thinking that the cleaners should clean it up anyway. Alex was unhappy that they were deliberately littering the dungeon. This was sheer impudence, and he wanted to speak out, but Assel held him back. Alex was indignant. They were cleaners, not servants. The scoundrels threw out all the trash from the house here. Assel reminded him that it was even worse in the association. June had entrusted them with this task, and he could not be let down. Otherwise, the branch would break the contract with them. All this time, June constantly thought about them and did a lot for the simple cleaners. If they did a good job, good branches would sign contracts with them, and she asked him to forget about these cretins. Alex agreed with her, but muttered that at least they had a buffet in the association. But then Tom showed up and said it was time for them to contribute to the guild support fund since they had been working together for a week already. Alex was surprised what kind of fund this was, but Tom told him to contact June about it. And he warned that if June didn't make a donation today, they would no longer be able to leave the dungeon. But the brave Assel quickly walked past and pushed the impudent hunter with her shoulder. She grabbed Alex by the hand and said that they were leaving here immediately. The girl said that they were not obliged to pay them and promised to write a statement about them to the branch. But Tom instantly jumped up to her and hit the girl in the face. He insulted her and said that she could send 100 complaints if she wanted to sit there until she died. Tom was confident that the branch would take his side and that he had big people behind him. Alex couldn't stand it and forgot that he was dealing with a hunter. He attacked Tom. Assel managed to grab him and tell him not to do it. The girl said she was fine and didn't want him to get hurt because of her. He just had to wait for her outside. But Alex just sighed so she could do it alone. He didn't even know whether she was just naive or stupid, and declared that there was no point in talking to these scum. And then he got hit in the face by Tom, who heard his words. Assel apologized to him, but Alex told her that he got what he got for his words and that she had nothing to do with it. But if he came back to the office like that, June would definitely notice, and something had to be done. When Shirley saw them, she asked why they were dressed like that. Assel said that it was cool in the dungeon, which is why they now have a cough, and they asked to go to the hospital and home. But the perceptive Shirley was not fooled and asked why he had glasses. Alex said that he just looked cool in them. Assel also supported him and said that he looked cool. She herself did not expect that it would be like that. Besides, nothing terrible happened during the work, so they wanted to leave with these words. But June managed to jump up and tear off the glasses, and the truth became obvious. Shirley was horrified and asked what happened. But June immediately realized that these were mercenary extortionists. He demanded that they take off their masks, and when the cleaners did so, he saw bruises on their faces, and then advised them to tell how it all happened. June was angry that they probably thought they would endure the humiliation for the sake of the company, and he didn't understand why they thought the workers should take the hit themselves. June told his friends to go to the hospital and promised to deal with the villains. Alex was worried that because of this their contract could be terminated. June grimaced in anger and asked, "What the hell? They could just make a new one with other branches. They should value themselves and their work." He told Shirley to follow him, and she was indignant that she did not have a moment's peace. The hunter dummies sat where they always did, in the office of the association's branch, and chatted about how fun it was to beat up ordinary people. June kicked Tom in the back and asked if he had offended his people, even though he already knew the answer. The impudent blonde boy indignantly asked what he was doing. He told them that from now on, their guild would not clear dungeons. The boss would tell them the rest. Thomas was surprised. Now the cleaners will work instead of hunters, and took out his weapon. He was soft with June because he was the director. But he didn't finish because June grabbed him like a dog and pinned him to the floor. He had thought about burying them alive when he found out what Tom had done to his people. But now June was just too lazy. More worthy people will take care of clearing out the dungeons, and they, cockroaches, will go to their forefathers, said June. The branch manager said he understood everything, but they had a shortage of hunters to clear the dungeons. Shirley demanded that he make a choice. She promised to help him solve the problems with the shortage of people if he kept their contract. Another man entered the room, and the branch manager was very surprised when he saw him. It was Miranda, who everyone knew as the commander of Section 1, who greeted Shirley. Bull spoke to Tom on the phone and demanded that he tell him exactly what he wanted. Tom asked if the boss had heard of the Karma Company that June had founded. Tom told him that they had had a little row, although he could barely speak with his broken mouth. And he complained that June was a vile coward who wouldn't let them into the dungeons, and that they didn't deserve such treatment. He also said that Jun contacted the head of the department and talked him into all this. Tom hoped that the branch would come to its senses and start begging them for help sooner or later, but he didn't want to wait. Bull asked him how he could help the mercenary. It was not so easy for him to ask the branch to stop cooperating with a private company. Tom brazenly stated that it was not difficult. You just need to tell the management that the company did not prove its competence and terminate the contract. Bill said he was currently busy setting up a training center for hunters and would contact him later. Life is an endless war. Tom was determined to show the janitor how to fight. For some reason, Miranda pouted under June's intense gaze. He asked Shirley what was wrong, thinking that something had gone wrong during the negotiations, and she gave him a condescending look. She recalled that Miranda had once said that she had no friends in the association, hinting at his insensitivity. Because after his antics, everyone Miranda could call a comrade left the association. She was left completely alone for a whole month, and he didn't even call, and now he didn't say anything. June apologized to Miranda for calling her so suddenly since she was busy, but the girl said that she was just offended. June realized a terrible thing. When a woman is left alone, she begins to think about things that are better not to think about. Then the girl quickly changed her anger to mercy and told what happened during the negotiations. There was a medium level of dungeons in this area, the largest being yellow, but it was rare. 100 breaks a month, 30 a week, 4 squads of hunters on staff, and they are smaller than in headquarters. The main feature is the high turnover of personnel, which is why most of the hunters are greenhorns, and the raids were not so successful. Many ended up here through assignment. Few successful hunters would choose the province, so after gaining experience, they are transferred further. Miranda said her team would be here for a week to handle emergencies, and then she would need his help. And June was surprised that she would ask for it openly. The situation turned out to be worse than she thought. Even if she helps here for a few days, everything will return to the previous state. June told her not to worry. He had to deal with it. Inexperienced workers and shortage of personnel, all this could be solved in one way. We need to expand the board, June said, and Miranda didn't understand what he meant either. June explained that they needed to open a new association training center. 3 months for newcomers, low-level dungeons, this is the ideal place. Shirley said it was a great idea. The profits from the training center and the cleanups were the same. June said the project has been with the association for several years now, and unless they decide to open it elsewhere, there won't be any problems. Miranda suddenly spoke up and said that this plan would be difficult to implement, because Bill is already trying to organize a similar project in another area, and wants to be fully responsible for training hunters. June realized that Bill had been affected by the lobbyists' activities. He told the girls that he would convince the new chief of staff and asked Shirley for his business plan, and asked Miranda to continue helping the branch. The girls suggested contacting Chuck from the control department, and June agreed. Bill shouted in anger and asked what it meant. He told the chairman that he had chosen the perfect location, but he stood his ground and changed the area where the training center would be located. The chairman said that their task force was short-handed and they were dependent on the guild in the area, and he knew there were problems there. The branches have their own pride, the chairman said, and asked if there was anything Bill didn't like. He realized that he had gotten too excited and needed to control himself. Bill noted that he should be responsible for creating the center, but the chairman did not listen to him. He agreed with Bill's choice, but also pointed out the need to open the center in a place where there was a weak branch. The building contract hadn't been signed yet, so it shouldn't have been a problem unless Bill had something to gain from it, the old man asked. Bill cowered under his gaze. He denied everything, and the place was confirmed. Leaving the office, Bill punched the wall. The chairman is a real snake, because he had already promised this position to others. Besides, the construction work had already begun. Bill had signed the contract in advance and received a discount, and now all this had fallen on him. The old man argued his decision too confidently, and Bill had no choice but to agree with him. At this rate, Bill will not only have to return the money from the difference but also pay a huge penalty. So he could lose his job, Bill thought when Tom called him and reminded him of his request. Bill told him straight out that his problem was being made worse by the fact that a training center was being built in the area. Bill said that the chairman came to him, but from his demands it was clear that he had not made the decision himself. Someone had already warned the old man and said it at the most inopportune moment, Bill declared, and the ground slipped out from under Tom's feet. Bill told Tom that he now had to use his brain and stop the construction of the center in the area. Because the dungeons here are not very strong, and the center will give 100 hunters, and then the mercenary guild will be left without orders. Bill added that Tom could lay down his life, but he had to go on strike and stop the construction. When the blockhead objected, Bill shouted at him that they both wanted to live, and he couldn't decide the matter for Tom. The next day, Tom organized a strike. He said that the association cannot risk the lives of civilians. The guild is enough to protect everything. He was outraged that they were thrown out overnight, although they had risked so much for the sake of the association, and accused June of taking advantage of his connections. The branch director looked with alarm at the crowd of unemployed idlers, which made unreasonable demands, but still could not be ignored. Miranda noticed that there were not only the local guild but also slackers from other areas. Tom used his influence to attract them. Shirley called June and asked where he was while they were having a rally here, and he replied that he would be there soon. June rushed over at that very moment in his car, as if he had been waiting around the corner. He told the girls that he had to pick up someone, and that was why he was late. They were very surprised when they saw who June had brought. It was Frank from the Mercenary Guild and CEO Bear himself, and Jun suggested that they hold a meeting right away. Jun looked at them like they were the scum of society, but that was his usual misophobic look. There was talk among the protesters, and Tom promised that the association's headquarters would not interfere. And although he told them that June was no longer involved with the association, he showed up for a meeting with the entire CEO. To top it all off, the leader of the best free guild, Ares, arrived with him. And then Thomas realized that he was in deep trouble. Bill hadn't warned him about this. Some idiot said that even though the dungeons were weak, they couldn't trust them to newbies. It would put everyone in danger. June said directly that they were simply afraid, because the construction of the center would completely deprive them of their income. The most important thing is that the local branch will not assign dungeons to private guilds. He stunned them. And Tom should understand the reason better than anyone else, said June. And the extortionist bit his lip in anger. Another guild leader said that the decision was too sudden and that they should have discussed it with them first. Bear replied that branches were more important to the association than guilds, and the training center was being opened to support the local branch. The blockhead was indignant that then they would all die if the association cooperated with the capital guilds and not with them. He was being dramatic. Here, Frank stood up and said that that was why he came here, to improve relations between the guilds and the association, as he had done. The training center is opening because Tom's guild wants to gain a monopoly on clearing dungeons. The alternative is permanent contracts with branches. Thomas jumped up from his seat and shouted indignantly and told them to wait. Here, Frank interrupted him and said that he had heard rumors that Tom was extorting money for the benefit of his guild support fund. He slammed his hands on the table and declared that everything was lies and slander. But then June turned on the recording of his conversation with the blonde guy. In this video, Thomas completely discredited himself when talking about the foundation and donations. June reminded that the guild's fundraising was illegal, and they had also treated his cleaners poorly and extorted money from them. And this is already a clear criminal offense, and how can we now trust them to clear the dungeons? June asked. Bear agreed that this was not an isolated incident, and therefore they had no other choice. Tom's guild would be blacklisted nationwide, he said, and Tom felt like he was being electrocuted. Tom shouted at them that they had no right to take his job away, and that the department manager had to make that decision and he would contact Bill immediately. Bear agreed that only the chief of staff had authority, but he had already taken their side and completely agreed, saying that he knew nothing about Tom. And then the boy realized how powerful it can be. Life unfolds, and now he is no longer a king. Only then did he fall to his knees and say that he had made a mistake. He begged to give him another chance, and promised to do everything possible, and in general he is good. We need to understand and forgive. June put his hand on his face and asked if it was necessary to do this to his employees. He smirked and told Tom not to worry. They would compensate him for giving up their services, almost like a donation to the support fund. At this point, June declared the negotiations complete and told everyone to return to their business. Later, the guilds would notify which branches they could sign a contract with. As planned, a training center and dormitory were opened here. Veterans worked here from time to time, training newcomers. The center became a mandatory stage of training. The effectiveness of raids increased greatly, and under the supervision of experienced instructors, there were no problems. This helped calm the most anxious citizens. Miranda played a big role. Her appointment as senior instructor had a positive effect on the entire training center. June decided to show the equipment to the new cleaning squads and went down into the dungeon with them, wearing their uniforms again. Thomas's guild was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was running away from it, but his hangers-on asked what to do. Thomas still didn't understand anything and said that he wouldn't sit idly by. Bill had betrayed him and stabbed him in the back, which meant he had to take revenge. He wanted to find out the schedule and meet him, but suddenly he tripped over someone and fell on his nose on the ground. Tom turned around and asked who was lying in his way, and somehow he recognized this homeless man as Johann, who lived here with the cats. He grinned creepily, put his finger to his mouth, and gestured for silence. June asked the team how things were going, and they replied that everything was fine. They were getting paid on time, and the work was not difficult. Some branches have asked them to dismember monsters into small pieces, and June said that they will soon receive the most modern equipment. He asked everyone if they needed anything else and was ready to listen to wishes and suggestions. Assel was the first to raise her hand, which was quite unexpected. She asked for more snacks in the office kitchen, and June was surprised by such a simple request. Shirley noted that all employees are happy with their jobs. But then Miranda ran in and said that he should see this. There was a corpse of a monster that she had not seen before. She found him already dead, and since she had not met him before, she decided not to approach. Chloe also saw something like this for the first time, and some kind of mucus was flowing out of the corpse, and she offered to take it for analysis. But then something crawled out of the monster, like a rainbow worm. June barely managed to catch her and ordered her to get out of there faster and faster. In place of the monster, a strange tree without leaves appeared. June said that it was a monster in demonic form and could not be defeated by normal means. This one was dangerous because it oxidized everything it touched, and Jun was indignant that it appeared so early. Even before the regression, June saw all his comrades die that day, a disaster in the regeneration dungeon. Tom's hangers-on asked him who it was and whether they should teach the homeless man a lesson. But Tom said that he was just a strange man and it was better not to touch him. His friends told him that they couldn't just leave it like that. They seemed to have seen him somewhere. Tom told them that it was Johann, for whose capture they were promising 2 million credits, and he had already come up with a new plan on how to rise. Of course, the friends had concerns because Johan was a first-class hunter, but the idiots decided that since Johan could barely stand on his feet, they could easily put him down and just get a ton of money. Tom turned to Johan and said that he was ashamed of what had happened earlier and that he wanted to apologize. But he lost his face before he could finish speaking. Johan used his skill and instantly killed him. Then he laid down Tom's dummies. Stupidity is the worst vice. You have to watch what you say, Johan said. Words kill. But then the dead grabbed Johan and immobilized him. A cat with glowing eyes approached him and said that they had finally met. A man who used the puppet skill appeared from around the corner and said that he had a lot of work because of Johan. The bespectacled man added that Mark was looking for him, and now he was giving him one last chance. The operation didn't go according to plan from the very beginning, and the partner asked to kill her to stop her suffering. Jun didn't know what to say. He just stood there with his mouth open. On the very first day in the regeneration dungeon, he lost his most valuable subordinate. On the second day, it was no longer a dungeon, but a real hell. Strategy and planning were useless. There were too many demons. Jun shouted to everyone that they were finished and needed to retreat and wait for reinforcements. Chief Fox was at a loss and trembled like a hare. He did not respond to Jun's words. Jun shouted for them to retreat to the gate. The monsters needed to be stopped there. Reinforcements were waiting for them, so he ordered them not to die. He still controlled his hunters and gave them simple, clear orders. But then a terrible demon with many eyes appeared from around the corner. Jun shouted that he would take charge of it and that they had to leave. That day, all of his classmates with whom he was preparing to receive his license died. Jun used the priest skill that the sacred relic gave him, after which he rushed into battle. He had almost no memories of that day. He fought as if he was ready to die at any moment and cut down monsters left and right. There were other hunters fighting alongside him, and they too fought to the death. It took them 3 days to stop all the monsters, but they never reached the gates of the dungeon. The destruction of the capital was only a matter of time. Only then did Wolf realize the threat and request support from all branches and departments, and they were able to gradually regain the lost territories. When they reached the gate, the dungeon had disappeared as expected. It was all over, but no one rejoiced or breathed a sigh of relief. They did not win, but barely survived. Jun looked at the many fallen comrades over the days. The cleaners came up to him and apologized. They didn't know who else to turn to. The old men wanted to know where it was best to start, but there was no one there except Jun. Jun saw that they were members of the association and asked them where they had been all this time. He walked past and called the old people useless, although he understood the absurdity of his words. There was no point in being angry, but then his emotions got the better of him. Jun didn't know any of these cleaners, but rage blinded him as he woke up from his flashback. Shirley asked him what was the matter because he kept muttering something under his breath. She realized that he was thinking about something bad, because his face was gloomier than usual. Jun's head was spinning from the thought that there was a month left before the disaster, because it was the only dungeon he hadn't been able to clear in all his years of work. They only appear once in the entire story, and the dungeons of this level were impossible to clear. Something similar appeared on another continent, and since there were no hunters in that country, it could not be closed, and a catastrophe occurred. Jun asked the chairman to summon all operational departments to the capital in a month, but he reminded him that there was a law restricting such actions. Jun realized he would have to take action himself and asked Shirley what she was doing next month. She looked anxiously at her desk and said that she had a lot of work accumulated. Jun asked her to get him weapons, swords, guns, sacred relics. She started yelling at him, not understanding why the cleaning company needed weapons, especially since they weren't in the association. Jun asked if there were any interviews for today, but there was nothing on the schedule. And then Hamster looked in on them and asked if they had any other vacancies. Jun immediately recognized the arrogant fat man who was the director, but was fired for failing the raid. Assel instructed him on how to remove which types of corpses, and Hamster listened attentively. Each type of monster had its own type of cutting. For humanoid monsters, you had to start with the head and cut it off in one cut. Hamster immediately did it, and Assel clapped her hands at how well he did it. She didn't expect the former hunter to do so well. Jun understood that the former head of the operations department was well versed in monsters and dungeons. He just needed to get used to the position. Hamster was also surprised that the cleaners had such a clear work algorithm. Assel said that Jun personally made all the instructions. Jun caught his former boss's gaze and returned it. He turned away in shame, but said nothing in response. When Hamster came to them yesterday, Jun thought it was some kind of joke. How could it be otherwise? Hamster was fired just a few months ago for trying to ruin the lives of the cleaners, and now he decided to become one of them. But June couldn't just send away the man who came for an interview, and they exchanged a few words. Hamster's situation turned out to be worse than expected. Due to his loss of rank, he could no longer work as a hunter, so he worked as a strategist in the first guild he came across. As rumors spread around, Hamster could only dream of joining a major guild. Of course, one could sympathize with him, but he created this karma for himself. Hamster said it didn't matter what job he did, they all did what they were supposed to do. After these words, June decided to give him a chance and hired him. After the test, he asked Hamster how he was coping, and he modestly replied that he was just doing the best he could. June told him that after a week of training, Hamster would go to the first group led by Assel. He also added that he plans to expand the staff, and if Hamster is patient, he will be the head of one of the new squads. And although Hamster doubted himself, June was confident that he could handle it. Then the fat man thanked him and said that he would go on to take more courses. June wished him luck and looked after the former hunter. Afterwards, June sat in a cafe with Shirley and looked at people. She was eating cake and asked the director what he was thinking about. June agreed that Hamster was trying very hard and that his past experience as a hunter leader would be useful to them. But these were all jokes because someone was clearly trying to introduce him into their company. Do what you want. Don't worry about anything. That's what Hamster said with his return. The point is that you shouldn't be afraid of dirty work if it's useful. If Hamster had not said these words, June would have thought for a long time whether his proposals were correct. The very fact that Hamster came to him and calmly said that phrase indicated that he was closely connected with Bill. Unfortunately, June knew almost nothing about their relationship. He asked Shirley if she found out, and she replied that Bill and Hamster had gone to the same university. We first met when Bill was already working in the association and received help from him when he became the head of the operational department. Now June understood how Hamster had achieved so much as a rookie, while Bill, on the other hand, had done nothing when his protege was fired from the association. June reminded him that Bill was always throwing everyone off like a lizard's tail, and then Shirley suggested that Hamster might actually be looking for a job. June was surprised that she actually thought he would be happy working as a janitor, which he despised. They could come to an agreement, June thought. Bill could promise to return Hamster to the association if he found out something about their firm. June couldn't say that he wasn't bothered by it, he wanted to act freely. It might have come to light that he was embezzling association money, and then there would have been a stir. No matter what he was trying to achieve, it was a theft of the budget. He worked as a cleaner for a short time, then 2 months in management. Someone might wonder where the money for the new company came from. No one around him could understand Jun, so he didn't even speak to Shirley. But it turned out that she already knew everything, that they received funding from the association. June, taken by surprise, splashed coffee right in her face, which angered the girl. She was surprised that he thought she wouldn't find out, since she was in charge of human resources and financial reporting. Of course, she understood that June would not do this for the sake of a round sum in his pocket. He had to have a good reason that could not be voiced. June replied that she sometimes scared him, and Shirley said she would take that as a compliment. Obviously, Bill will also be suspicious of their finances. Most likely, he sent Hamster to get irrefutable evidence, and if it comes out, he will either tell the media or blackmail. Shirley said that in that case, there was no point in hiring Hamster. Why take the risk if it was clear he was a plant? But June had no doubts about his decision. It was all about the regeneration dungeon, the very one in which many hunters can die. The dimension in it was unstable and could close at any moment in 5 days. But they suffered too many losses trying to close it early. The main office alone lost almost half of the hunters. Because of this, the association found itself in a very difficult situation. Everyone had to work twice as hard. And taking advantage of this, the International Association began to interfere in their affairs. There was no official takeover yet, but they had already become their puppets. The collapse of the association system, the hostility of internationalists, the death of key employees, that is why it was necessary to prevent the coming catastrophe. And the reason for these failures is simple. The arrogant leadership believed that they could handle it themselves. They could not assess the circumstances. At least 30 task forces are needed to close the regeneration gates. To gather that many without breaking the law, a state of emergency is required. There's only a month left until the disaster. With their current strength, the association will suffer more losses. Just like before June's regression, many people will die. If he cannot prevent disaster, he must at least reduce losses. The plan was to disable the association and prevent the dungeon from being cleared. Before its opening, the capital simply had to be evacuated. Then after 5 days, the dungeon would close itself. To neutralize the association, some incident was needed that would prevent the collapse. And if you think about it, Bill came just in time. Hamster didn't understand why being a cleaner was so hard. He barely got through training, and who knows what awaits him in a real job. But he had to hold on to this opportunity, so he called on the phone and said that he had completed his training. Hamster was sure that he had not been exposed and that no one suspected him. Bill praised him, reminded him of his promise if he obtained valuable information. Hamster asked what if the company is not stealing from the association's budget? If that's true, what if they were wrong? Hamster asked. Bill insisted impatiently. They were definitely not wrong. Hamster was too doubtful about everything. He told the fat man not to get upset and to concentrate on the task. He agreed and hung up, after which he sighed heavily. Hamster wondered if it was worth carrying out orders from someone worse than Wolf. Bill was indignant that if they kept in touch often, it would only increase suspicions. But there was no other way out. If Hamster didn't do as he was told, he would be a janitor for the rest of his days. There was a knock on his door and someone entered the office without waiting for an answer. It was Miranda. She said that she had too much work to do, a third more than before. Bill asked if they couldn't cope with the new hunters and the guilds helping them. He couldn't believe that the task force commander was whining about such a thing. Miranda said they could do everything, but the cleaners couldn't handle the job. Bill grabbed his head. He realized it was because he preferred hunters, but there had been no problem so far. Miranda objected that there were problems, and they were constantly accumulating, and that it would be more difficult to work at this pace. Bill asked her why she was getting involved in this matter. It was none of her business whether the cleaners had an easy job or not. They had to figure it out for themselves. Miranda countered that hunters weren't the whole association, and Bill interrupted her. The others treat the hunters like errand boys, although the cleaners are just support. Miranda insisted that these people were working day and night and that a disaster was about to happen, and asked for an increase in the number of cleaners. If that was too difficult, they could hire a private company, Miranda said, and Bill understood where she was going with that. He suggested that it was June who had put her up to it, but the girl objected that it was her initiative. Bill wondered if Hamster could find information about the embezzlement. The association's leadership would quickly find out about it. Now it was possible to retreat, while June's supporters were in the office. Bill would only suffer from attempts to outplay him, so he told her that he would consider her proposal and she could go. For the first time since his departure, June stepped back into the association, but now he felt lost. He didn't expect Bill to make a deal with him, but it was a good opportunity. Bill said he was surprised that the director of the private cleaning company was his predecessor and that it was an honor to meet him. June replied that he no longer worked for the association, so he did not need any honors, and got straight to the point. He asked Bill what cleaning pace he needed, and he replied that he didn't really know how cleaners worked. June replied that the quality of cleaning is maintained if no more than 3 dungeons are cleaned per day, but now there are 5 per team. Bill was surprised at how much June was asking for cleaning 10 dungeons a month, but he agreed to his terms. June noticed that Bill was not good at hiding his emotions and asked him which team he preferred. Bill really didn't like the fact that June was asking such a sum for his services, and he replied that he didn't care who did the work. June replied that he just happened to have a team with a newbie, and he would send them. Bill was wary when he heard about the newcomer, but June quickly reassured him. He told the chief of staff that this new guy was a former department chief, so he was a veteran of the case. Bill was glad that June had hired Hamster, which meant he could contact him without arousing suspicion. But then he immediately objected out loud that even though Hamster was the leader, he was still a newbie now. But since June, who had become a legend, recommended him, he demonstratively agreed. He thanked Bill and said that he would contact him later. Bill noticed that June had quickly completed his tasks, but he still had a lot of things to do that were giving him a headache. June chuckled and replied that there was a lot to think about in his position. But this contract would help Bill with a couple of problems. Both of them mentally considered each other idiots, and were sure that everything was going exactly as planned. June, smiling, suggested that the last day of the month be the day for paying for services, and Bill, also smiling, replied that he didn't mind. Shirley was surprised that June had assigned Hamster here, since it would make it easier for the conspirators to communicate. June only said that he had to do it this way, and the girl exploded with indignation because he never explained why it was necessary. He replied that she wouldn't believe it anyway, and Shirley kicked him in the shin. Despite Jun being a top-rank hunter, he received critical damage. Shirley told him that they were in the same boat and he shouldn't have to decide everything alone. She needed to know at least something to be prepared. Of course, she couldn't do anything if June didn't trust her, and he thought that if she hit him again, he would fire her. Of course, he understood that Shirley was not the kind of woman who would sit silently and listen, and besides, he couldn't kick her out either because he had gotten used to her. June decided to tell everything. In 3 weeks, a dungeon would appear, so dangerous that the association would simply collapse. It is precisely because of this catastrophe that the internationalists will be able to absorb them. But that's not the worst thing, because many people will die, he shocked her. Jun's plan was to minimize losses, so he wanted Hamster to get to him and have the chairman removed from office. He was going to remove not only the old man, but also everyone who occupied key positions. It was almost a betrayal, Shirley said, but Jun said it was better than death. But it turned out that an old man who was nearby heard his words and asked him to repeat what he said. Shirley immediately tried to justify herself, almost instinctively, and said that everything was not so. Then, the old man asked her, screaming terribly, he had been kind to him all this time, and this is how he was repaid. The chairman shouted ungrateful and activated the summoning skill. Shirley screamed back that he had it all wrong and closed her eyes. But then I felt a rough tongue on my cheek, and turning around I saw a tiger. Jun told the old man to stop joking or Shirley would actually pass out, and the chairman laughed. He told Shirley not to worry because they had discussed everything beforehand. Jun couldn't do it all alone. It was ironic because Jun brought the chairman back from a coma and then removed him from his post. Jun asked him exactly if he didn't mind, since he might not return to this position. The chairman said that he couldn't work here forever anyway. Several decades had passed and he was already old. He was more worried about Jun, because after he left there would be no one to look after him. But the guy replied that it wasn't worth it. The chairman said that he had brought in a trusted person, a person who had carefully falsified all the data. It was impossible to find evidence. Jun said that now all that remained was to act according to plan. And while he's not in the office with Shirley, Hamster is definitely rummaging through his office. But when the fat man had already found everything, he ran into Assel, who asked him what he was doing there. He quickly hid his hands behind his back, and Assel asked him again what he was doing at the boss's workplace. Hamster didn't know what to say. Bill told him that there would be no one in the office. Assel dropped the topic and told him to get ready quickly. Assel said that in 2 hours they were leaving for the main office. They had to show themselves at their best there. They started cleaning. Assel skillfully led her squad and kept an eye on everyone. Hamster managed to make a backup copy of all the documents from the computer and was waiting for the moment when he would get out of this dump. True, he couldn't trust Bill and just hand over all the evidence. It was right to keep them to himself and return them only when he received guarantees of returning to the association. Assel noticed that he was lost in thought and asked if he was coping. He was focused and did not answer, even when she called him. She loaded him with more work, and Hamster told her not to worry. She said that she would go to the boss's room and return soon, praising him for a job well done. Assel told her assistants to put on gas masks so as not to inhale the fumes. When Hamster was the manager, Assel was on the cleaning staff, but now their roles had changed and he felt humiliated. Despite how hard the work was, Assel smiled, clearly mocking him. He thought she was pleased that her former boss was now her subordinate. Hamster understood that the strong eats the weak, such is the law, and he thought that soon he would rise high and looked towards the girl. When the time comes, he will take revenge on everyone. But now he has taken up the work with double zeal. And surprisingly, he was good at cleaning up the dirt. At some point, he even felt relief and joy from the work. Assel praised everyone for their good work. All that was left was to report on the completion. Turning to Hamster, she asked him where the remains were, and he was confused. When he said they were here, he saw that his cart was empty. Assel shouted that they needed to come back quickly and pick them up. But at that moment, the dungeon closed, right in front of her nose. The huntress scolded them for failing to collect everything that was left of the monsters. She immediately realized that it was the fat man's mistake, so they came together. She didn't understand how the former leader of the squad could screw up so badly. The huntress said that he had always been like that, only chasing efficiency. But he himself could do nothing, and it was the same in the position of manager. The huntress kept shouting how they would be responsible for this. If the dungeon opened again, they themselves would have to clear it out, and Assel apologized. This was Hamster's first assignment, and as the squad leader, she made a mistake and didn't double-check his work. She also added that she would reimburse all expenses from this cleanup, and would provide all support if the dungeon reappeared. They have recently entered into contracts with very capable guilds. The huntress realized that she had lost her temper because her former nasty boss had come with Assel. In any case, the problem was not that big. Assel again asked for forgiveness and said that something like this would not happen again, and asked to place all responsibility on herself. The huntress decided to turn a blind eye to everything this time, but warned that next time she would break the contract with them. Assel thanked the huntress for her understanding and for being a good person. Hamster expected to get into trouble and be told off, but Assel was too kind. She told him not to be upset and not to take everything personally. Anyone can make a mistake. She remembered her first assignment when she got lost and just stood there crying. Hamster didn't understand her. It was his mistake. But Asal apologized for everything and even consoled him. Bill spoke to those to whom he had promised a lot, but with whom the deal fell through because of June. He said that he would soon ruin him and would be able to pay everything back. He kept asking them to wait a little longer, and the contractor warned that if he was not paid the penalty for laying the foundation, he would inform the media. They had nothing to lose. They told Bill into the phone and cut off the connection. He was up to his ears in problems. Then he started calling Hamster. Now everything depended on the success of this plan. But as luck would have it, the fat man didn't pick up the phone and stopped being online altogether. This went on for several days. He did not get in touch, but according to reports, he continued to work. And since Hamster had the knife and he didn't answer, Bill simply had no other choice. It was the end of his short tenure at the office. When his secretary burst in, Bill told him to pack his bags, but he confidently stated that there was no need to collect anything. They received the Karma Company accounts. It was like manna from heaven. Bill asked who sent it and was pleasantly surprised. Shirley saw his contented face and asked what was the matter. June replied that from the camera footage, Hamster had solved their crime. Now that he had the information about the accounts, he could no longer stop the fat man. He just had to wait until their opponent started to act. But Shirley was surprised and asked if he had seen Hamster working lately. He was acting strange, Shirley said. Hamster started coming to work earlier. He smiled, looked like a different person, and was happy. Hamster was polite and wished everyone a good day. He worked well, made no mistakes, and got along with his colleagues. June was surprised. The spy suddenly became a good cleaner. He did not understand why Hamster suddenly changed his mind about returning to the association. He slammed his hands on the table. Hamster shouldn't have behaved like that and started to mend his ways. Now there is no time left at all. The regeneration dungeon will turn into a real disaster. Shirley asked him what to do next, and June replied that they couldn't just sit there any longer. He decided to just send the bills and set up the chairman himself and feed these parasites himself. The next day, Bill came straight to the chairman and said that he had found these papers as requested. There were documents about the transfer of money to the Karma Company through various funds. The administration knew nothing about it. Even though the chairman was close to June, this was beyond all bounds. The chairman replied that he should take the documents straight to the police, but Bill said he wanted a personal meeting in case there was a misunderstanding. The old man laughed. He understood perfectly well that Bill simply wanted to blackmail him with this. Even though the old man had gotten to the point quickly, it was only to his advantage, Bill thought, and said that he would like to promote the exhibition in the dungeon. The chairman replied that it was not a tricky matter and asked Bill what benefit he would get from it if he could set him up right at the exhibition. Then Bill suggested not to complicate things, and everyone would get what they wanted. He promised to destroy all evidence. But the chairman responded sharply that Bill was not only petty, but also stupid, since he came to blackmail him for such a trifle. He told him to go public if he felt it necessary. Bill told him that he didn't fully understand the situation and that if the public found out about it, the whole association would be in jeopardy. But the old man only snorted contemptuously in response, showing that he didn't care. Bill said that he also works here and does not want to ruin the association and suggested not to make things worse again. But then the old man jumped up from his seat and asked him if he looked like a weakling and told Bill to stop being so hesitant. The old man approached Bill and asked why he did not want to use the powerful weapon he had. Bill realized that he had underestimated the old man. He had initially wanted to negotiate with him, but the chairman had said such things. If the information got into the media, the association would collapse, but Bill didn't understand why he would do that. He asked the old man what he was thinking and suggested that he simply agree to his terms and forget about everything. The chairman deftly jumped off the table despite his age. Now it was like a fire that needed to be put out. But where was the guarantee that Bill wouldn't come to him again? The old man asked. He was sure that he would use this information against him later. Only a fool would throw away such a good knife. The chairman said it was all over when Bill received the document, and it was certainly over for him if he accepted its terms. And when Bill said he would regret it, the old man snorted contemptuously that he couldn't even leak everything to the journalists. Later, the information did make it into the media, and a ton of criticism was poured on the old man. All the news was talking about was that he spent billions of loans. But an even greater shock came when everyone learned that June had received this money, and an investigation was announced. People were outraged that June changed after he gained power, although many did not consider it a great crime. Shirley was worried that now everyone around would become their enemy. June was used to this. And besides, not everyone, he answered his assistant. She asked him if they could work it out, and he said that so far everything was going according to plan, although that made it even more scary. He asked her how the creation of the latest weapon was going. and Shirley said that with the help of the association, everything would soon be ready. The regeneration dungeon was also supposed to appear soon, so June was in a hurry. Shirley asked him again how he knew about it. He knew about it all a month in advance. It was not just a guess, but rather a gift of foresight. She hadn't asked herself this question before while they were working in the association, but she kept noticing that Jun seemed to know everything in advance. And then he replied that it was all because of his karma, which was true, but didn't explain much. She just sighed. It was clear that June wouldn't say anything. He was killed, returned 10 years into the past, and in order to go back, he must fulfill the conditions. Shirley was in danger of knowing this, June thought, and when he looked at her, she asked him if he would tell her everything if she saved him once. June chuckled and replied that it was unlikely to happen, but the girl admitted the possibility. Johan underwent shock therapy after his long binge. He was reminded of the first rule of the secret club of the World Association. Then his overseer told him that in a week, a regeneration dungeon would appear in the capital. June would certainly risk himself if his subordinates were in danger, he says. That's why Mark left him alive and promised to eliminate him if Johan refused to carry out the task. His only way to survive was to kill June. Ava told him that on his last mission, Johan did whatever he wanted. The command of this operation was entrusted to a man from the association. There would be others there. Mark warned Johan not to do anything stupid. Johan laughed and called Ava a bitch. He thought he was just unlucky, but she blabbed everything. Mark ordered his assistant to place Johan in the capsule. The assistant warned that Johan had already unlocked a forbidden skill, and if he unlocked another one, there might be side effects. Mark reminded them that June had killed 2 of their department's commanders, and in his current state, Johan would not be able to resist him. And if he fails the task, he is finished anyway. Hearing this, Johan only laughed. They had so much control over his life, and yet they still wanted to put him in a capsule. The madman raised his hands and thanked them for it. He declared that he would survive, become stronger, and destroy that scoundrel June. Just in case, Mark ordered the Titan and the bullet that suppressed abilities to be prepared. Johanna couldn't wait to find and destroy June. All he could think about was how to rip his head off while he was being carried into the capsule for another experiment. A week later, huge gates opened over the capital. Some disgusting liquid began to drip from them, right next to the hunters on patrol. They stared at the blob that had fallen from the sky, not knowing what to do with it. And then a rain of similar blots fell to the ground, each one turning into a monster, and thus the Dungeon of Regeneration opened. The media did not stop for a week. The association maintained a good image, so it came as a shock to people. The chairman resigned. Most of the operational groups were transferred to branches. Group leaders and managers were also redistributed. There were only a few people left in the main office, led by Bill, and it took a long time to restore order. And then the regeneration dungeon fell upon the association, weakened by all these events. The hunters who were in the capital were the first to enter the battle, and they did not have an easy time. Even though they destroyed the monsters with their skills, they simply recovered. Because they were made of some kind of jelly, but they looked creepy. The leader of the hunting squad was hit by a monster and flew away. Her men reported that they had evacuated all civilians within a 5-kilometer radius. She heard that the association had detected an unstable dungeon, but she never imagined that something like this would occur. None of her attacks worked on the monsters. All of them were at or above the yellow dungeon boss level. Her subordinates advised her to get reinforcements. With such a composition, they could hardly do anything to the monster, but there was no need to wait for them. There are no normal operational departments left in the association, and it is not clear how to deal with this dungeon. The Huntress didn't understand at all why everything was so untimely when they were attacked from above again. They barely escaped the dog-like monster, but not all of them. Her deputy was killed by the attack, and the Huntress fell into a stupor. This was no longer a raid, but a one-sided massacre. They had no control over the situation. Now their main task was to survive, so she ordered everyone to save themselves and stop the mission. And although she gave such an important order, many were no longer able to carry it out and died on the spot. And the Huntress herself felt death creeping up on her. Bill reported at an emergency meeting that they had managed to cordon off the area and minimize casualties. But the directors didn't like it. The center of the capital was captured, and Bill was happy, and the hunters who were receiving a salary couldn't cope. Bill made the excuse that all the monsters were very strong and they couldn't do anything about them. But the directors thought that was a weak excuse. They asked him what he would do, and Bill replied that he had sent a request for reinforcements to all forces in the country, and they would arrive within 24 hours. The whole day, and until then the monsters can break through the cordon, the director was indignant. Bill shouted to them that he was not doing this because he was afraid all his hunters could die in the battle. He said that several guilds and operational departments were already participating in the battle, and now they were waiting for permission to gather in even greater numbers. The director asked who would lead them and demanded that all low-ranking hunters be placed in the cordon so that the monsters could not break through. They needed someone to lead this operation on the spot, and the director looked at the candidates. But there were no suicide bombers, and so he snorted, calling them cowards. There was only one person who could handle this. Bill shouted that they couldn't because he was no longer an employee of the association and was also involved in the embezzlement of funds. But the director said that now it was a question of survival, not of maintaining a reputation, and suggested that Bill take over the leadership himself. Bill had just gotten rid of June, and they were dragging him back. All the risks he had taken were wasted. He said he couldn't agree to it, and the directors called him a fool. Bill stated that he would lead the operation because he was the chief of staff. So today, he would lead the attack on the dungeon. He asked the department commanders to come to his office to discuss strategy. He asked others to report on the number of monsters and their location. They were useless from the start, the bespectacled spy thought. At this rate, he might as well just walk away from here. June informed everyone that there were 200 monsters that needed to be caught in the area before the hunters arrived. Otherwise, it would become overloaded. At the moment, one monster was revived every 5 minutes, which means now 144 monsters need to be defeated. June was not omnipotent. Shirley asked him if he was really going alone since he could have taken Chloe with him. June replied that he would not wait, he would just go there and come back, and asked to get what he asked for. And then he began to change clothes, which embarrassed the lonely girl. She asked him, confused, what he was doing, but Jun replied that he was in a hurry, and there were no changing rooms nearby. He told her to stay in that place because it was too dangerous outside. Shirley looked at his reflection in the glass and told him to be careful too. The huntress was left alone. All her subordinates had either fled or were dead. And now, the monster was attacking her again, even though she hadn't caught her breath yet. She was already saying goodbye to life, realizing that this was its end. But then the monster flew into pieces, as if someone had stuck a firecracker in jelly. Jun walked through a bunch of monsters and instantly destroyed several strong opponents at once. He spun the chain in one hand and held a sword in the other. With the chain, Jun could attack from a long distance. Using his skills skillfully, he broke through hordes of monsters and was able to attack the largest of them. He flew into the sky with the help of a chain and found himself above his target. Jun used the flame skill when the monster was completely exposed. But he didn't want to become easy prey and growled loudly. Then Jun pierced him with his huge sword summoned from the skill. When he landed, he changed his weapon and greeted the monsters he hadn't seen for a long time. "It's time to clean up here," said Jun and smiled at his old comrades. They rushed at him from all sides as he simply stood there. But Jun struck them with one imperceptible movement and returned the sword to its sheath. Afterwards, he contacted Shirley and asked her to check if the area was cleared. And she replied that there were 30 more nearby. According to her calculations, he should eliminate them all in half an hour before other operatives arrived. Jun chuckled that the association support department had such poor defense, but it was to their advantage now. June asked her to give him directions to the next territory, and she did so. In fact, Bill, who did not want to call June for help, had to do it because he was extremely insecure. Never before had he led such a large-scale operation or overcome such a crisis. All the guilds sent him their people. Now he had 200 or even more hunters under his command, but this was still not enough. All that was left was to go down into this hell and close the dungeon. Bill tore his hair out. The secretary came to him and Bill asked him if there were any changes. The bespectacled assistant reported that the number of monsters began to decrease. Bill was surprised and asked how this happened. It looks like some freelancers started clearing the area. But the assistant said that the matter was different. The monsters began to attack each other, due to the fact that the enemy did not appear for a long time and the monsters were becoming more and more numerous. They began to fight for territory. The bespectacled man said that he personally went to that place and saw everything with his own eyes. He said there was no need to send hunters there, and Bill beamed, a great relief to him. He, of course, changed his face to a calm one to hide his weakness. The bespectacled man happily declared that they would be able to hold out without raiding deeper until reinforcements arrived. Bill told the task force to be on standby and for the bespectacled man to continue monitoring the situation. The spy then reported to his men that the hunters would not enter the zone, and June would be there alone. There should be no more mistakes. He sent them the target coordinates. Team 1 must perform, the other must stand by. The bespectacled man asked if they had Johan under control, and the hostage replied that everything was fine. Finally, the spy told his subordinate that Johan was unpredictable, so he needed to be watched closely. Johan thanked them for their help and asked them not to be offended. He just wanted to kill the target himself. Jun attacked another group of monsters from above while they weren't looking at him. He cut them down without any effort, using his strong and combined skills. In his past life, this caused him a lot of trouble. These monsters are demons. It is pointless to attack them with ordinary weapons, only with sacred relics. But since he was acting alone, it was all very exhausting. Jun wanted to get another skill, Demon King. It would be much easier, but it was closed. Jun was breathing heavily, so Shirley became worried about him. But he said everything was fine. 2 hours had already passed. He told him to retreat and promised to call for reinforcements. But Jun told her not to do it and to give him a little more time. But then Jun saw a huntress from the association. She also recognized him. She survived thanks to him and was amazed that he was the only one doing everything here. Jun told her to leave. The girl wanted to fight because these creatures killed her deputy. But then someone burned her shoulder and pushed her to the side. Johan greeted Jun. He looked even crazier than before, and there was nothing human left in his eyes. Jun grinned and didn't immediately understand what it all meant. Jun was expecting someone else to show up here, since Johan had failed last time, and asked if he thought he could kill him this time, while they were surrounded on all sides by people from the organization with weapons. He even dyed his hair. It was obvious that he was preparing, he taunted Jun. And Johan laughed. In order to meet, he survived the pain that pierced to the bones. On each mission, Johan took the head of those he killed. There was something romantic about it. Being weaker, they fought for him after death. But never before had Johan failed a mission. Jun was alone, so he expected to take his head. Johan laughed like a madman, wondering how Jun's skull was different from the others. And when he spread his arms, dozens of skulls appeared. Jun was horrified by how many people this monster had killed. Even though he put up a defense, he was still hit by many beams from the skulls. Johan waited for the dust from his blow to clear to see if he had hit or not. But then, the skull near his head split open. He was attacked without warning. Before he could blink, several more of his skulls were cracked. Jun went into close combat and attacked Johan from behind. Without a weapon, Johan calmly told him that he still looked like a monster. But when he grabbed the huntress and covered himself with her, Jun was forced to stop. Johan knew that he kept things to himself too often and was constantly sacrificing himself for the weak. A beam of green energy struck Jun, who was not defending himself at all. And then he realized that he had not been hit by an ordinary bullet. People from an international organization had come out from around the corner. Shirley pressed her hands to her face and called him on the line. But he did not answer and lay on the ground, motionless. Shirley tried persistently to wake him up. She realized that things were bad. Jun still didn't answer, and the girl's soul went cold. She couldn't help but cry at the thought that Jun had just died. But then she wiped away her tears and pulled herself together. She knew this guy couldn't be killed so easily. She took a pistol out of the trunk and transmitted over the radio to the others that Jun was in the zone and no longer responding. Miranda had no doubt that Jun went there alone. She arrived in the capital as soon as she heard the news and knew she had to find Jun. Then she contacted Chloe, who was handing out explosive punches to the monsters. She couldn't help herself because she was already in the zone and hunting monsters. Other free guilds also arrived at the scene to help Jun. If the association fails, the guilds will save the capital, Frank said. Shirley knew that permission to call the hunters had not yet arrived. And if she did everything without permission, she could end the work in this area forever. But despite this, everyone gathered in the zone to help Jun. Jun helped each of them without asking for anything in return, Shirley thought, unaware of his ulterior motives. The spies reported to their superiors that Jun was under the influence of kryptonite. The bespectacled man praised them for their good work and said that he would pass this on to Mark. But then I heard screams and shouts on the phone. Someone had just lost an arm. Even the wounded Jun resisted them, although his abilities should have been suppressed. Panic broke out among the killers. They were no longer confident in the stone's effect. And as soon as Jun froze again, they wanted to put a second bullet into him. But then the shouts came through the phone again, and the bespectacled man asked them what was going on. This stone temporarily blocks abilities, a fatal weapon for hunters. Johan cut off the head of the one who was about to shoot because he aimed at Jun's head. Johan was going crazy. He had spent so much time getting this skull, and he couldn't stand the fact that someone could damage his trophy. But then he suddenly felt a pain in his side and the iron levels in his blood jumped. The huntress had no idea who he was, but Jun was her former boss, and she repaid him this way. Johan swung his hand at her and could have killed her with one blow. But then Jun used the acceleration skill and kicked the psycho in the stomach, after which he grabbed the huntress and began to run while the enemy sat on the ground. The other spies asked Johan what this meant, since he had just attacked them and now let Jun get away. Johann smiled at them kindly and said that he had lost several skulls. The huntress suggested asking for help from the association, which was not far away when they stopped. Jun told her to leave because there were still monsters here, but she refused, and he himself was thinking about the ability blocking stone. Before his death, Jun experienced the same sensation of being shot, numbness, loss of strength. Because of this, he was unable to use skills and protect himself. Then their bullets contained exactly the same stone, Jun realized. But now everything was different. The hidden karma skill had already nullified his abilities. Because of this, the effect was not as usual. The skill was so-so, but Jun did not know that he had such an effect. First, he needed to heal, so he activated the skill to get rid of the hole in his stomach. The bespectacled man shouted at Johann, asking what it meant. He couldn't contact his teams and promised to tell Mark everything. Johann replied that their goal was to eliminate the irregular, and these guys were just a resource. And Johann said he found something interesting in the pocket of the first team leader. It looked like a remote control, and Johann realized that this was what the bespectacled man was talking about. Glasses contacted the third team and told them that plans had changed. He told them that Johann was also their enemy, and that after Yoon they had to get rid of him too. When they found Jun, the bespectacled man said to get rid of him while Johann was gone. He told them that the Skull Lover had killed 2 teams and was now only hindering them. Jun was amazed at the precision and timing with which he was found. The huntress went into battle to protect him, even though Jun screamed at her to run. As expected, she was quickly laid face down on the ground. She was too weak. The second enemy used the Ghost Knight skill and became an evil spirit. He had already broken through to Jun, but then his cavalry arrived in the form of Miranda and Chloe. Without waiting for instructions, Chloe attacked one of the opponents, and he had a hard time. He groaned with effort, not understanding where such a little thing got so much strength from. But these words only made the little berserker even more angry. She used the skill and increased her strength to the maximum. Because of this, the enemy's weapons could not withstand the power and agreed. Miranda took on the second opponent and jumped up to him. They clashed in a sword fight, blades flashing through the air like lightning. Both were not inferior in speed and skills, so the fight was fierce. And when the enemy thought he had already hit, Miranda activated her skill. And when the enemy was already thinking of being glad that Miranda was left without a sword, Jun attacked him. He knocked out his opponent with a blow to the back of the head with the guard, thus sparing him. Jun didn't know how his girls ended up there, but thanks to them he survived. But then he looked at the rift. The monsters kept coming. It took too long to destroy them. It would take a lot of effort to kill them. But Jun said that he would deal with both the monsters and the internationalist himself, and they should leave. The girls were outraged that he was saying such things, although he himself had just returned from the other world. Miranda did not understand what he could do in such a state. Jun answered her harshly that it was an order and he did not want to repeat it twice. But then she took out her sword and pointed it at his neck. Since he was going to fight alone, the girl promised to do everything possible to stop him. He was no longer an employee of the association and therefore could not give her orders, she said. Chloe agreed. It was too dangerous to go alone in his condition. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't pull it all out on his own. Even though they were former colleagues, they should have helped him. He could have tried to get them out of the way, but they were not going to leave. Jun told the girls that they had plenty of time to argue with him, and so he instructed them to clear the regeneration dungeon, but in exchange they had to survive. Jun reminded them that sacred relics could damage the monsters, and that headshots would slow them down, and told them to hold them off while he was busy. Now Jun could fight the internationals with full force. At this point they decided to move on. Miranda said that she would first take the injured huntress to a safe place. But before going into battle, Jun had one more thing to do and looked at his captive. They weren't just regular employees of the organization. If they had kryptonite, some of them could have titanium, Jun asked. But they didn't answer him. Although the dummy claimed that he was not afraid of torture, a little iron in his body quickly made him change his mind. Jun smiled. So kindly and welcomingly, he knew it was important to win over the other person. Frank meanwhile attacked Johann. He wanted to avenge the death of the former guild leader. But Johann used the layering skill and repelled the robot summoner's powerful attack. His weapon shattered into pieces in the green light of Johann's aura. He then launched a second blow at the defenseless Frank and hit his target. Johann laughed and said that this is what happens to those who are blinded by revenge and do not understand the difference in power. That was the end of the revenge, said Johann, and he offered to say hello to Scar. But when Frank was already saying goodbye to life, and Johann thought that everything would work out, he lost his skulls again. He grinned and asked Jun what kind of person he was to survive even a stopping bullet. And at that very moment I received a referral to a maxillofacial surgeon. Jun told him that he was talking too much. It was their second round, so there was no point in dragging it out. They had had a lot of fun, and now Jun could fight at full strength, surrounded by a squad of extras. Jun removed the restraints from the higher ranks and said that this means they will all die here. Now he fought as a super high-ranking hunter. Johan was amazed at where such energy and strength came from in an exhausted and wounded enemy. And although he shouted at the idiots to stop Jun quickly, he had already rushed towards him. In one fell swoop, Jun got rid of the extras who were needed to show off the hero's coolness. Johan didn't understand how Jun was able to kill the selected team in an instant. Whatever he did, he wouldn't be able to catch him, Johan realized, and said that it was time to stop. He admitted that he couldn't defeat Jun, and he decided to use another means, he said, raising the remote control above his head, and reported that the association building was mined. At first, Jun couldn't believe how a madman could pull off such a thing. But then there was a powerful explosion behind Johan, which confirmed his words. The control department exploded, Johan reported, and suggested blowing up the operational department. Jun thought there was no one in the control department since the dungeon appeared, which means everyone is sitting in the operational headquarters and is under threat. Johan grinned. He could tell from Jun's face that he cared, and he would aim for the remote. And then he could deal him the fatal blow. That was his plan. Johan laughed madly again and asked what he would do. There was no more time, but at that very second someone shot off Johan's hand with the remote control. Jun turned around to see what it was while the madman froze in place. But Shirley appeared on the battlefield, taking advantage of the fact that her opponents could not move, and she achieved good success and accuracy. The girl told Jun to move and not stand rooted to the spot, and took the remote control from the madman. Jun looked again at the madman, who was also looking at his hand. They simultaneously jumped to the control panel, each understanding that this was their last chance. But then the people whom Jun did not kill on the spot, but spared, took Shirley hostage. He found himself in a difficult position because he had to choose who to save. If the explosives are activated, there will be many casualties and it will thwart his plans. But if they don't do this, they will definitely kill Shirley, with whom he had a lot in common. Jun froze in place, in a completely useless maneuver. Shirley screamed at him to stop standing there like a statue and to pick up the remote. The girl began to fight back bravely and kicked one fighter in the leg. Jun quickly rushed towards her and told them to get lost, after which he took a bullet in the leg. The situation became even more desperate. Jun didn't save Shirley and didn't take the bullets. Johan told him that it wasn't worth it to expose his back. No matter how strong Jun is, a bullet from Titan will still kill him. Kryptonite is evil. Of course, Jun was still a monster. Johan really wanted to get his head. But it wouldn't work in the usual way. He understood. Shirley yelled at Jun to get up faster. He barely stood up and told her that he would get there soon, but then a green haze engulfed him. And then he disappeared in a beam of green light that fell on him. Johan thanked Shirley for her help. Because of her, Jun would die. The girl could no longer stand on her feet and fell to the ground. But when she stretched out her hand forward and suddenly felt the warmth of his hand, Jun asked why she was crying like a child. Thanks to Shirley, he was able to unlock the final spellcaster skill. The unlock condition was to sacrifice himself for an ally he trusted, and at first Jun thought it was an impossible condition. But they had spent so much time together with Shirley that they now trusted each other. Jun looked at Johan and said that no one had ever irritated him like he did. It was the first time Johan had seen such a class, and he was scared out of his mind. He couldn't even move a finger. Even breathing was difficult for him. He could not say anything. Johan shouted at the idiots that he needed time for a critical attack, and they had to delay Jun at all costs. Jun told Shirley to back off. It was too dangerous to be around him. Jun activated a skill that allowed him to disable those weaker than him. The greedy hands of goodness appeared in the sky and reached out to the enemies. Each extra began to feel the pressure of a huge hand's finger, and they could no longer move. Johan was also forced to bow his head and could not move. He used the capture skill. Even in such a situation, he refused to give up. Now the dummies were under the control of a madman who did not know the word ally. Johan would sacrifice anyone to win, and he killed the extras. Now he could summon a huge demon that would corrode everything it touched, sacrificing the team for it. The madman shouted that it was all over now. With this skill, he would definitely win. But Jun responded to this with his skill and made a gesture with his finger. The Demon King allowed the caster to create one-time skills at will. Jun created a skill and waved his finger as if drawing a line between them. It cut through everything in front of that line like a laser. The madman realized that he was already dead, but still continued to grin and talk nonsense about the skull. Jun knelt down. Shirley jumped up to him and asked how she was. Even while dying, Johan chatted. He threatened that the organization would not leave him alone and would soon kill all his loved ones. Even if he defeats him, he will lose, the crazy man laughed, choking on blood. Jun smiled. They recorded this confession of Johan and promised him that tomorrow the world will know the truth about the World Organization. Johan laughed and told them that he had not come alone, and a remote control appeared in his hand. But Frank said that even if he pressed the remote, nothing would happen. In his hand was a device that jams all signals. Jun said goodbye to Johan and activated the cleansing flame skill. There was a huge explosion and the flames destroyed all traces of this monster in the human body. Jun called Hamster and said that he had a favor to ask of him. He said there was no time for explanations, and that if Hamster did as he was told, Jun would pretend not to know he was a spy. Jun added that he didn't care whether Hamster passed on the information to anyone or not. He could still fire him. And he ordered the fat man to come to the main office and get the explosives from there. Since Hamster was familiar with the building's plan, he should have known where it could be laid. And he assured that the detonator was disabled. But in any case, the explosives needed to be removed as soon as possible. Hamster was almost in tears. He was simply sent to his death. The bespectacled spy still didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't contact anyone else. This could already be considered a failure. He lost contact with the reserve, and Johan, who was commanding the operation on the spot, also disappeared. The bespectacled man realized that he was stuck because of his short-sightedness and self-confidence. When the commander of the third group finally picked up the phone, he was worried about him. But the voice on the other end of the line was Jun, who had simply called the number with the name Boss on the dead fighter's phone. Jun told the bespectacled man that they were the first to start the trouble and decided to blow up the operative's headquarters just to kill one person. Jun said, "Let him," and warned that he would deal with him, and the bespectacled man replied that the media would not help him deal with the organization. Jun interrupted the idiot and said that he would figure it out, which meant he would take him apart personally. He added that such an office plankton became a boss, which means he can easily get to his superiors. Jun suggested that he hide somewhere because he would kill him if he saw him. The bespectacled man had no choice but to tell Mark that the operation had completely failed and that he had been exposed. Mark replied that he would not live long and told him to leave the office and return to headquarters. He also added that from that day on, the local branch of the International Association was disbanded. By covering his tracks, Mark meant blowing up the operational headquarters and hiding all the evidence. However, when the bespectacled man pressed the detonator button, there was no explosion. Luckily for Hamster and everyone else, he managed to find the bomb and defuse it. The fat man cried, realizing what a mess he had gotten himself into again because of Jun. Jun thought that there was a spy in the management department, although he thought he knew everyone in the association well. In passing, he asked Shirley why she didn't aim for Johan's head. Everything ended faster then, and she irritably replied that he was asking too much because she was just lucky to get in. Jun agreed. Shirley was a regular civilian, not a hunter, although she had a particularly dangerous technique. But then the ground beneath their feet began to shake, as if warning them that this was not the end. A huge monster with long hair and a snake-like face appeared in front of Jun. He recognized a monster that looked like a witch. It could neutralize magical skills, and in his past life it caused him a lot of trouble. The accommodating creature smiled affably and became embarrassed by his gaze. Jun covered himself with his shield just in time as the monster attacked him with its hair. However, at that very moment a warning popped up that it was completely discharged. The fight had exhausted Jun too much, but then someone put the monster down. The shooter with the sacred relic, Jun was surprised and began to look in the direction of the shot. These were the hunters from Miranda's squad, who came to help as soon as they heard the news. They had all been in the second squad before and were now celebrating a reunion. A dummy of the wife he once saved appeared next to Jun and said that now they were even. Other free mercenaries also came to his aid. The cavalry arrived on time as always. Chloe and Miranda also came to support him. They came here despite the fact that the association had not yet given them permission to collect, and all because they were very worried about him and wanted to help. Jun was surprised that no one had permission, as if everyone wanted to end up behind bars. But Miranda said that if they weren't capable of doing that, they wouldn't work with him. Jun was worried that everyone might have their hunter licenses taken away, and said that only sacred relics work on monsters. Frank said that he didn't have to worry about it, and gave his guild the signal to begin the operation. They activated a skill that distributed divine light to everyone. Jun was surprised because it was a holy relic buff for the support class. Everyone was endowed with enormous strength, and they could advance to defeat the enemy. Chloe punched, eager to get back to the fight. Jun asked Frank how they got ready so quickly. It took a high level of skill to master these skills. Frank said that things like the regeneration dungeon can't be prepared for. It's a legacy of their leader Scar. Now they were ready for the final showdown with the monsters, who, as usual, were helpfully waiting around the corner, giving the heroes time to prepare. Miranda told June that it was their turn to sweat and that he could wait in the rear, and the teacher didn't deny it this time. Strengthened by the holy light, the hunters rushed into the attack in a crowd. The secretary informed Bill that the headquarters had been mined and that the hunters had begun the operation without his knowledge or permission. He grabbed his head, because saving June could hardly be called a good excuse, and was indignant that everything was happening while he was in charge. And then Bill realized that at this rate he would have to take the rap for everyone. He had no choice anymore, so he slammed his fist on the table. He gave the order to hand over command to June, no matter how absurd it sounded. The secretary was also surprised. Was that even possible? He asked. The bespectacled assistant said that there was no one in the area. Since June was there, let the one who gave false information bear responsibility, Bill said. Command was to pass to June, and he ordered the assistant to be brought to him. Bill hoped to shift all the blame onto them. The shaggy monster screamed terribly, probably bragging about his 10-meter-long hair. The battle was intense, but the hunters did well. Chloe fought alongside a dummy who could roar like a lion. Frank fought at long range, shooting at monsters. 3 days had passed since June had led the combined forces and had contacted Miranda. He asked her not to let the monsters leave the area she was fighting in. Overall, the situation was good. June understood that even though Bill had said that no one but him could control such an operation, it was clear why he had done it. Even in this situation, the idiot only cared about himself. A true mentor from his past life, June thought. There wasn't much time left before the gate closed, and Shirley said that what he was afraid of might not happen. And that was good, but now she was worried about the people who attacked him, the internationalists. Shirley asked him what he thought he would do next, and June said he would work with overseas branches. The internationalists have long tried to monopolize the right to clear the dungeon, and soon they will clash directly. But June would also be in more danger than before, the girl worried. But he replied that he had already encountered something similar more than once. But Shirley was not asking about that, but about whether he should become the Secretary General of a second international organization. She didn't understand. Wasn't it enough for him to be a big fish in their small lake? Then he wouldn't have to face danger. June replied that he had said from the very beginning that this was his personal goal. She could stop if she didn't like it, since she had already helped enough. Shirley slapped him on the back and said it was just a question. She came to him not because she liked the company, but because of his personality. June gave her a bullet from a special weapon and asked her to examine it, although she was worried that she might get caught examining such items. Then you just need to not get caught. June waved it off easily, and then Miranda called him. She happily informed him that the regeneration dungeon had closed as expected. The cleanup in all zones was completed. All monsters were killed. Jun thanked everyone for their good work and asked if anyone had any questions, suggestions, or just comments. But then Shirley told him the alarming news that Bill's chief of staff had been attacked. He and his closest aides were killed by gunfire. While everyone was rejoicing that the long battle was over, a new threat loomed over them. Alex suggested burning all the corpses at once, but Assel objected that they did not know all the characteristics of the monsters, and it would be better to cut them up. The operation ended a few days ago, and although everything went well, there was a bad aftertaste. An incredible event has occurred. An attack on the association's headquarters. Bill's first assistant is suspected. The bespectacled man turned out to be truly crazy. June did not expect this. Threats didn't work, and he decided to show what he was capable of in this way. But would he do something like that after he was caught red-handed? Or perhaps Bill found out something he shouldn't have known. The internationalists went beyond all bounds. The entire public and the media were deeply shocked by what happened. The association faces an unprecedented crisis after the emergence of the Regeneration Gate. A wave of mysterious murders of hunters, under the most mysterious circumstances, rolled across the country. At first, it all seemed like a chain of coincidences. But after 36 cases, June realized that the secret department was simply cleaning up its tracks. June could not have imagined that the international community would take such radical measures. But now it is clear that they have abandoned their country. The former chairman asked June what was going on, that there had been a terrorist attack in the association, and that hunters were also dying all over the country. Bear took over as head of the association to take the brunt of the pressure, and the chairman was even glad he had resigned before. An argument ensued between the chairman and June about whether this was the right thing to do. If there was an association at stake, the private sector and the government start to act, thinking that this is their chance. June replied that Bear himself had recently contacted him and asked for help. and the chairman was surprised that Jun would return to the association. But he refused because he had a lot of his own business to attend to, and the issue was about foreign branches. The secret Department of International Affairs had abandoned their country, and now there was no point in postponing plans. But the problem was that Jun's capital was at zero, and the chairman frowned at every meeting when Jun asked him for money. The association's head office was not in the best position, and neither were the branches with which Jun signed a contract. Because of this, many people refused his services, and his company's income rapidly fell. Maintenance costs, equipment fees and repairs, salaries. After all that, he had no money left. The association stopped funding him, so the situation became very precarious. The old man suggested that they attract investors since Jun's name had value, and he replied that no one would invest in a new risky business. First, he needs to cut labor costs, and the chairman warned there would be a lot of backlash. Jun said that if the company was in a difficult situation, everyone should suffer, but he himself worked without any special bonuses. They need to look to the future with confidence. So it's time to bring back the past Jun, monstrous and ruthless. There was a commotion at the Internationalists' main office. They were ordered to quickly delete all data. The mustachioed director walked along humming a song under his breath. Everything had changed abruptly, he thought. Mark turned to him and said that if the mustachioed man had come to bother him, then it would be better for him to leave. He himself was holding some poor fellow by the throat. Yusak objected that Mark was simply shifting the blame from a sick head to a healthy one, and that he himself was to blame for what happened. Kane chuckled and said that the CEO was also very angry, and Mark had been warned not to touch Jun. But in a sense, Mark was lucky. Otherwise, his entire squad would have been replaced. Kane didn't think the Eastern branch would be disbanded so quickly after Mark had put so much resources into its operation. But he wasn't too worried. Kane asked, "If everything was so simple, why didn't they remove the head of the department, the bespectacled man?" And Mark replied that there should be at least one person left who knows Jun well. Kane asked Mark where he wanted to move and informed him that they had been called. Mark was surprised. In such a situation, it was difficult to find a place to move. And Kane reported that Mark was assigned to the Dark Continent. Mark frowned. He realized that he was being sent there because of Jun, which meant that the management wanted to carry out that very operation. Assel looked at Jun and asked if everything would really be like this now. Jun replied that everything was so. The company found itself in a difficult situation and there was nothing to be done. Jun expected them to protest, although not everyone would express displeasure. But he was not going to give in to them and was prepared for their indignation. Assel asked whether the ban on overtime work would harm the company. Jun was surprised and asked her what harm could come from saving on overtime. Assel replied that they didn't often receive payment for her anyway, but Jun objected that this was illegal. Chloe asked him if he was such a nice person or just a fool. Jun reminded her that he was her boss. All the cleaners were upset that they could no longer get overtime, but otherwise they would not have had their regular pay either. Chloe insisted that if the company is having a hard time, they need to work even harder. If he forbids everything, then who will earn money? She wouldn't be upset if she didn't get paid, Chloe screamed. But here Jun just wanted to destroy the company. People were lining up for the night ones. Jun absolutely did not understand why they all wanted to work for nothing. And what did ordinary employees care about the company's bankruptcy? But Chloe responded that it matters who is in charge of the company. And they all looked at Jun with burning eyes. They were ready to follow him even to hell. Jun thought they all hit their heads a little. Chloe realized there was nothing she could do and said she was leaving. Shirley warned there would be complaints. Jun said he didn't expect workers to turn down money. He expected that the cleaners would act like hunters and demand millions for overtime, since everyone equally wants to get more money. Shirley explained to him that for the workers, the company was more important than a raise, but he still didn't understand, because now was not the time for ideals. Their basic income was already nothing compared to the association's salary, and they also pay all their own expenses. But Shirley objected that it was their boss who was running around like crazy for his people, and smiled at him. She would have agreed to work here until old age. He was an ideal leader, but a terrible businessman. Shirley told him that the main problem for the company was saving money, even though he was not one to take help. Jun had no intention of being stubborn, no matter how much pride he might have had in the matter of money. But there were special circumstances. Jun wanted a mountain of money to just fall on him. It was difficult to develop a business on his own. After the explosion of the administration building, the headquarters was moved to the operations department, and the situation became completely confusing. Jun told the new management about everything that had happened recently. He told them about all the attacks and who the main bad guy in this story was that they were now fighting. He also told about his plans for world hegemony. and that his company was the first step in this plan. Bear did not ask why he told him this, and Jun replied that since he was going to become the chairman of the organization, he should have known about it. Now the director understood why Jun quit when things were going so well. He and the chairman had their own plan. Jun asked what was going on with the association now. Without management, all of its supply and weapons delivery processes were slowed down. Bear responded that the association was on the verge of collapse and was not sure it could recover. However, many, having learned about this situation, decided to return to the association. With such talents, they could do anything. Jun thought that for these people, the association was just a company, but they were still ready to work conscientiously. Bear gave him the contact details of a man who had helped the association through difficult times and suggested that he contact him. A few days later, they met Alfred, who said it was an honor to meet him. Jun greeted everyone simply and introduced his employees. Alex approached Jun. Now he was sure that they would survive, because he thought that the director would return to the association. But then Alfred, who had been interrupted, burst into a scream and ordered everyone to be silent. He made a remark to Alex that no matter how close he was to the head, he should speak respectfully, especially in public. Jun was surprised that Alfred managed to rein in Alex, whom he himself had long since given up on. Alfred told them all to listen carefully and said that personal relationships were not helping the company grow. Power is in the hierarchy. If it collapses, everything goes down the drain. Friendship is good. It leads to the destruction of the control core. Therefore, from now on, all employees must address the director politely, said Alfred, and everyone immediately disliked him. He then turned to Shirley and asked her to show him the office. Jun burst into tears. Now he felt like he was in real company. Jun remembered Shirley's words when he started the company. She said that he was a bad businessman. He agreed that being an office worker and owning a company were two different things. Shirley looked at his new habits with alarm. Jun looked terribly pleased. While drinking tea, he told her that only now did he understand how to conduct business. Alfred walked around and urged everyone on. 2 minutes had passed since the end of lunch and no one was yet in their seats. They finished lunch and began to chat idle, not even noticing how working hours had begun. Alfred smiled and reminded them that they were company employees, not on a playground. Alfred was on a whole other level, Jun chuckled. He was a real despot, constantly pushing everyone and imposing useless office discipline on the workers in the field. But on the other hand, Alfred cut back on unnecessary expenses and created a more efficient schedule, which led to a 30% increase in income. Alfred took the snacks from Assel, saying that he was eating them for 3. Jun smiled. Now he could even breathe easier. He felt that this was his company. He made Chloe write correct and competent reports because they are the life of the party. And he got the berserker mad with a bunch of petty quibbles about fonts and spacing. Chloe said she wouldn't do it anymore. She wasn't an office worker. Her job was to clean the dungeons, and the boss just needed to know the contents of the report. Alfred immediately accused her of damaging the company's property, insulting her superiors, and said that this was unacceptable. And so she was fired. Alfred stunned her, and the girl was confused. Jun intervened in their argument and asked Alfred not to overdo it, and he said that he was joking, but he was a kind-hearted person. However, increasing income and cutting expenses was a temporary measure. They needed investors. Jun did not think that they would have so many problems. The regeneration dungeon left a hole in the budget. The situation was critical. The Second World Association was at risk of being destroyed in the bud. Jun persistently searched and thought about what brings money. Then he turned his gaze to his workers who were drinking coffee with Alfred and engaging in casual conversation. He wanted to break all their bones because they became friends too quickly. Now everything was like in a real company, he said to Shirley. She told him that everyone had given their best and offered to look at the investment report. There was no point in arguing anymore. Shirley was right, and the chairman told him the same thing. Jun created karma to counter the internationalists. But if too many people find out about it, it will lose its purpose in existence. Even the association went bankrupt because a small cleaning company could attract attention. Before his reincarnation, Jun had planned to just eat and have fun on the salary of the best hunter in the country, and now he had to do some work. He considered investment a last resort if things went really badly with the company. Jun did not want to resort to this method, which would attract investment without putting the company at risk. Jun told her he would hand over the company and smiled as if that was the way it should be. Bear rubbed his stiff neck. He had been very tired lately. Now he did not understand why he had agreed to become the chairman of the association. Chuck brought him the documents that had to be reviewed that day. He also had a lot of work. He told Bear that he had received a response from an investment company, asking for a meeting this week. Bear stared at him in surprise. He had never heard anything like that. and he asked when they sent such a request, but Chuck replied that he did not do it himself. He thought that Bear himself contacted this fund, but this was not so. Bear decided to fix this immediately. He had already guessed that all this was the work of June and his daughter. A few days earlier, June had told Shirley to draw up a proposal on behalf of the association and promised huge profits. They promised profits, and even expansion into neighboring countries. This was June's plan. The problem with his company was that the association had no money, which meant it needed investment. Now the association has less work, but private cleanups are still taking place, and taking advantage of the situation, many private companies have emerged. Since his cooperation contract is still valid, karma can be restored along with the association. So Bear should thank him, even though he would have to deal with investment risks. Bear gave them a thrashing for pulling off such an event without him when he showed up for the negotiations, but June covered himself with a shield. He objected to Bear that there was nothing wrong with that because it was a wonderful opportunity for association. He asked why Bear insisted that they go with him, and he replied that the foundation's chairman wanted to meet June in person. Bear felt very awkward and hurried them so that they would not keep the investor waiting. June was confident of his success, but the head of the foundation, Ron, was serious. Ron said they had a promising proposal. The return on investment will be 200% and all from cooperation with Karma, and June promised them other bullshit. Bear hesitated and said that it was possible, but it would take a long time. June promised similar figures within a year. He added that if they invested more, success would come even faster, and completely ignored Bear's expression. Ron seemed interested, but according to their analysis, it would be difficult to make a profit, let alone even get back the investment. He couldn't believe that the association came up with such a proposal and called it a joke. June said that he was also very interested in why they thought that way. If they thought the proposal was ridiculous from the start, why did they invite them? He asked. Ron knew that June was a high flyer and had long wanted to meet him. His rapid career growth was of interest. Even though June exaggerated the profit margins, there were some things only an association could do. And to get to the point, Ron offered June direct cooperation. He wanted to enter into an exclusive import contract with the United Branch of the Black Continent. June was interested in this proposal, so he asked for more details. Dungeon clearing companies have become much more active, with hundreds of task forces appearing in just 1 week. Business comes in all shapes and sizes, and June realized the scale of the competition. But the supply of weapons and supplies did not keep up with demand. If, in this situation, the fund monopolizes supplies, it will receive super profits. June asked Ron what kind of contract he wanted, and he started talking about a fractal. Fractal is an essential element for creating high-end weapons, and since there are few deposits, it is very expensive. The largest deposits of this element were located on the Dark Continent, and the fund wanted to receive a special contract for the supply of fractal. Now, June understood why Ron had made them such an offer. The situation on the Black Continent was difficult. The fire of war was constantly burning there. They had a constant shortage of hunters, and the government interfered heavily with their activities. In addition, corruption and smuggling of important products flourished. For continuous supply, the branch must constantly mine fractal, and to do this, it must constantly clear dungeons. First of all, we need to stabilize the situation in the branch, as June did earlier. It was a win-win deal for them. The foundation needed their skills and experience, and the association needed money. But right now, leaving for another country was dangerous. June could not predict the actions of internationalists. Ron said that if they got the supply contract, they would guarantee the investment and 10% of domestic sales. Bear didn't even think about it and said that it was great. Now he was making decisions without June. Ron smiled. He liked this answer. He said that they had agreed and also asked to take his son with him. June told the boy to be ready in 4 days and that he would contact him. He wanted to know the list of those who would go. June wanted to take his loyal assistants with him, like he did back in the East. But the situation was different now. June was worried about the upcoming raid, so he decided to ask a personal question. The continent was dangerous, with dungeon breakthroughs and civil war. But the chairman sent his son on this mission. He explained that his father had long been concerned about his soft nature, and since many people were eyeing his place, he decided to let him gain experience. June was surprised that the one who would be the successor to a large fund would talk about his shortcomings at the very first meeting. It was no wonder his father was worried about him. The guy stopped in front of the window and looked at the street. He was worried about his appointment, and June asked what happened on the continent that made him so worried. Then Ron Jr. replied that it was very hot there, as if that was the main problem. His answer stunned everyone. June, Shirley, and Bear, who was walking behind them, His father really had something to worry about. Alex scolded Chloe for going on vacation tomorrow, at such a difficult time for the company to go on vacation. And she replied that everything had been approved long ago. Alfred confirmed her words. Every employee had the right to vacation. Chloe threw up her hands. Maybe he would miss her, but he would have to be patient. June came back from the meeting and the first thing he noticed was Chloe. He asked her if she had time next week and the girl replied that she was on vacation. June handed her the folder and said that it was a gift. Chloe was even happy, thinking that it was a bonus. But there was a temporary hunter's license. He asked her to replace Miranda in the association because she was leaving with him for a few days. Chloe really wanted to take that piece of paper and hammer it into June's head, who had canceled her vacation again. June told the others to follow his deputy's orders while he was gone. On the day of departure, Miranda was waiting for him with a suitcase. Her mood was high. Chloe was filling in for her at the association. Shirley was working as a deputy at Karma, so it was just the two of her and June, and she was worried. When he called her, she joyfully greeted her teacher. June said that there was a lot of work in the association, but she went with him, and he was grateful for it. They had hard work ahead. Miranda replied that it was nothing to be thanked for, and that she felt a little awkward about it being just the two of them, and smiled shyly. But June introduced her to Ron Jr., the son of the foundation's director, who knew Miranda and was a fan of hers. The guy smiled and blushed and asked and wanted to shake her hand. Miranda, her whole mood thrown off, barely touched him. June walked forward, and Ron Jr. kept trying to start a conversation with Miranda and be of service to her. June put on his glasses and here came his second business trip, just as unexpected. They arrived in the capital of the country with the largest fractal deposits. Miranda immediately began to sweat. It was hotter in here than she thought. June agreed that because of the heat, their activities would be more limited than in the East. Ron Jr. was not discouraged and followed them using 2 hand fans. He was like a child on a walk. He kept pestering Miranda and saying that he too worked in the industry and had to make her work comfortable. June decided to keep an eye on him. June told the guy that he had more experience. Ron replied that he had been there a couple of times but only made small deals and could not teach them anything. But then someone came up to Ron and recognized him, asking if he was from the background. The guy in front of them apologized for being late and introduced himself as Bruce. He was the head of the United branch on the continent. He pointed them to the limousine and said that the car was waiting. June tensed up, since the leader himself had personally come to meet them. Ron asked him what was wrong after seeing the expression on Jun's face, but he replied that everything was fine and got into the transport. June reminded Miranda of their last trip and said that it would be better not to sleep this time. Khan sneezed several times, wondering who was remembering him with anything other than an angry, quiet word. Bruce started by reading their contract that they had sent earlier. He agreed that it was a very good offer for his branch, but they were in a difficult situation now. He already wanted to ask for help from the operational units of third-party companies. A year had already passed since the internationalists promised to help, but they were gone. June realized that the international organization had set them up. Jun asked for more details on what was going on with their operations department. He said, hand on heart, that he was something of an expert in this matter. Bruce then gave them the reports to review because he already knew what kind of person June was. June said that even to him this seemed like complete nonsense. June told Bruce that if he wanted to cooperate, he better be honest. He had 43 task forces, but they were doing 300 cleanups a month, which was a very small number, so June was skeptical. Bruce explained that due to the constant war, many hunters are constantly being drafted into the army. June realized that the hunters were being used as regular soldiers and asked if the International Association knew about it. Bruce admitted that they didn't know about it, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting in that place. June was surprised that Bruce was talking about it so calmly. The situation was serious. He realized that it was not Bruce's decision and asked who gave the order, and he said that it was the government's doing. June was surprised because it was a branch of an international organization. How could the government interfere with their work? Bruce replied that they did not belong to one country but united the entire continent, and said that if he rejected the call, he would not be able to leave the country. The government refuses to understand their situation, and this has only made the conflict worse. Jun was nervous. He had come here just to sign a contract, and now he was drawn into international problems that needed to be solved. And when he was already thinking about refusing to cooperate with them, Ron Jr. firmly stated that they would take on this matter and resolve the issue. Bruce was incredibly happy about this. He had heard that they were capable guys and knew that they could handle it. Ron grinned, full of confidence. This was business after all. June and Miranda swam. They no longer understood why they came here. Ron later realized he had made a mistake and apologized. June told him that such decisions needed to be discussed and that other governments were involved in the matter. Ron thought that if he simply asked governments not to send hunters, they would do so. But if only it were that simple. Ron said he had contacts in the government of that country, and he thought he could somehow come to an agreement with him. He reminded them that he had been there several times and had met several people during the signing of contracts. Jun suddenly grabbed him by the shoulders, which stunned the guy, and he told them to talk about such things in advance. Now he understood why Ron Sr. said that their son would be useful to them. The next day they sent Ron to the government, and he was determined to get it done. Miranda asked him if it was worth sending the guy alone, and June replied that there was nothing they could do to help him anyway. Miranda was still worried about him. June was worried too, but now all they could do was wait. June didn't have many memories of this place from his past life. He wasn't connected to the continent in any way, so he wasn't interested in it. However, in his past life, this branch definitely existed, but he had never heard of sending hunters to the front. Then someone asked to sit next to them, citing the fact that there were no more free seats. And although June agreed, he belatedly saw that there were still plenty of seats, and an ominous figure appeared in front of them. Miranda immediately pulled out her weapon, and June tried to figure out who attacked them. The woman in front of him had an aura of evil around her, as if she had risen from the dead. But then she smiled and introduced herself to him. Her name was Emma, and she was from the Secret Department of International Affairs. It was strange that she came so openly. Emma again asked to sit down and talk. They had a lot of questions for each other. June said that this was the first time that representatives from their department had come directly to him. After all, their specialty was stealth attacks, and he asked them what they were planning this time. Emma replied that it was already hot in this country and suggested that they calm down. They could just talk like people. June said that if she wanted to talk, she should bring the boss. Pawns were not his interests. Emma replied that in this case, they had found the one they needed. She had heard a lot about June and was glad to finally meet him. June looked at her with surprise, as if this woman imagined herself immortal. Ron was psyching himself up before he knocked on doors. This business was in his hands and he could do it. He walked inside and was greeted like an old friend. The official thanked him for the previous contract. He had risen greatly in the service thanks to it, and Ron responded with the same courtesy. The senator asked him why he had come this time. Ron said sheepishly that it wasn't that important. He had come to see a friend, and then he directly stated that in fact they have a common cause with the association. But at these words, the senator ordered him to be silent, putting his finger to his lips. There was another person in the room that Ron hadn't noticed. Kane politely noted that it was time for another visit and he simply hadn't noticed. He thanked the senator for the welcome and said that it was time for him to go. Before leaving, he said that he would wait for a positive outcome on his issue. The senator put his hand on Ron's shoulder and suggested they go somewhere more suitable once the creepy guy left. Ron explained to the senator the essence of his question. He needed a stable supply. But the senator interrupted him and said that he considered him his friend. But they were in the midst of a war. One government could not stop the civil war. The entire continent's task forces were led by their countries, and sending hunters to war was bad, Ron said. But the senator angrily told the youth that now was not the time to condemn business. When the internationalists united them, they destroyed all the independent branches and then the civil war began. Small organizations used to be able to support themselves with small incomes from clearing dungeons. But now internationalists are destroying them, the senator said. But Ron didn't understand why the internationalists were doing this. The senator himself did not understand and grabbed his friend by the shoulders. It was a plan to unite all the associations of the continent into one. They created endless competition by unevenly distributing the hunters' strength, and thus push them to collapse. Then they want to swallow the entire continent without much effort, the senator said. And Ron countered that they could stop sending hunters to war. The senator's hands began to tremble, and he said that the government was in collusion with the internationalists, and they were counting on getting better positions from them later. The senator advised Ron to leave the continent. It was not just a war. The man he saw in the senator's office belonged to an international organization. They were operating openly for the first time and wanted a deal to buy weapons for use in the Civil War. Ron asked if he could talk about it. Emma said that because of him, they had suffered great losses, and she did not expect to meet him here, and she asked him why he hated them. Jun was indignant. You might think he was the villain, although initially they pestered the one who simply cleaned the dungeons. Emma said that they are cleaners too, in a sense, only they clean up people who are dangerous to them. June was angry. She asked for negotiations, and now she said she wanted to kill him. Emma advised him to go home right away and promised that then neither he nor his friends would be harmed. She flashed her eyes and asked if he understood what that meant. Jun just grinned. He realized that he had scared them a lot because the organization had only been hiding before and was now sending its representative. Their reports clearly didn't say anything about him, something like "this guy likes to take risks," Jun asked and released his power. He himself could have killed her here, and all his problems would have been solved, and there would be no one to fear. Miranda was afraid that they would fight right on the street, because they were now in the center of the capital, but Jun didn't care. But at that moment, he barely had time to react to protect Miranda from the shot. Emma told him that she didn't want to fight now since he was so hot-tempered. Instead, she invited someone to take care of them, and Mark stood in front of them with a gun in his hands. Jun immediately recognized this barrel. It was the weapon with which he was killed last time. And now, the man was holding the titanium in his hand again and aiming it at his face. Jun smiled happily. He finally found his potential killers. Mark stated that the word failure or mistake was not in his dictionary, although he still used these words. Apparently, there was no logic there. He shouted at Jun. Who is he to humiliate him? But Jun just laughed, not caring about the weapon at all. He smiled sweetly again and called himself a pure avenger. Naturally, Mark didn't understand anything. And who could be scared by a man without a tight suit and a toad pose? Jun jumped up and said that he should have been killed suddenly like last time. He hit Mark in the face when he least expected such a blow. Mark flew into the wall, causing a lot of frightened cries from random passers-by. They thought he was dead. But then Mark activated his cyborg killer mode. Jun didn't give him time to recover and attacked quickly. Mark ordered Jun not to be insolent and aimed the titanium at him again. Jun found himself at a short distance. He no longer had a chance to dodge. The bullet almost pierced his head, but he managed to activate the Demon King's skill. Jun told Mark to grit his teeth harder and promised to hit him gently. In the blink of an eye, he dealt dozens of blows, but Mark proved to be strong. The big guy couldn't believe that he had been knocked down and beaten up by some young janitor. He shouted loudly that Jun should know who he was. But Jun didn't know, and suggested introducing himself first, and in the meantime he introduced Mark to the soles of his boots. Miranda, meanwhile, rushed to help the teacher, but she froze in place, worried. Now Jun was not himself, as if he had a personal grudge against Mark. He kept interrogating him with the help of a boot and asking him who he was, and promised not to stop even if he counted all the moles. Jun reminded that he had already killed many of their secret department, and Mark would not last much longer. But then his leg was grabbed, and the bearded man told the youth not to stick his nose up in the air. He easily threw it aside and said that now there would be a real fight. Jun realized that Mark was going to use a forbidden skill. Mark realized that he had overestimated Johan. Jun had become a big obstacle and needed to be eliminated immediately. He would have done so, but Kane appeared between them and said that that was enough for today, since Mark's appearance was creating unnecessary complications. Jun realized that this man was also a member of the secret department and told him to step aside if he did not want to lose his mustache. The mustachioed man said that Jun had no manners and stroked his cockroach mustache. He attacked Jun with his sword and asked if he knew how they knew so easily where he was. The place was in their hands, so it was only a matter of time before they discovered Jun and his allies. That's why in this country and even on the entire continent, Junu cannot hide. Jun was surprised. He had already killed so many of their friends, such threats did not work on him. Meanwhile, Miranda entered the battle. Kane, who had learned shadow cloning, told Jun not to be mistaken, because he was not a priority right now. He told Mark that he had received a call from General Secretary Wesley, and that was enough for today. Kane said they had an appointment and they had to leave, and he asked Jun to learn some manners before their next meeting. At this point, the fight was over. The crooks disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Jun heard worried whispers coming his way and told Miranda that there were too many strangers here. The taxi driver asked Ron if he was going or not, but the boy still had doubts. He heard shouts and noise coming from the square, because that was the direction he had left Jun and Miranda. So Ron demanded to be taken to the square, and the driver was indignant, then he demands to be taken there. Ron showed miracles of diplomacy richer and promised 10 times the tariff. Without further ado, the driver stepped on the gas and drove straight into the epicenter of trouble. Ron met with Jun and asked him for forgiveness for the failure to reach an agreement. Jun replied that everything was fine. Nothing could be done since it didn't work out. But then Ron told them that he had learned something unexpected, that the internationalists were connected to the Civil War. If what he said was true, they wanted to unite the continent and gain a monopoly on clearing dungeons, Jun realized. Now he understood what plan the scoundrels were talking about then, since Emma had appeared here. They had thought of it a long time ago. They decided to scare Jun, remembering what happened in the East. From their point of view, he put spokes in their wheels everywhere. This meant that they became mortal enemies to each other and could not retreat. Jun understood that if the hunters continued to go to the front, the war would not end until the entire continent was in the hands of the internationalists. Jun just smirked. This was a great opportunity for him. He told Miranda to get ready. They would destroy the internationals here. He also told Ron Jr. to get ready, and the boy nodded, dumbfounded. And then they went after him together, June leading them to the job. Their opponents also did not waste time. At the next meeting, they were ready to kill each other. The senator came to a secret meeting. Besides him, there were a couple of other sentries. The senator said that he had already discussed everything with their leader. They just had to show him everything. The negotiators said that the situation was different now. He had brought 100 boxes of weapons containing the fractal that the association uses. The senator suggested that his companion check everything and looked at him. "The sword is pretty good," the hooded girl said as someone who looked like Jun looked at the gun. The arms dealer assured them that he had checked everything, and there was nothing to worry about. He had heard that another war was coming. But at that very second, he received a blow to the head from the handle of a pistol. The man in the hood said that the weapon was not made very well and would not last long, to the friendly shouts of the others. Jun said that he was testing the weapons for durability, and the other 100 units needed to be tested as well, and smiled sweetly at them. Miranda thought that the teacher had been incredibly cruel lately, and the senator was horrified at what was about to happen. Jun tested the strength of each skull until there was only one left. Someone had to show them where they were getting their weapons from. Kudryavi smiled and said that he had dreamed of becoming a guide since childhood and would be happy to do so. Jun threw it away as if it were some kind of abomination that had stuck to his hand. The senator said he trusted Ron and him, but he didn't know if their plan would really work. He had heard that back home Jun was so fond of solving problems, but a real war was something else, the senator said. Jun told him not to worry. He was something of an expert in dealing with international organizations. He added that the operation could not be stopped. As soon as Ron contacted them, they would invade their headquarters. They don't have time, and the senator's team needs to hurry and do what they talked about. Jun warned them that the future of the entire continent was in their hands. He was determined to end it all today. Emma informed Wesley's secretary that the preparations were complete. He was building a house of cards, and they had been doing a good job of pitting countries against each other until June showed up. According to Kane's report, members of the government of one of the countries entered into an arms deal. Wesley realized that now was the time for the stubborn old man to make a deal. According to their plan, June himself will come to the place of the deal. A senator with connections to the fund led them to June, and so he was allowed to live. All this time, June had been interfering with their work and had begun to become annoying. So there was no doubt that they would intervene this time, the secretary believed. He would have been very upset if June hadn't shown up for the deal, because he had even caused the plan to change. He then told Emma to send people and eliminate the senator. He was no longer of any use, only getting on their nerves. Emma asked him why they were dragging June into this war, since the janitor had already messed up their plans twice. And when the idea struck her, Wesley confirmed everything. He wanted to put the RE plan into action. And then she understood why he didn't tell Mark and Kane about the plan. Because he has his duty to fulfill, the secretary said mysteriously. And she has a separate mission. She has to find Noah. Emma contacted Kane and Mark and demanded a report. They reported that the arms deal was done and the people were on their way back. Kane also sent out mercenaries who were supposed to attack civilians on his orders. Their plan was close to perfect to pit the two countries against each other. They also took care of the senator and sent him a couple of guests. Emma told them that the secretary had assigned her a separate mission, so they had to complete this task themselves. But at that moment, Miranda burst into their headquarters and began to restore order, and according to them, June was also there. But they didn't know where he was, and June kindly informed them that he was right here. He apologized to them for the fact that they had to fight him off every time. Kane called him rude. Who enters the door without knocking? He asked and took out his sword. He told Jun that his team would be disbanded today and he would need to look for a new job. Jun just smiled at them warmly and used his Demon Lord skill. Emma waited for June to appear as the secretary had predicted, and now she could begin her task. Jun fought two opponents at once and moved so fast that it seemed like he had a series of clones. It had been boring last time, and he hoped that Mark would last longer this time. He gritted his teeth and endured. A little more and his defense would crack, he felt. But then Juna was attacked from above by Kane, who told him that it was he who got scared last time. And now he can't cope with them. He struck them in the throat with his sword. But his blow was quickly parried right in the air by Miranda, who appeared. Meanwhile, June grabbed Mark and told him not to be distracted from their fight. Each now had an opponent, and Miranda told him to attack. Kane told her that he had been looking forward to this sword-to-sword fight with due respect. He hoped that the famous Huntress, third in the country's ranking, would not disappoint him. Before the fight, June warned her that she was the main link in this operation, and her opponent was the strongest she had ever met. It was time to test her capabilities, and the girl proudly declared that she could handle it. Kane multiplied and challenged Miranda to prove her worth. The girl resolutely took up the sword. She was ready to show the teacher how much stronger she had become. Mark, meanwhile, was sunbathing in the moonlight and cursing. He found himself in the middle of a dust cloud that he found strange. Jun asked him how he was feeling and suggested they talk face to face, now that they were here, where no one would disturb them. Jun first suggested playing a game about how to deal with a dust storm. Mark took out 2 pistols and used a skill that allowed him to never miss. Jun smiled again pleasantly and realized it was time to begin. Kane took aim with one of the clones and continued to spout his nonsense about being worthy or unworthy. When he made a sharp lunge, Miranda instantly dodged. Thanks to his shadow clones, he could attack her in midair. He attacked from 2 different directions at once, and synchronously. Fast, Miranda managed to think when a powerful explosion occurred from the impact. She had to use her best skill to block the blow in midair. She responded with an equally lightning-fast and powerful attack, attacking all the clones. Kane clapped. It was a very satisfactory level of skill. She was someone he could fight with dignity, and he activated his enhancing skill. Miranda immediately felt the atmosphere change, even her body reacting to the threat. Miranda was surrounded by a crowd of extras and told that they would also fight. There was only one of her, but the commander of the extras told them to remain vigilant. But when he ordered to open fire, he was attacked by his scumbag ally. Kane could not stand interference in the duel. Mark's pawns, who did not know how to greet properly, he spoke contemptuously about the people from his organization. Now no one will interfere with them, he said, and suggested that they continue their battle for the honor of the swordsman. Miranda took a low stance for a decisive attack, but Kane simply vanished in front of her, and at that very moment she missed the blow. It was impossible. She couldn't follow the enemy's movements at all. Meanwhile, the mercenaries got close to their target, the senator. The senator was waiting for them when they opened the door. He asked if an international organization had sent them. The mercenary pointed a gun at him and said that the senator should have behaved well. He fired and the senator fell. The bald man said that he reported the mission was completed and told his partner to check the target. Little did they know that it was an ambush from the very beginning. In an instant, the hunters became the hunted when an armored bodyguard landed from the ceiling. When the bald mercenary realized that it was a trap, it was already too late. It had snapped shut. It turned out that the senator was safe and sound, and again asked the killers who had sent them. He knew that this would happen, and that the internationalists would act brazenly and thoughtlessly. They were victims of the same method, the girl told him. Internationalists committed crimes without thinking. It was Shirley, bringing the senator a treaty to merge the hunting associations and promising protection from enemies if he signed it. Representatives of other countries saw everything with their own eyes. The same thing could happen to them if they are not careful with internationalists. They always do things on a large scale, the senator said, and Shirley responded that they had a long way to go to get there. Now Bruce realized that all those who died in the Civil War were on the conscience of internationalists. Others, however, doubted that they could be given up so easily. Bruce replied that first they had to ban the mobilization of hunters. They had to return them to their main job profile. He promised to start with his country and, step by step, to protect the entire continent from the machinations of internationalists. Miranda was barely breathing. She was in deep shock after being wounded. Kane jumped up and knocked her down. She dropped her sword and didn't even resist. He was angry that the victory came so easily to him, because Kane expected more from her. Miranda crawled towards the sword, and Kane had already promised her a decent burial. She didn't believe that this was the end and she would just die like that. Kane told her to show some politeness before she died. Miranda was overcome with a wave of self-pity. She was too weak and did not live up to the teacher's expectations. This time, he would not save her as he did every time. Although June had hopes for her and believed that she could handle it, Miranda thought that it was impossible from the very beginning. But then, she thought that the teacher had always sincerely believed in her. And then she woke up from pain and shock, and tears started flowing from her eyes. As Kane ran towards her for the finishing blow, she threw sand in his eyes, a typical mean move from anyone who is losing a fight. He shouted loudly that such tricks were not appropriate in the sacred duel of swords. And Miranda just bit his hand. She didn't care about the rules because it wasn't a tournament. Kane struck her several times on the head with the back of his sword, but she did not let go of his hand. Then he raised his sword over her to finish off the damned boor. But Miranda repelled this attack with her summoned sword. She didn't care about his insults. If she couldn't hold a sword, she would use her teeth. And she added that this is much better than being a burden to the teacher. Kane called it disgusting and said that if she wanted to stop him, let her try. Kane attacked her, but Miranda defended herself with the sword she summoned with her skill. She was able to jump away from him and raised her sword. There was too little strength and stamina left to use the skill. Miranda thought that she would fall to the ground at any moment, and she only had enough strength for one swing of the sword. Kane assessed her condition. She had injured her arm, had used up all her skills, and no longer had strength. He did not understand what she was hoping for. Now, as he looked at her crazy gaze, anger boiled inside him. Before he took this position, he fought with many opponents by all the rules. He wore the wounds he received in those battles with pride. But Miranda had left him with a wound from her teeth, not a sword, and now Kane was furious. He could never let her die with dignity now. Kane used a bunch of skills and they both went towards each other at the same time. The blades crossed and the fighters moved apart, as if in a samurai action movie. Kane said that he was sorry that her talent was wasted for so long in the association. Now she can't even use the skill, and coughed up blood. Miranda replied that she too realized that he was the strongest enemy she had ever faced. But he relied only on physical strength and fighting stance. He had just strayed slightly due to an arm injury, but Miranda had an injury too. But I remembered my teacher's first instruction to train both hands to hit with more force, so the injury didn't become a big problem. She had been struggling with the pain in her shoulder for a long time, so she got used to it and was able to maintain her balance. Kane called it ironic he lost because of his own strength. Even though she was a rude woman with no manners, he acknowledged her fencing skills and hoped she would work harder. And then Kane exploded and burned alive from the surprise attack. When Miranda looked up, she saw a strange statue there that destroyed Kane with one shot. A strange, ugly creature looked at her with faceted eyes, and Miranda tried to understand what it was. The angel statue then fired beams of evil, killing many of the organization's still living minions. Meanwhile, June was fighting with Mark, who could hit him from any position. Then June, moving from side to side, began to get closer to him. And he kicked Mark in the jaw, saying that he had come to him as he wanted. "The game is over," said Jun, and was about to finish off the enemy from above. After he had the bearded man face down on the floor, he offered to talk. Jun wanted to know why the secretary wanted to monopolize the clearing of dungeons around the world. Mark laughed and replied that he didn't know anything. And how could he know the leader's global plans? Jun realized that the slow-witted man never answered questions the first time, and decided to get him to talk. But then they were attacked by a statue. Fortunately, a high-ranking defensive skill saved Jun. He didn't understand what he was seeing before his rebirth. He had never met such a monster. Mark said that Ree was here and he would get rid of everyone who was left. Then, their secret department would start all over again. According to the code, a leader must use any means necessary to complete the mission, Mark said, and took out the stone. Then the secretary himself praised him for his great contribution to the work of the balance squad. And he would have certainly learned how useful he was to the organization if he hadn't failed the mission, Wesley said. Since then, Mark convinced himself that he was not one of those pawns that could simply be thrown away. He proved to himself that he could not be replaced. He waited for Wesley to tell him to come back after Ree finished the job, but he told him to just do what he had to do. Mark ate the stone pill and said that he would get rid of June. And then he turned into a dragon, grabbed June in his hand and swung him into the sky. Miranda would have died under the blows of the faceted angel, but she was saved by Ron, who appeared here on a motorcycle. They looked into the sky where two ugly monsters were already flying. Mark fired a blue beam at Ray and told him not to interfere with him. The entire statue disappeared into a column of powerful flame. Ron drove at full speed to get away from there. Mark took out the statue with one blow. It was the power of the ability stone. June had never seen anything like it before. But using forbidden skills had its side effects, and now he not only used one but also ate a stone. June called him a fool, and Mark said he would eat him quickly. But June used the skill Uriel, which gave him power and recovery. Mark was indignant that June kept interfering with his plan. Despite his size, he was still very fast. The dragon used some kind of lightning skill, and when Jun dodged, the lightning followed him. The dragon rushed after him to grab him with its raking paws. But June hit him in the wings with red rays, depriving him of the ability to fly. He was already fed up with the whining of the dragon, who did nothing but complain. He asked the parody of Toothless if he knew how much hatred he felt towards himself, the one who fell from heaven to earth, a hunter with many skills who failed to use them and was vilely killed. Jun said that it was even good. He was a top-ranked hunter, which he was given for killing monsters, and in front of him was just a monster. But Jun didn't like to fight with people, and he attacked the dragon, who flew away. But the hunter pursued him on his wings. And when Mark saw Jun use a variety of skills, he realized that it would be better to stay in the human body. Killing monsters felt completely different. The demon lord smiled kindly. Despite the many injuries, Mark was still alive. If not for the ability stone, he would have died. The magic pill gave a lot of strength but had its consequences. June pointed a gun at him and asked if they used the time stone to take out dangerous people. Mark laughed and said he didn't know what he was talking about. June fired next to his head. That was the wrong answer. He told Mark not to play dumb and asked if there were any conditions in their manual for using the time stone. Mark should have known what happens if you shoot a hunter with titanium and promised to turn him into a sieve if he didn't find out anything again. Mark replied that time stones are used against those who are considered unkillable, and all this in order to erase even traces of their existence. June was surprised that the stone and titanium were so powerful, but it is not clear why he reincarnated. June asked him if they had a purpose for which they wanted to take the time stone, for example on him. But Mark laughed. June was too self-confident and could not be a target. The #1 in the world rankings, that's who they were interested in. They needed the time stone to get rid of him. Mark asked if that answered his question and chuckled. And then he immediately asked who he really was, but June answered with one word: a cleaner. He pulled the trigger on the Titan, and Mark belatedly shouted at him to stop, because they would have given him more for a living one. Then a campaign began in the news to expose the truth of internationalists and their participation in the Continental War. All the high-ranking officials of their countries declared that this was the organization's plan to absorb their continent. Of course, international experts called it all a provocation and denied all accusations, but it still caused large-scale protests and investigations. At the same time, the association headed by Bear announced the merger of their branch with the Continental one. After everything that happened, Bruce sat in his office and couldn't believe that it was all over. Now these alarming events were in the past, but the threat did not disappear. Ron thought that since they had captured the members of the international organization, they had nothing more to fear. But June didn't think so. All that remained was to hope for an Interpol investigation. Bruce knew that June was an influential person, but he didn't think that he would remain so, even after leaving the association. June handed him a special contract, for which he came. Their branch must report to him about the cleanups, and all the items belonged to them. Bruce studied the contract, but he had never seen these parts before, and he read the contents of the document again carefully. Moreover, the profits were split 8-2, not in their favor. June smiled affably and reminded them that they had to work here, and besides, they were now their branch, and these conditions were still better than what they had before. Bruce didn't know what to say to that. He realized that they would never be happy. June also added that they can manage their troops on their own, but they cannot be sent to war. Ron reported to his father about the successful conclusion of a special contract for the supply of fractal. Ron Sr. had already heard about everything from the association itself and congratulated them on their success. He told his son that he was proud of him and believed that the future of the foundation was in good hands. This is what it means to be rich and to get used to making important decisions from a young age. Ron promised to call when you got home, and then June called him. He said he had one request for the guy, and he perked up in surprise. And not in vain, because June asked him for money, citing the fact that medical care here is very expensive. Miranda lay in the ward and slept peacefully after all the work, which was how many times she ended up in the hospital. Shirley was indignant, wondering if he was demanding too much from his student. This time, she really almost died. The wounds were serious, and it will take a long time to recover. June replied that this ordeal had definitely made her stronger, and that she would be fine. Shirley replied sadly that what was the point if she was just going to die? June told her not to worry. The internationalist would no longer be able to act as confidently as before. However, he still had a headache because he had become an enemy of the International Association whose leader he was supposed to be. The Internationals lost many branches, as well as very important leaders. Unlike previous encounters, this time he had damaged them on their own territory, and now they considered June a danger. This time he learned a lot. Because of the karma skill, he became a dungeon cleaner. The karma skill obliged him to become the head of a world organization, but due to problems with them, he decided to. The karma skill obliged him to become the head of a world. It is now obvious that in his past life, he died precisely because of internationalists. And if you dig even deeper, you can unravel the reasons for this. Before he knew it, their association had absorbed many branches. Plus, he now had money, a top-ranking fighter, and an experienced assistant, Chloe and others. These achievements cannot be compared to what he had in his past life, where he was on his own. And now, there was an excellent opportunity to strike the enemy. He hoped that the international community was waiting for this. A bald man in a coat was sitting on a rock and catching butterflies when Emma came to him. She found him after a long search, and he just sat down to rest in a quiet place. The butterfly that was flying towards her suddenly fell apart. Noah delivered a powerful punch that passed through Emma and spilled out further. A good show-off, as they say. She looked at the destruction and said that it was not a very polite greeting. Emma told him that the general secretary was looking for him, and the number 1 in the world ranking stood before her like a rock and stared with burning eyes.